Chapter 1. The Orphan. My body feels so unwell. With a muffled groan, Yinling propped himself up with both hands, gazing in bewilderment at the thick, red liquid pooling on the ground. As the acrid stench invaded his nostrils, his expression contorted, forcing himself to suppress the rising wave of nausea within him. Once he managed to quell the discomfort, he compelled himself to regain his composure and began to survey his surroundings. It was evident that he was in a forest, yet a pressing question lingered. How did he end up here? Yinling recalled that he had just been on a mission assigned by his company, and after a brief nap in the car, he awoke to find himself in this unfamiliar place. As he struggled to make sense of the situation, a rustling sound caught his attention. Turning his gaze, he was met with the sight of a figure clad in purple. "How are you still alive?" A voice, cold and laced with curiosity, pierced the air, its icy gaze seeming to delve into the very depths of Yinling's soul, attempting to uncover his innermost secrets. At that moment, Yinling stood dumbfounded before the purple-haired girl. This face, how could a fan of Douluo not recognize it? The woman before him was none other than Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. However, it appeared she had not yet ascended to her title. Upon realizing this, Yinling's mind momentarily short-circuited. If the woman before him was indeed Bibi Dong, it implied that he had likely traversed into the world of Douluo. Was this not exceedingly implausible? Moreover, he had no desire to encounter Bibi Dong at the outset of his journey. After all, in the original narrative, she was a formidable character, and he was merely an ordinary traveler. Yinling's thoughts spiraled in confusion. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow in perplexity. "Have you been frightened into silence by a soul beast, little one? Little one?" Yinling blinked, then glanced down at his arms. These slender limbs, was that truly him? Had he transformed into a child? With a gasp of astonishment, he sprang to his feet, hastily assessing his new form. Realizing that he barely reached Bibi Dong's abdomen, he confirmed an undeniable truth. He had indeed been reborn as a child. However, his sudden movement drew Bibi Dong's ire. She slowly raised her hand, an aura of frost emanating from her presence. In Yinling's line of sight, a colossal spider loomed behind Bibi Dong, baring its venomous fangs at him. Yet to this traveler, it seemed rather trivial. After all, he had been exposed to myriad scenes through the lens of modern knowledge. Having witnessed the legendary battles of Guangdong, what fear could this instill in him? Nevertheless, he felt a shiver run down his spine. How impressive. Impressive? Bibi Dong was taken aback, and her previously frosty demeanor softened. Her interest in Yinling piqued. She had never encountered a child who could face her martial spirit with such composure. Surviving the jaws of a tenth sandier soul beast might suggest he harbored untapped potential. "Little one, what is your name?" Yinling looked up at Bibi Dong, perplexed. "My name is Yinling." "Yinling, you say? Where are your parents?" Due to her inherent caution, Bibi Dong refrained from extending an outright invitation to him. At this moment, Yinling remained oblivious to certain nuances, focusing instead on resolving another pressing matter, his own lineage. Indeed, as a time traveler, even if Bibi Dong were to investigate thoroughly, she would uncover nothing amiss regarding his identity. However, a plausible background would facilitate his future endeavors. After a brief moment of contemplation, he declared with resolute expression, "I am an orphan." One of the quintessential elements of a time traveler. Chapter 2. The System. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's expression shifted slightly, softening just a tad. Although Yinling sensed he might have misinterpreted her reaction, he quickly grasped her underlying intent. "In that case, are you willing to join the Spirit Hall?" Well, that was quite an invitation, but what purpose would it serve for someone devoid of a golden finger or innate talent to join the Spirit Hall? Would he merely be a mascot? It might be more advantageous to align himself with Tang San, cultivate that relationship, and perhaps even secure some celestial herbs. Yet, despite these thoughts, Yinling began to waver. Having traversed realms once, he was reluctant to simply lay down and yield, though it seemed he lacked the means to resist such a fate. Could he possibly be granted a golden finger at this moment? Ding! The host's life signs are stable. The Super God Selection System has been activated. To become a being that transcends divinity, the host must choose from the following options. The system will continue to operate upon selection. Option 1. Accept Bibi Dong's invitation to join the Spirit Hall. Reward: Divine Spirit. Option 2. Decline Bibi Dong's invitation and seek another path. Reward: one opportunity for time travel. A peculiar sound resonated in Yanling's mind, while he gazed quizzically at the second option. The option itself posed no issues, nor did the reward. However, the combination raised a significant concern. Why would declining Bibi Dong's invitation grant him an opportunity for time travel? Such thoughts were too daunting to entertain. Nevertheless, Joining the Spirit Hall bore no detriment. In fact, it offered numerous advantages. While currying favor with Tang, San might yield celestial herbs. Why not establish a prominent position within the Spirit Hall, and then seize the dual-wielding pot from Douluo? Having become a time traveler, what was the point of retracing the original protagonist's footsteps? In the Spirit Hall, strength equates to status, and with a divine spirit, he was confident in his ability to attain considerable power within its ranks. Since that is the case, he must indeed turn this world upside down and become the being the system spoke a phone that transcends divinity. Tang San? He was but a stranger. The Spirit Hall? Is it truly the legendary Spirit Hall that every spirit master yearns to join? Can I genuinely become a member? Yinling feigned excitement as he looked at Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong couldn't help but chuckle at his demeanor, patting his hand and affirming, of course. Ding! The host has selected option 1, receiving the reward, Divine Spirit 5-element armor. As a result of acquiring a Divine Spirit, the host's soul power automatically reaches its innate maximum capacity. Simultaneously, Yinling felt a wondrous force coursing through his body. This power was astonishingly immense, a ferocious energy imbued with a divine aura that radiated like the sun, capable of overwhelming dozens of his former self. Truly, this was a miraculous force. Yinling sighed inwardly, his curiosity piqued regarding his martial soul. Could it be the 5 elements armor? Was it akin to the armor worn by the armor warriors, or merely an ordinary armor capable of channeling the powers of the 5 elements? Surely, it couldn't be the Emperor armor, could it? At that moment, Bibi Dong's hand, resting atop Yanling's head, trembled slightly as she gazed at him with surprise, noticing the blissful expression on his face. In that fleeting instant, she sensed a familiar aura emanating from Hymen essence that only deities possess. If her instincts were correct, it implied that this child before her had possibly inherited the legacy of a divine being. If that were the case, it would explain how Yanling survived the encounter with the 10th Ascendier Soul Beast and remained unfazed by her martial soul. Chapter 3. The Pope. I seem to have stumbled upon a treasure. Bibi Dong chuckled lightly. Yinling looked up at her, the sweet fragrance dispelling the lingering scent of blood. Come along, little one. By the way, starting tomorrow, I shall be the new Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. Yinling feigned astonishment. You are the Pope of the Spirit Hall? His mouth fell open in exaggerated disbelief, his handsome face reflecting a hint of bewilderment. Ha! Bibi Dong giggled at his expression. Indeed, I am quite powerful. Following obediently behind her, Yinling was filled with exhilaration. Your Holiness, I have long heard that the Spirit Hall is the ultimate destination for all soul masters. There's no need to call me Your Holiness. You may refer to me as Sister, Bibi Dong interjected as she paused and turned to him, correcting his address. And it's not just the Spirit Hall, it is our Spirit Hall. Bending slightly, her fair, delicate face nearly touched Yanling's forehead, enveloping him in an enchanting aura. Yanling's face flushed crimson at this unexpected gesture. In his past life, he had never experienced such intimate and refreshing interactions, only witnessing them in television dramas. Seemingly pleased with his reaction, Bibi Dong resumed her stride, leaving Yanling momentarily dazed. He inwardly chastised himself for losing composure in front of her. After all, he was a time traveler. Regaining his composure, he hastened to walk alongside her. Sister, is our Spirit Hall incredibly formidable? Indeed, the Spirit Hall has been established for thousands of years and has always been the aspiration of every soul bearer, Bibi Dong responded, glancing at him. This child possessed a divine presence and could very well become a pivotal piece in her plans. It was essential to provide him with some foundational knowledge. Such strength, Yinling mused symbolically. Is there anyone who opposes you? He sought to ascertain the current dynamics within the Spirit Hall, uncertain whether events would unfold as in the original storyline. He worried that Bibi Dong might face opposition from hidden adversaries upon her return, not out of concern for her, but for his own safety as a mere 6-year-old child. Becoming collateral damage would be a heavy price to pay. Upon hearing his question, Bibi Dong regarded him thoughtfully. After a few seconds of contemplation, she finally spoke. Rest assured, little one, with me around, your safety is guaranteed. Yinling felt a sense of relief wash over him. Bibi Dong began to regard this newly acquainted child with newfound respect. This child was evidently not as simple as he appeared. At last, the two arrived at the Spirit Hall. Standing at the entrance of the Spirit Hall, Yinling felt somewhat disoriented, and no matter how vividly depicted in novels or animated series, only by standing here could one truly appreciate its grandeur. Before the Spirit Hall stood an enormous stone gate. In fact, Yinling had spotted this gate from a considerable distance. Now, up close, he could see the mysterious runes and patterns carved into the stone, shimmering with a dazzling light. Flanking the gate were two colossal lions, their expressions fierce and lifelike. One could almost believe that merely blinking their eyes would bring them to life. Bibi Dong was quite pleased to see Yanling's astonishment. As they entered through the hall's gateway, Yanling caught sight of a spacious plaza where a monumental statue stood. This statue towered at 10 meters high, depicting a soul master wielding a long sword. Exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure, on either side of the plaza stood rows of stone pillars, intricately carved with various soul beasts and soul rings. Everything here showcased the immense power of the Spirit Hall. Your Holiness! Your Holiness! Chapter 4, Bibi Dong. The passers-by in the plaza greeted Bibi Dong with respect. They were quite curious about Yanling, who followed closely behind her. Despite her status as the Pope, Bibi Dong graciously acknowledged their greetings. Crossing the plaza led them to a grand palace. Your Holiness, point two guards at the palace entrance bowed and spoke. Please inform all those preparing to awaken their spirits that they need not wait until the appointed time the day after tomorrow. They should gather in the plaza with the elders. In 15 minutes, Bibi Dong entered the palace. She issued her command with a voice that, though soft, resonated with authority. Yanling marveled inwardly. Indeed, women are ever so changeable. Just moments ago, she was enchanting. Now, she exuded the aura of a queen. Even trailing behind her, he could sense the weight of her presence. 15 minutes later, the plaza buzzed with activity. Most of these individuals had come in the past few days to awaken their spirits. As the largest spirit master organization in the world, opportunities to awaken one's spirit were rare. Hey, did you hear? The Easter Pope has brought back a child today. I heard. They even advanced the awakening ceremony just for him. Oh, that explains it. Just 2 days ago, we were told to wait a week, and now it's starting today. I wonder what remarkable background this child has to earn such favor from the Eastern Pope. Amidst the crowd, murmurs of speculation arose. Several elders stood in the center of the plaza, awaiting the Pope's arrival. Such grandiosity, one elder, Z, huffed, shaking her sleeves in discontent. The expressions of the other elders varied. Look, she's coming. Someone in the crowd whispered. At this moment, Bibi Dong had donned a deep black papal robe, adorned with bright golden trims. Her steps were steady, her demeanor elegant. With a subtle smile gracing her face, she appeared both confident and composed. The crowd was taken aback by Bibi Dong's demeanor. Following closely behind her was a youthful figure. As the two advanced, the onlookers finally discerned the boy's countenance. Wow, he is incredibly handsome. My goodness, he is simply too attractive. It's no wonder the Pope would awaken her martial soul for him. Don't be ridiculous. How could the Pope be that kind of person? Your thoughts are quite twisted. The murmurs of the crowd went unheeded. Bibi Dong did not even spare them a glance. As they passed a few elders, one of them spoke up. Your Holiness, altering the regulations of our hall without permission requires an explanation for us elders. The voice belonged to an elder clad in purple, who spoke with disdain and provocation. Since Bibi Dong ascended to the papacy, some had harbored resentment towards her, with this elder leading the charge. Today, he had seized upon an opportunity to voice his discontent publicly. Bibi Dong understood the implication behind the elder's words. She halted her steps and bowed respectfully to the assembly of elders. Esteemed elders, my sudden announcement is based on my own judgment. I hope for your understanding. The purple-clad elder immediately frowned, retorting sharply, Bibi Dong, is it only you who has the final say in the martial soul hall? Behind her, Yanling was so frightened he dared not even breathe. His current strength was merely in its infancy. Though formidable, it paled in comparison to the might of these powerful figures. One casual display of their abilities could easily spell his doom multiple times over. To his astonishment, it seemed that beneath Bibi Dong's imposing exterior, there were indeed those who defied her authority. Whether I alone dictate matters will be evident to all the elders today, Bibi Dong countered, then turned her gaze towards Yanling. All the elders, along with every eye in the square, converged upon him in an instant. Yanling found himself at the center of attention. What the hell? You just sold me out. What do you mean by this, Bibi Dong? Chapter 5, Runes. Some of the other elders could no longer hold their tongues and stepped forward to voice their disapproval. Is it truly for such a mere child? The purple-clad elder appeared unable to accept the absurdity of Bibi Dong's reasoning. Yanling recognized this elder. His martial soul was a six-winged angel, an extraordinarily formidable being. Among all the elders present, the weakest possessed at least level 90 soul power in existence, far beyond Yanling's reach. Faced with the scrutinizing gazes of the elders, Yanling offered an apologetic smile and shrugged, indicating that he had little to do with the unfolding situation. There was no choice. Even a time traveler must know when to be humble. The purple-clad elder, witnessing Yin Ling's demeanor, became even more incensed, glaring at Bibi Dong. "Ah, Elder Qian Douluo, there is no need to rush. Let us first see the Pope's reasoning." An elder in a white robe stepped forward to mediate. "Esteemed elders, as the Pope, I, Bibi Dong, possess my own discernment." With that, she continued her path towards the center of the square. I shall see what tricks she is up to from a distance." The youth preparing to awaken his martial soul remained oblivious to the content of the elder's dialogue. The negotiation between the two parties unfolded with a palpable intensity. The resplendent black robes of the Pope accentuated Bibi Dong's slender frame, creating a striking juxtaposition against her delicate visage. The weight of the dark fabric contrasted sharply with her youthful grace, yet there was an absence of discord. Each step she took exuded confidence and strength, as if every movement was preordained, perfectly aligning with the essence of beauty. Not a single inch more or less would suffice. The young souls seeking to awaken their martial spirits were undeniably captivated by this commanding aura. Behind her trailed Yin Ling, slightly out of place among the throng. The crowd instinctively parted to grant passage to Bibi Dong and Yin Ling goodness. No wonder this girl has ascended to the papacy in this attire. She is truly a reflection of the regal Zhenhuan. Yin Ling felt somewhat awkward under the collective gaze, yet following in the wake of this queen offered a semblance of comfort. Bibi Dong turned her head to guide Yin Ling into the ranks of the crowd before gracefully taking her seat in the position of the Pope. In due course, the testing of awakened martial souls at the Magic Stone Monument commenced, and Yin Ling finally beheld the complete grandeur of the monument at the center of the square. One could hardly fathom the magnitude of its splendor until one compared it to others. Not only were the youths present here for the awakening of their martial souls dressed in extraordinary attire, but the Magic Stone Monument itself was a spectacle to behold. Towering at an impressive height of 3 meters, it presented an ancient and deep black hue, adorned with intricate and enigmatic runes. Under the sunlight, the monument reflected a profound radiance, as if it were an artifact from a distant antiquity. At its center lay a palm-shaped indentation, conveniently designed for the awakeners to place their hands. This was a significant improvement over the original text, showcasing the formidable prowess of the martial soul hall. Before the Magic Stone Monument, an elderly man with sword-like brows and starry eyes began to announce his presence. "Young individuals who have traveled from afar, I am Zhong Liang, an elder of the Law Enforcement Hall of the Martial Soul Hall. You may call me Shadowblade. It is my privilege to witness the early activation of the Magic Stone Monument today. Those whose names I call may step forward to test and awaken their martial souls." A stir arose among the crowd. Li Yunfei, a robust young man in the throng, appeared visibly exhilarated, likely taken aback by being called first. He strode confidently to the Magic Stone Monument, surveyed the gathered onlookers, took a deep breath, and placed his palm upon the monument. Closing his eyes, he began to sense the fluctuations of his spiritual energy. The runes upon the monument began to rotate slowly, and a visible black energy enveloped Li Yunfei's arm up to his shoulder. The Magic Stone Monument of the Martial Soul Hall was indeed impressive. Capable of channeling energy to such an extent, remarkable indeed. Yinling marveled at how the Martial Soul Hall had risen to such heights, pondering why they had squandered such a promising hand. Chapter 6. Elder Shadow Blade observing his surroundings. Yinling noticed that the youths in the square were fixated on the unfolding events on stage. At this moment, a faint yellow glow began to emanate from Li Yunfei's body, flowing from his arm towards the Magic Stone Monument. The runes on the monument accelerated in their rotation, increasing in speed. With his eyes tightly shut, Li Yunfei appeared to be diligently controlling the flow of energy. After several minutes, he called out, "Awaken, thunderous rampant lion." As his voice resonated, a brilliant yellow light illuminated the elevated platform, revealing a majestic lion's head above him, resplendent in its golden hue and exuding an air of authority. The crowd erupted once more in excitement. The first to awaken such a powerful martial soul, an offensive type weapon martial soul. How formidable it appears. Li Yunfei was well known. He hailed from a family of martial souls, with a lineage renowned for their prowess. Awakening the thunderous rampant lion was certainly within his capabilities. Satisfied with his martial soul, he attempted to command the thunderous rampant lion to move, expressing his gratitude to Elder Shadowblade. He bowed deeply to Elder Zhong Liang, who responded with a nod. "Congratulations to you, proceed." Ingren did not take it too seriously. Over the course of a year, he had assisted countless individuals in awakening their powers. Although this level of martial soul was formidable, it was not particularly rare. Next, Lin Wanner. A young girl stepped forward, her striking crimson gown catching the eye. Lin Wanner stood quietly before the spirit stone monument, calming her emotions before placing her hand in the palm-shaped recess at its center. Initially, the monument showed no response, prompting murmurs among the audience. Doubts began to arise regarding whether the girl possessed a martial soul at all. Logically, those who arrived at the Hall of the Divine Spirit to awaken their powers were unlikely to have weak souls, given the foundation they all shared. However, Yanling held a different view. Unusual occurrences often conceal hidden truths, he mused, recalling the familiar tropes from novels. Yet, who was this Lin Wanner? Such a character had never been mentioned in the original text. As Yanling anticipated, the girl remained utterly composed, seemingly oblivious to the external distractions. Gradually, she closed her eyes and began to attune herself to her inner strength. Slowly, a force began to swell within her, erupting with sudden intensity and enveloping her form. Simultaneously, under the embrace of this energy, Lin Wanner's body radiated a soft crimson glow, which grew increasingly brilliant. The onlookers held their breath, their tension palpable, as this light proved even more dazzling than that of Li Yunfei moments prior. Finally, with a resounding burst, a magnificent fiery phoenix, trailing a long tail, ascended behind Lin Wanner, letting out a piercing cry that echoed across the square. Bibi Dong, seated in her position of authority, slightly opened her eyes in surprise. A phoenix martial soul was indeed a rare find. Even several elders displayed appreciative expressions, nodding in approval. The young men in the audience were utterly astonished, their eyes wide as they gazed at the fiery spectacle above. Lin Wanner, feeling the powerful presence of the phoenix behind her, leapt joyfully, her face alight with happiness. As if sensing her elation, the phoenix circled around her before dissolving into her being. "Thank you, Elder Ingren," she exclaimed, her spirit soaring as she joyfully exited the stage. Next, Yanling. Bibi Dong's lips curled into a subtle smile. Would this gem she had discovered bring her unexpected delight? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yanling ascended the platform. "Greetings, Yanling." To his astonishment, the typically stern Ingren greeted him with a smile. "It is an honor to meet you, Elder Ingren." Yanling replied politely and exchanged greetings. Chapter 7. The Power of the Divine. Chapter 8. Twin Martial Souls. Chapter 9. Fox Friends and Dog Companions. As for Lin Wanner, her affection for Yanling stemmed from his formidable dual martial soul. It is conceivable that he could ascend to become a supreme ruler in the future. In the past, the Battle Emperor Tang Sen was merely at the initial stage of possessing a dual martial soul. Yet, in Yanling, there were signs of a martial soul of a more advanced caliber. Such an extraordinary martial soul, when possessed by anyone, could elevate them to great heights in an instant. The emergence of such an individual undoubtedly stirred the emotions of those present. Upon hearing Li Yunfei speak, his companions could not help but glance towards Yanling, murmuring amongst themselves, "I've heard his name is Yanling. Who is this young lad who has caught the attention of Bibi Dong?" Li Yunfei was not to be underestimated. He had cultivated a substantial following of subordinates. This group of youths numbered nearly a few hundred. Observing Yanling's prominence today, Li Yunfei contemplated instructing his followers to teach him a lesson. Li Yunfei, a typical scion of an influential family, possessed a profound sense of superiority that many second-generation elites often exhibited. They were prone to seeking validation through the humiliation of others, believing that to bully others would enhance their own stature. Such behavior allowed them to rationalize their actions. Fate, it seems, has its own designs, and the will of heaven is often unyielding, situations that are beyond their control. These so-called second-generation offspring often consider themselves formidable, leveraging their family backgrounds to engage in nefarious deeds, bullying both men and women alike. After hearing his subordinate mention Yanling's name, Li Yunfei ground his teeth in frustration. This fellow's martial soul awakening is even more advanced than mine. No, such a remarkable individual should not be allowed to exist in the entirety of Douluo continent. Indeed, for Li Yunfei, there should be no place for such an extraordinary person within the realm of Douluo continent. Moreover, this exceptional individual had appeared at the same event as him. Had he appeared at a different gathering, Li Yunfei could have dismissed him entirely. However, now that their paths had crossed, he felt compelled to scrutinize him closely. Yet, as Li Yunfei uttered these words, his subordinates were left in shock. What is going through your mind? Yanling has awakened the formidable martial soul within him, and you are consumed by jealousy, plotting to encircle and intercept him? What is wrong with your reasoning? Do you truly believe others are without any spirit? Moreover, the presence of the formidable Pope Bibi Dong provides unwavering protection for him. Do you truly believe you can contend with such an individual? If you seek your own demise, do not let it ensnare those around you. At this moment, Li Yunfei's subordinates are speaking with increasing disdain. I implore you, young master, please refrain from provoking trouble unnecessarily. Do you not see that this person is under the watchful eye of Bibi Dong? Engaging him in a confrontation could lead to dire consequences for us. Li Yunfei's subordinates are, to put it mildly, individuals who value their lives above all else. They are, in less flattering terms, merely sycophantic companions of Li Yunfei. Chapter 10, on the same front. Their deference towards him is solely due to his wealth. Money holds immense power. They often indulge in revelry with this group, yet they do not regard it as significant. The rationale is simple. These fair-weather friends, who thrive on indulgence, may enjoy feasting and drinking together. But when faced with more serious matters, they are utterly unreliable. Thus, upon hearing that Li Yunfei dared to set his sights on Yanling, his subordinates were genuinely struck with fear. There was no escaping the reality. Li Yunfei hailed from a formidable family background, while they themselves lacked such advantageous connections. This stark contrast between powerful families and those without influence is evident. One individual possesses a formidable lineage, while the other is merely inconsequential. Presenting such matters before others, does it not appear rather amusing? It is akin to an egg striking a stone, destined to shatter into countless fragments in an instant, utterly incapable of sustaining itself. Why concern oneself with such trivialities? Regardless, I, Li Yunfei, shall not alter my name or my lineage. There are scarcely any who dare to confront me directly. Only this individual has captured my attention, and I must teach him a lesson. However, at this moment, Li Yunfei remains indifferent, scarcely regarding the likes of Bibi Dong. Despite Bibi Dong's status as a figure akin to a pope in this Douluo continent, Li Yunfei believes that if the strength of the Li family were to be measured in a direct confrontation, thus, the matter with Bibi Dong is entirely beyond discussion, for the reason is exceedingly simple. Who is it that holds these circumstances firmly in their own hands? If even these facts cannot be presented in a manner that elucidates them to others, then what can be said? There is no need to further articulate these bizarre behaviors in a manner that may seem coherent to others. Indeed, the Li family holds a certain stature within the entirety of the Douluo continent. However, they have not yet ascended to the level of omnipotence. If Li Yunfei aspires to achieve a notable standing, he currently overestimates his own capabilities. To provoke even the Grand Pope is a reckless endeavor, one that could easily cost him his life, as his head could be severed in an instant. How can a person so selfish and deceitful harbor aspirations of greatness? It is utterly laughable. You must exercise caution, for this individual is not to be trifled with. Have you not noticed how Bibi Dong treats him with remarkable care? Meanwhile, his subordinates are engulfed in despair. Does Li Yunfei truly wish to court disaster by antagonizing Bibi Dong? Then you may proceed. There is but a single life to cherish here, and I am the sole child in my family. Should I truly lose my life in this place, then such a feat is beyond the capability of anyone. Thus, when confronted with the dire stakes of life and death, these underlings have chosen not to align themselves with Li Yunfei any longer. The implications of their words are abundantly clear. They will no longer engage with you, Li Yunfei. Some individuals are determined to court disaster, so it is best to allow them to manage their own circumstances. As for the rest, he harbors no interest in those affairs. In truth, what Li Yunfei's subordinates fail to comprehend is why he repeatedly chooses to court death. Today, the outcome is glaringly apparent, laid bare before them. Chapter 11. Is this a joke? What more do they wish to demonstrate regarding these circumstances? If only they could formally disentangle the elements that allow for such exchanges. Perhaps, in the next moment, they might even lose their lives in the face of such formidable circumstances. To properly address this situation and not take it lightly would indeed be prudent. Upon hearing these words, Li Yunfei's expression darkened, revealing his displeasure. With a face full of fury, he pointed an accusatory finger at his subordinates behind him, venting his outrage. Where do you insolent lackeys come from? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Have I not given you enough respect? Li Yunfei was genuinely infuriated. He had not anticipated that the more he regarded this group of subordinates with importance, the more they would hurl disrespectful words at him. The outcome was painfully clear. What did they expect him to do? Surely, he could not genuinely consider abandoning himself to this situation. The whims of fate, are beyond one's control. And to allow the enemy's arrogance to swell further would be nothing short of ludicrous. Li Yunfei's brazen demeanor elicited scornful sneers from all his subordinates present. Yet, they dared not voice their anger, suppressing their frustrations deep within. Although it is true that there are always those stronger than oneself, there are occasions when one need not validate such uncomfortable realities. It might be wiser to release the pent-up resentment, but for someone like Li Yunfei, such sentiments were mere trifles. They would rather bottle up their indignation than acquiesce. Very well, young master, if this is how you choose to play, then so be it. I shall not say more. Resigned, a subordinate managed a cold smile. He had attempted to counsel his young master gently, urging him not to act impulsively and risk bringing calamity upon himself. Yet, he was taken aback by Li's audacity to verbally assault him. Despite his subordinate status, he possessed dignity. If Li treated him in such a manner, it only revealed how seriously he took the situation. At that moment, the subordinates of Li Yunfei began to contemplate retreat, considering formally severing ties with him. After all, associating with such a person could lead to perilous consequences, potentially costing them their lives in an instant. In order to avoid being entangled in these matters, it is preferable to extinguish them altogether. Among the 36 stratagems, the best course of action is to retreat. In truth, this group of followers has not been with Li Yunfei for an extended period. Their association spans merely a year and a half, if that. However, they are united by a common motivation, the allure of Li Yunfei's disposable wealth. Only when one has a modest fortune of 250 to 800,000 would they choose to align themselves so closely with him. Otherwise, who would bother with such a character? He is prone to fits of rage and shows little regard for the individuals under his command. What legitimacy can one claim when associating with someone who treats their subordinates as mere trifles? It is truly absurd. At this moment, while the audience below is abuzz with speculation about Li Yunfei and his cohorts plotting against Yanling, the figure on stage, Bibi Dong, remains oblivious to it all. Chapter 12, Instruction. Chapter 13, A Destruction of Worldviews. Chapter 14, Illegitimate Child. The age disparity among them is striking, making it implausible to consider them as relatives. Bibi Dong, as a pope, has no family. From the moment of his birth, he was destined for succession. Thus, it is impossible to assert any significant blood relation with distant relatives. What, then, is the nature of this relationship? The audience below revealed a collective confusion, unsure of how to articulate their thoughts. Their circumstances were beyond verbal expression. They could only silently observe the performance, amplifying their unanswered questions, at a loss for resolution. The realm of Douluo continent is indeed quite extraordinary. Certain familial ties may lead one to perceive a striking resemblance between two individuals. In truth, however, these two may share no blood relations whatsoever, for within the Douluo continent, there exists a remarkable soul rank technique capable of altering one's appearance to closely resemble another. Thus, the line between truth and falsehood becomes blurred, rendering it difficult to discern the reality of the situation. These sentiments, which overflow yet remain unexpressed, are inaccessible to others. Therefore, the world of Douluo continent is fundamentally distinct from our own. The so-called ethereal essence unfurls here in a manner detached from reality. It is in this understanding that one feels a profound clarity, yet the truth remains undeniably evident. In circumstances where others cannot articulate their experiences, the outcome becomes strikingly apparent. Ordinary individuals would undoubtedly remain immobile. However, for the audience present on stage, their initial intent was to ascertain their own capabilities at this conference and to prove their exceptional prowess. Yet, upon reflection, it appears that the situation is not quite as straightforward, particularly given the profound regard the Pope holds for this Yanling. Therefore, it seems rather challenging for them to attain a formal position of higher education. Indeed, neither their own children nor themselves have aspired to reach a status that would garner the Pope's esteemed regard. How then shall you formally transition through the cycles of this world? It seems utterly impossible. One cannot fathom what Bebe Dong sees in Yanling. Where did this young man even emerge from? At this moment, someone from the audience could no longer contain themselves and began to address the Pope on stage. The tone of his conveys a palpable sense of gossip. It appears he has made these circumstances abundantly clear, especially since the established fact is not well understood. Let us observe how this transformation does not alter the original intentions and what cycles of change may ensue. If it can indeed be rendered comprehensible, It ought to be a narrative devoid of the constraints of mere promises. When one person speaks, inevitably two others will join in. Such is the nature of our world. Where once a matter is broached, it takes on a life of its own. Many individuals will gradually begin to speak of these matters. Only after all is said and done will others perceive the consequences of their actions. Once the first person articulates these thoughts, the subsequent speaker becomes increasingly audacious. At this moment, he gestures animatedly, his words conveying sentiments that are wholly incomprehensible to outsiders. It appears he possesses an even greater talent for embellishment than the initial speaker. Indeed, I have never heard of this fellow before. Now he emerges seemingly from nowhere, leaving me utterly astonished, as if he were the illegitimate offspring of Bibi Dong. After the second person utters these words, a smirk spreads among the crowd, for he is aware that the Pope is, after all, a woman of considerable repute. If it were suggested that she had clandestine meetings with a man, one might conjecture that she could indeed have borne the illegitimate child, Yinling. Contemplating this, one might wonder why Yinling has suddenly garnered the Pope's favor. Surely there is an unspeakable tale behind it. Perhaps he is her secret lover. And this is where the truth is revealed. Upon the utterance of such words, all present adopt an expression of spectatorship. Is it terrifying? Indeed, it is profoundly so. The Pope is a figure of utmost authority across the Douluo continent. Who would have anticipated that this esteemed Pope might have a clandestine admirer or, perchance, an illegitimate child at this age? Regardless of the outcome, such a scandalous revelation has now unfolded before their very eyes. It is utterly shocking, prompting all who hear this narrative to react with disdain. While some view the situation as mere entertainment, others rise to defend the Pope's dignity. One such individual steps forward, vehemently rebuking the second speaker for his words. You mustn't speak so recklessly. Bibi Dong is our Pope, and should you dare to spread such fabrications, I shall break your legs. Indeed, the Pope holds significant authority throughout the Douluo continent. How could one dare to trample upon the dignity of such a person? Without the Pope, there would be no assurance of safety in this world. The Pope governs the faith and beliefs of humanity. If even faith and belief were to crumble, such a figure as the Pope seems destined to fade from existence in this world. The ability to articulate clearly the truths and realities is something that ordinary individuals cannot provide, much like a towering and noble figure. Have you ever encountered any shadows of a dark past associated with him? No, for those majestic and formidable beings inherently embody positivity, gradually evolving into ideals that others cannot attain or express. Consider this. The very circumstances that can be articulated often conceal unspoken truths. In the eyes of others, how can matters be so simplistically delineated? The Pope symbolizes the collective faith and belief of the entire continent of Douluo. If even such fundamental elements cannot remain intact, what hope is there for anything else? In this world, there exists nothing that can be formally articulated. The outcome is exceedingly apparent. The Pope cannot be cast down from his exalted position. Even should he meet a catastrophic end, he would still face no favorable resolution. Thus, although all present appear to be mere spectators, they harbor no desire for the Pope to vanish from this world. For what they confront is the very essence of faith that binds the entire world and the beliefs intrinsic to the Douluo continent. Should faith and belief crumble, they would cease to exist in this realm. The foundation of a nation's authority is entirely sustained by the faith of its common people. If the fundamental knowledge and established doctrines were to be entirely eradicated, the populace would undoubtedly rise in rebellion. This is a strategy employed by the elite to safeguard the interests of the lower classes, manipulating the hearts of the masses. Chapter 16. Shadow Blade, the second speaker. Upon hearing his own words, sensed the derision from those around him, he felt he had indeed erred. Given the circumstances, he had nothing further to articulate. If the original intent could not be altered, it would be prudent to simply concede his mistake. Indeed, the Pope is an infinitely sacred figure, and her close association with Yinling suggests he is destined to inherit her position. How could he dare to voice such sentiments? After much contemplation, the second speaker recognized his folly. Thus, he resolved to keep such thoughts private, acknowledging that it was unwise to express them openly. He sheepishly scratched the back of his head, realizing the evident outcome. Clearly, he had spoken in error, and it would be wise to amend his words in this world. The Pope remains supremely sacred. No one can alter another's true intentions, and everything flows effortlessly within this dynamic. As the scene below descended into chaos, it was primarily due to Bibi Dong's treatment of Yinling, which resembled a mother's affection for her son. Consequently, The onlookers began to murmur, an inevitable response. Yet at this juncture, Shadowblade found himself increasingly restless. After all, he was the host of this assembly. Many participants had yet to undergo their trials. Yet the gathering showed no signs of conclusion. The attendees began to engage in disorganized chatter about trivial matters, leaving Shadowblade bewildered. What in the world was happening? A group of rascals dared to disrupt this gathering, spouting nonsensical remarks, as if the entire Douluo continent were devoid of authority. The Shadowblade, after all, possesses the formidable prowess of a venerable elder. With his acute sense of hearing, he discerned the commotion below, prompting a deep furrow to form upon his brow. He hastened towards the source of the idle chatter, delivering a resounding slap to the instigator. A cacophony of sounds ensued as the individual was sent sprawling nearly 3 meters away, crashing heavily onto the cement surface of the lime platform. The sickening crack of bones echoing as his palm shattered upon impact. "I advise you both to speak with more respect," he cautioned. For the recent soul awakening experiment had clearly revealed the exceptional talent of Yanling. The Shadowblade's frown deepened. He was evidently incensed by the ongoing debate below. For the Pope is a figure of unparalleled sanctity. Regardless of his kindness or severity towards others, it is beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals like you to judge. What does it matter if he is benevolent or malevolent? Without him, who would stand as the bastion of faith in this world? Yet here you are, these wretches, feasting on scorn for the chef, kicking a man when he is down. The Shadowblade could no longer remain passive, though not a follower of the Pope. He possessed a divine power akin to that of the Pope himself, that is to ensure the safety of the entire Douluo continent. Since this established security does not speak to any peculiar circumstances, let us observe how one might adeptly navigate these circumstances. The expression on Ing Ren's face was far from pleasant. After all, he was the central figure of this assembly, with many trials yet to be completed by those beneath him. Chapter 17. To make an example of others. Little did he anticipate that such trivial matters would escape his grasp. The sheer absurdity of having these fragmented concerns thrust before him was truly repugnant. It was evident that he wished to distance himself from these individuals, yet they incessantly persisted in their idle chatter. Indeed, it seems quite unreasonable to forego teaching a lesson to one among you today. Thus, this explains why Shadowblade initially dealt a resounding slap to that individual, sending him flying several meters away. This act serves to convey a clear message. Human beings, by nature, often prefer to believe in rumors over confronting the stark realities of unfamiliar situations. Consider the beggar, though he survives solely by begging. Some members of the public are quick to assume he is exceedingly wealthy, perhaps a concealed heir to a fortune, choosing to beg out of sheer laziness. If such notions are entertained, it becomes difficult for others to articulate their views. Fate has its own design, yet the decree of destiny can be quite burdensome. Many would rather cling to unfounded rumors than accept harsh truths. They perceive reality as too brutal and too stark, opting instead to dwell in their own fantasies, reluctant to acknowledge the truth of their circumstances. This is a quintessential example of those who revel in the misfortunes of others, maintaining a detached stance, believing that the plight of others bears no relevance to their own lives. They seem to regard their words as mere trifles, unaware of the potential consequences they may impose on others. You have brought this upon yourself. They do not experience joy or sorrow. From this perspective, the qualities and base nature of our compatriots are strikingly evident. Indeed, my Lord Shadowblade, we have erred, and we shall no longer speak so thoughtlessly. We apologize sincerely. We acknowledge our mistakes. Very well. At this moment, witnessing the first individual struck down, unable to rise, his body shattered with multiple fractures. The others who had been gossiping quickly silenced themselves, for they understood that the Shadowblade was not to be trifled with. He belonged to a level akin to that of an elder statesman. Should he unleash his wrath, his power would rival that of a pope. Imagine, if you will, being an ant while your adversary is a mighty elephant. With a mere flick of its tail, it could obliterate you. In such a vast disparity of power, how could you possibly contend with him? These individuals were astute, grasping the intricate nuances of the situation. Since they could not prevail, their only option was to kneel and beg for mercy. What did it matter if they lay down? As long as their lives were spared, all else could be negotiated. Observing the crowd, all cast pleading glances toward him, yet Shadowblade remained silent. The Pope's actions are always calculated, despite his usual reticence and cold demeanor. Should he choose to employ his means, even he might not be a match for the likes of Shadowblade. Indeed, Your adversary seeks to bring about your demise. Yet you must ultimately comprehend that such manifest truths may not always be articulated. Chapter 18. A scandal of epic proportions. How could it be the domain of others? The inability to express these circumstances is a perplexing and reasonable aberration. Shadowblade wished to waste no further words on this group of gossips. His objective had been fulfilled. Now, he merely needed to clarify the facts at hand. Simultaneously, a whisper of doubt stirred within Shadowblade's mind. Who exactly is this Yinling? Never before had he heard of this youth, and given his tender age, he seemed vastly inferior when compared to the Pope. If there were any connection between them, it was indeed a matter of considerable intrigue. The Shadowblade could hardly fathom the implications surrounding the rumors. Could it be true, as the gossipers claimed, that this individual was the illegitimate offspring of the Pope? If so, it would indeed be a scandal of monumental proportions for the entire Douluo continent. A scandal of such magnitude, the highest-ranking Pope, now tarnished with the stigma of having an illegitimate child? Should this information leak, would there be any standing left for Bibi Dong across the Douluo continent? Who exactly is Yinling? Why had he never heard of this person before? Did he simply materialize from nowhere? Remarkably, he had even caught the attention of Pope Bibi Dong, becoming her disciple. Could it truly be as others suggested? At this moment, Shadowblade found himself plagued by uncertainty. Although he held the esteemed position of a senior elder, he was still human, possessing consciousness and significance that others might not comprehend. He understood the unspoken truths that accompanied his rank. Both he and the Pope occupied the same echelon, existing in a realm where words could not convey their shared experiences. Yet, the coexistence of such disparate individuals on the same continent necessitated the preservation of their dignity. Among the enlightened, there exists a mutual support, an exchange where each uplifts the other, ultimately fostering their collective growth. Conversely, those of lower status often engage in a cycle of mutual harm. Driven by a simple truth, the assistance rendered among the exalted yields invaluable outcomes, whereas conflicts among the lower ranks are often perplexing and difficult to articulate. Nevertheless, why dwell on such matters? At present, Shadowblade found himself disinterested in these chaotic affairs, choosing to let them unfold as they may. Contemplating the situation further brought him little clarity. With a decisive flick of his hand, he prepared to depart, for the facts were glaringly evident, rendering further discussion unnecessary. Whatever was to be said next would soon be expressed and understood. Let us observe how the easily articulated facts can be utterly dismantled. Shadowblade harbored no interest in the trivial thoughts occupying the Pope's mind, for they were not in the same league. If one were to say that meddling too much was an issue, it would only imply that there were few trivialities to address, but many bothersome matters to contend with. He, who ought to be exalted, should not find himself ensnared by such circumstances, unable to ascend or descend. The undeniable truth lay bare before them. Since it could not be altered, it would be better to simply accept the situation. Meanwhile, the assembly continued its proceedings. Yet Li Yunfei and his entourage remained anything but quiet. It was perplexing how their minds were working as they began to summon all their subordinates, preparing to launch a predatory assault on Yinling. The conflict had escalated. Li Yunfei, it seemed, had nothing but mischief on his mind, for he held no grievances against Yinling, neither in the past nor in the present. Chapter 19. Outrageous unexpectedly, he was now intent on delivering a devastating blow, merely because his spotlight had been stolen. How could a second-generation affluent heir harbor such animosity towards an ordinary individual? Li Yunfei's disposition was indeed rather inferior. One must ponder what was going through his mind. What an absurdly despicable character. Come quickly, my two subordinates. We must seize an opportunity to teach a lesson to that pompous individual from the assembly. Li Yunfei wasted no time rallying his followers, who began to prance about, their voices rising in a cacophony, as if he were a quintessential elite. To this day, he had failed to grasp a crucial reality, once the matter was exposed. How could Bai Bai Dong possibly let him off the hook? The situation was glaringly evident. To Bai Bai Dong, Yinling was more precious than his own flesh and blood. If one truly intended to confront him head-on, would Bai Bai Dong spare him? Even if the Li family's influence were substantial, it was improbable that they would casually abandon their lives in such a manner. Boss, that Yinling wields a dual martial soul. We may not stand a chance against him, cautioned one of the subordinates. At that moment, the subordinate who had spoken earlier fell silent, while the previously quiet one finally found his voice. Recognizing that Li Yunfei was determined to confront Yinling, they too resolved to fight to the bitter end. With their leader charging ahead, what hesitation remained on their part? They would simply engage. However, among the subordinates were some who possessed a modicum of intelligence. After all, Yanling was a dual martial soul wielder and not someone to be trifled with. Should he be provoked, it was entirely possible that he would unleash his full powers upon them. How, then, could they hope to play hardball with him? Would that not seem utterly ludicrous? Indeed, Your Holiness, Bibi Dong has taken him as her disciple. What further developments could there possibly be? Another young man has also stepped forward, asserting that even if Bibi Dong does not lend her assistance to Yanling, the latter's innate abilities are already exceptionally formidable. With two such exalted individuals, how could one dare to engage in trivial pursuits? Enough of this nonsense. It is true that Yanling possesses a twin martial soul. The previous protagonist, known as Tang San, has already ascended to the rank of Do Emperor. Subsequently, he transformed into a steed of battle energy, soaring into the cosmos and achieving divinity. What if Yanling were to transform into such a formidable character? How could they possibly establish themselves in this world? Perhaps, in the next moment, even their lives could come to an end. Thus, when confronted with such a scenario, most individuals tend to retreat. Indeed, life is precious. How could you two worthless imbeciles utter such words? Are you trying to elevate others while diminishing your own aspirations? Li Yunfei was infuriated, nearly on the brink of hemorrhaging. Regret consumed him. How could he have allowed these two individuals into his inner circle? It was utterly absurd. Was he truly that weak? The more Li Yunfei pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. Damn it, they say that indulging in wine and meat can win hearts. Yet upon reflection, Li Yunfei realized it was far from the truth. Boss, we clearly need not face death, so why must we choose self-destruction? Chapter 20. Always existing, one of his subordinates wore a ghastly expression, as if he had consumed 2 pounds of excrement. Yes, his elder brother had just approached him with a barrage of unkind words, leaving him feeling humiliated before the crowd. Imagine being subjected to various mockeries in front of others. Even the most good-natured person would eventually lose their temper. After all, they were human, not beasts. How could they endure Li Yunfei's temperament? Thus, in light of such circumstances, the subordinate began to confront Li Yunfei directly, hoping he would understand the difficulties they faced. If they were to lose their lives here, it would be an unbearable sacrifice. Human life is paramount. Without it, what need is there for idle chatter? Indeed, if we are clearly outmatched, why must we confront him head-on? Besides, there is no deep-seated enmity. Why must we seek to punish him? Another subordinate stepped forward at that moment to counsel Li Yunfei not to act impulsively. After all, Bibi Dong and Yanling were formidable opponents. One possessed twin martial souls, while the other was a supreme pope. If these two were truly captured by others, would they not be killed within moments? Yanling owed you nothing. Why treat him in such a manner? Humans should strive for magnanimity. One must not descend into chaos. The saying, arrogance invites retribution, has always held true and remains so. Why concern oneself with so much? My point is simple. I do not wish for such exceptional individuals to exist in the entire Douluo continent. Li Yunfei remained oblivious, despite his two subordinates articulating their thoughts clearly. How could they provoke such extraordinarily powerful beings? It is fortunate to preserve one's life. Why must one engage in such frivolous antics with them? This scenario paints a rather comical picture, akin to witnessing a farce, as one might say. It is indeed unwise to find oneself in such an embarrassing predicament. The reality is that one can easily become disoriented, for life is but a singular journey. Li Yunfei, a scion of privilege, has seemingly squandered his family's resources, akin to roasting sweet potatoes, crispy on the outside, yet soft within. He is adept at identifying the faults of others while neglecting to reflect upon his own shortcomings. Indeed, under normal circumstances, with a mindset such as his, one would expect Li Yunfei to ascend effortlessly through the ranks, buoyed by his familial connections. Yet, paradoxically, he has plummeted into an abyss from which there appears to be no return, rendering the situation almost laughable. Upon reflection, one might argue that Li Yunfei possesses considerable fortune, given his robust family background. However, he fails to capitalize on this advantage to illuminate his own path. Instead, he seems intent on creating obstacles for those who are genuinely formidable, harboring no real animosity towards Yanling. What compels him to engage in such futile confrontations? It is, quite frankly, nonsensical. In theory, individuals of privilege should leverage their resources and lineage to amplify their circumstances. The principle of wealth breeding wealth and power begetting power should render any business venture within their grasp. Yet, Li Yunfei chooses a contrary approach, opting to clash with Yanling. It appears he would rather endure humiliation than confront the stark realities before him, leading to this unfortunate outcome. Chapter 21. Resignation. Very well, Chief, if that is your stance, we shall follow in your footsteps and trample over all obstacles. The two subordinates, feeling utterly powerless, observed Li Yunfei's unwavering resolve, left with little to articulate. With their leader having devolved into such a disgraceful state, what could they possibly clarify? They were acutely aware of the consequences of provoking someone like Li Yunfei, who hails from a substantial lineage. The potential repercussions of inciting his ire could very well endanger their own lives. Thus, in the interest of self-preservation and establishing a foothold in the realm of Douluo, they would rather offend Yanling than Li Yunfei, for it is through Li Yunfei's influence that they could hope to ascend. The plight of the minor characters is starkly evident here. A mere word from the powerful could swiftly suppress them. Most of Li Yunfei's subordinates do not come from affluent backgrounds. Their presence at the Douluo Academy is a testament to their struggle, often unable to afford tuition. The distinction between the elite and the underprivileged breeds a semblance of inequality. As long as they could align themselves with Li Yunfei and rise to prominence, they would willingly engage in any dubious activities he might propose. The circumstances of their family were undeniably challenging, and the support from their parents was insufficient, leaving them with no choice but to accept their fate. The eldest sibling made it clear from the outset that if their lives were ever in jeopardy, they would undoubtedly choose to walk away. Although they consented to Li Yunfei's demands, this younger brother still established some ground rules. Should any threat to their lives arise, they would promptly decide to retreat. Life is invaluable. There is but one, and if one's existence is at stake, what else matters? Rest assured, you too. This task is merely to be executed. No need for anyone to shoulder the blame. It's that simple. Li Yunfei nodded emphatically, expressing his agreement with the matter. Indeed, enlisting the aid of his subordinates should not lead to a waste of their lives. Each subordinate's life is precious, as is his own. All are children born of their parents. Li Yunfei took it upon himself to ensure the safety of this group, promising that as long as their lives were protected, everything else could be easily negotiated. Follow me, let us get to work, he declared, turning resolutely towards Yanling. At that moment, nearly a dozen of his subordinates trailed behind him. This motley crew consisted of various individuals, some good, some bad, and a fair share of rogues. Most were resigned to their circumstances, as they relied on Li Yunfei for their own ascent. Although bullying was not their usual practice, the prospect of finding amusement alongside Li Yunfei was appealing. Despite the presence of many with a sense of morality who felt troubled by their actions, under the circumstances, they had no choice but to dismiss their qualms. After all, they were dependent on that scoundrel, Li Yunfei. What a predicament! In Yanling's vicinity, he remained within the gaze of Bibi Dong, despite having completed his trial. However, as the tournament was yet to conclude, many more would soon undertake their own trials. At this moment, he sat beside Bibi Dong, observing the unfolding events, oblivious to the impending danger encroaching upon him. Chapter 22. So charming. A group of mischievous rascals led by Li Yunfei harbored ill intentions. From a short distance, they produced a slingshot, clutching stones in their hands, intending to strike Yanling upon the head. These individuals were indeed despicable, masquerading as innocent bystanders amidst the crowd. It appeared they had meticulously orchestrated this lethal assault. Subsequently, Li Yunfei began preparing for his grand performance. He pulled back the bowstring, firmly grasping the slingshot. In a fleeting moment, one of his underlings drew the slingshot, releasing the stone with a swift flick of the wrist. This action was deliberate and measured, lacking excessive force, for the underling was reluctant to bear the consequences of their actions. Although their leader claimed he would take responsibility for any fallout, one could hardly believe such words. Furthermore, it was evident that Yanling was not to be trifled with. Under the dual spirit martial arts, should he be provoked, dire consequences could ensue. Thus, for the sake of his own safety, the underling resorted to cunning tactics, determined to maintain control over the situation. The slingshot, a weapon of minimal power, was hardly a threat to the denizens of Douluo continent. It was akin to the comparison between an ant and an elephant, insignificant and trivial in impact. This act resembled a mere prank, a penchant for stirring trouble without cause. Clearly, Li Yunfei was a petty individual, harboring malicious thoughts, his reasoning utterly perplexing. His desire to reprimand Yinling while avoiding any substantial harm was both contemptible and revolting. While such individuals might excel in causing chaos, they would falter when faced with significant responsibility. A scion of wealth, instead of seeking to amplify his influence, repeatedly articulated grievances that were decidedly unfavorable. Such a display may lead others to perceive him as a rather contemptible individual. As a scion of privilege, his actions are indeed lamentable. Instead, he repeatedly hurls insults at ordinary folks, leaving one to ponder the workings of his mind. Suddenly, a cacophony ensues as a stone is deftly propelled from the ranks of Li Yunfei's underlings. It strikes squarely upon Yinling's forehead. However, as a dual-born martial artist, he is shielded by a formidable energy barrier, which offers him significant protection. This is precisely why certain chosen ones, from the moment of their birth, are destined for such a remarkably vibrant fate. Such a robust protective mechanism paves a relatively secure yet arduous path for the chosen ones. The emergence of a chosen individual inevitably incites jealousy. Should their life be extinguished, such a being would scarcely be able to exist in this realm. Their survival within this world is contingent upon the presence of a certain protective framework. Thanks to this powerful safeguard, Yinling sustains no substantial harm. Chapter 23. No longer in existence. As the small stone approached within nearly 50 centimeters, it was abruptly propelled away, shattering into countless fragments. Such a protective mechanism is indeed quite rare in the Douluo continent. For someone like Bibi Dong, who was designated as the Pope's successor from a young age, this was nothing extraordinary. However, for ordinary individuals, it was an anomaly they had never encountered, nor were they aware of its potential implications. This starkly illustrates the disparity between the protagonist and mere background characters. The protagonist is invariably enveloped in an aura of destiny, capable of transforming peril into safety. While the extras remain ordinary beings, their performances here strikingly vivid. The shattered stones erupted near Yinling, dispersing into a cloud of dust that enveloped the surroundings like ethereal powder. Where did that stone come from? How did it fly above my head? Yinling exclaimed, startled. Although he was aware of the protective mechanism bestowed upon him as the chosen one, he was nonetheless taken aback by this sudden event. He maintained a composed demeanor. Yet an invisible flower seemed to bloom around him, releasing puffs of smoke in rapid succession. Were a common person to witness this, they might deem it a supernatural occurrence. Yet for Yinling, it merely startled him momentarily, lacking any substantial impact. Even so, it seemed of little consequence. Fortunately, the stone had disintegrated into dust, vanishing like sand, causing no harm to Yinling. He concluded that it might merely be an ordinary pebble dislodged from the mountainside. After all, this was the arena of a grand tournament, surrounded by towering mountains where a gusty wind could easily displace such debris. Soon, the pebbles and stones might be dislodged from their positions. In truth, Yinling was overthinking. Within the aura of Douluo continent, no external forces truly exist, despite the towering mountains and peaks surrounding him. These formations would not simply fall due to a mere gust of wind. Any ordinary individual caught beneath would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Thus, Douluo continent has developed a corresponding protective mechanism, rendering even the most powerful winds and natural disasters ineffective against its inhabitants. Consequently, even in this perilous alternate world, ordinary people remain unharmed. However, this protective mechanism pales in comparison to that of the protagonist. What is happening? Did a stone hit your head? Does it hurt? The scattered dust and debris, akin to smoke from gunfire, enveloped the surroundings. For ordinary folk, it was of little consequence, yet at that moment, Bibi Dong noticed an unusual expression on Yinling's face. After all, he was her apprentice, and she could not allow him to come to harm. Concerned, she cast a worried glance at Yinling, only to realize that the danger had entirely dissipated. A wave of doubt washed over Bibi Dong regarding the mountains. Although stones and pebbles might fall, it was implausible that they could take a life so easily. Moreover, should such debris fall in the vicinity, it would inevitably affect those nearby. It could not merely consist of a small fragment. Much like a landslide, when it occurs, it would release large masses tumbling down. Yet now, only a tiny pebble had fallen. What could this mean? Yinling, sensing Bibi Dong's concern, felt it was of little significance. After all, it was merely a small stone, and he was enveloped by a protective mechanism that rendered him safe. Yinling was not one to be overly sentimental. Although he had traversed into another world and possessed a formidable protagonist's aura, He considered himself simply a person who should remain humble. Even Bibi Dong, the Grand Pope, had taken him as her primary disciple. What is there to be discontented about? Life, in its essence, is indeed quite satisfactory. One must learn to find joy in contentment. Otherwise, one risks descending into a dire abyss from which escape is impossible, leaving one shattered beyond recognition. As an individual who has traversed time, Yin Ling is acutely aware that most people cannot bear to witness the prosperity of others. Their motivations are strikingly simplistic. They revel in your misfortune and harbor resentment towards your wealth, perpetually fearful of being surpassed. Perhaps such sentiments drift in from distant corners of existence. Regarding Bibi Dong's concern, Yin Ling scarcely took it to heart. Instead, he casually uttered a remark, dismissing the matter entirely. All eyes were upon him, and he certainly could not afford to appear overly sentimental. Though Bibi Dong is his mentor, it is essential to maintain a facade of propriety, and the outcome was evidently clear. Should envy arise among the onlookers, it could very well invite calamity. Unbeknownst to Yin Ling, his recent entrance had already captured the attention of Li Yunfei and his cohorts, who now plotted their retaliation. As the first stone was hurled, it appeared to inflict no substantial harm upon Yin Ling. The miscreants present were left in a state of shock. Indeed, their astonishment was palpable in their eyes. The stone erupted near Yin Ling, akin to a firecracker, ultimately shattering into countless pieces. Alas, it seemed the projectile had not inflicted any damage upon that young man. At this moment, the subordinates of Li Yunfei were already in a state of disarray, for they had indeed felt the overwhelming power of Yin Ling. Without even lifting a finger, he managed to obliterate all visible threats in an instant. Such a spectacle left them utterly astonished. Li Yunfei's martial soul, while not exceptionally valuable, paled in comparison to Yin Ling's dual martial souls. Those present were acutely aware of their own limitations and understood that they stood no chance in a confrontation. Li Yunfei's martial soul could be considered a notch above that of an ordinary person, yet Yin Ling's was akin to that of a supreme ruler. In bygone days, Tang Xin had arrived in this world as an utter failure, yet he ascended step by step to the zenith of power. Chapter 25. The art of intrigue, though he may no longer exist in this realm. Having transcended to the cosmos and attained a status akin to that of a celestial being, the ineffectiveness of the initial attack left Li Yunfei gritting his teeth in frustration. In that moment, he harbored no animosity towards others, but rather directed his ire at his subordinates, whom he deemed utterly incompetent. They had not even dared to unleash their full strength in such a critical moment. One could only wonder how they managed to survive in this world. Indeed, it was disheartening to contemplate that while he had invested effort in cultivating a band of subordinates, others were busy engaging in deceitful antics. Such behavior was utterly revolting, leaving one perplexed as to what convoluted thoughts occupied their minds. If they could not even acknowledge these simple truths, how could they hope to endure in this world? The situation was bound to evoke a sense of disgust. While there are advantages to nurturing subordinates, it is imperative that they remain loyal. If they cannot even achieve this basic requirement, their survival in this world would inevitably yield adverse consequences. In a tone laced with disappointment, Li Yunfei admonished his subordinates, "You, just now, exerted far too little effort. Hurry and muster your utmost strength. Strike that fellow squarely on the forehead." Li Yunfei was infuriated, feeling as though his subordinates were taking advantage of his generosity, oblivious to the absurdity of their situation. It was laughable to think that despite investing so much in them, this was the outcome. In truth, Li Yunfei had been quite benevolent towards this group of subordinates, fully aware of his privileged background and abundance of wealth. Thus, he had no qualms about providing for their sustenance and comfort. Thus, he indulges in meat while his subordinates savor the broth, ensuring that they shall not suffer any loss. This, indeed, elucidates why the underlings of Li Yunfei are so eager to follow him. Throughout history, one has seldom encountered a leader who incessantly berates his followers. In such a context, it becomes utterly ludicrous. The art of winning hearts and mastering minds, these so-called sophisticated tactics of power, are glaringly evident among the likes of Li Yunfei, scion of a prestigious family. The notions of camaraderie, connections, and personal relations are vividly and strikingly displayed here. If one cannot grasp even this fundamental aspect, rendering others bewildered, it is quite telling. In such a world, survival is indeed a rather amusing endeavor throughout history. Surrounding every formidable leader, there exists a remarkable entourage of individuals. It is through the support of these individuals that one can rightfully claim the title of leader. Presently, Li Yunfei finds himself in a similar predicament. He requires the assistance of his subordinates to achieve a formal ascent, enabling him to gradually tread the rightful path. Otherwise, like a commander without troops, he will undoubtedly fail to produce anything of significance. Frustrated by his subordinates' inadequacies, Li Yunfei feels an intense sense of disappointment. However, he refrains from uttering harsh words, for frequently reprimanding his underlings would jeopardize his position as their leader. Chapter 26. An awkward situation observing the helplessness of his subordinates. Li Yunfei found little to say. He continued to urge his team to promptly grasp the situation, lest they find themselves in a most embarrassing predicament. At that moment, however, his subordinate expressed a burgeoning opinion, as he clearly sensed the tension. Although Yinling had not exhibited any overt resistance, Bibi Dong had undeniably begun to harbor doubts. It seemed that Bibi Dong had caught wind of their presence, prompting the subordinate to inquire whether they should consider a strategic retreat. His tone had become notably apprehensive. The outcome was evident. Yinling, despite his ignorance of the actual circumstances, was unaware that Bibi Dong was a formidable figure, possessing an acute sense of danger in his surroundings. The reason the top-tier pope occupied such a prestigious position lay in his formidable perception, allowing him to navigate perilous situations effectively. Thus, aside from his inherent strength, it was his keen awareness of danger that enabled him to avert calamity. Should he ascertain that this location posed a significant threat to him, the implications could be dire. Bibi Dong can retreat at any moment, and the significance of this is abundantly clear. After all, many rely on him, while an equal number may wish for his demise. Given his exalted position, it is imperative that he concludes matters formally. Otherwise, even if he were to descend into an abyss from which there is no return, it would be nearly impossible to rise again. The position of pope is coveted by many, yet those who lack the requisite strength remain unable to attain it. Now that Bibi Dong occupies this role, he must live each day in trepidation. However, he is not entirely helpless, despite his formidable abilities. He requires loyal individuals to assist him. Bodyguards and personal protectors must be replaced with trusted allies to ensure his safety from any threats to his life. Li Yunfei feels greatly troubled by the retreat of his subordinates. Yet, he stubbornly hopes they will adhere to his directives. Why concern oneself with trivialities? The facts are laid bare before us. A decisive action against the adversary is all that is needed. Li Yunfei is on the verge of tears. Having invested so much time and resources in training a cadre of individuals, only to find them reduced to mere drunken revelers, indulging in feasting and idle banter. This stark reality is a testament to the superficiality of their camaraderie, akin to friendships forged over wine and meat. While they boast impressively at the dining table, when it comes to actual combat, they reveal themselves to be utterly inept, much like Li Yunfei's current predicament. He laments having nurtured a bunch of ineffectual individuals and wonders how they could possibly comprehend the gravity of their situation. The notion of a complete retreat seems utterly absurd. Li Yunfei finds himself at a loss with these individuals, yet he knows he must press on. The course has already been set. To withdraw now would be far from simple. Thus, he resolves to cast aside all distractions and charge forward, prepared to fight to the bitter end. Chapter 27. Abyss. Chapter 28. In justice, I sense that there are those who are deliberately sowing discord. Your twin spirits must have drawn the attention of nefarious individuals. Bibi Dong articulates the worries that plague her heart, particularly concerning Yinling. Indeed, having a disciple endowed with twin spirits is remarkable, reminiscent of Tang San in his prime. Excellence often breeds envy, and Yinling finds himself in such a predicament. The true intentions of others remain inscrutable, leaving one to ponder the potential chaos that may ensue. What shall we do, master? Consider how this matter ought to be resolved. Should I withdraw for the time being? Yinling was taken aback. He realized that his earlier performance had been rather conspicuous. If it were to incite considerable turmoil, it would undoubtedly lead to a series of irreversible consequences. At this moment, he felt as though he was the proverbial bird that poked its head out, and should any irreversible actions truly arise, accepting such a predetermined reality would be exceedingly difficult. As a traveler from another realm, Yinling was supposed to rise effortlessly with the aid of his unique advantages. However, he ultimately overlooked a fundamental truth, the nature of humanity. Most individuals cannot abide the success of others. They mock the impoverished and resent the affluent. This sentiment was palpably evident here, as the examination event, despite not having reached a significant peak, had already given rise to such peculiar occurrences, which were indeed quite disheartening. Thus, Yinling had no choice but to withdraw, uncertain of which malevolent figure might be lurking among the crowd. Therefore, in order to formally reverse the situation, it seemed prudent to adopt a strategy of retreat. This was Yinling's foremost desire at present. Very well, you should withdraw for now. I have my own plans, he stated. Bai Dong nodded solemnly, acknowledging the necessity of Yinling's withdrawal for self-preservation. Since the examination had yet to conclude, Yinling could only step back temporarily, unable to allow Bai Dong to protect him. It was quite straightforward. Bai Dong played a role akin to that of a host in this gathering. Should he also choose to withdraw, it would undoubtedly cause a stir within the event. Even though he cherished his disciple dearly, he could not afford to act out of personal interest in such a public setting. Such actions would undoubtedly render the situation exceedingly unjust for those present. Therefore, it is imperative that he remains here to maintain order. Otherwise, we might truly witness a chaotic and disarrayed scenario. Seizing the opportunity amidst the throng, Yinling hastily melded into the crowd, attempting to flee in a state of panic. Boss, it seems that fellow is reconsidering his stance and preparing to distance himself from this place. What do you propose we do about this? One of Li Yunfei's subordinates promptly detected Yinling's intent to escape and hurriedly alerted Li Yunfei. Attempt to flee, does he? I believe that lad is truly entertaining fanciful notions, perhaps even weary of life itself. Just wait, I shall ensure his demise momentarily. Li Yunfei's brows furrowed as a smile crept across his face, reveling in the prospect that Yinling had chosen to abscond. It can only be said that the danger he faced moments ago had rendered him unable to protect himself, compelling him to choose the path of escape. However, that is not entirely accurate. Yinling's desire to flee was not born of fear of these individuals. Rather, it stemmed from a reluctance to complicate matters further. Bibi Dong is currently the host of this assembly. Chapter 29, Incomprehensible. Without his presence to maintain order, chaos would surely ensue, exacerbated by his own jealousy. Yinling, therefore, opted to withdraw, determined not to trouble his master. Little did he expect that this very retreat would delight Li Yunfei and his companions. A quintessential case of the petty rejoicing in another's misfortune. In truth, Yinling was not afraid. He simply wished to avoid unnecessary conflict. With so many people gathered, any collateral damage would be utterly disgraceful. Yet, in the eyes of Li Yunfei and his ilk, this situation was interpreted as a sign of weakness from Yinling. Consequently, the latter hastened to pursue him, eager to deliver a lesson. Despite his fervent desire to chase after Yinling, Li Yunfei's subordinates urged him to exercise restraint, cautioning him not to act impulsively, especially since Yinling was under Bibidong's protection. His withdrawal was clearly an attempt to find a graceful exit. The matter was effectively settled. Having failed to harm him with their previous attempts, did they truly intend to escalate this into a life-or-death situation? Perhaps it would be best to refrain from pursuing him, as he seemed rather formidable. The furrowed brows of Li Yunfei's subordinate suggested that he had begun to harbor reservations about his leader. Indeed, it was surprising that he had aligned himself with such a reckless individual. What should have been a calm discussion and narrative had devolved into the actions of a fool, leaving others bewildered. Among these subordinates, most did not come from affluent backgrounds. Some struggled even to afford the tuition for their education. Thus, their demeanor had always been cautious, seeking to avoid trouble whenever possible. Yet, following Li Yunfei had led to a series of irreversible peculiarities, resulting in a motley crew. What are you so anxious about? I merely suggested you pursue him for a moment. Besides, with Bibi Dong still here, the Pope must maintain order at this assembly. Li Yunfei was infuriated, having thought he had expressed himself clearly, only to be met with this chaotic response. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was amiss. Encountering such a hindrance, Li Yunfei could hardly suppress his urge to deal with them harshly. Yet, he endeavored to maintain his composure, adopting the facade of a benevolent elder brother. Li Yunfei was imbued with confidence, for it was evident that Bai Dong was the host of this grand assembly. There was no way they could easily distance themselves from this place. If that were the case, Yinling would be within their grasp, easily extinguishable before they could even begin to flourish. However, despite Li Yunfei's declarations, his subordinates remained unmoved, seemingly having lost faith in their elder brother. As no one made a move, Li Yunfei seized the nearest subordinate by the arm, shaking him vigorously as he exclaimed, "Charge! We must hasten to keep up with that scoundrel. We must teach him a lesson." With only Yinling remaining, If they did not seize the moment to confront him, they would be wasting precious time, a lost opportunity that would not present itself again. Li Yunfei's assertive demeanor instilled considerable pressure among his subordinates. Yet, they had no choice but to muster their courage and press on, though they were acutely aware of the precariousness of their situation. Chapter 30. Charge forward. If indeed there were occurrences that squander life's precious moments, such individuals would swiftly turn away, leaving no room for reconsideration. At this moment, Yanling had distanced himself from the crowd and made his way into an alley beside the academy. He intended to return to his own little domain, yet unexpectedly, just a few steps into this place, he was startled by the sound of footsteps behind him. Without hesitation, Yanling turned around and, to his dismay, discovered a large group of individuals trailing him. Damn it, now I understand what has been amiss today. It turns out that my misfortunes stem from someone covertly sabotaging me. Enraged, Yanling finally grasped where the error lay. The initial incident at the assembly, when a stone fell, had been a harbinger of the trouble brewing beneath the surface. A surge of indignation welled up within Yanling's mind. Indeed, if this band of rascals intended to play such tricks, they would meet the consequences. He must treat this group of individuals with utmost care, for being the object of envy is indeed a matter of great distinction. Yanling stands as a figure of remarkable stature, while those who harbor jealousy towards him are utterly incapable of reaching his heights, thus igniting their envy. Reflecting upon Bibidong's words, Yanling finds it rather amusing. It appears that truly exceptional individuals in this world often endure a series of irreversible setbacks. Indeed, it is perplexing that one who has done nothing wrong can be repeatedly slandered and framed. Even the most exalted individuals can succumb to their tempers, leading to their own wastefulness. Suffering and torment ultimately result in the downfall of those who ought to have become great figures, a lamentable and tragic sight indeed. Boss, that fellow has halted his steps. Let us now deliberate on how to confront him. Offer your counsel, and we shall charge forth immediately. As Yanling came to a standstill, Li Yunfei's entourage followed suit, their apprehension palpable. They hurriedly voiced their thoughts, reiterating their concerns to Li Yunfei. In truth, this group of subordinates felt a twinge of fear upon witnessing Yanling's pause. After all, a twin martial soul is not easily vanquished. Years ago, Tang San was but a mere wastrel, yet upon acquiring a twin martial soul, he ascended in a fit of rage. Such a formidable character, who would dare to provoke him? What a fortunate turn, for he has chosen to stop. Let us teach him a lesson. Li Yunfei was elated, his worries of retaliation evaporating, fueled by his bravado. He was eager to confront this individual, seemingly oblivious to the vastness of the chasm that lay before him. Li Yunfei's excitement resembled that of a child, urging his subordinates to act swiftly. If we delay, the opportunity will slip away. We must seize this moment to discipline Yanling. To hesitate would be folly. Hold on, boss. I must advise you once more. That man possesses a twin martial soul. Can we truly contend with him? At this moment, one of Li Yunfei's subordinates, who had previously urged caution, continued to warn him. Yanling was no ordinary person to be trifled with. Such antics would be ill-advised. Chapter 31. The Pope's bottom line. How many times must I repeat this? I told you, just let me bear the responsibility. You need not concern yourself. Simply act. Li Yunfei was on the verge of fury, his exasperation palpable. Once or twice might be tolerable, but the incessant reiteration of this matter conveyed a deeper implication. Did the Li family truly fear this so-called waste of a man, Yanling? Li Yunfei's audacity to confront Yanling stemmed from the latter's formidable background, coupled with the fact that he had never encountered Yanling's name before. Yet, why did the Pope regard him with such gravitas? Perhaps there were untold truths behind this enigma. But what could those truths possibly be? Li Yunfei remained unaware. Yet the prospect of imparting some education to Yanling was indeed intriguing. It would serve as a fitting demonstration, to strike the face of the Pope down to the ground. To put it plainly, Li Yunfei epitomized the archetype of a bully, intimidating the meek while daring to challenge the limits of the Pope. Otherwise, why would he persist in creating obstacles for Yanling? A person of ordinary disposition would have long turned away, refusing to complicate matters for Yanling. However, after hearing his subordinate's account, he found himself repeatedly entangled in this struggle, unwilling to relent. This merely indicates that this fellow harbors grievances not solely against Yanling helplessly, with no recourse. Li Yunfei's subordinate observed the situation had already unfolded in such a manner. There is little left to say. With swift determination, They advanced in unison, encircling Yanling in an instant. "Hey, kid, today you overshadowed our leader, and we must teach you a lesson," shouted a scar-faced lackey, jabbing a finger at Yanling's nose. Clearly, this subordinate was fiercely loyal to Li Yunfei. Yanling remained unfazed, his composure unshaken. He understood that wealthy youths often surrounded themselves with sycophants. In truth, these individuals possessed little real ability. However, confronting them head-on could prove quite troublesome. Their penchant for stirring trouble stemmed from the considerable influence they wielded behind the scenes. Facing them, Yanling merely smiled disdainfully, preferring to avoid unnecessary conflict. "I bear you no grudge, past or present. What is the meaning of this? Have I offended you in any way?" Yanling's cold gaze fixed on Li Yunfei, aware that the one at the center of this entourage was undoubtedly the leader. It remained to be seen if this individual would step forward to negotiate. If the dialogue proved amicable, all would be well. If not, force would be the only recourse. "There is no animosity. I merely wish to discuss why you display such arrogance. You have stolen the spotlight at this gathering, leaving me with no face left to show," Li Yunfei sneered, his contempt evident. He appeared confident, convinced that he had the upper hand. To him, Yanling was nothing more than an insignificant adversary, unworthy of serious negotiation. Had he been dealing with a truly capable opponent, he might have been cautious, fearing an explosive reaction. Chapter 32, not worth mentioning to his surprise. Yanling remained calm and composed, revealing that this fellow was no more than a shallow bully. In Li Yunfei's eyes, sitting down for a rational discussion indicated weakness. The mere act of attempting to resolve matters through dialogue was utterly distasteful to him. Negotiation requires a relatively equal balance of power. Otherwise, communication becomes futile. Li Yunfei was indeed a despicable character. Yanling had no desire to clash with him. He merely sought a conversation. Ironically, Li Yunfei interpreted Yanling's calm demeanor as fear, adding a layer of intrigue to the situation. After witnessing this exchange, Yanling concluded that there was little to be resolved. Was he truly expected to grovel to restore his dignity? In this place, it is utterly inconceivable that such despicable behavior could manifest. Resolutely, he clenched his fists and pointed menacingly at Li Yunfei, declaring, "Very well, if you wish to educate me, I am more than willing to engage. Pray tell, what do you intend to do? Will it be through words or by force?" Upon hearing this, Li Yunfei was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yanling would dare to accept the challenge. Initially, he believed that he would at least have the opportunity to humiliate him thoroughly. However, to his astonishment, the moment negotiations began, Yanling opted to take action immediately. If that is the case, the matter becomes quite troublesome. However, contrary to this belief, Li Yunfei's excessive behavior from the outset has revealed to Yanling that there is no hope for negotiation. Surely, he cannot be expected to kneel before Li Yunfei, can he? "Boss, look at this young man's temper. It's exceedingly volatile. It seems we must employ some unconventional tactics in our dealings with him." As a loyal subordinate of Li Yunfei, the scar-faced man was taken aback by Yanling's audacity in addressing their leader in such a manner. He quickly adopted a fawning demeanor. Sensing that this situation was far from over, Li Yunfei nodded in agreement, and the scar-faced man, as if given a directive, cast a gaze laden with intimidation towards Yanling. "Aren't you Yanling? What is so remarkable about that? Why must you be so arrogant? Don't you realize that such a formidable presence cannot exist on this entire continent?" The scar-faced man, in a feeble attempt to justify their aggression, absurdly shifted the blame onto Yanling. This is the epitome of a villain, completely devoid of merit yet insistent on being the first to complain. Earlier in the assembly, Yanling garnered attention due to his formidable martial prowess. However, who could have anticipated that such a trivial matter would attract Li Yunfei and his associates' scrutiny? Whom should we blame for this situation? What does my demeanor have to do with you? Why must you disturb me here? Yanling found this confrontation utterly nonsensical and was exceedingly vexed. After all, he had no personal connection with these individuals. Why must they make such a spectacle of humiliation? In Yanling's eyes, Li Yunfei and his entourage were nothing more than obsolete refuse, unworthy of consideration. They should not have been taken seriously, yet they grew increasingly brazen. "Enough of your meaningless chatter. Stand still if you dare, and let us seize you for a good old-fashioned brawl." Chapter 33. Betrayal from within. Li Yunfei remained unimpressed and had no desire to further engage in idle conversation with Yanling. He recognized that attempting to reason with him was a futile endeavor. Thus, rather than delve into convoluted explanations, it was better to cut to the chase. If one is capable, let them act. If not, they they should depart. The facts are evident, so why waste breath on trivialities? To put it bluntly, Li Yunfei insisted on confronting Yinling head-on and awaited the moment to determine whose resolve was stronger. What gives you the right? Are you endowed with extraordinary powers? Or are you divine? Why must I remain still at your command? What authority do you possess over me? Yinling was on the verge of laughter from exasperation. To suggest he should remain motionless at their behest was ludicrous. Was he to be perceived as a mere figure of wood? Would it not be utterly ridiculous if someone were to witness such a sight? Whether by sword or blade, he welcomed it all. There was no need for further hesitation. How should this matter be handled? Otherwise, perhaps you should kneel and bow before me. Noticing a hint of hesitation in Yinling, Li Yunfei appeared to be greatly pleased. As if he had stumbled upon a remarkable opportunity, he articulated his demands directly. A fight was unnecessary. All he required was for Yinling to kneel and bow towards him. Upon hearing this, Yinling chuckled helplessly, acknowledging, "All right. It seems there is little more to explain today. Let us proceed. I shall take on all 5 or 6 of you alone." There was nothing further to discuss. No more explanations to be made. Since this group insisted on such flamboyant theatrics, Yinling felt no need to fear their antics any longer. The situation had progressed to this point, so there was no use in dilly-dallying. It was time to see if he could consolidate the chaotic circumstances. Li Yunfei, astonished and exhilarated, widened his eyes in disbelief, akin to someone witnessing fireworks. "All right, this fellow is playing it quite grandly. Let us hurry and subdue him." Li Yunfei was jubilant, akin to a child who had indulged in an abundance of honey. The scene, lively and vibrant, was nothing short of a performance. He was certainly no ordinary individual. Observing Yinling daringly launch an assault against them, Li Yunfei hastily summoned all his subordinates to join in the fray. It appeared that this time, he sought to achieve his objectives without shedding blood. "Boss, are you truly certain? Let us not forget." At that moment, the subordinate who had been persistently advising Li Yunfei spoke up once more. "What on earth do you mean? I've already stated that I will take responsibility for whatever happens. Yet you keep bringing this up again and again." Li Yunfei erupted in fury, all his pent-up rage spilling forth. He had not anticipated that this subordinate would voice his concerns repeatedly. This infuriated him. He treated them with fine food and drink daily, only to discover that they were betraying him. With a sweeping gesture, Li Yunfei pointed angrily at the subordinate who had been speaking. "You, either contribute or get lost. I will say this one last time. If you continue to assert your authority at my expense, do not blame me for being ungracious." Furious, truly furious, Li Yunfei had believed he was safeguarding their interests. No matter how insistent this subordinate was, he should not have made the situation so embarrassing. Yet, to his dismay, this group of ingrates insisted on dragging up irrelevant matters repeatedly. Chapter 34. Move aside. Chapter 35. A worthy adversary. He had not expected that Li Yunfei would hold his animosity with such gravity. Was he truly intent on ending his life? If that were the case, then this matter required thorough examination. No, you misunderstand. I have no desire to stab you. I merely wish to convey a reality. If my subordinates are incapable of handling you, then I must take matters into my own hands. Li Yunfei remained unconvinced, believing he had done nothing extraordinary, merely wielding the blade himself. His objective was quite straightforward, to intimidate Yinling, making him aware of his own insignificance. It was only with the cold weapon in hand that Li Yunfei felt a profound sense of security. Indeed, possessing such a superior means of self-defense instilled a clear understanding of what true safety entails. Enough of the idle chatter. I am well aware that you and your unruly companions are merely the instigators of schoolyard violence. As Yinling listened to Li Yunfei's increasingly erratic remarks, he felt a sense of helplessness. Why squander time? Why hesitate? Let us engage directly. In this academy, one inevitably encounters unsavory characters and situations. Having chosen this path, one must embrace the reality of it. Let us formally integrate this situation, for it is inevitable that we must confront these challenges sooner or later. The reality lies before us. We must now consider how to deftly dismantle it. Yinling is prepared to face the onslaught, feeling no need to harbor fear any longer. Though the consequences of exposing the truth may harm others, it seems rather inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. Li Yunfei's underlings surged forward like a swarm. Yet they lacked the resolve of their leader, who wielded cold weapons in a reckless charge. Instead, they aimed to thoroughly comprehend the array of facts at hand. Intending to engage Yinling with their skills, the first of the underlings lunged forward, inflicting no tangible damage upon Yinling. The second followed suit, yielding similarly unremarkable results. More and more underlings continued to advance, yet none achieved any significant impact. This is futile, boss. It appears he possesses some sort of protective barrier. What shall we do? We cannot breach it. At that moment, the most loyal of the underlings, Scarface, observed in despair as their assaults failed to penetrate Yinling's shield. Damn it! Now I understand why this fellow is so obstinately defiant. He possesses genuine prowess. Li Yunfei finally grasped the reason behind Yinling's unwavering confidence in facing them head-on. It was evident that he was exhibiting remarkable abilities. If this were the case, resolving the matter would indeed prove to be a daunting task. At last, Li Yunfei comprehended the nature of high-caliber individuals like Yinling. He undoubtedly possessed qualities that others could not. If they were truly incapable of addressing the situation, it seemed they might have to withdraw entirely. Yes, Yinling may be an ordinary person, yet he is enveloped by an extraordinarily powerful protection. This indicates that as the chosen one, he is safeguarded by formidable energy, resulting in the current predicament. There are always stronger individuals among the strong. It appears that he is indeed not easily dealt with. Chapter 36. A bit cowardly Li Yunfei let out an involuntary sigh, akin to the incessant clanging of an indestructible golden hoop, rendering any separation from this individual impossible. At last, Li Yunfei understood the essence of helplessness. What shall we do? Boss, we cannot approach him. How then shall we formally dismantle this fellow? His underlings, now equally perplexed, observed their leader's furrowed brow in dismay. Before them stood an adversary whose nature remained utterly incomprehensible to them. If one could not even approach his physical form, how could one hope to unravel the complexities at play? Should he fall into the clutches of another, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. What options remained? Charge forth with unwavering determination. I dare to see how you could falter in fear. Li Yunfei, consumed by a profound rage, could only express his tumultuous emotions. The outcome was already manifest. The answers lay before him. No matter the circumstances, he could not allow himself to perish here. With no turning back, there was no room for retreat. Forward he must go. Should he hesitate any longer, it would be nearly impossible to shield against the impending onslaught. With those words echoing in his heart, he found a semblance of resolve. Hand me the knife. The scarred face, obeying Li Yunfei's command, swiftly seized the weapon. The cold blade in Li Yunfei's grasp surged towards Yinling. This time, he intended to seize control of the situation, hoping to shine brightly amidst the chaos of the day. In the not-so-distant future, Li Yunfei would indeed find himself astonished. The scarred face was truly exemplifying the essence of diligence. However, as this scarred individual charged towards Yinling wielding his cold weapon, he had yet to fully harness the energy within. It was as though he were met with a formidable shockwave that repelled him instantaneously. In a fleeting moment, the cold blade executed a complete 360-degree spin, ultimately piercing his own abdomen. A soft yet chilling sound echoed as the blade penetrated his flesh. In truth, Yinling had not lifted a finger. It was merely the rebound of energy from the protective shield that had caused this unfortunate man to impale himself, a classic case of self-inflicted misfortune. In an instant, the scarred face collapsed to the ground, wailing as blood gushed from his wound. His injury appeared grave, and this scene left all present, save for Yinling, in utter shock. One could only ponder the incompetence of this group. How could they fail so miserably in a collective assault? What were they thinking? Yinling cast a disdainful glance at Li Yunfei and his entourage, deeming them woefully overconfident. A lackluster group attack, and now they were frightened by the sight of a comrade bleeding profusely? Such cowardice was truly pathetic. Li Yunfei's countenance darkened, for the scarred man was a loyal subordinate. Witnessing his faithful aid in such a dire predicament was a blow to his pride. He hurried to the fallen man's side, assessing the injury and discovering that it was not as severe as it appeared. The wound was merely superficial, a mere breach of the skin, with the blood flowing being a result of external trauma. Chapter 37. A life at stake. He concluded that upon returning, a simple bandaging would suffice, and he gestured for his other subordinates to carry the scarred man away for treatment. Reflecting on Yinling's contemptuous gaze and words, Li Yunfei couldn't help but smile incredulously. We only have one life, unlike you, who has somehow befriended the likes of Bibi Dong. Is she your mother? If his earlier anger had stemmed merely from a matter of pride, this time it was fueled by the genuine fury at the injury inflicted upon his subordinate. Li Yunfei disregarded everything else, even berating the Pope, Bibi Dong herself. He was utterly frantic. Indeed, a life was at stake, and the scarred man was gravely wounded. Despite the multitude of assailants targeting Yinling, it seemed as though he had emerged unscathed. Even a wooden man like Li Yuanfei would surely feel urgency in such a situation. How outrageous. The most sacred pope of the Douluo continent cannot be subjected to your insults. Yinling glared fiercely, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Yuanfei. Indeed, Bibi Dong is the supreme pope of the Douluo continent. It is a rare privilege for anyone to even establish a connection with her. Yet here we find Li Yuanfei daring to utter vile words against her. Yinling felt that as a disciple, it was his duty to uphold his master's dignity. Moreover, the audacity of a debauched youth like Li Yuanfei to speak so recklessly about Bibi Dong was utterly baffling. Yinling thought to himself, who does Li Yuanfei think he is? Daring to compare his master to Bibi Dong? It was as if he had lost all sense of reason. Just moments ago, Yinling had merely chosen to defend himself, refraining from offense, for he knew he did not wish to tarnish his master's reputation nor incur the wrath of fate. What urgency drives you, Li Yuanfei? Is Bibi Dong truly your mother? Otherwise, why would you exhibit such fervor in your defense of her? Seeing that he could not best Yinling in combat, Li Yuanfei resorted to verbal sparring, claiming that Bibi Dong had no bearing on Yinling. Yet, Yinling found this behavior contemptible, perceiving it as an affront to the sanctity of Bibi Dong. You did not come here seeking a quarrel with me. Rather, you seem to harbor grievances against the Pope, Bibi Dong. In this moment, Yinling finally grasped the true nature of the situation. If one were to say it this way, then it seems that Li Yuanfei is not targeting Yinling, but rather his esteemed master Bibi Dong. Otherwise, how could a disciple like him suffer such a fate? What is it? Does Li Yuanfei truly intend to engage in a hunt? To put it plainly, it is evident that he harbors resentment towards the Pope. Otherwise, how could he have embarked on such a path? Young man, you do have a point. My ire is not solely directed at you. But the Pope appears to me to be nothing more than a worthless entity. At last, Li Yuanfei has spoken the truth. Indeed, he does not harbor any profound hatred towards Yinling. Rather, his grievances are directed more towards Bibi Dong. Chapter 38. Natural and Man-Made Disasters in Truth. This matter is rather lengthy to recount. Li Yuanfei's family has no actual ties to the Pope. It is merely that this individual possesses an obstinate streak. Questioning why the Pope would choose the obscure Yinling as his disciple. Why does the Pope overlook the scions of his prominent family? Thus, at this moment, Li Yuanfei's heart is merely tinged with a hint of jealousy. This fellow, having been pampered since childhood, has developed an inexplicable sense of superiority over time, always believing that others ought to hold him in esteem. However, when he ventured into society, he soon realized that despite the Li family's wealth and influence, it did not guarantee that everyone would bow and scrape before him. He is neither a creator nor a deity of fortune. Why should he expect such deference? Consequently, he often encounters obstacles at every turn. Indeed, this young brat's words are infuriating to behold and hear. Yinling is so enraged that he feels as though he might unleash his fury through his very eyes. Indeed, the Pope is a being of unparalleled sanctity, and it is astonishing that he has now become the subject of mockery for Li Yuanfei and his companions. If one were to assert such a notion, does it imply that fairness and justice are truly non-existent in this world? Much like the supernatural, one may choose not to believe in such entities. Yet one cannot disregard the respect owed to Li Yuanfei. It is perplexing how disbelief persists, nevertheless. The repeated utterances of various unflattering remarks directed towards the Pope are indeed disheartening. Such individuals are utterly incapable of surviving in this world. Since you are determined to court death, I have nothing further to elaborate. Come and take your life. In an instant, Yinling's mouth erupted with flames of fury. He was truly desperate. How could it be otherwise when a being as sacred as the Pope had been reduced to mere filth by Li Yuanfei's words? If this is the case, what semblance of fairness can exist in this world? Fate, it seemed, was once ordained by the heavens, yet under Li Yuanfei's disruption, destiny would inevitably transform into calamity and disaster. The horrifying spectacle unfolded, vividly etching itself into memory. Fueled by rage, Yinling morphed from a mere mortal into a being of fire. A scent akin to gasoline enveloped him, or perhaps his blood was boiling, reaching a temperature of 100 degrees Celsius. At that moment, his eyes turned a pure white, obscured by the intensifying flames, rendering him blind to the events unfolding before him. This world was filthy. It was better not to see. Li Yuanfei and his companions were utterly terrified. Initially, They thought Yinling merely possessed defensive skills, but now they were confronted with a figure that resembled a human cannonball, poised to explode. Amidst the flames of his wrath, an elliptical barrier formed around Yinling, radiating unusual waves of light. Each pulse that struck them felt as though it were shattering their very insides. What in the world is happening? Is he mad? Why do I feel a tremendous shockwave blocking my path? At that moment, fear finally took hold of Li Yunfei. Indeed, he had never witnessed such a spectacle. Was there anyone whose abilities could manifest in such a manner? A sense of dread began to unfurl in his mind. Chapter 39. Unimaginable consequences. Li Yunfei, after all, was a sheltered flower, having never encountered such circumstances throughout his life. This scene was truly horrifying. Yes, the power of an atomic bomb is formidable, but now, suddenly, there was Yinling. Was this fellow aiming to become a human bomb, intending to shatter everyone around him into subatomic fragments? In an instant, a wave of nausea surged within Li Yunfei's stomach, tumultuous and overwhelming. As he recalled the French escargot he had indulged in at noon, he felt an immediate urge to vomit. To put it more bluntly, Li Yunfei harbored a tendency to idolize foreign culture. He was perplexed by his own thoughts, perpetually convinced that foreign delicacies surpassed their domestic counterparts. He often indulged in items like fine wine and steak, which, in reality, were exceedingly commonplace and hardly noteworthy within the country. Oh dear, boss, it seems this fellow is in a hurry. At that moment, a younger subordinate, who had previously been attempting to dissuade Li Yunfei from provoking trouble, stepped forward once more, having finally realized the validity of his initial stance. Meanwhile, Li Yunfei was straying further down a misguided path. After expressing his thoughts, the subordinate anticipated Li Yunfei's reaction. However, upon raising his head, he was met with the sight of Li Yunfei's astonished expression. I told you from the start, we cannot contend with him. He possesses a dual martial soul, whereas you merely have an ordinary martial soul elevated to a higher tier. The disparity is significant. Why persist in antagonizing him? The subordinate, having rediscovered his original rationale, began to articulate his grievances. Initially, he had cautioned Li Yunfei against engaging in conflict, but now Yinling had assumed the role of a living bomb. Should such a being explode, the consequences would be dire indeed. Are you still intent on bolstering his might while undermining my aspirations? Is this the extent of your fear regarding the consequences? We must urgently unite our strength and channel all our power towards me. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Li Yunfei swiftly withdrew from his state of terror. Indeed, his previous demeanor had been utterly lacking in resolve. Yinling was merely in a desperate state, and such a condition was hardly worthy of fear. Thus, Li Yunfei promptly shifted his focus, preparing to clarify this series of matters once more. In the grand realm of Douluo continent, if one's power was not formidable, then he intends to harness external forces to launch an assault, and at this moment, Li Yunfei is resolved to employ this strategy. With numerous subordinates at his disposal, it is evident that one man's strength cannot possibly contend against four. As it stands, the only viable option is to amalgamate the collective power of his followers and unleash it with effortless precision, delivering a formidable blow in return. However, merging multiple strengths is no trivial endeavor. Confronting the challenges ahead will inevitably demand a steep price, and any misstep could plunge him into an abyss of irreversible despair. Li Yunfei's audacious plan has startled his subordinates, who are unaccustomed to such perilous propositions. Indeed, the thought of risking their lives in such a manner is utterly unacceptable. Every individual cherishes their existence, and valuing life is a fundamental principle. Chapter 40. Be cautious yet, now that their lives are on the line. Engaging in trivial matters seems absurd. Boss, what do you mean by this? We have only just completed our trials and possess merely ordinary martial souls. What if we entrust all our strength to you and fail? At this juncture, his subordinates feel baffled. They have merely followed their elder brother to earn a living, but now he asks them to lend him their entire strength. If they succeed, everything will revert to its rightful owner, and they will gain nothing. Conversely, should they fail and shatter their martial soul values, all their cultivation within the academy would be rendered null. Thus, it is not the fear of a mere possibility that troubles them, but rather the dread of countless eventualities, and they are deeply reluctant to comply. Enough of this nonsense. It is no longer a matter of whether we can fight or not. It is a matter of pride. The Li family is no trifling entity within the Douluo continent, and we cannot allow Yinling to dismantle our reputation. Li Yunfei remains unfazed, believing the situation has escalated to a critical juncture. Surely, he cannot let such a trivial matter of face deter him. If that were the case, what purpose would his existence in this world serve? At this moment, he seeks nothing but to risk his life entirely, resolved to confront Yin in a life-for-a-life exchange. Driven by a singular motivation, to strike down the arrogant spirit that swells within Yin chest. After all, this fellow brazenly usurped his spotlight, and he deserves every bit of retribution. Li Yunfei's self-serving nature led his subordinates to perceive him as a leader who solely prioritizes his own interests, devoid of any consideration for others. The power of martial souls is singular, while it may seem easy to lend it out with the expectation of its return. Should it be scattered in battle, it could be irrevocably lost. The individuals present were not naive, and there was no need to engage in frivolous discussions. If that were the case, the notion of loyalty to a leader who disregards their well-being seemed futile. One subordinate, observing Li Yunfei's obstinacy, contemplated severing ties altogether, reasoning that if matters had reached such a blatant impasse, there was no point in indulging in further chaos. At that moment, another subordinate stepped forward, expressing, "I believe life is incredibly precious. Having come all this way for my education, I cannot afford to lose my life in the process. Thus, I too shall depart." With that, the two subordinates linked arms and exited Li Yunfei's line of sight. Indeed, the outcome was starkly evident, especially as even the leader showed no regard for their sentiments. They would certainly not waste their lives for this so-called false big brother. More and more subordinates gathered, reaching a total of 7 or 8, yet in the end, only one remained, and that was at the very beginning. He attempted to dissuade Li Yunfei's timid subordinate, who felt quite fortunate at the moment. At least he had not rushed in like those few individuals to inflict inhumane blows upon Yin. However, as he observed the increasing number of people departing, he found himself utterly alone. This subordinate sensed that if he did not leave soon, who knows what might happen. Surely, Li Yunfei would not wish to strip him of his martial soul. That would be utterly unacceptable. Chapter 41. Surrendered, resigned since they have all departed. What reason do I have to remain here? I must leave as well. After all, I am the only child in my family. Upon uttering these words, the subordinate hastily fled, for if he lingered any longer, he would surely fall prey to Li Yunfei, who might forcefully thrust his head into his own belly. Thus, the best course of action was to retreat, quickly assimilating the facts and circumstances. Otherwise, if he were to lose his life, it would indeed be quite ludicrous. You lot, I have provided you with food and drink without charge, and yet you treat me this way? As the subordinates vanished, Li Yunfei's once towering presence diminished to that of a mere captive. Indeed, how glorious he had been, yet now, he found himself stripped of companions and subordinates alike. Such occurrences unfolding before him undoubtedly left him feeling utterly embarrassed. Li Yunfei, accustomed to a life of comfort and indulgence, having everything handed to him at home, inevitably triggered a considerable chain reaction. However, the outcome was already strikingly evident. There is little left to articulate. The original intent remains unchanged, and there is no further purpose in elaborating. Defeat has been absolute. Li Yunfei has suffered a thorough loss, akin to a great pumpkin that has been transformed into pumpkin soup, pumpkin cakes, and pumpkin dumplings. His subordinates are hardly commendable, each one exhibiting a rather cowardly disposition. It is truly amusing. Witnessing Li Yunfei's isolation has elicited genuine laughter from Yin. He had not anticipated this turn of events. Not only has Li Yunfei been unable to contend with him, but he also seeks to harness the strength of his subordinates for a desperate fusion against Yinling's side. Fortunately, these subordinates display a degree of rationality. If they were to truly fight to the death, with his current prowess, he could swiftly consume this group of individuals. Yin, on this side, had transformed from a human bomb into an ordinary person. Observing the people beside Li Yunfei departing one after another, he felt there was no longer any need to harbor such anger. The flames of fury no longer burned as fiercely, no longer reaching the heights of a cannonball. Damn it, today I shall concede defeat. You are Yin, correct? Well then, wait for it. You shall have your reckoning. After uttering these words, Li Yunfei turned and departed, acknowledging his defeat, his retreat. His surrender, there was simply no other choice. He could not prevail. Despite the multitude of underlings, they had failed to inflict any substantial harm on Yinling. On the contrary, one of them, a scar-faced individual, had even been slain in retaliation. Should this news circulate, it would indeed tarnish Li Yunfei's reputation throughout the academy. The young master of the Li family, now reduced to a mere prisoner among ordinary folk. How utterly ludicrous. Well then, I shall await your next move. I am most eager to witness how you intend to dismantle me. Yinling couldn't help but laugh. He had only just realized that Li Yunfei was merely a stubborn duck, all bravado without any real strength, as even his own subordinates held him in such disregard. Indeed, it is rather amusing to witness such individuals existing in this world. Li Yunfei, for instance, invests significantly in friendships, often indulging in lavish feasts and extravagant gatherings for these so-called friends and companions, generously pouring forth his resources. Yet now, as circumstances have unfolded, those acquaintances are gradually distancing themselves from him. Chapter 42. Quite impressive. Chapter 43. Remarkably rare. Chapter 44. One must not be modest. Murong Yunxue smiled and addressed Yinling. One cannot speak in such a manner. Remember, during the trials of the battle Emperor Tang San, he too possessed twin martial souls, and look how he ascended to greatness. Indeed, in the past, Tang San was merely a dual martial soul wielder, yet he achieved such a lofty position in the blink of an eye. Now, with Yinling emerging, surely the future holds vast promise. This behavior is simply incomprehensible. Therefore, Murong Yunxue believes that Yinling should not remain so low-key. Rather, he ought to embrace a more ostentatious demeanor. With such capability and youth, to remain humble would be utterly unjustifiable. Haha, you truly overestimate me. I cannot possibly compare to the battle Emperor Tang San. He is an emperor, while I am merely a minor character in this grand narrative. Yinling chuckled, taken aback by Murong Yunshue's conversational prowess. Despite his own nascent beginnings, how could he ever measure up to Tang San, who has already soared beyond the cosmos? Becoming a figure of great renown? He is but an ant in comparison, hardly worthy of mention, let alone comparison. Such notions are utterly preposterous. Murong Yunshue's flattery left Yinling feeling somewhat exhilarated. Indeed, most individuals relish hearing kind words. Harsh truths, once spoken, can dampen one's spirits profoundly. Such realities, laid bare, are not easily matched by others. Why would you say such a thing? He undoubtedly possesses his own means of transformation, and you too should cultivate your own methods for advancement. Just wait, soon you shall surpass Tang San. Observing Yinling's choice to remain humble, Murong Yunxue seized the moment to lavish further praise upon him. How could such an extraordinary individual ever consider relinquishing their potential? Ultimately, one must strive for greater heights, she asserted, intensifying her encouragement. I hope that by the time you reach my age, your formidable prowess will be thoroughly integrated. You simply cannot afford to remain modest. To put it plainly, if such formidable abilities were bestowed upon Murong Yunxue, the young man is undoubtedly one who becomes flustered in an instant, resembling an owl taking flight. His temperament is such that, in moments of arrogance, it is indeed difficult for the average person to contend with him. This is the nature of those who, possessing a modicum of ability, tend to display it ostentatiously, only to realize how absurd the truth is when confronted with it. Very well, I shall take your well wishes to heart. Should I ascend to great heights in the future, I will certainly express my gratitude to you. Yinling finds himself at a loss for words, having not anticipated this. Murong Yunxue, indeed, seems to invigorate herself with every utterance. Since he insists on speaking in such a manner, so be it. Yinling felt that there was no need to engage in further debate with him. It was best to leave things as they were. Indeed, since the person before her was so intent on undermining her, what more could she say? One should keep these truths in mind and regard them as a source of amusement. Consider this: a person frequently expresses kind words towards you, while you persistently speak ill of them. Over time, even the most good-natured individual is bound to develop a series of undesirable attitudes. Such is human nature. One can endure flattery, but cannot abide harsh words. Chapter 45. Not worth mentioning. Well, since we are roommates, let us not stand on ceremony. Here, I have brought some Mingyo yogurt drink. Would you care for some? Observing that Yinling accepted her compliments, Murong Yunxue quickly reached for her bag, intending to present 2 bottles of yogurt to Yinling, allowing him to savor the taste of home. Murong Yunxue, akin to the ethereal clouds and snow above, has a penchant for pure and refreshing delights. From this, it is evident that Murong Yunxue has wholeheartedly embraced the established reality, yearning to steadfastly follow Yinling in pursuit of noble endeavors. The outcome is undeniably clear. Should fortune favor him, Yinling would undoubtedly take her along. The influential figure has yet to fully mature. Thus Murong Yunxue seizes this opportunity, preparing to launch a vigorous pursuit of her aspirations. No, I am not particularly interested in such beverages. Yinling promptly declined Murong Yunshue's kind offer. Indeed, he had no inclination towards carbonated drinks, let alone yogurt, which would surely upset his stomach. Thus, to disperse all these offerings, Yinling disregarded Murong Yunshue's feelings. If he did not wish to drink, he simply would not. Very well, since we are in the same dormitory, we can look out for one another. Murong Yunshue's expression, however, revealed her displeasure, as she felt disheartened that her kind gesture was not only rejected, but also met with refusal. In this context, indeed, it seems rather dismissive of his dignity. However, Yinling's prowess is undeniably formidable, and one cannot afford to provoke him. Murong Yunshue is also a person of considerable discernment, opting for compromise with remarkable swiftness. To resist would be futile, as her own dual martial soul lacks the capacity to prevail. Should a battle of wits and valor ensue, one might even risk losing their very life in the process. Throughout the entirety of the Douluo continent, it is inherently a realm governed by the survival of the fittest. Yet, within this world, there still exists a certain degree of bullying and manipulation. Very well, it ultimately hinges upon who possesses a more formidable background and strength. The one who ascends to the pinnacle of power shall wield absolute authority. At present, Yinling stands as the truly formidable individual, while the rest are merely eccentricities. Hardly worthy of mention, Murong Yunshue has come to a profound realization. Yinling's future is boundless. If one were to suggest that a fortuitous turn of events could elevate one's status, then he himself would find such a notion exceedingly agreeable. This exemplifies a typical sycophant, intent on ensnaring Yinling, seeking to seize control of his future within their grasp, which would be nothing short of ideal. After suffering a significant defeat at Yinling's hands, Li Yunfei scurried back home, blood trickling from his mouth, his cheeks swollen, and his face marred with bruises, even his eyes resembling those of a panda. Thus, he seemed compelled by some directive, hastily returning home to file a complaint, only to find that his elder brother was absent. Presently, only his second brother was at home, preoccupied with organizing various trivial tools, which caused him considerable distress, as the relationship between Li Yunfei and his second brother was far from amicable. However, what Li Xiaofei could not fathom was that for Li Yunfei, simply refraining from bullying others at school was already commendable. Who would dare to bully him? He typically surrounded himself with a cadre of sycophantic companions, who would summon storms at will, turning life into a tragic farce. The thought of them incensed him further. Those individuals were utterly treacherous, consuming and drinking without gratitude, completely forgetting about him, vanishing the moment he turned his back. It was better not to mention his entourage of lackeys. Bringing them up only fueled his frustration. Now, upon hearing their names, Li Yunfei felt he might retch with fury. Indeed, he believed that spending such a considerable sum each month to treat these lackeys to meals and drinks, in the hopes of forging friendships, would yield camaraderie. Yet, the reality was their estrangement, and when he truly required assistance, they proved utterly ineffectual, rendering him speechless with disbelief. Li Xiaofei, upon hearing this, became alarmed. He had not anticipated his third brother's predicament to be so perilous. Indeed, the Li family's background and influence were undeniably formidable. Yet, it was astonishing that such disloyalty could exist among them, akin to wolves in sheep's clothing. How outrageous, this pack of ingrates! Fear not, I assure you. My second brother will undoubtedly avenge you. Li Xiaofei was utterly infuriated. Initially, he had no desire to assist Li Yunfei any further. After all, Li Yunfei frequently abused his reputation to engage in unscrupulous behavior, which Li Xiaofei held in utter disdain. A gentleman of impeccable manners, Li Xiaofei also boasted commendable academic achievements. Thus, it was inherently clear that he and Li Yunfei were not of the same ilk. However, to his astonishment, Li Yunfei had now found himself in a most humiliating predicament, metaphorically being ridden upon and subjected to disgrace. Regardless of the circumstances, as the second elder brother, one cannot simply forget such matters. Thus, Li Xiaofei concluded that he should avenge this grievance on behalf of his so-called foolish third brother. Thank you, second brother. I truly appreciate it. If you manage to teach this fellow a lesson, I shall certainly treat you to a grand feast. Li Yunfei was elated, bouncing about like an exuberant monkey. Indeed, how could he not be delighted? He had initially intended to seek assistance from his elder brother, Li Dafei, to resolve the issue. However, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his second brother, Li Xiaofei, had taken the initiative instead. This was fortuitous, Compared to the volatile temperament of elder brother Li Dafei, Li Xiaofei was known for his gentle disposition. It was astonishing that his second brother displayed such fervor, driven by the injustice faced by his younger sibling. This only reinforced the notion that, despite his usual indifference towards Li Yunfei when it truly mattered, he would embody the loyalty of a brother willing to confront tigers. Li Xiaofei nodded emphatically, signaling to Li Yunfei that he would take charge of the situation. Yet, at that moment, a realization struck him. Wait a moment. You mentioned that the person who bullied you possesses what kind of martial soul? A dual martial soul? That would be beyond my capabilities. Suddenly, Li Xiaofei's expression turned to one of fear. A dual martial soul. In years past, such an extraordinary ability had only belonged to Tang San. Now, it seemed that the one tormenting Li Yunfei also possessed a dual martial soul. In that case, it is unlikely that Li Xiaofei alone could contend with him. Thus, at this moment, Li Xiaofei gazes at Li Yunfei with incredulity, pondering how Li Yunfei has managed to provoke a wielder of twin martial souls. After all, twin martial souls are not typically the sort to bully others indiscriminately. Oh, dear brother, twin martial souls are merely at the elementary level, not akin to the elite existence of Tang San. He is yet to rise. If you swiftly stifle him in his cradle, wouldn't that resolve everything? On the other hand, Li Yunfei is utterly alarmed, for he never expected his elder brother Li Xiaofei to falter at the mention of twin martial souls. If that were the case, could it mean his brother would not lend him support? No, the die has been cast. There is no turning back now. Thus, Li Yunfei hastens to reassure Li Xiaofei, insisting that he need not fear. What of twin martial souls? They are merely at the elementary stage, hardly remarkable, and as of now, Yanling has not yet emerged. If we act swiftly to suppress him, ensuring he can never soar, everything will be perfectly manageable. Li Xiaofei, feeling a profound headache, recognizes the stark reality. Even if Yanling is still in his nascent phase, he is not someone who could be easily subdued by an ordinary individual. For those possessing twin martial souls, life is akin to having 9 lives, reminiscent of a cat with 9 lives. Such extraordinary beings cannot be easily extinguished. Despite his outwardly gentle demeanor, Li Xiaofei understands far more than Li Yunfei realizes. Should this individual truly take flight, it is possible that in the next moment, no one would be able to constrict him. Li Xiaofei possesses a keen self-awareness. He knows his own strengths and weaknesses. Unlike Li Yunfei, who acts recklessly, relying solely on his ill temper to create chaos, Li Xiaofei finds this behavior distasteful to behold. Li Yunfei's obstinacy only adds to Li Xiaofei's frustration, as he laments with a face of exasperation. But those with twin martial souls are predominantly the chosen ones. This is common knowledge throughout the Douluo continent. You are placing me in a most difficult position. Indeed, in the entirety of the Douluo continent. Should a protagonist encounter adversity, it is imperative that one does not stifle potential in its infancy, for it is quite possible that formidable forces are supporting such endeavors. However, for others, the swift and seamless initiation of these matters is far from feasible. Li Xiaofei now finds himself gripped by apprehension. He is acutely aware of his own limitations. He understands that any misstep could lead to incomprehensible consequences for those around him. The situation is on the brink of a turnaround, and he may find himself unable to ascend once again in mere moments. Should he fail to stand firm, the challenges ahead could be insurmountable. I don't care. You promised me just now. If you go back on your word, I shall inform our father. Li Yunfei resorted to childish tactics, astonished by the absurdity of the day's events. It was a constant stream of troubles that left him feeling utterly overwhelmed. In his mind, Li Xiaofei had previously acquiesced to his demands. To renege on such an agreement would be thoroughly distasteful. Thus, Li Yunfei resorted to invoking their father's authority to exert pressure on Li Xiaofei. After all, they shared the same father, and as the younger son, he was certain to enjoy his father's indulgence. In contrast, Li Xiaofei, as the second son, felt the sting of neglect, which became his advantage. Chapter 49. Just an ordinary person, he was well aware of his favored status at home, and thus intended to leverage this situation to his benefit. He felt it necessary to put Li Xiaofei under pressure for disregarding his wishes and failing to fulfill his requests. How utterly distasteful. All right, you little rascal. You have a penchant for reporting me, don't you? Fine, I shall assist you, but should any danger arise, I will not hesitate to walk away. Li Xiaofei was truly at a loss for words, never expecting that his younger brother could be such a consummate rogue. With just a few words, He had thrust Li Xiaofei into a position akin to that of a being caught in a furnace. It was profoundly distasteful. Since he had no desire to assist in this matter, he was now compelled to do so. However, Li Xiaofei was no fool. He knew that Yinling possessed twin martial spirits. If a confrontation were to ensue, and should it endanger his life, he would promptly turn and leave. Though Li Yunfei was his younger brother, he would not gamble his own life for the sake of pampering him. If one cannot even govern their own life, how can they concern themselves with the trivialities of whether someone is a brother or not? Thus, Li Xiaofei prudently established 3 rules in advance. Should he find himself in peril of losing his life, he would unhesitatingly choose to turn away. Rest assured that Yinling is still merely at a rudimentary level, and eliminating him would simply eradicate future troubles. Li Yunfei dismissed the matter entirely, holding Yinling in low regard. He pondered how someone with such a lackluster family background could dare to assume a position of authority over him, as if he were to command from the exalted throne of power. If we are to speak in such terms, then he must truly be a despicable individual. Li Yunfei has already subjected Yinling to a series of humiliations, driven solely by the need to vent the pent-up frustration within his chest. Otherwise, if he were to soar once more, the consequences would be dire. On the following day, as Yinling and Murong Yunxue entered the academy, they were halted by the gatekeeper, an elderly security guard. "Are you the one with the dual martial spirits from yesterday's gathering? I must say, despite your youth, you are remarkably impressive." The guard's face radiated warmth, and as he gazed at Yinling, his affection grew stronger. Through Yinling's eyes, he perceived a profound uncertainty about the future. In truth, individuals of this caliber among security personnel possess formidable abilities. Their role extends far beyond mere gatekeeping. They are responsible for the safety of the entire academy, and should any external threat arise, they would swiftly neutralize it. Thus, this particular guard is indeed a formidable expert, a remarkable presence. To the untrained eye, he might appear as an ordinary person, yet his true strength is deeply concealed. This is precisely why the guard's demeanor towards Yinling is so sincere. He appears to believe that Yinling's future holds great promise, perhaps even envisioning him as a successor. Such is the perspective of a master, observing another who has yet to fully realize their potential. His gaze is imbued with kindness and simplicity, instilling a sense of vibrant promise for the future. "Oh no, dear sir, I am merely an ordinary individual," Yinling replied, his face beaming with delight from the praise, though he maintained a facade of calm composure. Chapter 50. The Minion indeed. Even if one's future may hold the potential for greatness, for now, I am but an ordinary person. If I am an ordinary individual, there is no need to pursue lofty aspirations. Hence, maintaining a low profile has always been Yinling's principle. Even in the face of overwhelming challenges, one must remain humble. As long as he draws breath, he should act with discretion to avoid inciting the ire of others. While life is safeguarded, everything else is but ephemeral. In simpler terms, Yinling believes that as long as these individuals do not threaten his existence, all will be well. But one cannot speak in such a manner. How could you possibly remain so humble? However, the security guard seemed rather unaccustomed to the situation, showering Yinling with various compliments. It appeared that he had been relentlessly pursuing this individual, much like Murong Yunxue had been praising Yinling in the dormitory. He evidently believed that this young man possessed limitless potential, perhaps even someone to rely on in the future. Thus, he was subtly reminding him to be mindful of his presence. "Hurry to the classroom, Yinling. The class is about to commence. Today is the first day, and the teacher will surely take attendance." Murong Yunxue observed the guard's tendency to ramble and promptly informed Yinling of the facts. Indeed, there was no time to squander. Class was imminent, and lingering any longer could mean losing their seats. With urgency, she tugged at Yinling to hasten him along. "All right, sir. I shall not engage in idle chit-chat with you. Please keep a vigilant watch." Upon hearing this, Yinling quickly turned to leave, realizing that today marked the commencement of classes. The academy would soon host an orientation ceremony for new students, a significant and unprecedented gathering. To leave a favorable impression on his mentor, Yinling ensured he was well aware of these circumstances. It was imperative to depart swiftly. There would be ample opportunity for conversation in the future. The security guard, upon hearing his words, nodded affirmatively, acknowledging the reality of the situation. There is little more to say. Observing Yinling's receding figure, the security guard felt a profound sense of satisfaction. In a tone laden with significance, he remarked, "A dual martial soul. If only an ordinary person could attain such a realm. Indeed, it seems that he is destined for greatness, with a future brimming with potential. The security guard, while speaking, gazed with profound eyes, reminiscent of his own humble beginnings. In his youth, he too was but a mere subordinate. Yet he has risen to become a protector of the academy, a testament to his formidable capabilities. Such remarkable feats evoke a sense of awe and admiration. Throughout the academy, there are many guards like him stationed at the gates, and similarly, individuals like Yanling may one day carry the hopes of the entire institution, especially given the rarity of twin martial souls. If nurtured properly, they could transform into esteemed talents. Upon arriving in the classroom, Yanling had yet to take his seat when he spotted a familiar figure, Li Yunfei, who also noticed him simultaneously. Chapter 51. Trash Li Yunfei was immediately consumed by anger. Pointing at Yanling and exclaiming vehemently, "I can't believe we ended up in the same class. What are you doing here, sitting with me?" His fury was palpable, and it was evident that Yanling had inflicted significant psychological harm upon him. Not only had he been humiliated, but his spirit had also endured a profound blow. Once a privileged scion, he now found himself reduced to a mere captive of circumstance. Such a sight would evoke sympathy from anyone, as the entire academy buzzed with gossip. Just yesterday, Yanling had single-handedly defeated Li Yunfei and his band of followers, who had foolishly attempted to gang up on him. The sheer absurdity of their defeat was appalling. Upon arriving at class early, Li Yunfei was met with the shocking news, leaving him utterly humiliated. Indeed, Li Yunfei was a man of considerable charm and wealth. His good looks may not have been his defining trait, but his affluence surely paved the way for his current path, however twisted it might be. Yet, following that fateful encounter, his pride had plummeted to an all-time low, reducing him to a mere shadow of his former self. His state of disgrace was utterly incomprehensible. "I advise you, do not provoke trouble. You have already learned your lesson yesterday. Should you dare to embarrass me again today, I will not hesitate to teach you another lesson. Do you believe me?" Yanling recognized Li Yunfei, and, upon hearing his disrespectful words, felt no obligation to show him any courtesy. The unpleasant truth was evident to all. Within the confines of the same class, it remained to be seen who could alter the established dynamics, especially upon hearing Li Yunfei's audacity to insult him. Yanling perceived that the situation had become even more complex. Since this matter has escalated to such an embarrassing degree, let us see how to navigate the circumstances at hand. Yanling's fierce retort startled Li Yunfei, yet he found himself at a loss for words, unable to retaliate against Yanling's prowess. Thus, he could only swallow his pride and concede for the moment. "Fine, I shall not stoop to your level, for you are indeed formidable, but do not think of leaving after school." Li Yunfei knew he could not prevail against Yanling. He had no choice but to enlist his brother's help. Li Xiaofei had already pledged to teach Yanling a lesson after school, making it clear that he would not back down. Yanling found the situation amusing. How audacious of Li Yunfei to speak to him in such a manner, as if he were easy prey. The reality was undeniable, and there was no need to further discuss the matter. Yanling stretched his limbs, having grasped the general situation. Some truths were self-evident, and now, it remained to be seen who could effect any meaningful change amidst the chaos. For Yanling, the multitude of adversaries is not what instills fear. Rather, it is the treachery that lurks behind their backs. However, the audacity of Li Yunfei to confront him head-on presents a rather manageable situation. Chapter 52. Utterly amusing, the facts laid before him are abundantly clear. If a direct confrontation is to occur, let it commence. How do you two know each other? What prior connections do you share? At this moment, Morong Yunxue approached. Having been an observer of the unfolding drama, witnessing Yanling's escalating fury, he felt compelled to intervene, lest the situation spiral beyond resolution. Indeed, both individuals possess a stubborn temperament, each vying for dominance in this grave circumstance. Morong Yunxue believed that such conflicts should not arise among classmates, even though he does not hold the position of class leader. Nevertheless, maintaining order within the class is a responsibility that falls upon every student. Thus, he reluctantly stepped forward to shatter the impasse. "No, it was during the martial soul testing conference yesterday. After its conclusion, this pompous scion fixated on me, determined to embarrass me, but to his surprise, I managed to best him." Yanling elucidated the events of the previous day with clarity. His account was cogent. Indeed, he bore no blame for the incident. Yet, amidst the turmoil, he found himself thrust into the spotlight, a reality that was profoundly unsettling. Unfazed by any sense of guilt, Yinling felt no trepidation. Upon hearing that he had indeed bested Li Yunfei, Morong Yunxue was taken aback with delight. He had not anticipated that the arrogant heir would receive such a lesson from Yinling. It appears that there are always stronger rivals. Li Yunfei had truly met his match, and Morong Yunxue was elated beyond measure. Having long harbored disdain for Li Yunfei, he felt that the latter's comeuppance was well-deserved. Well done. Li Yunfei is precisely the sort who deserves a good thrashing, Morong Yunxue exclaimed, his exuberance nearly spilling over. He had suffered numerous indignities at the hands of Li Yunfei in the past, so to witness Yinling exacting revenge was indeed a most gratifying turn of events. Morong Yunxue, mind your words. I have no grievances with you. Do not align yourself with Yinling to put me in a difficult position. If you are dissatisfied, let us settle this one-on-one. Li Yunfei was infuriated. He had thought that dealing with Yinling was already quite enough, yet unexpectedly, another adversary, Morong Yunxue, had emerged. Indeed, he had never seen eye to eye with Morong Yunxue either. To his astonishment, these two rivals had now united against him. The more he pondered this situation, the more his ire intensified. Helplessly, he recognized the undeniable reality before him. It was imperative for others to comprehend his stance, which was decidedly unyielding. He pointed an accusatory finger at Morong Yunxue, unleashing a torrent of invective. His meaning was unmistakable. Today, he resolved to lay bare the so-called facts, and he would not hesitate to demand a hefty price for her actions. Li Yunfei boldly declared his intention to engage in a one-on-one confrontation. But Morong Yunxue found the notion utterly laughable. She felt she was not even in the same league as Li Yunfei. How could she possibly traverse this treacherous path? They were not even on the same journey, yet here she was, ensnared by this absurdity. It is truly incomparable to others. Chapter 53, Mad Dog. Huh. You are utterly unworthy. Just a single Yinling has subdued you entirely. Do you believe you are fit to contend with me? Morong Yunxue holds Li Yunfei in utter disdain. Although the Li family wields considerable influence, the Morong clan is by no means insignificant. To put it plainly, the Li family is primarily composed of merchants, while the Morong family is predominantly political. The two have not traversed the same path, ideally. They could have coexisted peacefully in commerce and governance. Yet, the current reality starkly contrasts this notion. In previous encounters, Li Yunfei, buoyed by a coterie of followers at the academy, has made Morong Yunshue's life quite uncomfortable. Had it not been for her magnanimity and unwillingness to stoop to his level, he would have long since tarnished his own reputation. Now, however, she effortlessly learns from Yinling that he harbored a grudge yesterday, which is rather fortuitous. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Morong Yunshue's rapport with Yinling is not entirely unfavorable. This budding camaraderie has seamlessly united them on the same stage to confront Li Yunfei. You wait, both of you, after school today. I shall have my second brother teach you both a severe lesson. Li Yunfei has truly met a dead end. He never anticipated that Morong Yunxue would not even provide him with a reason to launch an attack, which is quite humorous. Helplessly, in front of so many classmates, he must save face and thus resorts to yet another round of empty threats. In truth, his words are but bluster. They do not regard him as a serious adversary, and he is left to bear the consequences of his actions. I see this fellow today has truly lost his wits. Why bother engaging with him? It is a waste of our time. Yinling finds the situation amusing. He cannot fathom what is going through Li Yunfei's mind today. He has no desire to take him seriously, yet Li Yunfei continues to spout his so-called threats repeatedly, revealing his utter foolishness. Hence, Yinling has lost all interest in Li Yunfei, who is nothing more than a nuisance. Day after day, he fixates on trivial matters, lacking the grace and depth of character befitting a person of stature. Yet, he still attempts to concoct absurdities here, truly pedestrian. Yinling has resolved to sever any ties with Li Yunfei. If he can extricate himself, he will. If not, he risks a dire outcome. Currently, Yinling's stance is to avoid trouble at all costs, for Li Yunfei is nothing but a mad dog. One ought not to stoop to the level of a rabid dog. Otherwise, one risks the bite that could lead to rabies, spreading the affliction to others and ultimately facing a tragic fate. Indeed, you are absolutely correct. It is evident to me that this individual is nothing but refuse. Morong Yunxue nodded emphatically, expressing her agreement with Yinling's remarks. Why should one engage with such a worthless person? If he wishes to end his existence, he can do so without dragging others into his turmoil. There are countless individuals in this world, Must one hang oneself on this solitary tree? It is akin to a desire for self-destruction. Chapter 54. The hunt. He could simply consume a toxic substance and bring his own demise, thus concluding his miseries. Yet, here he is, squandering time. Truly, he must be unwell. After Yanling voiced these thoughts, Morong Yunshue's gaze towards Li Yunfei had lost the initial respect it once held. Indeed, how could the esteemed grandson of the Li family, once so formidable, now find himself a mere prisoner? Observers would perceive him as a ruffian. What purpose does it serve for such a person to exist in this world? Is it not a waste of time? The Li family is vast and prosperous. How could they have produced such a fool? It is baffling to consider what thoughts occupy his mind. He cannot even grasp the simplest of situations, yet aspires to ascend to greatness. What a disgrace. You too need not be so obstinate. I shall not take your words to heart. Just wait until school is out. Li Yunfei was nearly beside himself with rage, on the verge of suffering a heart attack. Morong Yunxue and Yanling engaged in their banter, alternating their mockery, which only intensified his discomfort. Li Yunfei felt the weight of his humanity. He was not an animal to endure such insults without retaliation. Did they truly believe him to be an emotionless automaton? The more he contemplated, the angrier he became. Sensing the injustice of it all, he erupted into a tirade, nearly rushing to confront them physically. However, reason prevailed, compelling him to halt. For he understood that he could not withstand this group. Just one of them, Yanling, would be sufficient to overpower him. Faced with life and death, Li Yunfei chose to cling to life. At that moment, Yanling found Li Yunfei's words rather amusing. He turned to Morong Yunxue and inquired, "Does he imply that someone will come to his aid after school to hunt us?" Yanling's concern was not unfounded, particularly since Li Yunfei had repeatedly mentioned the time following their classes. It appears that, after school, there may indeed be a concerted effort to target this group of individuals. If that is the case, it would be quite challenging for him to navigate this situation effectively. One must consider that the Li family possesses a certain degree of influence within the academy. However, Yanling is currently at a disadvantage, despite having the protection of Bibi Dong. He cannot afford to take these circumstances lightly. On the surface, Morong Yunxue professes to support Yanling, yet when faced with dire straits, one cannot be certain that self-preservation would not take precedence. Therefore, Yanling's approach is to maintain composure and avoid unnecessary trouble. Why concern himself with matters beyond his control? The reality is evident. Survival, even for a single day, is paramount. Will the Li family's power truly launch an all-out assault against them? Nonetheless, Morong Yunxue dismisses this notion entirely, believing that regardless of what Li Yunfei claims, actions speak louder than words. He is curious to see what Li Yunfei can accomplish. After all, rhetoric alone is meaningless without tangible results. If one cannot even adhere to the path of proper conduct, what merit is there in discussing trivial matters? Morong Yunxue has never regarded Li Yunfei with any respect, considering them both as scions of prominent families, equally matched in capability. With the backing of governmental support, Morong Yunxue holds a significant advantage over Li Yunfei, who is merely a wealthy businessman. It is no wonder that Morong Yunxue does not consider Li Yunfei a worthy opponent, given the vast disparity in their standings. When two entities of such different calibers collide, how could one expect anything extraordinary to arise? Despite Morong Yunshue's dismissive words, Yanling's expression remains taut, reflecting his capacity to understand sorrow, joy, and grief. Should Li Yunfei genuinely set out to harm him, controlling the situation may prove difficult. Nevertheless, he reassures himself that the Li family's influence may not surpass that of the Morong clan. It remains to be seen whether this individual can truly mobilize effectively. Morong Yunxue promptly pats Yanling on the shoulder, urging him not to take it to heart. The situation is abundantly clear, whether they face death or adversity. He is prepared to stand by Yanling's side. Death is merely a trivial matter in the grand scheme. Moreover, Morong Yunxue believes that protecting someone should not be an insurmountable challenge. If he cannot safeguard Yanling, then the Morong family would hardly be worthy of existence in the Douluo continent. It would be utterly disgraceful. Surely, my standing is not significant enough to draw the attention of the Li family. I am hardly of any consequence. Yanling waved his hands repeatedly, convinced that despite his ongoing rivalry with Li Yunfei, it was improbable for the illustrious Li family to launch a concerted assault against him. After all, he considered himself merely a minor character in this grand narrative. The Li family, with its vast resources and influence, would hardly expend such effort to hunt down an ordinary individual like himself. There was no deep-seated animosity. The conflicts were merely trivial squabbles among classmates. Moreover, it was Li Yunfei who had instigated the bullying, and Yin Ling's previous actions were solely for self-preservation. Since he could no longer protect himself, there seemed no need to concoct any so-called peculiar strategies. Murong Yunxue was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Yin Ling's remarkable composure. Indeed, there was no profound enmity. And if that were the case, then what was the point? Murong Yunxue believed that Yin Ling was partially correct. Indeed, there was no need for such embarrassment. This fellow was undeniably too modest. She patted Yin Ling on the shoulder, feeling that he was excessively timid. After all, he was a proud possessor of a twin martial soul, and now that it had awakened, he should not fear someone like Li Yunfei, a foolish rich heir, who was nothing remarkable. Associating with such a person was, in her opinion, an affront to his own life. Murong Yunxue felt fortunate that Li Yunfei had not directed any inappropriate actions toward her. Otherwise, given her current temperament, she would have ensured he faced dire consequences. No one had dared to treat her with such insolence. All right, enough of this. The outcome is already obvious, and there is no need for further discussion. Yin Ling declared impatiently, dismissing the matter with a wave of his hand. Since they had to offend Li Yunfei, they might as well see how it unfolded and deal with it appropriately. In truth, Yin Ling felt quite troubled. After all, Li Yunfei was fundamentally a nuisance. Reflecting on the past, one could not help but recall Tang San. Regardless of his current status, Shrek Academy felt an immense pride for him. Indeed, that young man had once been an inconspicuous figure. Yet, in the ensuing years, he had risen to prominence, causing a smile to appear on the lips of anyone reminiscing about him. Yes, that once deemed worthless individual had transformed into a remarkable character through his own efforts. Now, Yin Ling had emerged with a twin martial soul, and with a little refinement, he could surpass even Tang San in prowess. No, you three are my students. I cannot simply forget you, Shrek said, his expression calm as he regarded Yin Ling and his companions. He spoke deliberately, not treating the matter lightly. He believed that since they were all classmates, it was unnecessary to escalate the situation into something ugly, nor should he engage in any chaotic behavior, which would be utterly inappropriate. As a responsible teacher, Shrek understood that he should not lose his temper easily. Thus, despite Yin Ling's harsh words, he suppressed his grievances. For the consequences of anger could lead to undesirable outcomes. Regrettably, the potential for a catastrophic fall cannot be dismissed. To speak more plainly, Shrek does not wish for his students to be devoid of capability. If he can lend a hand, he shall do so. This should clarify matters for many. Shrek is indeed one who values his students, not merely a figure who completes the curriculum and departs without a second thought. Very well, teacher. Since you have stated it thus, how do you propose to ensure fairness in the execution of these matters? Yin Ling could not help but chuckle, contemplating the depth of resentment and indignation harbored by the three of them. Words could scarcely convey the intensity of their feelings. Yet one must wonder if it would truly come to the point of risking lives to resolve this conflict. A confrontation is inevitable. Merely brushing aside Li Yunfei's arrogance would not suffice. Having endured such significant humiliation yesterday, would he allow himself to be overlooked? Yin Ling mused that if Li Yunfei were magnanimous, the sun would rise from the west. In the entire academy, who is unaware that Li Yunfei is a quintessential scion of privilege, perpetually instigating trouble due to his familial background? Countless earnest students have fallen victim to his bullying, and it was fortunate that he encountered Yin Ling, who taught him a lesson yesterday. Otherwise, had it been someone else, they would have undoubtedly suffered greatly at his hands. Thus, Yin Ling's disdain for Li Yunfei is manifest. To flaunt his ancestral privileges in such a manner is truly laughable. Although he himself is bereft of wealth, he stands resolutely on his own merit. Indeed, in this world, Yin Ling is an orphan, devoid of parental guidance. However, blessed with the protagonist's aura, he was promptly recognized by Bibi Dong. Furthermore, with the support of a system, his future is bound to be smooth sailing. There may not be an entirely untroubled path ahead, yet his achievements may well surpass even those of Tang San. Chapter 59. Intriguing reflection. Let us step outside first. The atmosphere in the classroom is not conducive. Shrek's expression darkened further. He had not anticipated that his words would not be met with a response, but rather would provoke a retort from Yin Ling. Very well. Since you insist on handling matters in such an ungracious manner, Shrek believed that as a teacher, he ought to impart a thorough lesson to his students. enlightening them on the proverbial wisdom of how many eyes the king Ma possesses. Though he considered himself a good teacher, it did not imply that he was devoid of temper. Venturing outside was no monumental task. It was the truly timid who refrained from such actions. Before Yanling could respond, Li Yunfei stood up, swiftly darting from his seat like a rocket, heading toward the door. As he walked, he made bold declarations, asserting that those who hesitated to step outside were nothing but cowards, which undeniably provoked Yanling's ire. With a resigned smile, Yanling replied, "Well then, since you say so, what is there to fear? Within this academy, we shall undoubtedly encounter one another again. Let us see who can provoke whom after school today." Li Yunfei's earlier mention of a significant crisis awaiting after class struck Yanling as quite humorous, since the situation had to be so awkwardly addressed. He felt it was not a matter of great concern, especially as Li Yunfei dared to utter such unflattering remarks in front of their teacher. Yanling believed that this crisis was indeed a blessing disguised as a misfortune. If misfortune was inevitable, he might as well confront it head-on. Thus, observing Li Yunfei's fierce demeanor, Yanling rose and strode toward the door. If a confrontation could occur in the corridor outside the academy, he was willing to bear the consequences, even if it meant forsaking his studies. On the other hand, Morong Yunxiue, witnessing both individuals departing, felt compelled to join them. He realized that remaining behind would only invite retaliation from Shrek. Reluctantly, he stood up and followed suit, muttering under his breath, predominantly cursing Li Yunfei. Their history was fraught with animosity, exacerbated by Yanling's prior altercation with Li Yunfei, which left Morong with no choice but to ally with Yanling against him. Otherwise, he would have preferred to remain uninvolved. Unlike Li Yunfei, who was the favorite son of his family, Morong Yunxiue was merely the most inconspicuous among many grandchildren. His existence was not of great significance to the Morong clan. As long as he was alive, the family would not pursue retribution against those who bullied him. Pray tell, what transpired among the three of you? Why has the first day of classes devolved into such embarrassment? In the corridor, Shrek's expression was grave as he brandished a ruler, addressing the trio before him with a mix of agitation and sorrow. The situation was indeed disheartening, especially on the inaugural day of the semester, fostering a sense of profound intrigue. As a respected educator within the academy, Shrek was accustomed to maintaining authority, yet he was taken aback by the audacity of students challenging him openly in class. What would the other students think of him? Chapter 60, Unyielding. Contemplating this, Shrek clenched his teeth, yet he endeavored to uphold the dignity of his position, refraining from expressing his frustration. It is merely a matter of yesterday's written examination. It was nothing more than an introduction. Faced with inquiries, Yanling felt there was nothing to conceal and spoke candidly. Indeed, had it not been for yesterday's written examination, they would not have encountered each other today. Nor would this have provoked Li Yunfei's jealousy, stemming from his perception that Yanling's abilities surpassed his own. This jealousy led him to conspire against Yanling, fearing that one day his position might eclipse that of Tang San. Ultimately, this series of unfortunate events was a consequence of Li Yunfei's own envy. Yanling believed that he was justified in his stance and bore no guilt. This was a school, a classroom, a place of learning. How could they engage in such unruly brawls? Upon hearing Yanling's account, Shylek's expression darkened further. He pointed at the three individuals before him, raising his ruler high, seemingly poised to strike one of them. Yet, it appeared more a threat than an actual intent to strike, as he ultimately refrained from bringing it down. Li Yunfei, terrified, thought the ruler would soon descend upon him. Given his proximity to Shylek, merely a few centimeters away, he genuinely feared that if Shylek exerted even a slight force, it would leave him severely injured. Consequently, Li Yunfei confessed, unable to hold back the truth. "I can't help it. Teacher, it's human nature to feel jealousy, which leads to such embarrassing situations." He spoke earnestly, trembling in fear. Indeed, the atmosphere was filled with dread. He was genuinely terrified that Shylek would unleash the ruler. Who in the academy was unaware that this ruler was no ordinary implement? It was akin to a butcher's knife capable of cleaving the entire Douluo continent. With a single swing, it could obliterate anything in its path. Such a formidable weapon, if struck upon a person, would surely lead to their demise. "I do not concern myself with your motives, but I expect you to attend my class attentively. The knowledge I impart will undoubtedly be more captivating than that of any other teacher." Ultimately, Shylek did not bring the ruler down. He understood the gravity of such an action. He was not a reincarnated butcher, nor were these individuals mere piglets. It was neither a festive occasion nor a time for such brutality. Thus, Shrek merely raised the ring to intimidate them momentarily, before resuming his earnest counsel to the three before him, urging them to study diligently. He envisioned a future where they would emerge from the academy to contribute significantly to the entire Douluo continent, rather than endanger its safety. After all, Shrek was a teacher. Observing his students was akin to watching over his own children. He cherished their safe and gradual growth. He did not wish for them to graduate only to engage in a series of chaotic behaviors, which would be quite a disgrace if witnessed by others. Shrek exemplified a teacher's compassion, akin to a parent caring for their child, which elucidated why he garnered the affection of most students within the academy. He was, by nature, a person of deep loyalty and sentiment. Yinling, through Shrek's heartfelt words, discerned his genuine intentions. He felt a sense of obligation not to disappoint the teacher before him. Although the animosity among the three was profound, it bore no relation to their teacher. The latter was earnestly encouraging them to focus on their studies, which made Yinling feel even more compelled to temper his words. "We have always respected you, teacher. Aren't you Shrek, a well-known figure in the academy?" Yinling spoke, casting an apologetic glance towards Shrek. Initially, he had presumed that the teacher would surely punish them. However, he was taken aback when Shrek, instead, took the time to counsel them gently, hoping they would become individuals who could contribute positively to the Douluo continent. Such a commendable teacher deserved no disrespect. "Indeed. We are aware of your esteemed name, teacher," Morong Yunshiwei chimed in, nodding emphatically, while Li Yunfei silently echoed the gesture. Although he was a bully and a scoundrel, he could discern that Shrek was a good teacher. It is rare in life to encounter benevolent individuals, let alone such an admirable teacher within the school. "Then you should recognize the value I hold as your teacher. Why is it that you show me so little respect?" Shrek sighed, reflecting that despite the harshness of their words, his efforts to counsel them should not lead them astray. Observing their emotional improvement brought him a sense of quiet satisfaction. Indeed, the sea of suffering is boundless, but turning back leads to the shore. If a student possesses the desire to learn, even a troubled one, he felt compelled to offer assistance. Yet, upon hearing this, Li Yunfei burst into laughter and candidly replied, "Did you not say so, teacher? Jealousy is an inherent trait of human nature. I am undoubtedly apprehensive that he perceives himself as superior to me, which has led me down this path. Otherwise, how could I find myself in such a humiliating predicament?" Li Yunfei openly expressed his inner turmoil. He was envious of Yinling. Why did Yinling possess such a formidable martial spirit at the very first written examination? What right did he have, while I am merely endowed with an ordinary martial spirit of a higher rank? Why should such an inequitable circumstance befall me? Yinling, a destitute individual devoid of any resources. Why then does Bibi Dong favor him? What is the essence of this situation? The more Li Yunfei contemplated, the more he sensed something amiss. This is the essence of jealousy, the capacity to incite a sense of retribution within individuals. Li Yunfei, a quintessential scion of a wealthy family, had grown accustomed to arrogance. Yet, he found himself overshadowed at the competition. It is only natural for him to harbor jealousy towards Yinling. However, he never considered that this world operates on a principle of fairness. Li Yunfei was born into affluence, while Yinling possessed nothing. Yet, Yinling excelled in the trials of martial spirits, achieving a level of prowess far beyond that of others. What Li Yunfei had, Yinling lacked, and vice versa, which in itself is a testament to fairness. Yet, Li Yunfei perceived himself as having suffered a severe blow to his dignity, an act of seeking trouble without cause. "Oh, I comprehend the situation now. You merely wish to witness your own efforts culminate in a remarkable elevation." Shrek nodded emphatically, finally grasping the reason behind Li Yunfei's agitation. It was evident that this individual was a haughty second-generation rich kid, spoiled at home. He had the misguided belief that society outside would indulge him. Yet he was still a student with no special considerations. Shrek could not show favoritism. It would be unjust to speak in favor of Yinling and claim that Li Yunfei deserved his plight due to his lack of skill. Thus, with a sense of balance in his heart, Shrek presented the truth. Indeed, while Li Yunfei's abilities were not particularly formidable at the competition, consistent effort could yield improvement. Yinling possessed innate talent, an undeniable fact. Each individual's constitution is unique, their bloodlines distinct, and their martial spirits likewise varied. How could one be oblivious to such truths? Upon hearing Shrek's words, Li Yunfei lowered his head in contemplation. Indeed, Yinling possessed what he did not, and vice versa. Why then did he persist in feeling that life was unjust? After enduring such a heartfelt admonition, Li Yunfei felt a burning sensation on his face. The inherent inadequacies of one's efforts can be compensated for over time, but a lack of diligence in the latter stages is simply a matter of fate. Thus, Shailik made it abundantly clear that Li Yunfei should not harbor feelings of unfairness. Yanling possesses advantages by virtue of his natural endowments, much like Li Yunfei, who was born into affluence, such as the nature of destiny. After a considerable pause, Li Yunfei remained silent, absorbing and contemplating the series of circumstances articulated by Shailik. Ultimately, the three of us can only truly know one another through conflict. I find the two of them disagreeable, and they view me with the same disdain. So, how shall we navigate this situation? After a prolonged moment, Li Yunfei finally articulated his thoughts once more. Indeed, the outcome is glaringly evident. The fight had already taken place yesterday. The situation has escalated to such an extent that, were it not for the mediation of our teacher Shailik today, the consequences might have been dire. Li Yunfei believed that this matter was far from over. However, given the current embarrassing situation, it was time to find a way out. Chapter 62. Offering a way down. One cannot hastily bring matters to a close. After all, it is essential for both parties to find a way to gracefully step back. Therefore, how shall you mediate the situation and resolve it appropriately? I wish to avoid any further embarrassment, as you are all, after all, my students. Shailik nodded heavily. Observing that Li Yunfei no longer exhibited the same anger as before, he felt that this matter could indeed be settled amicably. Simultaneously, Shailik felt a sense of satisfaction. If a student could be properly guided under his tutelage, it would be possible to temper some of their unpleasant temperament. Thus, this matter has become quite fluid, no longer resembling trash that has fallen into an abyss. In truth, Shrek possesses the noble intention of saving lives, akin to constructing a towering pagoda of merit. Indeed, he cannot simply stand by and watch as his students stray onto misguided paths. He is an educator, a genuine mentor devoted to teaching and nurturing. He aspires for the pillars of his academy to contribute meaningfully to the continent in the future, rather than allowing trivial matters to create chaos. Observing that Li Yunfei has managed to restrain his temper today, he feels that this situation should likewise be manageable. Well, since the teacher has spoken thus, is it necessary for us to continue our dispute? Let us each take a step back and dissolve this lingering resentment, shall we? Is that agreeable? Yanling, noticing Li Yunfei's cheeks puffed up in indignation, now resembling a dried raisin, believes it prudent to let this matter rest. Therefore, he decisively extends an olive branch. As the teacher has already facilitated their reconciliation, let us extend a measure of respect to our esteemed teacher. Furthermore, if we disregard the teacher's dignity, the ruler wielded by Shrek could effortlessly reduce a person to mere fragments. Such a grave situation must not be permitted to manifest in reality. The reason the three of them have managed to navigate this predicament so adeptly today is largely attributed to the teacher's formidable reputation and capabilities, which have orchestrated this series of unexpected developments. Otherwise, the matter would have been rendered moot. Had the teacher been of a feeble disposition, lacking any personal prowess, the three could have brazenly engaged in a brawl before him. Now, I propose that the two of you offer an apology. That seems a reasonable request, does it not? After all, I was left battered and bruised yesterday. Although I may have instigated the situation, it hardly justifies the humiliation I endured. As the matter reached an impasse, the teacher's intervention prompted Yanling to extend an olive branch, leading Li Yunfei to temper his anger. However, the incident from yesterday cannot simply be brushed aside. Li Yunfei now seeks an apology from Yanling, addressing all present, and then he hopes to move on. Morong Yunxue, how do you suggest we resolve this situation? Yanling silently concurs with Li Yunfei's sentiments, but is eager to solicit the opinion of Morong Yunxue, who has remained silent since Shrek initiated the mediation. The pallor of his complexion resembled that of a decayed winter melon, and thus, when this reality presented itself, Yanling began to grasp the situation. This young man was indeed not to be trifled with. The resentment he harbored towards Li Yunfei lingered unresolved, and despite Shrek's attempts at mediation, the efforts proved futile. Consequently, Yanling felt an urgent need to discern the sentiments expressed by Morong Yunxue. What stance would he take? Should he express his approval for the mediation, the matter could be addressed with ease. However, if Yanling were to pursue mediation unilaterally, and Morong Yunxue were to oppose him, the situation would become far more complex. In the future, their friendship is bound to be severed. It is as if one has just met a friend yesterday, only to part ways today. Yinling is not the type of person to create such an embarrassing situation. Given the circumstances, I believe it is you who should apologize to us, rather than the other way around. You must understand this situation. In the contest, Morong Yunxue felt that Li Yunfei truly possesses a talent for sophistry. Despite our side having said nothing, he not only expects an apology from us, but is now the one who insists on apologizing? This matter is indeed quite intriguing. Could it be that one truly considers oneself to be easily bullied? Let us not forget that the animosity between the two of them extends far beyond this trivial issue. Morong Yunxue's intention is remarkably clear. It is one of hope. If Li Yunfei is to offer an apology, it should first be directed towards himself, rather than expecting her to apologize. Moreover, Morong Yunxue perceives that this fellow, Li Yunfei, cannot simply articulate a couple of words of contrition to elucidate the situation. According to Morong Yunxue's speculations, if her assumptions hold any truth, it is evident that Li Yunfei is merely enduring humiliation for the time being. Subsequently, he will launch further assaults on their characters. Consider this. With a heart full of pent-up frustration, how could mere trifles possibly clarify the circumstances? It is utterly implausible. Why is this so? If you have erred and I too have erred, then we are both at fault. Li Yunfei, however, remains unfazed, believing that the situation has already reached this point. There is little to articulate regarding this series of circumstances. It is even more inappropriate to present these fragmented truths with certainty. He believes that it is not merely one individual's fault, but rather a multitude of individuals intertwined in this situation. Since the mistake is a collective one, everyone should share the responsibility. When Shrek witnessed this scene, he could hardly suppress his laughter. He had not anticipated that this young man would dare to concoct such absurd schemes. All right, you two should cease your quarrel. Yinling has already stated that if the matter can be resolved, it should be. Why must it be made so awkward? What is truly going on? Shrek resumed his role as a mediator. Indeed, he was a teacher, not a particularly unreasonable individual. Given that the situation had unfolded in this manner, there is no need to engage in such unseemly disputes, nor to indulge in nonsensical chatter. It is rather disappointing that he, as a teacher, has failed to comprehend and convey these matters in a coherent manner. What purpose do these chaotic facts serve? Is it merely for amusement? Observing Shrek's countenance, it appeared as though he had ingested 2 pounds of manure. Li Yunfei felt an undeniable sense of obligation to preserve his teacher's dignity, believing that it was inappropriate to allow his mentor to lose face. Very well, teacher, since you have stated it thus, I see no need to dwell further on this matter. Chapter 63. No hard feelings? Li Yunfei found himself in a state of helplessness. He had never anticipated that Shrek not only excelled at the art of diplomacy, but could also compel others to acknowledge these undeniable truths. If this were to be the case, it would indeed seem rather amusing to those observing. At this moment, Li Yunfei chose to grant Shrek a favor, acknowledging the situation as it stood. There is nothing of significance to recount, nothing can be altered, so it may be wise to relinquish all of this. Henceforth, despite the immense hatred within, it cannot be said to manifest in a chaotic manner. Well then, from today onwards, you shall disperse like clouds. This matter must be approached with a sense of acceptance, understood? Shrek finally displayed a glimmer of joy, casting a look of approval towards Li Yunfei. It appears he is quite pleased with Li Yunfei's conduct this time. Indeed, a dandy of his stature is now able to endure humiliation and rise above the situation, which is commendable. All right, since the teacher has spoken thus, we must afford him the respect he deserves. It would be unbecoming to put him in an awkward position. Yinling felt indifferent. Since Shrek has expressed such sentiments, he saw no need for further explanation. It would be unreasonable to confront Li Yunfei in front of him, even though he is certainly capable of holding his own against him. Yet, he buried these thoughts deep within, for the teacher is indeed a teacher, and he must continue to rely on him throughout the academy. Yinling, you are truly a commendable student of the teacher. Very well, since you have shown your agreement, I have no further objections. Shrek was overjoyed, his features conveying an earnest depth of emotion. He had not anticipated that among his students, Yinling would be the most understanding. To be honest, he had little impression of this young man, only knowing that Yinling transferred from another region and was taken under the wing of Bibi Dong as her disciple. As his teacher, he felt a sense of obligation to care for him, yet to avoid any complications stemming from past affiliations with Bibi Dong, he refrained from creating unnecessary disturbances. However, today he was pleasantly surprised to discover that Yinling, despite his youth, possessed such a formidable heart, truly earning Shrek's admiration. Indeed, it is remarkable for a young person to exhibit such magnanimity. This implies that he is undoubtedly destined for boundless prospects in the future, perhaps even ascending to the esteemed position of supremacy. Observing that he has nearly resolved the matters at hand, Shylock decided to refrain from further complicating the situation for his 3 students. Thus, he hastily dismissed them, as he himself was required to attend to the attendance of other students in the classroom. This incident was merely a minor interlude, having little significant psychological impact on him. It was simply that, just wait, after school, the 2 of you shall face the consequences. As Shylock departed, Li Yunfei finally revealed his true colors. Naturally, he would not resign himself to defeat. His eyes were filled with fury. Glancing at Yanling and Murong Yunxue, it seemed as though he wanted to tear them apart, consuming the hatred he harbored for them. His earlier restraint was merely temporary, a result of Shylock leading the charge. He was not one to provoke. But the circumstances had changed. Shylock was gone, and now he wondered who would support him. Yanling found the scene almost laughable, fully aware that Li Yunfei would not let things rest here. After all, how could a young man of such high standing remain in a state of subservience to them? If one were to consider it from this perspective, it would indeed appear quite amusing. How could someone who indulges in luxuries daily possibly be on the same battlefield as an ordinary person? Thus, from the very beginning, Yanling harbored no illusions that Li Yunfei would grant them forgiveness. It was evident that he intended to settle the score at a later time, which explains Li Yunfei's current attitude of fierce resentment. Yanling was unfazed by this behavior, and beside him, Murong Yunxue shared the same sentiment, convinced that this young man would never submit to them. With a disdainful glance, Murong Yunxue remarked, "I can easily surmise that this fellow will not let this matter rest." Just now, it was Shylock present, which restrained him from expressing his anger. Now that Shylock is gone, he appears utterly frantic. What was that display about? Our teacher has emphasized that students should not create such uncomfortable situations for one another, yet he insists on playing these games. It seems, however, that Li Yunfei truly intends to pursue this matter further, does it not? Very well, since he insists on making things so awkward. Murong Yunxue believes that these matters have become even more difficult to handle. If he is determined to play this game, then she shall indulge him in his folly. One cannot simply retreat and seek to kneel in apology, can one? Murong Yunxue firmly believed that the esteemed Murong family would never yield to the Li family. Absolutely impossible. She thought to herself, waiting until after school was merely a matter of time. Let us see who ultimately prevails. On the other hand, Yanling remained indifferent, believing that since Li Yunfei insisted on this contest of wits and courage, so be it. In this academy, time is abundant, and one can only await what comes next. Who possesses the leisure to master these so-called subtle machinations and wield them with finesse? Perhaps in the next moment, even life itself may be forsaken. Yet it holds little significance for Yanling. He perceives himself as a traveler from another realm, endowed with a proverbial golden finger upon his arrival in this world. It is merely a matter of grasping these truths firmly in his hands. If he does not shine brilliantly in this world, what then? There is no necessity for existence in this world, for I am merely a character who has traversed dimensions. Yanling believes that he should possess a certain degree of confidence to strengthen these truths, rather than allowing them to be constrained by mere phrases that fail to convey their grandeur. In such circumstances, it is utterly within one's capacity to feel a sense of utter disdain. After speaking, Yanling noticed that Murong Yunxue was equally filled with rage. With a curious tone, he inquired, "Are you truly unafraid?" Li Yunfei is no ordinary individual. Chapter 64. Who fears whom indeed? A significant question lingered in Yanling's mind. Could it be that the Li family is genuinely much weaker than the Murong family? From Murong Yunxue's demeanor, it was evident that he harbored a deep-seated contempt for Li Yunfei, as if he were prepared to crush him like an insignificant insect in the next moment. Just how formidable is such a person? Is it possible that the Murong family can indeed obliterate the Li family with such ease? But what of fear? Surely, one cannot suggest that fear would lead to demise. Murong Yunxue found the situation rather amusing. The facts lay bare before him, and no amount of words could adequately convey the chaotic circumstances. Everything predetermined had unfurled before his eyes, so he awaited to see how many individuals would adeptly assimilate the unfolding scenarios. Murong Yunxue believed that his strength and influence could stand toe-to-toe with the Li family. He felt no fear, none whatsoever. Instead, he hoped fervently that Yanling would align with him on the same front to elevate these matters and deliver a resounding blow to Li Yunfei. The animosity between Murong Yunxue and Li Yunfei was not a recent development, it had brewed over time. Initially, Murong Yunxue had approached the situation with a teacher-student perspective, wishing to avoid conflict with Li Yunfei. However, Li Yunfei perceived Murong Yunxue merely as a destitute student lacking connections, which led to repeated instances of bullying and humiliation. Little did he anticipate that a sudden turn of events would compel Murong Yunxue to wield the full might of his family against Li Yunfei. It was then that Li Yunfei discovered that Murong Yunxue was indeed a member of the illustrious Murong clan, albeit not the eldest son. Nevertheless, he possessed the backing of the esteemed family, which ignited a profound hatred within Murong Yunxue for Li Yunfei. Despite Murong Yunshue's belief that he had committed no egregious acts, merely attending classes and engaging in his personal endeavors, he found himself subjected to incessant indignities from Li Yunfei. The desire for retribution had yet to be sated, and the resentment that festered within Murong Yunxue simply could not be suppressed. Thus, he resolved to ensure that one day, Li Yunfei would face the consequences of his actions. He was determined to reclaim the dignity he had lost, not for any other reason but to release the pent-up frustration he harbored. At that moment, Yinling regarded Murong Yunxue with astonishment. He had not anticipated that Murong Yunxue was such a formidable character, despite his seemingly genteel demeanor. Anyone who provoked him would soon discover that he was not to be trifled with. Yet, Murong Yunxue cast a different gaze toward Yinling. Realizing that despite lacking both connections and strength, Yinling had the audacity to confront someone like Li Yunfei head-on. This boldness genuinely inspired Murong Yunshue's admiration. Indeed, regardless of his own circumstances, he recognized that Yinling, without any background or power, dared to challenge Li Yunfei, relying solely on his formidable martial spirit to engage in a battle of wits and strength against them. It is truly astonishing to behold, as Yinling, a quintessential embodiment of destitution, dares to confront someone like Li Yunfei, a scion of privilege, head-on. If we consider this situation, it is evident that matters cannot simply conclude here. In this moment, the admiration and envy towards Yinling are palpable, particularly for Murong Yunxue, who feels that she ought to envy Yinling even more. Here is an individual devoid of any advantages, yet he has ascended to such a grand and resplendent position. The future he faces is indeed boundless. Upon hearing such praise from Murong Yunxue, Yinling couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Concurrently, a thought crept into his mind. Should Murong Yunxue truly manage to overturn Li Yunfei, it would signify a substantial diminishment of the Li family's stature across the entire Douluo continent. What grants the Li family such audacity within the academy? They exude power like a ferocious tiger. The answer is quite simple. The three sons of the Li family, Li Dafei, Li Xiaofei, and Li Yunfei, are all genuine blood brothers. Although they may not share the same class, they possess an acute understanding of how to win hearts and forge connections, thereby creating a formidable network. Consequently, within most classes, there exist individuals who owe their allegiance to the Li family. Yinling continued, "What are you saying? Your formidable family background should evoke envy in me." Indeed, Murong Yunxue is currently in a state that Yinling admires, a perfect family and a powerful background. Despite this, she is able to confront Li Yunfei directly. Were she an ordinary person, she would lack the strength to undertake such bold actions. Yinling harbors a lingering question. Why did Murong Yunxue not reveal her trump card from the outset to target Li Yunfei? He has already placed himself in a position of dominance, uttering such harsh words. Why then must she endure this humiliation? Chapter 65, The Undeniable Truth. Initially, Yinling believed that Murong Yunxue ought to unveil her true strengths. She should have decisively clarified the unspoken truths, cutting through the confusion with remarkable clarity. Yet, to his surprise, Murong Yunxue chose to endure, suppressing the fury that simmered within her. Could it be that Murong Yunxue also seeks to play the role of the cunning wolf in sheep's clothing? In this context, it is indeed quite comprehensible. However, at that moment, Murong Yunxue scratched his ear, feeling that the flattery had grown tiresome. It had become rather nauseating, prompting him to decisively say, "All right, let us cease this mutual flattery and instead determine how to adeptly advance these matters." Murong Yunxue regarded Yinling as a person worthy of trust, rendering any pretense unnecessary. After all, mutual flattery is merely a game played among merchants. There was no underlying profit to be gained between them, making such superficialities redundant. It would be far more beneficial to reveal their genuine selves. Fate will unfold as it must. One cannot force what is not destined to be. Yinling sighed in resignation, recognizing that he could not compare to Murong Yunxue. Although he had the backing of his own formidable connections, it did not equate to engaging in a direct confrontation. Thus, Yinling clearly understood the undeniable reality before them. The two of them entered the classroom simultaneously, only to be met with the disdainful gaze of Li Yunfei. Naturally, they harbored a similar disdain for him, knowing that a confrontation was inevitable. They were uncertain who would ultimately prevail in the inevitable clash. Just wait until after school. My second brother will certainly give you a taste of retribution, Li Yunfei declared, unabashedly voicing his thoughts. He could no longer contain his frustration. As he was not the type to shy away from confrontation, how could he endure such a significant grievance? Once again, he recounted his second brother's intentions to confront Murong Yunxue and Yinling after school, eager to observe their fearful reactions. If they exhibited any, it would indeed be advantageous. How many times have you repeated this today? I am thoroughly annoyed. I already know, so spare me. Yinling couldn't even be bothered to glance at him. What is the point of continuing this futile discussion? After-school life would be determined after school. To dwell on such matters now was utterly nonsensical. Thus, Yinling's stance was clear. He firmly believed that if Li Yunfei sought to engage in a direct confrontation, he had nothing to fear. The established facts were already evident. Further indulging in petty squabbles was unwarranted. Murong Yunxue shared a similar sentiment, choosing to disregard Li Yunfei, but couldn't resist adding fuel to the fire. Indeed, you have been repeating yourself. Could it be that you are feeling insecure? Is your second brother not Li Xiaofei? What is so remarkable about that? Murong Yunxue is undoubtedly aware that Li Yunfei is currently relying solely on his second brother, Li Xiaofei. His elder brother, Li Dafei, seems to have performed rather poorly throughout the training competition. It is rumored that upon returning home, he was severely beaten by his father and is now recuperating at home. At present, the only ally that Li Yunfei can rely upon is none other than Li Xiaofei, whose scholarly demeanor belies his true prowess. Indeed, Li Xiaofei's reputation within the academy is not insignificant. The three brothers of the Li family wield considerable influence and instill a sense of fear in others, who dare not voice their discontent. However, a bold individual named Yinling has emerged to confront him directly. With the steadfast support of Murong Yunxue, a formidable alliance has formed, presenting a formidable 5 factions. The unfolding dynamics of this scenario will determine whether this 2-against-3 confrontation can be navigated successfully. Li Yunfei was taken aback, as he had not anticipated that Murong Yunxue was aware of his second brother's name, let alone that he would come to his vicinity. This revelation adds an intriguing twist to the situation, for although Li Xiaofei typically presents as a gentle scholar, when provoked, he possesses a temper that few can withstand. It is widely acknowledged that the consequences of angering an honest person can be dire, and currently, Li Xiaofei finds himself in a precarious position. Well then, you too should prepare yourselves. Since you are aware of my brother's name, you will inevitably come to recognize his formidable nature. Li Yunfei feels a sense of confidence, believing that if Murong Yunxue is not overly resistant to these revelations, they may yet turn the tide in their favor. He believes there is no necessity to recount the chaotic circumstances any further. You have all accepted your fate, and to speak aimlessly serves little purpose. What Li Yunfei desires to witness most at this moment is whether Li Xiaofei can successfully manage Yinling and Murong Yunxue. If it is indeed possible, then so be it. It is uncertain whether he can bask in any glory, which is truly infuriating. Who would have thought that a scion like Li Yunfei would possess the audacity to persistently antagonize us? Murong Yunxue finds herself utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend what grievance she may hold against Li Yunfei. Why does he incessantly choose to direct his ire towards her? Does she owe him something? However, as Murong Yunxue ponders, she realizes that she bears no animosity towards him. After much contemplation, she feels a sense of confusion clouding her thoughts, unable to fathom the situation. Yet, the reality stands before her, leaving Murong Yunxue at a loss on how to address this predicament. Indeed, when confronted by such a ruffian, one cannot simply charge in recklessly. Murong Yunxue has her own plans in mind, acknowledging that the situation has reached a point of no return. There is no necessity to alter anything. If one cannot even manage such trivial matters, it is indeed self-evident. However, Yinling's perspective stands in stark contrast, as he perceives that Li Yunfei lacks any formidable capabilities. If his actions are merely petty and inconsequential, they ought not to be taken to heart. How can one harbor such intense jealousy and still find joy in this world? The thought alone amuses Yinling. Chapter 66. Floral Deceptions. Why concern oneself with so much? This world is inherently inequitable. Given the circumstances, what more is there to say? Yinling adopts a rather open-minded stance, for he understands that Li Yunfei has no intention of engaging with them. After all, a flamboyant young heir, accustomed to arrogance, is unlikely to exercise restraint. Moreover, being the favored third son in his family, he enjoys the utmost affection from his parents. Such an innocuous reality laid bare is truly disconcerting. Yet, Yinling still feels a lingering discomfort, expressing his bewilderment. Why is it that the children of ordinary people are not deemed worthy? Are the offspring of affluent merchants the only ones deserving of life? Is it truly impossible for commoners to aspire to shape their own destinies? Indeed, as beings who have all arrived in this world, why must some be subjected to such an unjust plight? Wherein lies the error? It is perplexing beyond measure. Must the likes of Li Yunfei, with their haughty arrogance, genuinely possess an innate superiority that has persisted through the ages? Should he be so audacious? Surely not. This world belongs to the people. Yet, why are the children of the populace left unprotected, while those privileged individuals trample upon the heads of the common folk? Such a group of individuals truly evokes a sense of absurdity. At this moment, Yinling perceives the world as exceedingly unjust. Whether in the realm of reality or within the confines of Douluo continent, both are undeniably intriguing to witness and hear. This discourse should not be directed at me, for I, too, hail from a prominent family. Speaking to me in this manner is akin to playing the lute to a cow. I could never consider overthrowing the dominion of esteemed families for the sake of fleeting interests. Upon hearing these words, Morong Yunshue's expression darkened considerably. It was as if he had consumed a hefty portion of cow dung. After all, he had also engaged in conflict to intervene. However, he did not anticipate that Yinling would render the esteemed families utterly worthless. Despite his dissatisfaction, Morong Yunshue recognized that these were undeniable truths, and the outcome was glaringly evident before them. That, however, does not alter the situation. Morong Yunshue is indeed a scion of a prominent family. Thus, fundamentally, he is in a state of rejection regarding Yinling's words. I merely sense a profound injustice, so do not take offense. I am not targeting you. At this juncture, Yinling has already discerned the embarrassment etched upon Morong Yunshue's face. He believes that since these shattered truths have been laid bare, there is no necessity to further humiliate him. Indeed, Morong, being from a notable family, now finds himself alongside an ordinary individual, which could be seen as a form of prestige for himself. Given that this is the reality, there is nothing objectionable in articulating it. So be it. Consequently, Yinling resolved to offer Morong Yunshue a way out, as it would be preferable for both parties to avoid undue disgrace. In truth, there was no animosity between them. Their paths converged merely out of mutual utility. After all, they would see how matters unfold after school. I have not had any interaction with Li Xiaofei, but I have heard that he is rather gentle in nature. However, if Li Dafei were to come, it would pose a significant challenge. Morong Yunshue promptly shifted the conversation, perceiving that since Yinling opted to address him with a tone of apology, it warranted a different approach. There is no need to create an atmosphere of discomfort, as the situation stands as it is, and there is little left to say. Moreover, their common adversary is Li Yunfei, and there is no necessity to make matters so awkward. Thus, Morong Yunshue has wholeheartedly accepted Yinling's words. What is the true origin of the three Li brothers? How do they dare to flaunt their power within the academy, seemingly unrestrained by the principal or the teachers? At this moment, Yinling furrows his brow, evidently displeased, primarily due to the formidable reputation of the Li brothers. He cannot comprehend why these three individuals can act without any adherence to institutional regulations while bullying others indiscriminately. What could possibly justify this? This conundrum eludes Yinling's understanding. Conversely, Morong Yunshue possesses a clear grasp of the situation. She explains to Yinling, how can they be managed? Are you not aware of the substantial donations the Li family makes to the academy each year? With such significant capital, how could the principal ever relinquish their influence? Morong Yunshue understands these dynamics because her own family also contributes generously to the school, just as the Li family does. The rationale is straightforward. Individuals from prominent families require preferential treatment within the academy for their educational enrichment. The means to secure such favor stems from financial exchanges. which facilitate mutual support among the elite. This exemplifies a progressive approach, wherein the upper echelons engage in a symbiotic exchange of interests. Both parties extend appropriate benefits to one another in order to attain equitable advantages. Absent this reciprocity, discussions become futile. One rarely witnesses selflessness in this world. As devoid of profit, all discourse is mere nonsense. If this holds true, it appears to be a realm dominated by the affluent, and mark my words, the day will inevitably come when this era will witness transformation. Yinling nods gravely in acknowledgement of this reality, conceding, well then, if that is the case, there is little left to say. Sooner or later, these matters will be formally dismantled. Yinling harbors a dream within his heart. He believes that if the previous Tang San, possessing dual martial souls, ascended to a prestigious position, then he, too, can achieve such meticulousness. Yinling is a person of cautious disposition, yet he is also willing to champion justice, not for any other reason, but to forcefully release the resentment that weighs upon his chest. Upon hearing Yinling's words, Morong Yunxue was utterly taken aback. He did not anticipate that such a powerful ideal resided within Yinling's heart. If we were to express it this way, the youth, who is of a similar age to him, harbors grand ambitions within his heart. Wouldn't that allow one to ascend effortlessly to great heights? Looking down upon those individuals as if they were mere pawns? One can only hope. However, I sincerely wish that when you indeed reach the level of someone like Tang San, you will show mercy to our family. The tone in Morong Yunshue's words now carries a hint of supplication. Indeed, fundamentally, he is merely an inconspicuous figure beneath the vast umbrella of a prominent family. Chapter 67. In name only Chapter 68. Spare the nonsense. Although Yinling is merely a fledgling, he is nonetheless the protagonist. If it comes to a confrontation, Yinling could very well rise to prominence in an instant. The facts are evident. It is impossible for him to be unable to navigate such circumstances. This is simply not feasible. This exemplifies the distinction between a protagonist and a mere supporting character. Even when the protagonist finds themselves in dire straits, they remain inherently different. One day, the protagonist will soar to great heights, and this is vividly demonstrated here. However, Li Yunfei, who cannot even grasp this situation, still wishes to intimidate Yinling, which is truly amusing. When Li Xiaofei encounters Li Yunfei, he displays no semblance of cordiality. Instead, he speaks rather brusquely. I merely came to see whether you are alive, and to ascertain the true nature of Yinling. Li Xiaofei's intention is unmistakable. The outcome is already quite evident. No matter what he says, he cannot descend into such disarray. Deep down, Li Xiaofei understands that his younger brother is far from being a pushover. While on the surface, he claims Yinling has bullied him. In truth, Li Xiaofei is acutely aware that perhaps it was his own peculiar behavior that provoked Yinling's dissatisfaction. After both have suffered considerable setbacks, the ensuing chaos must have arisen from their actions. Upon hearing his second brother speak so rudely, the previously jubilant Li Yunfei's expression darkened instantly, resembling an elongated donkey's face. What more could there be? The time to act is now. If this fellow remains inactive, he must be swiftly subdued in his cradle. Then everything else could be easily managed. Li Yunfei was truly incensed. He never anticipated that his second brother would speak so harshly. To inquire about his very existence. Was this truly the conduct of blood brothers? How absurd. Li Yunfei could hardly contain himself. He was eager to crush Yinling before he could rise. He sought to suppress this twin martial soul decisively before it reached a higher level. In essence, Li Yunfei was consumed by jealousy, fearing that Yinling's ascent would lead to irreparable retribution against him. Such a mindset is indeed pitiful. He himself was in a dire state, yet feared the repercussions from others who might rise against him. You mean that youth is Yinling, right? He appears quite earnest and does not seem like a villain. How did you manage to offend him? Li Xiaofei's gaze scanned the crowd, traversing back and forth, until he finally spotted the youthful, handsome figure. Instantly, he recognized that this individual must be Yinling. Upon first seeing Yinling, Li Xiaofei also felt that this young man did not resemble a malevolent person. His bright, spirited eyes conveyed the essence of a remarkably good-natured youth. In comparison to his chubby third brother, Li Yunfei, it was as though a plump pig stood beside a handsome man. There was simply no contest. At this moment, Li Xiaofei had gained some understanding of the situation, recognizing that the enmity between Li Yunfei and Yinling was largely Li Yunfei's fault. Li Xiaofei, being a reasonably sensible individual, was aware of his third brother's deplorable character. Nevertheless, there existed an undeniable bond of kinship with Li Yunfei, leaving him with no choice but to intervene. Although Li Xiaofei had no desire to confront Yinling, he intended to teach him a lesson, ensuring that Li Yunfei could maintain some semblance of dignity. Otherwise, this so-called third brother might return home to complain to their parents, leaving Li Xiaofei, the second son, to bear the brunt of their ire. To avoid such a predicament, Li Xiaofei resolved to merely issue a warning to Yinling, believing that would suffice. "I say, second brother, why do you prattle so much? Just do as I instruct, and that will be the end of it. Why can't you be like the eldest brother? While I am being bullied, you continue to lecture." Unexpectedly, while Li Xiaofei scrutinized Yinling, Li Yunfei became increasingly agitated. He began to jump around and shout in frustration, as the situation stirred his anger. His second brother, instead of supporting him, was praising Yinling's looks and his seemingly honest demeanor. Upon hearing this, the third brother felt as though his head might explode. His own elder brother was now labeling his enemies as exemplary youth. The implication was unmistakably clear. It was a deliberate attempt to humiliate him, to paint him as a scoundrel. Li Yunfei was no fool. He could easily discern the underlying meanings in these words. Li Xiaofei, observing Li Yunfei bouncing about like a monkey, found the situation to be exceedingly amusing. Assisting him might not even lead to a resolution of these matters. If they were to fail against Yinling, Li Xiaofei, as the elder brother, would be utterly disgraced. Conversely, should he choose not to assist and Li Yunfei report back, it would only serve to further embarrass him. In a moment of exasperation, Li Xiaofei resolved to embrace the chaos, pointing towards the schoolyard in the distance and declaring, "Let those two come over to the playground at the academy. I will see if I can use my martial spirit to restrain them. You can take action, but do not go too far, understand?" Li Xiaofei had genuinely come to terms with Li Yunfei's predicament. Since it was about restoring his brother's honor, he would allow the unspeakable truths to unfold. After all, it was merely a warning to Yinling, and there were no peculiar individuals at the schoolyard. Let the confrontation occur there. Rest assured, elder brother, I will exercise restraint and ensure they do not vanish from this world. Li Yunfei was elated. He had not anticipated that his casual remark would lead Li Xiaofei to truly prepare for action. He believes that this matter will surely allow him to regain his dignity swiftly. Indeed, despite being a frail scholar, if he truly were to rise to the occasion, he could certainly make a significant impact. Indeed, one must ensure that everything remains firmly within their grasp. The issue of appearances has become increasingly uncertain, and now, we shall observe who can adeptly navigate this chaotic situation. At this moment, within the confines of the classroom, Yinling discerned an individual standing at the door who bore a striking resemblance to Li Yunfei. Without the need for speculation, he was certain of the identity of this person. Chapter 69. The War Begins. Chapter 70. Beyond compare. Without further ado, it is time to utilize whatever resources are at hand. Let us not squander any more precious moments. Yinling stepped back a couple of paces, seemingly dismissing the situation he held in his hands as inconsequential. Given this, there was no need for further discussion. Action was the order of the day. Those who hesitate are indeed the foolhardy progeny of their own cowardice. Yinling felt confident that he was more than capable of besting this Li Xiaofei. If it were merely a matter of uttering a few words to bring him under control, it would be exceedingly simple. "Ah, what a remarkable individual you are. I initially perceived your temperament as rather mild, yet here you are, displaying such volatility." Li Xiaofei was indeed taken aback by Yinling's demeanor. He had not anticipated that this fellow would truly dare to accept the challenge. If we are to speak in such terms, there is no need to delve into trivial matters any further. The absurdities that have arisen are already etched in our minds, rendering further discussion unnecessary. He initially believed that Yinling would not allow him to suffer too much embarrassment. However, upon reflection, he realized that the reality was quite different. Under such a grave threat, Li Xiaofei felt that succumbing to fear was not the appropriate response. He clenched his fists tightly, determined to grasp the elusive truths firmly within his control. Since he was at the forefront of this path, it was imperative to integrate and comprehend the situation fully. Wasting time would only be detrimental to both parties. Enough with the idle chatter. Do not follow in Li Yunfei's footsteps, merely engaging in empty rhetoric, which is rather distasteful. Do you not agree? Yinling could no longer wait. He recognized that all the information currently at his disposal was now firmly within his grasp. It remained to be seen how many individuals could alter these unfounded truths. What irked Yinling the most was Li Xiaofei's incessant back-and-forth discussions. He believed that time wastage was unbeneficial for anyone, particularly since both sides seemed uncertain about these matters. Then let us resort to force to resolve these peculiarities that have been amalgamated. If that is the case, then you shall pay with your life. Li Xiaofei was also anxious. He never anticipated that Yinling would repeatedly throw himself into the line of fire. These facts are evidently laid before us, inviting our contemplation. In truth, when it comes to prowess in combat, Li Xiaofei is hardly a match for Yinling. After all, this chosen one was destined for greatness from the very moment of his birth. However, it is surprising that Li Xiaofei, driven by a misguided sense of brotherhood, intends to subject Yinling to humiliation. Yet, he remains unaware that should it come to a direct confrontation, this would only result in his own detriment, while Yinling would suffer no losses whatsoever. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, creating a substantial tumult in the very center of the playground. Surrounding them was a figure resembling a Taiji diagram, adding an intriguing twist to the unfolding scene. Waves of impact transformed the entire sky into a crimson hue. Most students, upon finishing their classes, intended to distance themselves from this location, yet they were taken aback by the unfolding events. Intrigued, they paused to observe. Indeed, the two formidable spirit manifestations before them were anything but weak. A lion of iron, reminiscent of the vast heavens, represented Li Xiaofei's spirit, while a deep blue dragon symbolized Yinling's essence. The two spirits clashed and intertwined in the sky, ultimately merging and painting the expanse in shades of turquoise. Then, with a resounding boom, the two spirits collided with immense force, tearing apart the sky and revealing the cosmos beyond. To Li Yunfei's astonishment, his usually reticent elder brother, who struggled to utter a word, now exhibited such remarkable prowess, seemingly matching Yinling in strength. It was astonishing. Just moments ago, the sky had been bright. Now it was enveloped in the darkness of night, with the vibrant patterns of the two spirits unfurling like a majestic phoenix across the heavens. The spectacle was so awe-inspiring that many could barely keep their eyes open, their gazes drawn upward in astonishment. Li Yunfei, witnessing his brother Li Xiaofei, who typically appeared modest before their parents and relatives, now transformed into an enigma of unfathomable depth, was left speechless. In a fleeting moment, undeniable truths were laid bare, leaving the onlookers in a state of shock, unable to utter a single word. Li Xiaofei, now indifferent to Li Yunfei, would not have unleashed his full might against Yinling were it not to uphold his younger brother's honor. He had not anticipated that Yinling, despite his seemingly gentle demeanor, possessed formidable abilities of his own. Well done, Li Xiaofei thought, acknowledging Yinling's impressive skills, realizing why so many had struggled against him. As he regarded Yinling, the initial condescension had faded, replaced by a recognition of the young man's talent. Despite being of the same age as his younger brother, Yinling had achieved remarkable mastery, leaving everyone astounded. Nevertheless, even as Li Xiaofei expressed such admiration, the intensity of his own power remained undiminished. In the blink of an eye, all of his power converged within his palm, painting a blue flower of the other shore across the vast expanse of the sky. There is no need for you to extol my virtues. I shall show you no mercy either, so unleash your full strength without delay. Yinling could hardly suppress a laugh. He had not anticipated that the Li Xiaofei before him would possess such an inflated sense of his own prowess. Indeed, it is rather amusing, for no substantial matters have yet been addressed. One might ponder if it is possible to resolve these issues at all, as it seems they may not exist at all. Flattering one's adversary merely dampens one's own morale, a truth even Yinling acknowledges. However, it is surprising that Li Xiaofei persistently shifts any discussion in his favor, which is indeed quite humorous to behold. Chapter 71. Asai Li Xiaofei smirked slightly, realizing that this matter would ultimately be settled through life and death. Initially, he merely intended to issue a warning to Yinling. Yet he unexpectedly discovered that Yinling's prowess surpassed his own. This left Li Xiaofei feeling quite embarrassed. It would have sufficed had he not sought to outshine his younger brother. Should his own reputation suffer further damage, it would undoubtedly become a source of great ridicule. The surrounding atmosphere and energy grew increasingly potent, eliciting gasps of astonishment from all present. Imagine, in a place where a thunderclap resounds. The sky above bursts forth with a dazzling array of fireworks. No matter who stands before it, the spectacle evokes an overwhelming sense of shock, even in the brilliance of daylight. Yet, The emergence of such an inconceivable situation is truly akin to a cataclysmic explosion. How astonishing it is that today, after school, I have witnessed 2 instances of such radiant power. It appears that our academy harbors remarkable talents, truly exceptional individuals. Once they complete their written examinations, we might approach them for an autograph or something of the sort. However, considering the intensity of today's events, it seems unlikely that it will conclude without a casualty. At this moment, the academy was bustling with a crowd, with most spectators expressing their astonishment. Indeed, they had not anticipated that such an event would unfold before their very eyes. The brilliant waves of light dazzled the onlookers, creating an effect that was both mesmerizing and disorienting, oscillating between brilliance and darkness, surpassing even the most advanced 3-dimensional visuals. Simultaneously, other students were also exclaiming in surprise, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to witness the true forms of Li Xiaofei and Yin Ling after the conclusion of the spectacle. However, this group of students was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. They recognized that the undeniable truth had been laid bare before them, and it appeared that today's confrontation would inevitably result in fatalities. Yet, as the teachers remained silent, the students understood that they too should refrain from exhibiting any unruly behavior. The academy was populated by teachers, the principal, and a myriad of other individuals, and the students possessed enough self-awareness to avoid involving themselves in trivial matters. Meanwhile, Shrek was observing the chaotic scene from the top floor of the teaching building. He understood that the enmity between these 2 students was beyond his purview as an educator to resolve. Given the current tumult, there was no need to exacerbate the situation further. In truth, Shrek felt a sense of satisfaction. The brawl among students indicated progress, a stark contrast to the otherwise silent days that had passed without incident. The absence of even a single dead frog would signify a genuine desolation. Just then, as Shrek was lost in thought, Bibi Dong quietly approached him from behind, gazing at the radiant display in the sky where 2 powerful martial spirits clashed. He too found the spectacle somewhat difficult to bear. Bibi Dong's arrival did not surprise Shrek. After all, one was the director of education while the other was a teacher, placing them on somewhat equal footing. However, in terms of hierarchical status, Bibi Dong ranked above Shrek, yet Shrek's role in nurturing and educating gave him a certain moral advantage. Thus, there was no need for either to engage in superficial flattery. A knowing nod and a smile sufficed. At that moment, Bibi Dong could no longer contain herself and remarked, "Remarkable. I never expected to witness such high-level martial spirits within our academy. It truly brings me a sense of joy." Bibi Dong was elated, for one among them was her newly accepted disciple from the previous day. The other, Li Xiaofei, was also the second son of the Li family. Both held considerable prestige. However, within that fleeting moment of combat, a series of intense assaults unfolded, leaving onlookers utterly astonished. It had been a considerable time since the academy had witnessed such a public display of conflict. The occurrence now sparked within Bibi Dong a profound and fervent tremor. Of course, my discerning eye has never failed me. I believe there must be a legitimate pathway for such matters. At this moment, Shrek too bore a smile of satisfaction, feeling assured that he had not misjudged. If Yin Ling is indeed Bibi Dong's disciple, it signifies that the academy's future is secure with capable successors. This joyous realization caused Shrek's lips to curl into a faint smile. Indeed, it is an undeniable truth that a worthy disciple can transform these so-called disturbances into something significant, potentially uniting the realm in the future. After all, Tang San was once merely an unknown apprentice, yet he ascended to such exalted heights. Who could have anticipated the emergence of another like Yin Ling, who evidently possesses remarkable potential? As the battle raged on, I couldn't help but wonder if it might culminate in tragedy. It seemed Li Xiaofei had no intention of relenting. Observing the relentless intensity of the confrontation, Bibi Dong's expression turned grave, her brow furrowing in concern. She cast a glance at Shrek, imbued with a hint of reproach. Why had he, as a teacher, not intervened to halt the clash between his students? Was it truly to allow them to gain experience? Yet the situation had become painfully evident. One could not simply dismiss the chaos that ensued. A teacher's duty is to uphold the stability of the academy, rather than stand idly by while students might inadvertently provoke a fatal incident. Would that not lead to blame being cast upon them? Bibi Dong's grievances, however, seemed to have little impact on Shrek. He believed that as an educator, he could not only command the respect of his students, but also ensure their safety. Rest assured, I possess the discernment required, Should they truly seek to stir up trouble, I shall intervene promptly to mitigate any potential fallout. Shrek paid little heed to Bibidong's words, as he felt that the essence of being a teacher embodies a profound reality. Even without taking any action, one cannot simply abandon their students to fend for themselves. The situation is laid before us. It is merely a matter of determining how best to convey these chaotic circumstances. Most importantly, Shrek possessed the extraordinary abilities of temporal reflection and time reversal. Should Li Xiaofei and Yin Ling find themselves embroiled in a perilous situation, he would undoubtedly be capable of turning the tide, reversing any unnecessary complications. When circumstances slipped beyond his control, Shrek would activate his powers, journeying back to a time when nothing had transpired, nothing more, nothing less. Ah, how delightful! Not only is he a teacher, but he also navigates the currents of human relationships with grace. Upon hearing Shrek's words, Bibidong nearly burst into laughter. He had not anticipated, nor could he have imagined, that Shrek could so adeptly grasp the intricacies of social dynamics. Indeed, if one were to reach a point of no return, he could swiftly employ the technique of time reversal to lay bare all circumstances before him. To simply forget everything seemed rather effortless. Yet, Shrek remained unconvinced. He sensed that Bibidong's remarks carried a hint of mockery. Thus, he decisively expressed his thoughts. Are you not likewise, in your position as Grand Pope, holding a rank higher than the Academy's director? How could I not feel a twinge of envy? Shrek felt that Bibidong's current position far surpassed his own. Yet, despite these undeniable facts laid bare before him, they stood on the same starting line to witness this contest. Indeed, one of the competitors below was his own disciple. But that did not imply he would show favoritism. Shrek believed that when it came to life-and-death situations, he would remain impartial. At that moment, in the midst of the competition, Li Xiaofei distinctly sensed his own limitations. He had not anticipated that Yin Ling's twin martial souls would be so formidable. Moreover, he was taken aback to discover that Yin Ling's martial soul was a blue dragon, while his own was merely a common pattern. To his astonishment, this young man was indeed quite impressive. Li Xiaofei had thought that using 70% of his strength would compel Yin Ling to withdraw, yet he found him steadfastly persevering. Li Xiaofei was left in disbelief. He had nearly expended all his energy, yet he still could not gain the upper hand against Yin Ling. He had intended to make this fellow experience some hardship, leading him to kneel and apologize, but instead, he faced an unrelenting surge of Yin Ling's power. Of course, Yin Ling was able to continuously amplify his martial prowess, just as Li Xiaofei could. Yet he distinctly felt that Yin Ling's strength was steadily increasing while his own seemed to be waning. It was akin to two shock waves, where the one with greater force would overpower the other. In response to Li Xiaofei's taunts, Yin Ling was nearly moved to laughter. He had thought his stamina was on the verge of depletion, but to his surprise, Li Xiaofei was clearly struggling. If this continued, the situation would indeed prove more challenging than anticipated. How could one not persist? Without perseverance, one would surely be forgotten, Yin Ling jested, though his voice bore a hint of weariness. Indeed, he had nearly exhausted all his strength, swinging wildly, yet producing only peculiar results that left others questioning their worth. Yes, Yin Ling sensed that his strength was approaching its limits, but he did not realize that Li Xiaofei was faring even worse, on the brink of collapse. If we were to speak in such a manner, then this matter would indeed prove to be rather arduous. Observing that Li Xiaofei was on the verge of exhaustion, Yin Ling felt it was time to relinquish the issue. There were no profound grievances between us. Why should we allow ourselves to become so entangled and distressed? I harbor no deep-seated animosity towards you, and there is no need for you to exert yourself so forcefully in dealing with me. On that day, it was evidently your brother who was at fault, and thus it should not fall solely upon me to bear the burden. Do you understand? Yin Ling concluded his statement with a watchful gaze directed at Li Xiaofei. He had already retracted 30% of his power and was now assessing whether Li Xiaofei would reciprocate. Should he choose not to, Yin Ling would unleash his full strength to suppress Li Xiaofei. The consequences would undoubtedly be grave, potentially even costing Li Xiaofei his life. A possibility not to be taken lightly. Furthermore, the transgressions of yesterday were clearly not to be laid at his feet. Yin Ling felt justified in his stance and saw no reason to entangle himself further with Li Xiaofei. His animosity lay with Li Yunfei, while he bore no ill will towards Li Xiaofei. Therefore, it was unnecessary to conjure up these nonsensical rumors. Observing that Yin Ling's intensity had notably diminished, Li Xiaofei, too, was acutely aware of the underlying understanding between them. He realized that, given the severity of the situation, his life was not in jeopardy after all. He felt that there was no need for things to become so embarrassing. Li Xiaofei spoke candidly, saying, "All right, let us each find our own way to move forward. I accept my defeat. I never anticipated that I would be unable to surpass you with my abilities. Very well, let us turn the page on this matter. I will explain the situation to my family." Li Xiaofei's current state was one of resignation. He believed that since things had unfolded in this manner, there was no point in further struggle. There is no need to elaborate further. Today, I certainly cannot match Yanling. Moreover, from the rooftop, it was evident that the two individuals standing there were aware of my presence. They had recognized that Shrek and Bibi Dong were there, and I was nearly paralyzed with fear. For I knew that Bibi Dong was Yanling's mentor. Today, Shrek was also quite deferential towards Yanling, and these two formidable figures were showing him a modicum of respect. As a mere apprentice, I should undoubtedly refrain from engaging in a futile contest with Yanling. Chapter 73. Descending the Steps. Chapter 74. Fleeting moments, I must confess. I had no desire to behold even a fragment of Li Yunfei's expression. Assisting him in avenging his grievances, without deriving any advantage, was already a misfortune. And I nearly faced death at Yanling's hands. Observing the wisps of smoke drifting across the sky, I felt as though I were attending my own memorial service. Should I fail to relinquish this endeavor, I might very well lose my life here. Seeing that my second brother had utterly lost hope, Li Yunfei did not resort to any peculiar antics. He believed that since matters had unfolded in this manner, there was no need for further nonsensical discourse. Very well. If you cannot prevail against him, then surely my elder brother is equally ineffectual. He did not even attend the trial assembly. What a lamentable state of affairs. Li Yunfei's attitude was one of resignation. Indeed, if the second brother is of no use, then the elder brother, that wastrel, must also be incapable. Thus, this duel would temporarily conclude in failure. Who would have thought that the old Li family would also harbor ineptitude, with you being the foremost example? As Li Yunfei traversed the path home, he continued to vent his frustrations. He could not swallow this grievance. It was surprising that the intervention of his second brother had proven ineffective. From the outset, Li Yunfei had anticipated the possibility of defeat, yet he had not foreseen its swift arrival. He had thought his second brother might at least withstand a blow or two, but to his astonishment, after several attempts to accumulate strength, he was swiftly vanquished. Had I taken the stage myself, I would surely have been crushed by Yanling, my very skull shattered. The rapidity of this defeat left Li Yunfei momentarily disoriented. He remained ensnared in the fantasy that his second brother could triumph over Yanling. Yet the reality was far too perplexing and painfully humiliating. Could you refrain from speaking? What can I do? I cannot overcome him. Li Xiaofei was on the verge of tears, for he had just discerned that Yanling had shown him mercy. Had Yanling chosen not to spare him, he would now be nothing more than a lifeless corpse sprawled upon the ground. The formidable intimidation wielded by the twin martial souls vividly laid bare the undeniable truth of the situation in mere words. How astonishingly powerful such a technique was, and yet, it was accompanied by a commendable magnanimity that allowed him to live another day. Li Xiaofei felt truly fortunate to have encountered a benevolent soul. Had he faced a malevolent tyrant instead, with such overwhelming power, his head could have easily been severed without a second thought, rendering him devoid of any rightful claim to existence. Indeed, contemplating this scenario is rather chilling, especially if Yanling possessed extraordinary abilities coupled with a notoriously irascible temperament. Thus, the current Li Xiaofei has already met his demise nearly hundreds of times, for life is but a singular thread, and this is indeed a truth. Very well. If you cannot prevail, I shall summon my elder brother. On the other hand, Li Yunfei has adopted a reckless attitude, believing that his second brother has never committed any wrongdoing against Yanling. Perhaps his elder brother could surpass Yanling, but he tends to overthink matters. His brother has yet to reach any significant level in the trial of martial spirits. Instead, he is easily subdued by others, like a mere monkey, effortlessly defeated. Currently, he is at home enduring the sting of his parents' reprimands. How could he possibly assist in his quest for vengeance? It is inconceivable, after all. His brother has not even faced the ordinary trials and is now suffering at home, barely managing to withstand the discipline. Li Xiaofei could hardly contain his laughter. Indeed, what temperament his brother possesses is well known to them. The two brothers present are acutely aware that their elder sibling has not undergone even the most basic trials of martial spirits, and now he is at home facing punishment. To expect him to avenge Yin is utterly ridiculous. The dual martial spirits would undoubtedly cause him to be utterly defeated. Yin, observing the two brothers bickering as they walked, could hardly suppress his amusement. It was truly comical. The three brothers of the Li family are now discordant. Yin could not help but express his inner thoughts. He never anticipated such a profound rift in the brotherly bond of the Li family. Reflecting on this peculiar behavior, it was indeed disconcerting. How could two brothers face such a serious crisis? If others were to witness this, would they not perceive their family as embroiled in internal strife? Stop instigating discord, Li Yunfei said, his expression darkening. He had not expected Yin to be so adept at taking advantage of their misfortune. Their quarrel was none of his concern, yet he continued to meddle with his nonsensical remarks. Indeed, although he emerged victorious today, it could not be claimed that his victory was flawless. While the triumph belonged to him, it could not be said that he possessed the courage that accompanied it. Despite his defeat, Li Yunfei maintained a fiery spirit. He resolved that the next moment would be spent consolidating these chaotic elements into his own grasp. Hearing Li Yunfei's words directed at him, Yin responded without reservation, "I do not care if you brothers quarrel, but do not let trivial matters escalate into conflict. The outcome has already been decided. Do not let another petty issue lead to further disgrace." Yin was truly at a loss for words. He had merely intended to jest, yet these two were so agitated. Did they truly believe he had no temper at all? When words fail to resonate, silence prevails. The reality stands as it is, and there is little more to be said about such peculiarities. In any case, Yin believes he has emerged victorious, and thus he ought to view the situation from the perspective of triumph, ruthlessly trampling upon his adversaries. As for other matters, he sees no need to delve into a plethora of trivial facts. Those circumstances no longer pertain to him. He perceives only the dawn of victory, oblivious to any sense of defeat. Enough. Since this contest has already delineated winners and losers, there is no necessity to embroil oneself in trivial matters, understood? At this moment, Shrek stepped forth, witnessing the three individuals on the verge of escalating their commotion once again. Chapter 75. Naturally, as the instructor, he felt compelled to intervene. For the purpose was straightforward. To uphold the integrity of a teacher, it is paramount to maintain order, while everything else is mere frivolity. Yes, teacher, you are absolutely right. I comprehend. Li Yunfei's countenance was grim, yet he found himself unable to strike against Yin in front of Shrek. Moreover, he was no match for Yin. Thus he could only retreat in silent humiliation. Undoubtedly, the resentment he harbored within remained unabated. As this tumultuous episode finally drew to a close, Bai Dong descended from the rooftop. In a mere flick of a finger, he effortlessly alighted upon the ground, unharmed, a testament to his formidable prowess. To his astonishment, Yin was indeed impressive, wielding a blue dragon as his martial soul, which filled his mentor with immense pride. Bai Dong was astounded to witness Yin's martial soul, a dragon of such grandeur, leaving him utterly speechless. A majestic dragon could indeed navigate the currents of this world, and in that moment, it was truly astonishing. Bai Dong's own martial soul was merely a phoenix, while Yin's was a dragon, a pairing that nature had not destined to be. Should they become adversaries, the consequences could be indelible. Thus, Bai Dong felt a swell of satisfaction towards Yin, believing that he had not erred in taking him as a disciple. If Yin were to soar to great heights, it would undoubtedly reflect well upon him in the future. However, at that moment, Shrek's expression shifted noticeably. He regarded Bai Dong's words with profound skepticism. Indeed, he harbored little impression of this individual, only a vague awareness of his existence. Shrek could not fathom why Bai Dong had chosen to accept Yin as his disciple. What precisely is the nature of their relationship? At this moment, Bibi Dong finds herself somewhat perplexed. Why is Yin so formidable? Others possess powerful backgrounds and immense strength, yet this individual appears to have nothing. Nevertheless, he is able to demonstrate such remarkable abilities and prominence. If that is the case, Bibi Dong cannot help but wonder why Yin has suddenly materialized in this world. However, when Bibi Dong mentioned her role as a teacher, Shrek was indeed flooded with numerous questions from the depths of his heart. He gazed at Bibi Dong with a look of confusion and said, "Teacher, very well." Shrek's intent was unmistakable. He had not anticipated that Bibi Dong might genuinely be inclined to gravitate towards Yin. If one were to speak in such a manner, then indeed, this matter becomes rather intriguing. Yinling is undoubtedly a formidable individual. However, I have never heard of such a person before. It is as if he emerged from thin air. Yet this very figure has managed to ascend to great heights, even allying himself with Bibi Dong. Shrek increasingly finds this situation quite fascinating. It is all the same, all too familiar. Bibi Dong's expression is one of displeasure. He is aware of it. The four characters uttered by Shrek serve to mock him, implying that he is merely a person who exploits opportunities. Indeed, it is astonishing that such an exceptional student as Yinling has now been preemptively taken under Bibi Dong's wing. Had he arrived just a moment later, he would undoubtedly have fallen into Shrek's grasp, becoming one of the Shrek 7. In truth, Shrek and Bibi Dong do not share the same allegiance. They merely traverse similar paths, resulting in a plethora of bizarre occurrences. Otherwise, such extensive connections would never have emerged. Yinling is acutely aware that in the unfolding world, Shrek will lead his team in opposition to Bibi Dong's. Their current ability to converse amicably is simply due to the absence of incriminating evidence to leverage against one another. In the future, he is certain that he will meticulously devise strategies to address these matters. Yinling harbors a profound understanding of his own capabilities and thus remains uninterested in the trivial disputes among factions, finding such rivalries exceedingly distasteful. As tensions between Shrek and Bibi Dong escalate, Yinling promptly intervenes, determined to prevent any conflict. He is unwilling to witness his teachers embroiled in a quarrel over his insignificant issues, especially after just resolving matters with Li Xiaofei. In this context, he has indeed become a pariah within the entire academy. I have finally discerned the reason behind my sudden surge in prowess. Could it be that this teacher has been covertly assisting me? Yinling deftly shifted the topic, attributing all accolades to himself. A teacher, a mentor, were it not for these two, perhaps I would not possess such formidable abilities. After all, Li Xiaofei is a level above me. Yet, how is it that my rudimentary twin martial souls can suppress his power to the point where not even a fraction of it can be unleashed? In that case, it can be said that this individual possesses remarkable prowess. However, the reality is quite different. Initially, Bibi Dong did have intentions to assist Yinling. Yet, in order to avoid arousing suspicion of personal bias within Shrek, he refrained from employing any spells to offer aid. Shrek, upholding a belief in fairness, treated both Li Xiaofei and Yinling equally as his students. Although Li Xiaofei is no longer under his guidance, it does not necessitate favoritism towards his current pupil. Thus, Shrek remained uninvolved, as the two merely exchanged glances, observing Yinling decisively overpower Li Xiaofei. Nonetheless, upon hearing such remarks, Shrek was nearly paralyzed with fear. The audacity of Yinling was astonishing. Not only did he involve Bibi Dong, but he also brought Shrek into the fray. How could a distinguished teacher allow himself to be implicated due to a mere side character? Such statements should not be uttered lightly. Just moments ago, you engaged in a fair contest with Li Xiaofei. If word were to spread that Bibi Dong was shielding his student, it would not bode well at all. Shrek's tone was filled with agitation, for while it might be permissible for Bibi Dong to shield his own disciple, he was merely a teacher, dedicated to educating and nurturing. However, if it were to be claimed that he favored Yinling and thereby harmed Li Xiaofei, such gossip could tarnish his esteemed reputation within the academy, leading to a most unfavorable outcome. Shrek, in a state of panic, expressed himself with fervor, his eyes wide with alarm. He had not anticipated that his casual remarks would provoke such a lively reaction from Yinling. It resembled the effects of a stimulant, leaving him both intrigued and unsettled. Fortunately, Yinling swiftly redirected the conversation, shifting the focus elsewhere. He feared that if Shrek became too agitated, he might deliver a severe blow, jeopardizing his very existence. Very well then. I shall regard myself as possessing exceptional capabilities, and let this matter pass without further ado. Yinling ceased his speech, opting instead to observe Bibi Dong and Shrek with a gaze imbued with caution. It was evident that these two individuals truly embodied the essence of mastery. Their mere presence exuded an air of authority befitting rulers of the realm. The aura that enveloped them was profound and intricate, defying simplification in mere phrases. The truth lay vividly between their gazes, manifesting in the rhythm of their breaths, showcasing a remarkable prowess that could only be possessed by such elevated beings. Ordinary individuals, regardless of how diligently they might train throughout their lives, could scarcely aspire to reach their level of enlightenment. Undoubtedly, Bibi Dong and Shrek hailed from illustrious lineages, their bloodlines inherently infused with exceptional qualities. This innate heritage facilitated their extraordinary cultivation, enabling them, at a tender age, to ascend to remarkable heights, ultimately shouldering immense responsibilities. Presently, Bibi Dong occupies the esteemed position of Grand Pope, bearing the hopes of the entire Douluo continent, whereas Shrek serves as an educator within the academy, nurturing promising talents who will undoubtedly contribute significantly to society. The achievements of both are formidable indeed. In the realm of reality, these two would undoubtedly excel in significant endeavors, establishing their own remarkable legacies, akin to embodiments of mentorship. With a firm hand, Bibi Dong clapped Yinling's shoulder, exclaiming, "Among the strong, there are always stronger. Each generation surpasses the last, my young friend. Well done. Perhaps, in due course, I may even pass my position to you." At that moment, Bibi Dong's eyes glistened with tears as she regarded Yinling, overwhelmed with emotion. Indeed, this young man was no ordinary character. His succinct expressions resonated in ways that others could scarcely compare. Reflecting on her long tenure in her position, Bibi Dong felt a sense of restlessness and pondered the possibility of ascending to even greater heights in the future. It is certain that one can navigate through these intricate turns with remarkable ease. Indeed, the position of the Pope undoubtedly requires a worthy successor, if one were to speak. And two of those statements were to be positioned at the forefront of controversy. It would indeed be a delicate matter. It can only be said that this is the lament of the entire Douluo continent. The esteemed position of the Supreme Pontiff is left without a worthy successor, which indeed presents a most vexing predicament. Upon hearing this news, Yinling felt as if struck by a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Indeed, the role of the Supreme Pontiff is far from an easy endeavor. While an ordinary person might bear the weight of hope, they could be shattered in an instant. Only those nurtured from a young age can ascend to such lofty heights, and from the current perspective, Yinling is certainly not among them. Thus, he has no desire to shoulder this so-called responsibility. Never mind, I believe your position is far too elevated. I simply cannot bear such a grave burden. As he spoke, Yinling waved his hands dismissively, showing little interest in the papal role. On the contrary, he felt that Tang San's position was far more suited to him. Indeed, in this current world, Tang San has soared into the cosmos, assuming the role of the Grand Ruler. In the future, I am confident that I shall achieve greatness, dismantling all the chaos and integrating it seamlessly into my own grasp. Yinling harbors his own lofty aspirations, showing little regard for others. The truth is glaringly evident. The position of the Pope is far too exalted to accommodate their modest domain. In the realm of Douluo continent, the Pope is not a role for the faint-hearted. One must possess the stature of a saint, akin to Bibi Dong. To live a lifetime in solitary anguish would be an unbearable torment for Yinling, who is a man of flesh and blood, unlike the stone-hearted Bibi Dong. Of course, Bibi Dong once had her own emotional foundation, but she later committed acts that defy reason, resulting in a catastrophic blow to her character, leading to her current dismal state. In this world, the Pope is akin to a priest in the real world, wielding absolute authority and sanctity. Their image must remain pristine. Any blemish could lead to execution, underscoring the terrifying nature of this world, where harsh realities are ever present. The cold ruthlessness of this society reveals that the law bears no weight. Thus, Yinling has contemplated his own path. He resolves that even if he attains a high position in the future, it is not imperative to consolidate the chaos within his control. To live peacefully through his 3 lifetimes is already a considerable blessing. One might say he is overly modest. What is the significance of the Pope? It is merely a title, hardly worthy of mention. Shrek, observing Yinling's rejection of the papal position, felt a surge of joy. Indeed, this young man's disdain for the title indicates a promising future, one where he aspires to stand shoulder to shoulder with Tang San, a pillar of strength in his own right, as Shrek believes. In this case, Yinling could draw closer to him, for Shrek possesses techniques of devilish training that resonate throughout the old world, truths that can be succinctly articulated. His prowess in demonstrating these techniques is nothing short of remarkable. Even the most unremarkable individual can be transformed into a top-tier talent under his guidance. Such extraordinary standards are coveted by many, who long to incorporate these abilities into their own repertoire and seek to serve under Shrek's tutelage. Yet now, upon hearing Yinling's words, the rejections from Bibi Dong seem to multiply. This implies that one indeed possesses a chance, and therein lies Shrek's delight. Moreover, the position of Pope held by Bibi Dong may not be as formidable as it seems, if Yinling himself holds it in disdain. then such trivial matters are hardly worthy of concern, allowing others to manipulate nonsensical affairs. The title of Pope pales in comparison to being among the illustrious Shrek 8 or 9 monsters. To receive praise from someone like BB Don and to be regarded highly by Shrek causes Yinling's demeanor to sag considerably. Indeed, he is merely an ordinary individual. Being esteemed by such remarkable figures leaves him feeling somewhat overwhelmed by life. He believes it prudent to maintain a low profile, lest he encounters further absurdities. It is quite possible that the next step may lead to the conclusion of life itself. All right, dear teacher, please refrain from further elevating me in such a manner. Since the current crisis has been averted, let us observe how this path unfolds ahead. Yinling is truly disinterested in the flattering words of these two old fellows. Indeed, despite their seemingly youthful appearance, they are, in fact, thousands of years old, while Yinling is merely a fledgling, just over 20, a graceful youth. How could he possibly maneuver beneath the cunning of such ancient foxes? Thus, at this moment, Yinling desires nothing more than to grasp all the so-called facts firmly within his own hands, hoping that fate will no longer play tricks on him. He aspires to be the master of his own destiny, rather than a pawn in another's game. If one were to truly follow the paths of BB Dong or Shrek, it would be an entirely different journey. This can only indicate that his destiny is no longer within his own grasp, but rather manipulated by others. Such a situation is undoubtedly intolerable to some. Upon hearing Yinling's words, BB Dong nearly burst into laughter. She had not anticipated that a young man of such formidable prowess could be so easily placed on such a lofty pedestal by mere words. If we were to put it this way, one must navigate cautiously through life's waters, adopting a humble demeanor. These principles have long guided the ascent of ordinary individuals to greatness. Remarkably, the protagonist does not bask in the glory of this inaugural triumph. Instead, his thoughts dwell on the future, a true testament to his status as an exemplary disciple. BB Dong gazes at Yinling with a gaze filled with unspoken affection, her expression revealing an undeniable admiration. She feels assured that she has not been mistaken about this young man, despite his tender age. He possesses remarkable prowess and displays a commendable ability to conceal his brilliance. If one were to put it this way, it certainly captures one's attention. There are indeed successors. Truly there are successors. BB Dong was on the verge of tears from excitement. Of course, if one were to say she truly cried, BB Dong might not shed a tear. For he is a figure of the utmost rank, a supreme pontiff. How could he allow himself to weep over mere sentiments? If that were the case, one might argue that his emotional depth is rather shallow. Yet, within the recesses of his heart, he truly feels a profound sense of admiration for the emergence of such a modest, yet formidable talent as Yinling. It vividly illustrates the irony of life, where expectations often diverge from reality, both a cause for celebration and lamentation. You flatter me excessively. I am merely an ordinary person, Yinling replied, feeling somewhat at a loss. He had not anticipated that BB Dong would prove even more adept at flattery than those from Shrek Academy. A mere supporting character like himself had been elevated to such heights by his praise. The constant shifts in compliment made him feel increasingly uncomfortable. He was not a person of extraordinary prowess, nor did he warrant such exaltation. As Yinling turned to observe the schoolyard, he noted that the gaze of the majority was fixated upon him. Indeed, it was conspicuous. Both BB Dong and a member of Shrek were regarding him with utmost seriousness. The surrounding area was filled with a throng of other students, yet the spotlight was firmly on Yinling. Given his slight social anxiety, he felt a twinge of embarrassment at being the center of attention. He was hardly a model gracing a runway, and yet he found himself in such a glaring situation. At that moment, Shrek interjected, "If you are an ordinary person, then you are the pinnacle among the ordinary. Your ability to remain humble at such a level is truly indicative of a future pillar of society. Rest assured, I will support you." Shrek, a connoisseur of talent, found himself quite enamored with Yinling, recognizing him as an exceptional individual. However, a slight blemish marred his admiration. This prodigy had already been taken under BB Dong's wing. If that were the case, Shrek felt a pang of regret, for Yinling had initially been a disciple without a master. Now, he had rightfully become a pupil of BB Dong. Should Shrek choose to mentor him further, it would be as a secondary instructor rather than a proper master. Should Yinling achieve great heights in the future, it would undoubtedly complicate matters. In the future, when others mention his master, they will undoubtedly refer to BB Dong, while Shrek will merely be regarded as his teacher. Contemplating this, Shrek felt a pang of sorrow. However, the appreciation for talent is a sentiment shared by all. Faced with such a grave reality, Shrek was unwilling to let any opportunity slip by. Thus, he resolved to staunchly support Yinling, even if he may not acknowledge him as his so-called second master. In the annals of history across the continent, his name will undoubtedly be etched. Shrek too shall leave a significant mark within this narrative. It is a grand aspiration indeed. To inscribe one's name in history is no simple feat. Few possess the capacity to achieve such a distinction, and even if Yinling were to ascend to a lofty position, it remains uncertain whether he could be drawn into a picturesque reality. The harshness of reality cannot simply be elucidated in a few casual remarks. Upon hearing Shrek's effusive praise, Bibi Dong was nearly moved to tears, pondering, does he not even have disciples of his own? At this moment, Yinling found himself secretly relieved. Shrek had lost much of his former prowess. Having taught 7 disciples, he was nearly on the brink of starvation himself. While this may encapsulate the sentiment, it is not entirely accurate. One might even become the 8th wonder of Shrek. Nevertheless, Shrek remained unconvinced, believing that with Yinling's qualifications and capabilities, he could undoubtedly become the 8th legendary figure of Shrek. Perhaps, after undergoing his guidance, an even more formidable individual might emerge. Alas, the factions they belonged to were fundamentally divergent. He was aligned with Bibi Dong's Douluo faction, while the other belonged to Shrek's domain. Although these two great factions have not been sworn enemies since time immemorial, they are certainly not easy adversaries to contend with. In the past, there had been periods of intense conflict and transformation, leaving behind a landscape where much had changed. However, the unfavorable circumstances of prophecy have now unfolded before them, and it remains to be seen how Yinling chooses to navigate the future. Should he succeed, all would be well. Yet if everything becomes an insurmountable challenge, then such notions are merely fanciful. At this juncture, hearing such heartfelt sentiments from Shrek, Yinling was on the verge of laughter. He had not anticipated that these chaotic circumstances would be so challenging to manage alone. Confronted with the events unfolding before him, he found himself in a most difficult position. Yes, the system within the Douluo faction is undeniably robust. Yet, when faced with the myriad of complexities, he realized that in the presence of 2 formidable figures, he seemed almost invisible, looked down upon with disdain. Thus, he resolved to cultivate himself into a titled Douluo, refusing to allow Shrek's path to dictate his own development. Yinling spoke candidly, as he had no ties to the Shrek faction. Furthermore, from his recollections, he was aware that the Shrek camp would soon face complete annihilation. This impending doom was, of course, a result of the powers on the Douluo side reaching their peak, which would lead to a chaotic series of unfavorable circumstances. Thus, at this moment, Yinling had cultivated his own ambitions and creativity. One should strive to grasp all that one currently possesses firmly within one's own hands. If one chooses to pursue the path of Douluo, it is imperative to follow it with unwavering determination, without deviation. In truth, the Shrek faction is not particularly weak. However, due to the dissimilarity of its system compared to Douluo, Yinling, as a human, does not wish to impose excessive demands. The rationale is quite simple. Since they are not traveling the same path, there is no necessity to entangle oneself in a multitude of trivial matters. Not everyone's constitution is suited to Shrek and the Douluo side, which consequently leads to a series of disorganized and chaotic behaviors. Well then, since your decision is resolute, there is no need for me to partake in your endeavors. The outcome has become exceedingly evident. Given the current state of disarray, introducing further absurdities would not be beneficial for us. Shrek nodded gravely, acknowledging the validity of the sentiments expressed. Indeed, from the very moment of selecting factions, Yinling did not choose him. Should one decide to embark on this path midway, it would signify a betrayal of one's own sect. Yinling is not that kind of person and has never resorted to actions that contravene human morality, discarding all sense of uprightness. At this moment, Bibi Dong was quite elated, as she had not anticipated Yinling's attitude to be so resolute. If he truly intends to walk this path with her to the bitter end, there is no need to generate a plethora of nonsensical peculiarities. Do you see? Shrek, this is the disciple I have educated. In just a few words, he manages to exhibit an extraordinary sense of perfection. Once the faction is chosen, let us not trouble him further. Consider it a favor to me. Bibi Dong, in her exuberance, was almost dancing with joy, eager to exert control over the chaotic behaviors emanating from Shrek. Indeed, it is true. when these antics are laid bare before him. They do not satiate his appetite. The humiliation he faced today in Shrek was unnecessary, and there is no need to engage in any more disorderly conduct. It is evident that Yanling has resolved to grow ever stronger on the path of Douluo, indicating that the position of the Grand Pope will surely be passed on. Even if Yanling does not desire this role, he will inevitably be presented with choices in the future to pave a better way for the entire Douluo continent. Shrek was infuriated, his brow furrowed as though he were on the brink of unleashing all the fury pent up within his chest. Indeed, he and Bibi Dong have never seen eye to eye, and now she has found an excuse to target him. If we were to speak in this manner, it would be only natural for Shrek to be incensed. At this moment, he resembles a figure consumed by violent rage. Should he unleash the fury that simmers within his breast, he would undoubtedly grasp this individual with an iron grip. Bibi Dong, do not speak so boastfully. My disciples from Shrek are no less formidable than your Douluo. Shrek was exasperated. How could he not be? His own disciples were each mightier than the last, far surpassing these Douluo. Yet, to his dismay, they had become the subject of derision. Thus, Shrek's stance was resolute. He must defend the dignity of his apprentices and ensure that the chaotic circumstances were firmly within his control. He could reprimand, chastise, or strike his own students as he pleased, but no one else was permitted to utter a word against them. Observing Shrek in his state of agitation, Bibi Dong found herself nearly overwhelmed with amusement. She had not anticipated that this elderly gentleman before her possessed such a fiery temperament. Indeed, despite their similar ages, one approaching several thousand years, the other also nearing the same in years, they appeared as youthful as those in their 20s. Yet, in truth, they were quintessentially cunning old foxes, and in their eyes, Yanling was hardly worthy of mention. Chapter 80. The Shrek 7 Monsters. Ha ha ha. The current situation is that Yanling is both your student and my apprentice. Let us see whether the power of Douluo or that of Shrek prevails, or if he can masterfully integrate both. Bibi Dong was elated, gesturing animatedly towards Shrek. She believed that since Yanling had allied himself with her, they stood united on the same battlefield. There is no need to delve into other chaotic matters if one cannot even manage the circumstances at hand. Indeed, it is an undeniable truth that Yanling is a quintessential talent yet to be fully realized. However, the potential that currently resides solely in his grasp suggests that should Yanling ever embark on a journey of his own, it would signify a remarkable emergence. One can only cling to one's own reputation. Such a notably severe demeanor has not gone unnoticed, and Bibi Dong is nearly on the verge of laughter. At this moment, Shrek, upon hearing these words, is almost grinding his teeth in frustration. He had never anticipated that a disciple he had painstakingly chosen would now become a mere pawn in Bibi Dong's game. Very well, if even these measures fail to instill discipline, what remains? There is no necessity to amalgamate various extraneous elements. The outcome is already evidently clear. There is no need for further efforts on my part. Well, if you insist on such a perspective, I find myself quite content. Let us observe the direction in which Yanling may evolve. Shrek, with a dismissive flick of his sleeve, has chosen to disregard the trivial matters concerning Yanling. Indeed, he can no longer afford to concern himself with such affairs, for Yanling has, in essence, distanced himself from him. There is no further need for unnecessary actions. As Bibi Dong possesses formidable abilities within the realm of Douluo, if one were to envision them standing on the same battlefield, it would serve as an excellent illustration of their potential synergy. Such chaotic elements are grasped by those who can articulate them eloquently. In the annals of Douluo continent, the renowned title Douluo Tang San shared a fleeting connection with Bibi Dong. However, this association was not of significant duration, and eventually, Shrek chose to pursue a path of compromise. This decision spared Tang San from being confined within a restrictive decree. Had Shrek opted to deliver a devastating blow at that time, it could have extinguished Tang San's potential in its infancy. Thus, the entire history of Douluo continent is destined to be rewritten, and there shall be no emergence of talents like Yanling. This observation reveals the intricate workings of the world, all of which lie firmly within the grasp of individual destinies. Should a truly formidable force desire to overturn everything, it would be a trivial endeavor. Witnessing the subtle rivalry between the two teachers, Yanling was rendered speechless, pondering why he, an unremarkable individual, was the target of their convoluted discourse. In a moment of desperation, he intervened to assuage the tension between the two, stating, "Dear teachers, you have both been quite considerate of me, and there is no need for further elaboration. I am certain I will master all your techniques with diligence. Slightly irritated, Shilek made a brief remark before preparing to depart, as his recent duties had become overwhelmingly demanding. After all, as a teacher responsible for thousands of students, he could not solely attend to Yanling's needs. Thus, Shilek resolved to disperse the chaos surrounding him. Since Bibi Dong had already accepted Yanling as a disciple, there was no need for him to linger any longer. Very well, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Let today's events be merely a fleeting disturbance, he declared, turning to leave while casting a sharp glare at Bibi Dong. For he understood that he had encountered an exceptional talent, now unfortunately under Bibi Dong's tutelage. Such an incomprehensible reality weighed heavily on the heart, evoking feelings of both discomfort and trepidation. Simultaneously, Shilek harbored a fervent hope of encountering an individual even more remarkable than Yanling. For if such an irreversible truth were to allow Yanling to soar, the consequences would be profound. In the future, should he become another Tang San, it could indeed inflict a substantial blow upon their clan, the Shrek. Thus, to eliminate potential threats, Shrek must bolster its ranks. It is imperative to establish a faction within the academy comprising loyal individuals. Otherwise, the chaotic truths would lay bare before them. The fragmented circumstances have long since become unmanageable, and in light of future considerations, Shrek finds itself compelled to endure in silence. Meanwhile, chaos reigns in the Li family. Li Dafei's martial soul trial did not reach the expected heights, resulting in a brutal beating upon his return home. On the other hand, Li Yunfei, having failed in his quest for vengeance, remains confined within his room, consumed by despondency and too ashamed to venture outside. In contrast, although Li Xiaofei faced defeat in battle, he emerged with invaluable lessons learned. Thus, it became apparent what it truly means to say that there are individuals beyond individuals, and realms beyond realms. At this moment, Li Xiaofei hurriedly arrived at his father's study, revealing the entirety of the circumstances to him. He made it known that, within the vast expanse of Douluo continent, there exists a talent akin to Tang San. Li Feihu is the biological father of the three brothers of the Li family. Though he is not the eldest son, above him lies an elder brother, making Li Feihu merely the second son of the family. Unlike the three brothers of Li Yunfei, Li Feihu has only one elder brother and no younger siblings, but he does have two sisters. Thus, within the ranks of the Li family's sons, he occupies the position of the second son. Despite being a second son, the patriarch of the Li family does not neglect Li Feihu. Rather, he bestows upon him considerable respect and, to a certain extent, provides him with the protection of the family. It is worth noting that, although Li Feihu possesses a rather formidable name, he is, in truth, a man of circumstances that are difficult to articulate. He is a quintessential cultured individual. Much like his elder brother, both remarkably accomplished doctors who have returned from abroad. However, it is surprising that Li Feihu's three sons are far from ordinary. Chapter 81, Family Matters. Aside from the second son, Li Xiaofei, the eldest and youngest sons are typical wealthy second-generation individuals. Day after day, they only know how to earn and spend money, lacking any other pursuits. They either bully others or tread the path of intimidation. This predicament greatly troubles Li Feihu and evokes a profound sense of sorrow in his role as a father. If he cannot even manage his own sons, how can he hope to thrive in this world? Standing in his study, Li Feihu furrowed his brow, while Li Xiaofei stood beside him, sharing the same look of concern. After a considerable pause, Li Feihu finally expressed his thoughts. I never expected that even you could not best Yanling. Who, precisely, is that individual? It appears I have never heard of him before. Li Feihu found the name Yanling quite unfamiliar. All he knew was that in the past, Tang San had emerged seemingly out of nowhere, yet he was a quintessential underachiever. Gradually, he developed his abilities, but this Yanling, upon debuting, possessed dual martial souls. Furthermore, in merely the initial stage, he utterly defeated Li Feihu's second son, Li Xiaofei, who was at an intermediate level, leaving him utterly vanquished. If he truly matures, then in the future, Yanling's accomplishments may very well rival those of Tang San. The emergence of a figure like Tang San in the Douluo continent is already quite overwhelming. Yet, unexpectedly, a second contender is poised to ascend. Li Feihu is, in fact, someone who appreciates talent. Upon first learning of Yanling's name, he felt a genuine sense of joy. However, he was somewhat dismayed to discover that his second son had engaged in a sparring session with Yanling. Although he did not emerge victorious, it resulted in a significant enmity between them. The situation, when divulged, undeniably presents itself as a considerable inconvenience. Indeed, I remain perplexed as to the origin of this individual, who seems to have materialized from thin air, leaving me utterly unprepared and at a loss for how to proceed. Li Xiaofei, too, wore a troubled expression. He had anticipated that today he would manage to restore the family's reputation. However, upon arriving at the scene, he found himself nearly facing dire consequences, the thought of which would be utterly humiliating if it were to spread. Among the three brothers of the Li family, two are ineffectual, and the second son has now also succumbed to this fate. Should outsiders become privy to this information, they would undoubtedly perceive that the Li lineage now lacks any formidable talent, which, in light of such severe circumstances, can only signify that the family's decline is imminent. Confronted with this harsh reality, Li Xiaofei, in consideration of the family's legacy, must grapple with these chaotic situations. Meanwhile, Li Feihu is also experiencing a headache. His son, Li Xiaofei, usually of a gentle temperament, now finds himself entangled in familial troubles that provoke an insurmountable sense of anguish. The thought of this matter being made public is indeed quite distressing. Li Feihu lamented, "The eldest is now but a wasted potential, and the youngest is equally disappointing. At present, the family can rely solely on you. You mustn't harbor resentment towards Yinling over such trivial grievances." Li Feihu endeavored to counsel Li Xiaofei towards magnanimity. Given the current circumstances, it appears that Yinling is destined for greatness. Should he ascend to the esteemed position of the 9-5 sovereign, the implications would be profound. Thus, the Li family is undoubtedly in a precarious situation. Hence, it is prudent to avoid any semblance of opposition against such a formidable individual. To evade incurring his wrath, it would be unwise to provoke him, for should he seek retribution in the future, the Li family may not stand a chance against him. In light of these circumstances, Li Feihu can only counsel Li Xiaofei to temper his emotions, urging him to refrain from repeating past mistakes and allowing the flames of hatred to consume his thoughts. A smile can serve as a means to move past grievances, for some enmities ought not to be overtly expressed. The adage, "When will the cycle of vengeance end?" rings eternally true, particularly when directed towards individuals or matters that warrant clear understanding. Li Xiaofei paused momentarily, initially believing that, given his father's temperament, the bullying of his most cherished son would necessitate retribution. However, witnessing Li Feihu's inclination to counsel magnanimity instead, Li Xiaofei realized that even his father would not dare confront Yinling. Such a grave matter truly perplexed him. Yielding to his father's wisdom, Li Xiaofei responded, "I certainly comprehend this situation. Thus, I intend to avoid enmity with him. Who knows, he may offer me beneficial opportunities in the future." Li Xiaofei held a profound understanding of his father, shaped by years of guidance to pursue success through stability and to abstain from ventures lacking certainty. Now that the situation was laid bare, he sensed his father's capitulation, leaving him with little to add. The severity of the circumstances was glaringly evident, and there was no need to fabricate further chaos amid the unspoken truths. The formidable nature of Yinling instilled within Li Xiaofei an inexplicable fear, a sentiment that had taken root in his heart. Indeed, this fear could blossom into something far more troubling if left unchecked. Li Xiaofei recognized that he would never attain the same level of prowess as Yinling, thus deeming it wiser to bow his head. "You speak truly. I wholeheartedly agree with your perspective." Li Feihu nodded thoughtfully, feeling a sense of reassurance regarding his second son. He understood that this son possessed a gentle disposition, unlike his other two siblings. If he were to employ forceful methods, the second son would undoubtedly respond with discontent, exemplifying the notion of being more receptive to kindness than to severity. In contrast, his second son exhibited a different demeanor. Should he genuinely feel threatened, he would choose to withdraw gracefully. This exemplified the hallmark of a true gentleman, capable of both yielding and standing firm. Therefore, Li Feihu felt a certain sense of comfort and pride in his relationship with Li Xiaofei. At this moment, Li Feihu was resolute in his intentions, aware that if he could consolidate the various chaotic circumstances into his control, it might bode well for the future, potentially allowing his second son to inherit the family business. However, he had an elder brother, who also had several sons. With so many assets of the Li family intertwined, division would undoubtedly prove challenging. Thus, Li Feihu focused all his attention on Li Xiaofei, recognizing that his eldest son had become a complete disappointment, while the youngest was merely a minor liability. As long as these two ineffectual sons did not lead Li Xiaofei astray, everything could still be manageable. In the face of his father's concessions, Li Xiaofei had little to say. He could only silently acknowledge that his father had run out of arguments, leaving him, as the younger generation, with no recourse but to accept the situation. It is imperative to refrain from speaking indiscriminately. The current circumstances are exceedingly clear. Continuing to dwell on them may not bode well for anyone involved. One must adopt a more open perspective, for there lies a considerable stretch of time ahead. It is essential for these individuals to navigate the situation with deftness, rather than resorting to haphazard explanations that lead to confusion. Very well, if there is nothing pressing, I shall return to the academy for now. Let the third brother remain at home for the time being. Yinling is in the same class as him, and if he intends to leave this matter unresolved, it will undoubtedly become problematic. Li Xiaofei finds himself at a loss for words in the presence of his father, as Li Feihu has elucidated the situation to him with great clarity. The outcome is undeniably aligned with established facts, rendering any alteration impossible. It may be best to relinquish a series of grievances harbored within one's heart, to simply let things be and go with the flow. Li Xiaofei is acutely aware that Li Yunfei and Yinling are in the same class. Thus he wishes for Li Yunfei to refrain from attending class for the next few days. Otherwise, should the animosity between him and Yinling ignite once more, they might engage in a violent confrontation that could lead to Li's third son being excluded from the family's genealogy. Li Feihu, in agreement, nodded gravely at Li Xiaofei's words, indicating his understanding. As he watched his second son depart, a cloud of worry enveloped him. He had not anticipated that 2 of his 3 sons would exhibit such troubling signs. If this trend were to continue, would the family's legacy, upon the old patriarch's eventual passing, be solely entrusted to the sons of the eldest? The mere thought of this filled Li Feihu with profound sorrow. Indeed, Li Feihu was not a man of exceptional benevolence. He too harbored aspirations for a division of the family fortune. With 3 sons under his wing, he certainly did not wish for them to languish in poverty in their elder years. Helplessly, he shook his head and sighed, lamenting the fate of the Li family, which seemed to have produced 3 inept sons. Though Li Xiaofei appeared gentle and refined, he lacked any real prowess. It was truly a lamentable situation. Could it be that the Li family is bereft of capable successors? Li Feihu found himself at a loss, recognizing that despite Li Xiaofei's genteel demeanor, his resources and abilities were far from formidable. Entrusting the entire Li family enterprise to him in the future would likely yield only a soft-hearted steward, incapable of achieving great things. For now, he could only choose not to take him too seriously, hoping to nurture him gradually and see if he could cultivate a more resolute heart, fearing that he might remain a mere gentle soul. This predicament has undoubtedly reduced the once exalted Li Xiaofei to a mere prisoner of circumstance, a situation that borders on the absurd. Within the intricate web of power struggles that define the Li family's extensive lineage, a relentless battle for supremacy unfolds daily between the younger and elder generations. This turmoil arises predominantly from the inequitable distribution of interests, engendering a series of disarrayed behaviors. Had there been a sufficient financial abundance, ensuring a more equitable division among all, such bizarre occurrences would likely have been avoided. At that moment, having listened to Li Feihu's grievances, the venerable elder Li, leaning on his cane, approached at a leisurely pace. His countenance bore an unmistakable gloom, and his eyes were filled with a profound sense of resentment as they fell upon Li Feihu, who seemed utterly unreasonable. "Can you insolent wretch, refrain from your nonsensical ramblings? I truly believe that the second son possesses merit. His ability to refrain from relentless confrontation with adversaries indicates there is still hope." As the elder spoke, he exhibited unwavering confidence in Li Xiaofei. However, the elder was keenly aware of the need for impartiality, recognizing that his eldest son had several offspring yet to reveal themselves. Despite their current absence, the Li family's enterprises remain viable. In contrast, the situation is less favorable for the second son, Li Feihu, whose 3 sons include 2 who lack ambition. Thus, only Li Xiaofei remains. We can no longer place our hopes upon him. It appears that the lineage of my second son may not endure in this world. The elder Mr. Li is reluctant to witness the extinction of his second son's bloodline, which could lead to a series of chaotic troubles. In an instant, Li Feihu's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that his father would silently appear before him. And even more startling was the fact that he openly expressed some rather harsh sentiments. The implication was unmistakable. Was he suggesting that Li Feihu was being ungrateful and unjust towards his second son? With a stern countenance, Li Feihu retorted, "Father, you cannot shield your grandson in this manner. He is merely a fledgling youth. How can you treat him so? Li Feihu found it increasingly difficult to regard his father with respect, for he understood that the elder was a man of strong emotions. While he currently viewed Li Xiaofei in a favorable light, he recognized the precariousness of the situation. Should Li Xiaofei commit a significant error, he would undoubtedly be stripped of his lofty position, potentially leading to his ruin and expulsion from the Li family altogether. The elder Mr. Li scoffed, dismissing Li Feihu's spurious arguments with indifference. He was well aware that his second son was rather obstinate, yet he believed that his grandson, Li Xiaofei, held promise. With some nurturing, he could very well blossom into a formidable figure. Indeed, the world is filled with potential, yet the essence of wise rulers remains obscured, leaving many bewildered by the underlying circumstances. After clearing his throat and exhaling a deep sigh, the elder Mr. Li began to impart his insights to Li Feihu. You are aging, and I have already reached my 60s. It won't be long before you two arrive at my age. If you do not entrust your legacy to these 3 sons, you will find yourself without grandchildren. The elder's intentions were straightforward. He merely wished for Li Feihu to invest more in Li Xiaofei. As for Li Dafei and Li Yunfei, they had become stagnant, incapable of progress. If hope were not bestowed upon Li Yunfei, it would only signify the potential demise of the second son's bloodline. The Li family could not simply relinquish everything to the eldest son. The elder Mr. Li's hope was for Li Feihu to leave his own mark on the shared lineage. For now, this matter shall be set aside. I have my own plans, so do not concern yourself with me. Faced with the relentless assault from the esteemed Li patriarch, Li Feihu found himself at a loss for words. He believed that the situation had escalated to such an extent that further display of emotions was unnecessary. Since the shattered realities could not be altered, it seemed prudent to relinquish any attachment to them. Consequently, Li Feihu chose to remain silent regarding both the good and the bad, dismissing them as inconsequential. In a state of resignation, he resolved to ignore his father's incessant ramblings and turn to leave. The facts were glaringly evident. He had no desire to entangle himself in further disputes, regardless of the outcome that lay ahead. The Li patriarch observed his second son's rebellious demeanor with a heavy heart. He felt the weight of his years. Having surpassed his 60th year, while Li Feihu had also entered the throes of middle age, both had begun to feel the passage of time, and the severity of their circumstances rendered any glimmer of hope utterly elusive. The elderly was truly disheartened. He had never contemplated what lasting legacy he would leave in this world. Yet, he had devoted all his efforts to securing a future for his descendants. However, the reality was stark. The peculiarities that plagued their lives were beyond his control. Meanwhile, Murong Yunxue and Yinling returned to their classroom, as school had officially concluded. With no one around, the two made their way back to the dormitory. As they walked, Yinling was consumed by a sense of confusion and turned to Murong Yunxue, expressing his thoughts. Why do I feel that Li Yunfei is determined to see one of us perish? Look at his brother, already pleading for mercy. Yet Li Yunfei continues to glare at us with seething resentment. We share no deep-seated enmity with him, do we? Indeed, Yinling was perplexed by Li Yunfei's attitude, which seemed to persistently pursue him with relentless fervor, refusing to offer any semblance of understanding. He had hoped for a conciliatory gesture, but was met instead with intensified hostility. If that were the case, there truly appeared to be no profound animosity between them. At that moment, Murong Yunxue could not help but chuckle. While others might be oblivious to Li Yunfei's mindset, she understood it all too well, for both she and Yinling hailed from prominent families. You see, that fellow has been accustomed to arrogance from a young age. If you strike a blow to his pride today, he will undoubtedly seek retribution. Murong Yunxue found her own words to be quite amusing. Indeed, it was ironic. Aware that she too hailed from a prestigious family, she now questioned and mocked Li Yunfei, who similarly came from an esteemed lineage. This was akin to casting her own dignity to the ground, only to pick it up and press it back against her face. Such absurdity would be deemed a monumental faux pas by anyone, bordering on sheer foolishness. Upon hearing Murong Yunxue's remarks, Yinling could only shake his head in resignation. Realizing that those from noble families indeed possessed their own unique strengths and integrity. In just a few sentences, they managed to manifest a demeanor that was evident to all. Was this what they referred to as the literary spirit? Yet Li Yunfei's blatant persistence hardly resembled such nobility. Well then, for the time being, he decided to check whether there were any classes at the academy. If things were as promised, they should not be left idle day after day. After voicing his thoughts, Yinling turned to leave, feeling that his purpose in attending the academy was to enrich his knowledge, rather than engage in a battle of wits with someone like Li Yunfei. Furthermore, he was not a top-tier scion of a wealthy family. He lacked money, power, and any formidable backing. Given his circumstances, he believed it was best to disregard these trivial matters. Yanling had already resolved that if he left the academy without acquiring even the most basic knowledge, it would be a sign that he truly did not deserve to exist in this world. Traveling through time did not necessitate becoming a great figure, but at the very least, one should safeguard their own patch of land. Currently, Yanling found himself without any leverage to contend with Li Yunfei, who wielded substantial power to undermine him. If Yanling wished to make any progress, he could only seek guidance from his mentor, Bibi Dong, hoping she could impart a skill or two. Within the realm of Douluo continent, the academy he attended was merely at a rudimentary level, with the more advanced stages residing in the Sky City. Thus, Yanling harbored his own aspirations. Thus, one must ultimately detach from the entire academy to pursue further studies in the Celestial City, striving towards a higher institution. In this realm, there exists an unyielding principle, the survival of the fittest. Only the strong can ascend to the pinnacle, surveying the remnants below, omnipotent and unchallenged. Chapter 84. Lingering Existence. Chapter 85. Unexpected Events. Naturally, Yanling is no stranger to such occurrences, having arrived in this world under rather unfortunate circumstances. He has accepted the adversities that present themselves. Suddenly, a cacophony erupts outside, with voices crying out in alarm. Alas! The golden sacred dragon has collided with our academy's building. It seems poised to launch a fierce attack upon us. In an instant, Murong Yunxiue and Yanling hastily rose to peer out the window. To their astonishment, they beheld a creature resembling a dragon resting upon the playground of the lecture hall. This sight startled them. Yanling possessed a modicum of familiarity with such beings. If his conjectures bore truth, this was indeed the fabled golden sacred dragon. However, such a creature was not meant to materialize within the fabric of reality. Its presence before him compelled Yanling to ponder whether a tumultuous upheaval was at hand. Upon witnessing the golden sacred dragon, Murong Yunxiue felt no stirrings of emotion within her. Instead, her curiosity was piqued regarding Yanling's reaction. As she turned, she noted that his expression bore no semblance of disturbance. Given the unfolding events, one could not help but find the coincidence rather striking. Could it be that the arrival of the golden sacred dragon was somehow intertwined with the temporal rebirth Yanling had spoken of? If we were to speak in such a manner, this matter would indeed prove to be quite challenging to address. At this moment, Yanling gazed at the golden sacred dragon outside for quite some time before leisurely articulating, "The golden sacred dragon has actually emerged from the academy. Is this not a veritable live target?" Unlike others who felt trepidation, Yanling instead perceived that if the golden sacred dragon were to descend upon this world, it is truly akin to an invisible corporeal being, capable of floating throughout the air, inviting the students of the entire academy to unleash their attacks upon it. Should this lead others to awaken their skills, it is conceivable that this golden sacred dragon could serve as an exceptional catalyst. At this moment, it is entirely justifiable for Yanling to feel a tinge of excitement. After all, no one anticipated that such a dilapidated reality would unfold before them. It evokes a sense of capability that transcends mere words. It is only through the manifestation of formidable strength that one can truly stand in opposition. As Murong Yunxiue observed Yanling's calm demeanor, a sense of perplexity arose within her. While other students were fleeing for their lives, gripped by fear and seeking refuge, Yanling's expression remained serene, as if he were utterly unfazed by this astonishing revelation. Noticing Murong Yunxiue's bewilderment, Yanling couldn't help but chuckle, leisurely remarking, "This world is indeed peculiar. Who would have thought that even the golden sacred dragon could fall so easily in this realm? Shouldn't it belong to another dimension? Indeed, the golden sacred dragon is inherently a creature of a higher echelon, one that should never appear in this ordinary world. Yet, why has it manifested before them today? Could it truly be related to him?" As Yanling pondered this, a cold sweat began to bead upon his forehead. Despite the absence of any immediate threat, he found himself ensnared in an unfortunate predicament. The reality laid bare before him was utterly incomprehensible to others. How could such a phenomenon arise? In the realm of high martial prowess, creatures like the golden sacred dragon are remarkably commonplace. However, Yanling wondered if he had traversed dimensions, inadvertently causing a temporal disarray that allowed entities meant to inhabit a world of high martial arts to descend into the mundane plane. If we were to speak in such terms, would I not become a sinner myself? In light of such perceptions, Yinling came to understand that it was unnecessary to harbor so many grievances. After all, saving a life is worth more than the construction of 7 pagodas. Yet, Yinling pondered, how could one possibly believe that saving a soul could absolve one of these burdens? It seemed implausible. Murong Yunxue chuckled lightly and nonchalantly remarked, why concern ourselves with such trivialities? They say that defeating the Golden Saint Dragon yields powerful equipment. I wonder if any formidable weapons might be obtained from its defeat. From Yinling's previously unperturbed demeanor, Murong Yunxue discerned that this individual might not be as formidable as he appeared, yet it was likely he could still command the situation. Thus, amidst such a dilemma, certain circumstances were not so readily revealed. Nonetheless, Murong Yunxue felt that since Yinling exhibited no fear, she too would remain untroubled. It was said that the Golden Saint Dragon possessed exceptionally powerful gear, and perhaps in the next moment, it could elevate his combat prowess to an entirely new level. So, you intend to engage in this endeavor of upgrading gear while battling monsters? Very well, I find this quite intriguing. Let us proceed to observe. Noticing Murong Yunxue's calmness, Yinling felt reassured and saw no need for his own anxiety. The outcome was already glaringly evident, and since the narrative could not be altered, he accepted the reality. Why not relinquish the grievances that weigh upon your heart, and instead, endeavor to amplify all that you rightfully possess? In the perilous realm of Douluo continent, should it truly be possible to obliterate this golden sacred dragon, in the next moment, equipped with formidable defensive gear, one could traverse this treacherous society without sustaining any harm. Yinling found himself deeply intrigued by this prospect, resolving to wield all his power to mount a defense. For Yinling, who had traversed from another realm, the world of Douluo represented an elevation of reality. As long as he could articulate this series of concepts with finesse, everything would become strikingly apparent. What instills fear is the inability to harness one's own capabilities, a lamentable state of despair. The age-old adage remains, wolves journey for meat, while dogs scavenge for refuse. Such rules have persisted through time, and unless they are utterly dismantled, discussions of alternatives are futile. That which captivates the eye is invariably comprehensible to others. However, if one cannot even convey these truths, it is a mere indication of being rendered as inconsequential as refuse within the Douluo realm. Yinling and Murong Yunxue, undeterred, surged towards the nearby crowd. Chapter 86. The Fall of the Sacred Artifact. This world mirrors reality, as many individuals are eager to witness the spectacle. In an instant, the throng had encircled the scene, forming layers upon layers, enveloping the entire towering structure. At the center lay the golden sacred dragon, suggesting that this time, no battle would be necessary. As the golden holy dragon plummeted from the heavens, it was on the brink of death, barely clinging to life. Yinling cast a glance forward and observed that this golden dragon was remarkably grand and formidable. The intricate details of its whiskers conveyed a narrative that mere words could not encapsulate. Its beard, eyebrows, and eyes shimmered with a resplendent gold, weaving through the sky like a majestic tapestry. It appeared that the creatures of this virtual realm possessed an inherent grandeur that enabled their existence. The current state of the golden holy dragon was a testament to this, as the waves of light emanating from it formed an expansive net, creating a semi-encompassing barrier that stitched the entire area together, serving as a protective shield around the dragon. The occurrence of such phenomena could be attributed to the divine maintenance bestowed upon these sacred beings since time immemorial. Their ability to traverse the realms without being hindered by any spiritual energies was a result of celestial intervention and the dissolution of barriers. This year had indeed been rife with peculiar occurrences, as even a creature as extraordinary as the golden holy dragon could fall within the confines of the academy. Could it be that a rift in time and space had emerged? Observing the fallen golden dragon, Yinling noted that its vital energies had significantly weakened. This creature was not merely a formidable entity, it was on the verge of losing its very essence. Faced with such a grave reality, any trivial discussion seemed utterly absurd. Yinling began to doubt whether his arrival in this realm had inadvertently severed the fabric of time, resulting in these fractures in existence. As this realization dawned upon him, cold sweat began to pour down his brow. He had not anticipated such a terrifying truth. Just imagine, if the golden holy dragon were to crash from the sky upon innocent bystanders. It is certain that there would be considerable harm. However, from today's observations, The golden sacred dragon appears to be well preserved, its energy shield intact. It has not sustained any significant damage, and the surrounding crowd remains unscathed. From this, Yin deduces that the situation is, for the time being, rather optimistic, though there is a lingering fear of a subsequent series of chaotic events. This indeed presents a rather troubling situation, for the golden sacred dragon is, after all, a holy artifact, not one belonging to the forces of darkness. Yin is currently preoccupied with concerns regarding a potential assault on the entire mundane world by these malevolent powers. Morong Yunxue, exuding an air of helplessness, shook her head in response. It is difficult to ascertain. I sense that some unforeseen misalignment has occurred. Otherwise, how could such peculiar circumstances transpire within the confines of the academy? Moreover, its descent has rendered it a target for the students, truly a remarkable asset for the trials ahead. Reflecting on Yinling's earlier declarations about the impending baptism of the world, it becomes evident that this golden sacred dragon is destined to serve as a living target. Thus, Morong Yunxue firmly believes that whatever Yinling professes to be of great worth must indeed be exceptional. Consequently, a succinct dilemma now lies before us. The objective is to disperse the golden sacred dragon entirely and reclaim it for oneself, perhaps even uncovering some formidable equipment in the process. Morong Yunxue, being rather self-serving, has always prioritized his own interests, never considering others. This world cannot be fully comprehended through mere words. The golden sacred dragon was originally a sacred entity. However, its descent has transformed the situation into a nebulous cloud of confusion. Nonetheless, Morong Yunxue hails from a prominent family, where deceit and political intrigue are commonplace, and he has participated extensively in such matters. Thus, he has resolved to nurture his own small domain, disregarding the tumult of the broader world. Every individual has their own narrative, and the grand figures exhibit their own distinct charisma, vividly displayed in this scenario. If one cannot even grasp the seemingly inconsequential realities, then fate lies in the hands of others, and one must not act in defiance of that truth. His determination is solely to tend to his own affairs, deeming everything else as trivial and unworthy of attention. However, the expression on Yinling's face is undeniably troubled. Initially, he was somewhat at fault for treating the golden sacred dragon as a mere target. Yet, it can no longer be viewed as such. For the outcome has manifested. The golden sacred dragon is now in a state of half-life. It is said that saving a life is more meritorious than constructing a 7-story pagoda, and what more for a dragon? In a future realm, rescuing a dragon could lead to its transformation into a true dragon sovereign. Yet, this world is different. Saving this dragon may bolster one's own formidable prowess. The concern now is not merely whether the dragon is a target, but rather the potential harm it could inflict upon the students. Can we bear the responsibility for such consequences? Where's the principal? Yinling is eager to locate his superior, the principal, as chaos has already ensued. Without teachers or classmates to maintain order amidst this turmoil, the students are captivated by the sight of the golden sacred dragon, which indeed presents a striking spectacle. Yet, the reality at hand makes it clear to others that the situation is far more complex than it appears. It is said that the circumstances and facts laid bare can enlighten many about the unspoken truths of such scenarios. Yet, Yinling has already come to understand the essence of his own small domain. His foremost desire at present is to safeguard the lives and well-being of his fellow students. Though he holds no official position, the future may yet hold such possibilities. In an instant, Morong Yunxue was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yinling's prowess was so remarkably elevated, effortlessly extracting the principal's essence with just a few words. If we were to speak in such terms, it seems that he himself is far from being an ordinary individual. The principal? Let us not forget that there is currently no principal at the Shrek Academy. The esteemed Dean Flanders is absent, and only the Vice Dean Zhao Wuji remains here. It would require summoning him to suppress the chaos that has ensued. Chapter 87. Zhao Wuji Morong Yunxue is uncertain of the internal affairs of the school, yet he is at least cognizant of who should take charge of quelling these unruly actions. The great Dean Flanders is not present, and at this moment, only Vice Dean Zhao Wuji is in seclusion, diligently cultivating his skills. However, should one wish to summon him, it is certain that he would not be pleased. As it is well known that the Vice Dean possesses an eccentric temperament, Zhao Wuji was originally poised to ascend further among the students as the principal. But due to the encroachment of external forces, Flanders was compelled to occupy that position. This has long been the root of their persistent challenges. The animosity between Zhao Wuji and Flanders has cultivated a profound mastery of energy, presenting a formidable presence that others find difficult to contend with. Unaware of the intricacies, Yin Ling earnestly implores Murong Yunxue to bring forth this individual. He speaks with a tone of stern urgency. Why do you hesitate? Hurry and summon Zhao Wuji. Yin Ling is truly taken aback by the absurdity of the situation, never anticipating that such chaotic events would unfold before him. If one were to express it thus, the matter truly becomes quite challenging to resolve. Yin Ling is currently oblivious to everything, solely intent on summoning Zhao Wuji, and nothing more. As for other considerations, he dismisses them entirely. Upon hearing Yin Ling's words, Murong Yunxue felt as though her eyes might pop out in disbelief. She had not anticipated that Yin Ling would indeed be so resolute. He remained utterly unaware of the core reasons behind this situation, yet he still sought to assume command. At this realization, Murong Yunxue experienced a profound sense of helplessness. Do you think I do not wish to invite him out? That young man is currently in seclusion for his cultivation and has expressly forbidden any disturbances. What do you propose we do about this? At present, the two highest-ranking individuals here are merely the two of us. Murong Yunxue felt utterly powerless. She had not expected that in just a few short exchanges, Yin Ling would place her in a position as uncomfortable as a duck roasting over an open flame. If this matter were to be explained, it would leave others utterly perplexed regarding the situation at hand. Currently, he and Yin Ling stand at the pinnacle of their respective ranks, while the others are fundamentally ineffectual. Thus, a formidable dilemma confronts the two, either to choose to save a life or to opt for the annihilation of the golden sacred dragon. Nevertheless, Yin Ling's current stance is one of forgiveness, striving to avoid conflict whenever possible. Without further ado, they must assess the scene to determine if any innocents have been harmed. Observing that Murong Yunxue has yet to articulate the underlying reasons, he senses no need to linger any longer. Swiftly, he rushes to the forefront, seizing control of the chaotic situation at hand. As long as he possesses the intelligence necessary, all circumstances become trivial. Yin Ling's greatest concern is the potential for any abnormalities occurring outside his physical form. Other disarrayed matters are hardly worthy of consideration, and certainly should not be expressed by others. Ensuring the safety of himself and those around him is paramount. Everything else can be disregarded. This scenario unfolds within the context of a battle, and as long as they can achieve a stable resolution, all else will be manageable. Ultimately, if he can assimilate understanding into his grasp, everything else pales in comparison. Murong Yunxue's unease compels Yin Ling to maintain his composure. One of them must remain steadfast to articulate the unexpressed complexities that lie before them. As for trivial matters such as instant noodles and seasonings, they warrant no attention whatsoever. The golden sacred dragon is presently in a critical state, and whether or not its equipment is destroyed holds little significance. The true concern lies in the possibility that if the equipment fails to materialize, the gravity of the situation will be dismissed, which is simply unacceptable. Yin Ling hastens a few steps forward, kneeling before the golden sacred dragon, and upon closer inspection, he notices its pulse is quite faint. It is evident that it has sustained severe injuries, if this hypothesis holds true. The golden sacred dragon should have existed within another realm. Yet, why has it manifested in this world? This question eludes Yin Ling's understanding. Could it truly be, as he suggested, that his very presence caused the rupture of the space-time continuum? Is this indeed the golden sacred dragon? It appears to be rather feeble, does it not? As Yin Ling spoke, he couldn't help but feel a profound sense of regret. After all, the golden sacred dragon was a being of divine stature, yet it now appeared feeble, akin to a pig on a steel slab, a quintessential embodiment of vulnerability. Upon hearing Yin Ling's lamentations, Murong Yunxue couldn't suppress a laugh. It was simply unavoidable. The golden sacred dragon was far from a sacred entity. If it unleashed its wrath, it could upheave the entire Douluo world. One must not underestimate this creature. Even Queen Medusa had been unable to subdue it in the past, yet it had now inexplicably descended into their academy. Surely, this was a consequence of significant energy fluctuations from the higher echelons, leading to its fall. Murong Yunxue had no intention of showing any leniency towards Yin Ling. He found his idealism rather amusing. He often sought to use his compassionate heart to sway the situation, without considering that the golden sacred dragon had once managed to escape Queen Medusa, achieving a stalemate. Now, to think they could face a series of formidable obstacles seemed utterly ludicrous. Thus, Murong Yunxue wished only to counsel Yin Ling. hoping he would approach the situation with a steady resolve. He fervently hoped that no significant blunders would occur, for even the slightest misstep could lead to dire consequences. The outcome, undoubtedly, would be dire. It is indeed a lamentable situation. Yinling's prowess, alongside his inherent abilities, is formidable. However, Murong Yunxue continues to counsel him to pursue victory with caution. For should any unfortunate mishap occur, the consequences would be unfathomable. One might indeed witness the fall of a once great talent from the skies. Yinling slowly rose to his feet and remarked with measured calm, "Rest assured, I am well aware. I possess my own capabilities and insights regarding this adversary, yet I sense it will not be an easy endeavor." Murong Yunshue's admonition instilled a sense of prudence in Yinling. He recognized that the reality at hand was far from simple to navigate or resolve. Chapter 88. Shared Trials Faced with the Unfolding Circumstances. One must ascertain the true nature of the intended destination. The outcome is bound to be quite unpalatable. And Yinling believes that since he bears the weight of this life skills, there is no need to squander his vitality. Thus, at this moment, Yinling's demeanor is one of striving to maintain his composure to the best of his ability. Murong Yunxue finally exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing that Yinling is not as reckless as he initially seemed. Since he understands the importance of retreating when faced with adversity, Murong Yunxue felt reassured. Otherwise, witnessing a genius perish before him would indeed be painful. This understanding fostered a harmonious exchange between Murong Yunxue and Yinling. Given the formidable nature of their opponent, it would be wise not to charge headlong into the fray. Observing their peers retreating, Murong Yunxue urged Yinling to do the same, hoping he would safeguard his own interests. The situation was no longer tenable. Any further delay could draw unwelcome attention. Speculation arose among others regarding the nature of the relationship between Murong Yunxue and Yinling. After all, Murong Yunxue belonged to a prestigious family, while Yinling was merely an unknown figure without connections or strength, relying solely on the reputation of his mentor, Bibidong. To make any impact, Yinling felt a sense of helplessness but acquiesced to Murong Yunshue's wishes, diligently carrying out his tasks. As he retreated, he stated, "Very well, we shall withdraw, but let us also see if we can conjure a barrier to ensure the safety of our fellow students for the time being." At present, many teachers within the academy had yet to emerge, and neither Shrek nor Bibidong seemed to be anywhere in sight. Yinling bore the weight of all responsibilities in this world, striving to amalgamate the chaotic circumstances to the best of his ability. This disconcerting reality laid bare before him. How could Yinling fathom the complexities of transforming chaos into order? Murong Yunxue, upon hearing Yinling's words, could scarcely contain her laughter. She had not anticipated that Yinling's benevolence would transcend the imaginations of others. If one were to articulate it this way, it becomes evident that this matter is indeed not easily comprehensible. The facts laid before us are far from straightforward. They are inherently complex. Murong Yunxue harbors no favorable impression of these classmates, as he vividly recalls the bitter winter when he nearly succumbed to the cold, with not a single soul stepping forth to offer assistance. Yet now, Yinling, who has not received any benevolence from his peers, aspires to magnify the meager possessions he holds. If we were to consider this perspective, could it be that Yinling is indeed a person of considerable kindness? That seems unlikely. Murong Yunxue pondered that once an individual's abilities transcend the ordinary, they can scarcely navigate this world in a conventional manner. It is said that genius often invokes the envy of heaven. Those chosen by fate are capable of elevating their circumstances due to an unwavering essence that remains unaltered by external factors. When one is unable to grasp the situation at hand, chaos ensues. Otherwise, allowing others to witness such a spectacle would be utterly laughable. This fellow truly possesses a merciful heart, still contemplating his classmates. No wonder he has garnered the attention of someone like Bidong. Murong Yunxue smirked, revealing all the unspeakable truths. Yes, indeed, she felt a tinge of annoyance towards Yinling. Moreover, his temperament was exceedingly complacent. He believed the lives of his classmates were of no concern to him. After all, he was here to study, not to bear the brunt of frustration. With the outcome already laid bare, there was no need to piece together any more chaos. What can be said has been spoken, and the facts are evident. What more can one do? If Yinling insists on being the savior, then he may continue on his path of spiritual cultivation, while she need not be entangled in such matters. This world operates on the principle that anyone can survive without another. There is no need to end up in an embarrassing predicament in the end. The bond with classmates is not akin to that of blood relatives. What is the big deal? Therefore, Yinling's actions, as perceived by Murong Yunxue, were downright repulsive. Could this truly be what they call a saintly heart? Murong Yunxue turned her gaze to the golden sacred dragon beside her, contemplating that this combination of the sacred dragon and the saintly figure was indeed a duality of holiness. In the face of Murong Yunxue's biting sarcasm, Yinling remained unfazed. Instead, he replied with a wry smile, "I am not thinking of my classmates. Rather, I see around me a host of innocent bystanders. Hurting them serves no one, and moreover, we must halt this golden sacred dragon. The academy belongs to all of us. Does it not?" Yinling believed he was no paragon of virtue. He merely sought to protect his own small domain, and yet, he found himself perceived by Murong Yunxue as someone with grand intentions. If one were to articulate it this way, could one truly regard oneself as a paragon of virtue? It is utterly implausible. Yinling believes that the academy belongs to everyone. Since one has the privilege to study and learn here, so too can others. Why then, must one seek to monopolize these resources and squander the lives of others? The golden holy dragon is a creature that has fallen from a parallel realm into our mundane world. What we ought to do now is unite against external challenges, rather than engage in the treacherous games of deceit. Yinling strives to embody the stature of a distinguished figure, safeguarding his own modest domain while also remaining vigilant of the well-being of others, ensuring that his actions do not adversely affect them. However, Murong Yunxue remains indifferent, believing he is here to pursue his education, not to engage in philanthropy. His parents have taught him that safeguarding his own life is sufficient. The welfare of others is of little consequence. Thus, at this juncture, his views diverge significantly from Yinling's, which explains his sardonic demeanor, as Yinling's stance is quite apparent. The two sit across from each other, each articulating their perspectives, neither willing to concede. Their discourse is vibrant and eloquent, a testament to their verbal prowess, as they vie to see whose rhetoric prevails. Chapter 89. Military remonstrance. Upon hearing Yinling's words, Murong Yunxue nearly burst into laughter, astonished to discover that Yinling harbors the ideals of a sage. Could it be that he is, in fact, a reincarnation of a paramount figure? In truth, however, Murong Yunxue, in his self-serving nature, perceives others as overly equitable. Such a mindset poses a threat to the fabric of this world. Not only does he fail to seek the welfare of society, but he also desires to repeatedly engage in the struggle for power and dominance over it. In this world, there indeed exist tyrants who wreak havoc, and it is hardly surprising. Many individuals now choose to prioritize self-preservation rather than compromise their principles further. The stark reality laid bare before us does not necessarily enlighten others about the situation at hand. My goodness, I never anticipated that within you resided such a sacred and pure essence. Who exactly are you to possess such a saintly demeanor? Murong Yunxue cast a thumb up towards Yinling, realizing that he truly is an extraordinary figure of great prominence. Those few words convey this truth in a manner that diminishes its significance to others, if one were to assert that they are indeed a person of exceptional caliber, capable of drawing parallels across various domains. Murong Yunxue believed that following him could lead to an effortless ascent to greatness. Enough of your sweet talk. I am not entangled in any nonsense. Yinling is genuinely apprehensive of Murong Yunxue, who seems to be losing his sanity, day in and day out. Instead of merely flattering him, it appears that Murong Yushue's mind is preoccupied with absurdities. Here, I am simply an ordinary practitioner, unable to manage such trivial chaos. And yet he aspires to delve into so-called peculiar realities, which only serves to amuse onlookers. Yinling, lacking the inclination to engage in banter with Murong Yunxue, wishes to maintain a distance, as the facts have become exceedingly apparent. However, if these circumstances remain unresolved, it could lead to complications. There is no need to pursue so-called alternatives. Consider that the tasks at hand remain unfinished. There stands a person behind, incessantly uttering nonsensical chatter, which undoubtedly evokes a sense of amusement. Murong Yunxue, confronted with disdain, bore a slightly displeased expression, yet he dared not directly offend Yinling. Thus, he swallowed his indignation and, in a somewhat dazed manner, remarked, "All right, let us address the root of the issue directly and cease any further waste." Murong Yunxue pondered that if the fundamental problem remained unresolved, then all discussions were futile. What constitutes a fundamental problem? It involves either subduing or decisively eliminating the golden sacred dragon, necessitating a series of crucial decisions. Presently, Such decisions reside solely in the hands of the upper echelons. As the golden sacred dragon is deemed a sacred artifact, inaccessible to ordinary individuals. However, it now lay before him, manifest and undeniable. There is no need to squander the peculiar achievements of each party, which are deemed facts. It truly prevents others from comprehending how such matters can circulate and be presented before them. It also leaves others questioning who can unravel these so-called curiosities. The current state of the golden sacred dragon, whether it is alive or deceased, is a matter of grave concern, a decision beyond Murong Yunshua's authority. Likewise, Yanling appears to lack the capacity to make such a determination, despite possessing formidable abilities. However, with their superiors still alive, Yanling finds himself devoid of decisive power in this regard. At this juncture, Bibi Dong and Shrek, upon hearing the news, hastened to the scene in a flurry. After all, they are presently the two most significant individuals here, while the others merely resemble novices. Thus, as both a teacher and the director of education, Shrek wore a troubled expression and began to discuss strategies with Bibi Dong, aware that this situation was far from straightforward. Is this truly the golden sacred dragon? It appears magnificent and imposing, yet its capabilities remain uncertain. Shrek approached the golden sacred dragon, crouching down to quietly observe its breath. He discerned a faint warmth, indicating that it had not perished entirely when it fell from the heavens. With this dilemma laid before him, Shrek understood that it was a matter of life and death. One must persist in the endeavor to save, for should it come to the loss of life, a swift execution would suffice. It remains to be seen which course of action is more feasible, as therein lies the ultimate objective of this matter, with Bibi Dong standing resolutely behind. Shrek finds itself devoid of the capacity to make definitive decisions, and thus, the two can only deliberate together. Acknowledging Shrek's perspective, Bibi Dong nodded gravely, remarking, "He appears to be on the brink of demise, as if he has plummeted from the heavens, nearly meeting his end upon impact." A frown creased Bibi Dong's brow, for he bears the weight of belief as the Grand Pope of the Douluo continent. The fact that a sacred relic has descended from the sky signals a profound fracture in the faith that people once held dear. Such a fall from a lofty position can only suggest upheaval among the elite, resulting in repeated disconnection from the lower echelons. In light of these realities, who possesses the power to halt such occurrences? Bibi Dong finds himself in a quandary, for ordinarily, sacred relics do not descend from the heavens, yet now, they have fallen with alarming regularity. Such circumstances undeniably cause him considerable distress, for he is, after all, merely human. He is not a true sovereign. Like the elusive Tang San, whose whereabouts he can no longer ascertain, Bibi Dong has no opportunity to engage with the chaotic affairs surrounding her. She must choose to overlook them with a sense of resignation. Observing Bibi Dong, Shrek appears unperturbed, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. As long as the Pope remains silent, there is no necessity for vigorous pursuit or retaliation on his part. In truth, when comparing the levels of Shrek and Bibi Dong, the disparity is substantial. The Pope is a figure revered by thousands, whereas Shrek is merely an instructor and director within a school. Outside the confines of this institution, he would undoubtedly fail to attain true prowess. Nevertheless, the current situation positions Shrek as a local power, where even the mightiest of dragons cannot subdue the local serpent. No matter how formidable Bibi Dong may be, she cannot unilaterally dictate matters within the academy. Observing her, Shrek began to express his thoughts, stating, "Regardless of whether he meets his demise, if something poses no threat to us, I believe there is no need to resort to extreme measures. Perhaps we could consider the golden sacred dragon as a pet to cherish." Shylek revealed a wicked grin, convinced that this golden sacred dragon was indeed a genuine sacred relic. To nurture such a being by his side would undoubtedly enhance his cultivation and training. Shylek harbored his own selfish desires, aspiring to elevate his abilities to a higher echelon, seemingly disregarding the value of life itself. For a mere mortal to sustain a sacred artifact, certainly, a price in life must be paid. Even though Shrek possesses strengths that far surpass those of mere mortals, yet, he may not necessarily be able to manifest the artifact with the finesse it demands. The energy generated by the artifact can leave a myriad of life forms abandoned within its embrace, akin to ice being melted into a mere puddle. Such overwhelming power is beyond the capacity of an ordinary individual to bear. However, Shrek is different. His mind is a labyrinth of thoughts, persistently seeking to navigate the chaotic circumstances into his own domain. Upon hearing this news, Bibi Dong was utterly astounded. He had never anticipated that Shrek would utter such nonsensical words. After all, he is but a man, not a deity. Why would he engage in such excessive endeavors? Should he truly provoke the heavens, he would undoubtedly face divine retribution. With a tone tinged with indignation, Bibi Dong confronted Shrek, inquiring, "Are you truly mad or merely pretending? This is the golden sacred dragon, an artifact. How do you intend to nurture it? Furthermore, do you possess a cage large enough, and can the Academy accommodate such a creature?" After Bibi Dong finished speaking to Shrek, he realized that Yanling and Murong Yunshiwei were standing nearby, looking at him with bewilderment. Indeed, Bibi Dong was not one to easily lose his temper. Yet the gravity of his words had nearly unleashed the fury pent up within him. Fortunately, he managed to restrain his anger. Otherwise, a series of chaotic events could have ensued. Yanling finally exhaled deeply, feeling reassured by Bibi Dong's presence. With the Pope here, the arrival of Zhao Wujie seemed inconsequential. However, Murong Yunshiwei appeared to dismiss the situation entirely, believing that he had everything under control, confident that no one could reach a realm beyond his grasp. Faced with such reality, he chose to silently acquiesce. As long as Yanling remained silent, it would be best for him to play the role of a loyal subordinate. As Bibi Dong aimed to claim the golden sacred dragon, he encountered resistance. Shrek, on the other hand, thought that Bibi Dong was meddling in affairs that did not concern him. This school was his territory, and he was the local authority. Bibi Dong, hailing from elsewhere, dared to act with such bravado. How absurd, he mused, as he reflected upon Bibi Dong's own shortcomings. Observing the golden sacred dragon in a state of distress, Shrek felt no obligation to intervene. Thus, he articulated his thoughts clearly. "One cannot speak in such a manner. My intention is merely to heal its wounds." Shrek believed that if he did not offer refuge to the golden sacred dragon, it would be a waste, a disgraceful squander of a precious life. This artifact represented one of the most formidable existences in the world. If one could not comprehend the significance of this situation, then life itself would be rendered utterly trivial. Shrek resolved that as long as he could save the golden sacred dragon's life, he would then take it as his cherished companion. All of this is firmly within his grasp. He has little desire to concern himself with matters beyond his control. As long as it brings any advantage to his own interests, Shrek is willing to pursue it, even at the peril of his own life. The once united Shrek 7, under his leadership, had flourished for nearly several decades. However, they have now diverged on separate paths, achieving little in terms of shared ambition. Yet, he is destined to be different now, for certain circumstances have fallen into the hands of others' fates. Shrek is determined to become a true sovereign, officially embarking on this path. He eschews the absurdities of the past, aiming to amplify all the power at his disposal. What does it matter if it contravenes moral principles? This is precisely why Yanling chose not to align himself with Shrek's faction. The man is insufferably self-serving. In his pursuit of trivial matters, he has forsaken everything else, which is utterly laughable. Bibi Dong is momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend that Shrek has become increasingly outrageous. Initially, she thought his arrogance was tolerable, but it seems he is only growing bolder, even attempting to use human medicine to rescue the golden sacred dragon. How can one truly believe that they are living a life of abstinence when the Pope exists to uphold societal stability and uniformity of thought, giving rise to a plethora of chaotic phenomena? Yet now, an entity reminiscent of Shrek emerges, seeking to dismantle human perceptions in an attempt to salvage a so-called sacred relic, which, in its current state, is on the brink of demise. This situation parallels a whale stranded on a beach, serving no purpose and ultimately endangering its own life. The only viable option for such a creature is to return it to the ocean, allowing it to fend for itself. Yet, suddenly, a human steps forward, determined to employ medicine in a futile effort to rescue it. No matter how potent the medication, it cannot possibly yield any beneficial effects for the whales. This undeniable truth elucidates why Bibi Dong harbors little interest in Yanling Chapter 91, to save or not to save. Bibi Dong sternly rebuked Shrek, exclaiming, "I believe you have truly lost your mind. Humanity's desire for medication is rather limited. If the golden sacred dragon were to consume medicinal substances, it would undoubtedly require an amount equivalent to 100 times that of an ordinary individual. Does it truly possess such a vast dosage? Moreover, would the Academy be willing to allocate such financial resources?" Although Bibi Dong holds the esteemed title of Pope, she also occupies a certain position within the greater structure of the Douluo Academy. While her role may be largely ceremonial, it does not warrant the sacrifice of her life in this endeavor. One must consider that human medicine is akin to a lifeline. To dedicate it all to the golden sacred dragon would be quite a grave matter. That would indeed be an affront to others, prioritizing the rescue of an animal over that of a human being. Should this be witnessed by others, it would indeed be the height of absurdity. Thus, Bibi Dong's perspective is to disregard the entirety of this situation. She believes that humanity is the only truly valuable entity capable of elevating this world. The so-called golden relics and divine dragons, in her view, are mere figments that do not exist in reality. Perhaps in the next moment of chaotic void, these creatures may vanish from existence entirely. Indeed, within the realm of Douluo, the rending of time and space has already given rise to a series of consequences. When such an unbreakable illusion manifests before one's eyes, it leaves many bewildered, unable to comprehend the reasoning behind such phenomena. They were never meant to belong to this world and will inevitably depart, akin to an ailing elder destined to leave, regardless of the life-sustaining water clutched in their grasp. It merely postpones the inevitable. Ultimately, all must face death. In the span of these fleeting days, no significant traces of their activities remain in history. Observing Bibi Dong's resolute demeanor, Shrek felt no desire to elaborate further on his whimsical thoughts. Indeed, he possesses a certain foundation in his character. He does not present himself as a serious individual, yet after causing a bit of chaos, he manages to maintain an air of control over the situation. Bibi Dong's standing is, after all, far superior to Shrek's, and even as a local tyrant, Shrek dares not act recklessly. He is left with no choice but to yield. It seems this matter can only be resolved through careful deliberation. With a heavy sigh, Shrek opted to withdraw. Indeed, if he did not step back now, inevitably, another fierce battle will ensue between him and Bibi Dong, as their temperaments are equally formidable. The outcome will hinge on the strength of their respective backers. Shrek possesses advanced technology that lends support to him, while Bibi Dong is backed by some of the most powerful titled Douluos, resulting in a clash of two formidable forces. It is utterly absurd to be unable to manage such chaotic circumstances within one's grasp. At this moment, it is unclear who, in their ignorance, divulged all the information to Zhao Wujin, who was engrossed in seclusion and cultivation. This individual was already feeling vexed due to his failure to break through a certain barrier. Now, he is on the verge of tears, as Zhao Wujin's eyes nearly bulged upon hearing the news. What? A golden sacred dragon has allegedly descended upon the academy? It seems to have no connection to us. Why has it appeared in our realm? Zhao Wujin is nearly beside himself with rage. He had hoped that his seclusion would lead to a higher level of cultivation, yet this potential remains stagnant. To make matters worse, it appears that others are manipulating the situation with ease, rendering it a source of amusement for onlookers. Zhao Wujin is on the brink of breaking through to a new stage, entering an entirely new level of Douluo, yet the issues at hand remain unresolved, all seemingly under his control. If one were to articulate it thus, Zhao Wujia indeed finds himself in a perplexing predicament, beset by a sense of intrigue yet utterly at a loss. With no alternative available, he is compelled to seek assistance from Flander. However, it is evident that the latter does not regard him with the seriousness he deserves, instead opting for a stance of reluctant compromise. Observing the former principal's sentiments leaves Zhao Wujia, in his role as the deputy, utterly bewildered. He had not anticipated that these facts would unfold before him in such a manner, revealing the complexity of the situation that is not easily navigable. The current circumstances are convoluted, rendering any clear understanding elusive. It is a matter of sheer confusion. In an instant, Zhao Wujia resorts to his mental prowess. Summoning Bibi Dong to his side, he finds no recourse but to engage in dialogue with someone of equal standing, for Shrek, merely a director, cannot be equated to Zhao Wujia, who holds the title of vice principal. The hierarchy dictates that rank holds weight. Thus, Shrek cannot stand on the same level as Zhao Wujia and Bibi Dong. Upon her summoning, Bibi Dong is left feeling utterly despondent. The situation is not attributable to her. She merely happened to be passing through and does not belong to their Douluo Academy. To her dismay, Zhao Wujia lays the blame entirely upon her shoulders, which is indeed exasperating. As a pope, Bibi Dong has numerous matters requiring her attention. Yet she finds herself ensnared in this predicament, unable to extricate herself, a truly embarrassing circumstance. Furthermore, The instructors beneath Bibidong have yet to glean any semblance of truly useful information. Over there, everything was under meticulous control. Yet these so-called trivial matters truly caused him considerable distress. In response to Zhao Wuji's inquiry, Bibidong could only speak candidly. Who knows? Could it be that the other world has already descended into chaos? If that were the case, this perplexing dilemma would indeed prove challenging to govern with our methods of instilling fear. Bibidong felt she had nearly unraveled the truth with a high degree of certainty. Thus, the situation is firmly within his grasp, rendering further discourse unnecessary, since altering these chaotic and absurd behaviors is beyond possibility. It would be wise to release a multitude of burdens. Chapter 92, Fractured Time and Space. The fragmentation of the alternate world and the emergence of fissures within the entire continuum bear no relevance to Bibidong. He possesses no interest in such matters, leading to significant divergence in perspectives. Bibidong prefers to tend to his own affairs rather than engage excessively with Zhao Wujia. Moreover, they are fundamentally disparate individuals. Zhao Wujia serves as a vice principal in a school, while Bibidong's elevated status necessitates a management of beliefs, thus rendering their collaboration unnecessary. In light of this profound ideological clash, their personalities have diverged considerably. The reality is evident. If these original intentions cannot be altered, the outcome will only evoke a sense of absurdity. Observing Bibidong's lack of viable solutions, Zhao Wujia finds himself in a state of despair. He remarked casually, "I believe it would be prudent for us to investigate further. After all, the old Principal Flender has vanished to some unknown country. How can we not shoulder this significant responsibility?" At this moment, Zhao Wujia harbors a deep-seated resentment towards Flender, regretting the realization that this individual cannot bear the weight of such a burden. The position of the principal should rightfully belong to oneself. Whenever Zhao Wuji reflects on that fellow Flandra, he feels an overwhelming sense of frustration. The principal's role has not been shouldered with the requisite responsibilities, and now it has drifted far beyond reach. This cannot be presented as a factual matter to others. It is simply not as it appears. Had Zhao Wuji initially occupied the principal's position, Flandra would have had no part in it. Yet the outcome is painfully evident, leaving one unable to dismiss it from their mind. The underlying cause is not particularly formidable. Matters do not unfold as people envision. Sometimes, when confronted with these fragmented realities, one ultimately realizes that the situation lies within their grasp. If one cannot even manage these circumstances, then it is utterly futile. Furthermore, Flandra epitomizes the typical foreigner, while Zhao Wuji represents the quintessential local. This disparity explains why their educational philosophies are fundamentally different. Their paths converge due to an inequitable allocation at the outset, with the foreigner appointed as principal and Zhao Wuji relegated to vice principal, a situation that Zhao Wuji finds profoundly unjust. Bibidong observes Zhao Wuji, yet refrains from voicing any concerns. He is genuinely troubled. Well then, if it is thus, I am inclined to witness the situation firsthand. Let us proceed. It is best to withdraw, to cease regarding these circumstances as significant. That alone is sufficient. The outcome is undeniably clear, and what Zhao Wuji must do is to safeguard his own modest domain. As for the rest, he has no desire to entangle himself in the myriad of nonsensical matters. Zhao Wuji can only hope for leniency from the northeast. Otherwise, if that fellow truly unleashes his wrath, he felt uncertain about his ability to suppress him. Thus, in light of this reality, Zhao Wuji understood that he should allow Bibidong to manage the situation independently for the time being. With a resounding whoosh, Zhao Wuji followed closely behind Bibidong, charging into the crowd. Indeed, the golden sacred dragon was plummeting onto the playground. It seemed imperative to bring it down. The teacher is here. Clear the way, everyone. Let the teacher see what is happening. The students quickly parted to create a path, eager for Zhao Wuji to ascertain the situation. Previously, Zhao Wuji had served as a teacher before ascending to the position of vice principal, so the majority of students still recalled him primarily as their instructor. Consequently, upon his arrival, they instinctively regarded him as their teacher. Furthermore, given Zhao Wuji's frequent retreats for cultivation, which often spanned 1 or 2 years, most students had little to no memory of him. Those who did recognize him merely thought of him as their teacher, completely unaware that he had now been reborn as the vice principal. As Zhao Wuji approached and beheld the colossal creature before him, he was taken aback. He nearly exclaimed, "Is it truly the golden sacred dragon? How could such a sacred entity fall within our academy?" Indeed, Zhao Wuji could hardly fathom why such a divine being would appear among their students. The golden sacred dragon. After all, emanated energy fluctuations from another world in the sky, yet here it was, now entwined with the memories of others. If one were to put it this way, it becomes evident that this individual possesses quite an impressive background. Zhao Wuji could not help but feel beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. For he understood that the reality here had made it clear that he was not merely an eccentric who could be easily integrated. Since he could not grasp the situation firmly within his own hands, it may be wise to relinquish the abundance of possessions. One may endure severed ties and shed blood. As long as one maintains control over the situation, there remains a glimmer of opportunity, allowing for the amalgamation and conversion of all matters. Standing silently beside him, Bibidon observed. While at that moment, Shrek appeared to have entered the fray from an unknown origin. Suddenly, as if eager to please, he rushed before Zhao Wujia and began to speak fervently. This issue undoubtedly bears a significant connection to Yanling. Shrek mused that this young man, Yanling, seemed to have emerged from nowhere. Moreover, Bibidon had taken him as a disciple, making him seem as if he had materialized from another realm into this world. Such remarks indeed render the situation rather perplexing. Consequently, those who previously harbored conflicts with Bibidon have channeled all their grievances towards Yanling. Moreover, he perceives that since Yanling is not present, what harm could possibly arise from uttering a few disparaging words about him? Shrek embodies a quintessentially envious character, believing that if he cannot possess something, it ought to be destroyed. However, one must ponder whether Bibidon would genuinely consent to the obliteration of such a thing, particularly in the presence of others. Thus, Shrek merely exemplifies a simple-minded brute, whose cadre, the Shrek 7 monsters, boasts but a few truly competent members. The eventual decision to part ways stemmed from the realization that this fellow operates without any semblance of thought, exhibiting an outrageous demeanor. Upon hearing her disciple maligned in such a manner by Shrek, Bibidon found it increasingly difficult to remain composed. Here she stands as a mentor, yet he dares to denigrate his own apprentice in such a manner. Did you truly believe yourself to be devoid of temper? At this thought, Bibidon found herself engulfed in an indescribable fury. Chapter 93. A Protector's Instinct. Chapter 94. Why the Obsession? Faced with Yanling's formidable assault, she chose to concede, fully aware that such an individual was beyond her capacity to confront. Bowing her head seemed the wisest course of action, for it surpassed all else. In the face of life and death, Shrek ultimately opted for survival, valuing existence itself. To be devoid of life would render one's experience in this world exceedingly burdensome. Shrek's submission astonished everyone present. They could hardly fathom that a formidable teacher and director would bow to an ordinary elementary student, thus speaking in such a manner. This seemingly unremarkable young man appears to be far from easy to provoke. Why would such an exceptionally talented individual choose to engage in conflict? Would it not be wiser to retreat? The unfolding events have indeed left all present in a state of astonishment. Yet, as the reality has commenced along this path, there is no need to conjure up unnecessary chaos. The so-called eccentricities cannot alter the original intent. It may be better to relinquish them and express matters more clearly. I understand you might find my behavior rather peculiar, but I must caution you, do not entertain any ill notions about me. The fact that I consider Bibidon as my mentor is quite commendable. Should you continue to press me, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Yanling is rendered speechless by this situation. He never anticipated that this group would dare to commit such egregious acts against him. He did not come into this world to be subjugated. Why must he endure such harsh treatment? Thus, confronted with this predicament, Yanling can only choose to silently reject it all. He resolves to safeguard the boundaries of his abilities, merging all the light waves of his being into his grasp, ensuring that everything aligns harmoniously. For Yanling has already perceived the blatant hostility from those around him. If they seek his demise, he is acutely aware of their intentions. In moments of distress, Yanling found himself compelled to utter some harsh words for his own protection. Such expressions, though ungracious, served to establish a significant barrier against external forces. Bibidon was taken aback, not anticipating the extent of Yanling's temperament. Observing his disciple poised to unleash his full potential, he hastily intervened, saying, "Calm down, Yanling. There is no need for such anger. Our destinies are intertwined, yet this golden saint dragon is of no concern to you. Do not involve yourself too deeply." Bibidon was acutely aware of Yanling's nature and his propensity for coarse language. However, he could not allow false accusations to be levied against him, for they were both human, sharing the same vulnerabilities. Why, then, should one face such severe judgment? This was a notably complex and troubling situation. Lives were at stake, and integrity held paramount importance. Yinling, now a person of significant repute, felt that any breach of trust would render discussions moot. Thus, his ire was entirely justified. He had embarked on this path, and to be undermined was incomprehensible. As he traversed this fractured road, Yinling contemplated the wisdom of relinquishing everything rather than enduring further humiliation. Presently, he wished to avoid even a single word with Bibi Dong, recognizing that his mentor wielded no true authority within the academy and could offer him no protection. All he could do was navigate the situation astutely. After much contemplation, Yinling finally managed to express his frustrations, articulating, "I truly cannot fathom your thoughts. What connection could this temporal rift possibly have with me? Do you believe me to be an easy target? Indeed, the outcome is glaringly evident. What relevance does this rift have to my existence? My arrival in this world was not to endure such indignities. In the vast expanse of Douluo continent, people from all walks of life abound. Why must I be subjected to a series of baseless accusations? What compels them to render my situation so utterly embarrassing? If one cannot even manage such trivial matters, it indeed causes considerable distress to many." Yinling is not an easy individual to contend with. He possesses a fierce temperament and a resolute ability to defend his territory. The Douluo continent is a widely recognized place, a realm where one can flourish. Apart from Tang San, who has transcended the universe, the remaining individuals are rather unimpressive. These insignificant characters yield results that are unattainable for others, and it is best for them to remain unnoticed. Yinling feels that his existence in this world is not merely to endure hardships. He believes that maintaining his own piece of land is already a formidable achievement, and he has no desire to meddle in the affairs of others. Shrek was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yinling's temperament would be so formidable. A few remarks had rendered him quite embarrassed, creating a situation that was difficult for him to navigate. Consequently, Shrek found himself lowering his head, conceding with a humble tone, "No, we have absolutely no doubts regarding you. It was merely a casual remark." "I truly apologize that you overheard those words." Shrek was genuinely feeling quite troubled. One could not help but feel such distress. He had not foreseen that his casual comments would lead Yinling to harbor resentment. Many understand that speaking ill of others behind their backs will inevitably lead to unforgiveness. Therefore, it is a matter of basic respect not to disparage others in their presence or absence. Witnessing Shrek's capitulation, Yinling felt somewhat appeased, considering he was a teacher. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not allow himself to be placed in an embarrassing position. Thus, Yinling nodded gravely towards Shrek and said in a nonchalant tone, "Oh dear teacher, do refrain from gossiping behind closed doors." In truth, Yinling's aspirations for life are quite simple. He merely desires to tend to his own little patch of land. As for everything else, he is not inclined to take an interest, as he lacks the time to concern himself with such trivialities. Chapter 95. Lamentation. The most lamentable truth in this world is that one may be utterly unaware of the circumstances at hand while another has already suffered disgrace. Words are but mere skins. It all depends on how one chooses to articulate them. At this moment, a few words from Shrek have thrust Yinling into the eye of the storm. Were it someone else, they would undoubtedly choose to silently bow their heads in compromise. Indeed, no one can rival Shrek. However, Yinling's audacity to confront him head-on stems from his own formidable reputation. Enough of the idle chatter. Out of respect for the teacher present, you must give due regard. The students are all watching, and to embarrass the teacher in such a manner makes one wonder how he can continue to support you. Does it not? Zhao Wuji's expression darkens. Indeed, he is the vice principal. Yet, in the presence of the vice principal, Yinling shows him not an ounce of respect. It seems improper for someone in his position to indulge the so-called Yinling. All he can do is lay bare the chaotic situation at hand, revealing that even this slight matter has been deftly handled. Zhao Wuji feels truly frustrated, realizing that as vice principal, he should not be overwhelmed by such trivialities. It is truly laughable to others, leaving one perplexed about the intricate flow of these facts. Surviving in this world is indeed a source of considerable distress. Zhao Wuji never anticipated that Yinling would show him such blatant disregard. Both are mere mortals navigating the complexities of existence, entangled in a web of emotions and relationships. What should have been a fluid exchange in this world has now revealed itself to be far more intricate than he initially believed. The fact that he could be manipulated by another feels like a cruel jest, and Yanling finds the situation profoundly amusing. Vice Principal Zhao Wuji seeks to exert his authority over Yanling, yet such attempts yield little assistance, instead placing the power firmly in the hands of others. His actions have been dismissed as inconsequential, and in the face of such grave misconduct, onlookers have chosen to keep their distance. Neither Zhao Wuji nor Yanling is easily intimidated. Both possess formidable tempers, each vying to clarify their version of the so-called truth. Yanling remains resolute, while Zhao Wuji silently averts his gaze, taken aback by Lin Ming's formidable temperament. He had heard whispers of Yanling's reputation within the academy, yet witnessing it firsthand reveals that this individual does not grant him an ounce of respect. If this continues, it becomes evident that Yanling is no ordinary person. Previously, during a period of seclusion and cultivation, Zhao Wuji had learned of a figure named Yanling. However, seeing him in person today leaves him astonished. For this young man possesses remarkable handsomeness, yet Zhao Wuji senses an underlying peril. A person who is both emotionally invested and strikingly attractive cannot merely exist without consequence. If they do, one might suspect them of being a quintessential con artist. Such a serious reality laid bare before others cannot be dismissed lightly. Given the evident nature of the circumstances, there is little need to further complicate matters. As Zhao Wuji gazes into Yanling's eyes, he feels as if he is peering into an abyss. Indeed, this profound impact resonates within him like ripples, expanding within his heart. If Tang San is someone who elicits a profound shock, then Yanling is a revelation that cannot be overlooked. Before him stood Yanling, a prodigious talent capable of igniting a tempest of fury within his heart. The mere presence of such an extraordinary individual before his students could only signify that the academy was indeed flourishing with promising successors. What of Flander? What of the principal? If Yanling truly ascended to such heights, it would render their titles insignificant. In the future, the position of principal will undoubtedly be entrusted to him, which is quite commendable. With this thought in mind, Zhao Wuji couldn't help but smile, for he was on the verge of ascending to the pinnacle of the vice principal role. If he could successfully bring Yanling into his fold, it would undoubtedly ensure a promising future for the entire academy, with ample successors on the horizon. In the midst of such fervent aspirations, Zhao Wuji found himself genuinely smiling, despite his profound admiration for the remarkable talent that Yanling embodied. Zhao Wuji's expression failed to convey his true sentiments. Instead, he spoke to Yanling with a condescending tone, remarking, "I never imagined you to be such a prodigious talent. Managing to elevate me to this position with just a few words. It's rather uncomfortable, indeed." Zhao Wuji was genuinely displeased, having never anticipated that as the vice principal, he would be placed in such an awkward predicament by Yanling. If we were to put it this way, two individuals could not truly possess absolute dominion, one being the vice principal and the other a student. While they might indeed exhibit remarkable prowess, their demeanor hardly reflects such prowess. In the face of Zhao Wuji's accusations, Yanling chose silence, casting his gaze towards the nearby golden sacred dragon. He believed that the descent of such a divine entity from the heavens must signify something profound. The sky itself appeared to be in a state of significant discord, and under such circumstances, Yanling had begun to comprehend the situation. It seemed likely that this incident stemmed from the upper echelons of society, giving rise to a series of inexplicable phenomena, which resulted in this chaotic turmoil. Observing Yanling's apparent disinterest in engaging with him, Zhao Wuji was on the verge of exasperation. He glared and exclaimed, "Yanling, do not force me into an embarrassing position. Grant me this opportunity." It was quite a spectacle for a vice principal to find himself seeking approval from a student. The lack of respect was intolerable. It is truly perplexing to find oneself in such an embarrassing predicament. The more one contemplates it, the more infuriating it becomes. Zhao Wuji ultimately issued Yanling a final ultimatum. Should he continue to disregard the need for civility, expelling him from the academy would be a matter of mere moments. Yanling, at this juncture, could only respond with a resigned smile, suggesting that they leave the matter behind and let the clouds of discontent disperse, at least temporarily. He found himself exasperated, as Zhao Wuji had laid the facts bare with remarkable clarity. What more could he possibly say? Surely, he could not reveal his own vulnerabilities. Chapter 96. Acting with abandon after all, he was merely a man, not some exalted deity. Why fabricate such nonsensical tales that would only serve to embarrass those who bore witness? What kind of individual is Zhao Wuji? One might ponder. Yanling had perceived him quite distinctly. If one were to categorize this fellow within the realm of Douluo, he would only rank as an intermediate level. After all, he was merely the vice principal of the academy. The principal, Flander, was conspicuously absent, leaving this so-called second-in-command to strut about with an air of superiority. At long last, having regained a semblance of dignity, Zhao Wujin exhaled deeply and remarked, "The golden sacred dragon is evidently injured. Who could have brought him down?" Ordinarily, conflicts among extraordinary beasts should not manifest in the mundane world. As a vice principal, Zhao Wujin spoke with an air of authority. He understood that a creature as formidable as the golden sacred dragon descending from the heavens must involve circumstances that cannot be openly discussed. If Zhao Wujin's conjecture held any truth, there must have been a struggle among the beasts of the higher realms. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for entities that should not exist in this world to make their presence known in such an ordinary realm. The implications were clear, and it remained to be seen how many individuals would dare to seize these truths and wield them effectively. Ultimately, the upper echelons of the Douluo continent did harbor divine-like beings, and if one were to truly fall from the sky, as it fell, it would undoubtedly create a profound pit in the entirety of Douluo continent. Yet, the golden saint dragon seemed to have harnessed a portion of its potential upon its descent to the ground, subduing all these so-called entities. If we consider this, it leaves one perplexed regarding the true nature of the situation. Zhao Wujing could only rely on his conjectures to grasp these purported circumstances. Otherwise, he would remain utterly bewildered by the underlying reasons. Such entities as the Golden Saint Dragon are typically believed to exist solely within the world, dormant and unused, only emerging in times of dire necessity. However, its appearance has left others in a state of confusion, raising the possibility that if witnessed by onlookers, they might deem it a harbinger of tumultuous fate, a blend of tragic innocence and inevitable chaos. The force of impact must surely facilitate a seamless evolution within this realm. Yet, the disarray has spiraled beyond any semblance of control. Consequently, the perplexity surrounding this occurrence is indeed profound. Upon hearing Zhao Wujing's analysis, Yinling nodded thoughtfully. He pondered that if the matter truly unfolded in such a manner, it would indeed render the reasons behind it inscrutable. Casting a glance into the distance, Yinling lowered his head, gradually comprehending the gravity of the situation. The outcome laid before him was far from the simplistic narrative he had anticipated. Instead, it presented a perplexing enigma that defied understanding. Was it possible that the chaotic world within Tang San's universe had undergone a rift? Furrowing his brow, Yinling felt a genuine concern. If chaos were to erupt in this realm, what would become of the reality he once inhabited? Would it too succumb to fragmentation? Consider this. It is indeed somewhat amusing. Yinling was originally an ordinary person in reality, yet he suddenly finds himself in this fantastical realm, nearly forgetting his mundane existence. Now, bearing such profound memories, he has entered what is referred to as a comic world, which has left him utterly perplexed. By nature, Yinling is an exceptionally kind individual, far from being any sort of beast. However, the bizarre occurrences and behaviors unfolding around him have left him bewildered, questioning the very essence of it all. Should chaos truly emerge in the real world, one can only speculate what sorts of absurdities might ensue in the animated universe where Yinling resides. Regardless, he is a person of considerable depth, not oblivious to the trivialities of existence. Thus, when faced with these circumstances, he has firmly resolved in his heart that if the fault lies with him, bowing out gracefully would be the wisest choice. At this juncture, Bibi Dong has indeed stepped forward, fervently expressing his own perspective. Why concern ourselves with so much? It bears no relation to us. It suffices to tend to our own little patch of land and keep our distance from matters that do not concern us. Bibidong's conviction is to elevate the situations at hand to their utmost potential, indifferent to the fates of others, as he feels no obligation to oversee such vast complexities. He is merely a man, not a beast. Why should he be burdened with the management of so many peculiarities? Surviving in this world is already a daunting task, and the notion of attempting to control it is quite ludicrous. As Yinling is his disciple, Bibi Dong finds it utterly frustrating that such troublesome matters consistently arise. The path he walks is already fraught with clarity, yet he is compelled to navigate through such chaos. There is no need to manifest so many absurdities. Such displays are merely an affront to the dignity of others. With such overwhelming support, onlookers may find themselves questioning the very fabric of their existence. Shrek, in this instance, could hardly contain his laughter, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. With incredulity, he exclaimed, "What else can we do? Let it be, and see if we can perhaps revive this golden saint dragon. If that is feasible, then all will fall into place." In his heart, Shrek still harbors the desire to incorporate this individual into his fold. Everything is mere nonsense. It is unnecessary to attempt to amalgamate the myriad of bizarre elements. If the power at hand has not been maximally utilized, then all else is moot. As for the surrounding circumstances, there is no need to be tainted by the chaos of the so-called absurdities. Chapter 97. The decision. Chapter 98. The assertion. These facts, capable of evoking exuberance, have become so evidently unfavorable that it is best not to dwell upon them. Since one is inclined to give others the benefit of the doubt, why not also present a clearer truth to others? Even these unfavorable circumstances are not grasped within the hearts of others. The situation is undeniably beyond the control of others. Dictated with unwavering authority, yet the reality remains harsh and merciless. If one cannot accept the apparent inevitability of it all, the only recourse is to submit and yield. Zhao Wuji holds undeniable sway in this matter, while Yin Ling is reluctant to escalate tensions with him, opting instead for a gradual compromise. At that moment, Zhao Wuji's face brightened with a grin, finally grasping why the outcome was so unmistakably clear. With a teasing tone, he remarked, "Do not flatter me, my friend. I am not as formidable as you believe. I am merely an ordinary person." In truth, Zhao Wuji's heart was brimming with joy, as if he might burst into laughter at any moment. Yet, he chose to suppress his elation for the time being, fearing that an uncontrolled outburst might thwart his initial intentions, thus preventing him from expressing his true feelings. Observing Zhao Wuji's newfound happiness, Yin Ling could only manage a wry smile, fully aware that this individual was far from benevolent. He waved his hand toward a distance, instructing, "Quickly remove this fellow. If that odor wafts over here, it will engulf the entire academy in a noxious stench." Being so close, Yin Ling had already caught a whiff of the intense metallic scent surrounding the golden sacred dragon. Fortunately, his composure was robust, otherwise, he might have been driven to retch. The outcome was glaringly evident. Should the golden sacred dragon be rescued, a life would be saved. If not, all discussions were moot. The stakes were high and the consequences stark. Zhao Wuji currently held the reins of command, and Yin Ling was among his subordinates. Since these subjects had no room for idle chatter, they remained silent. Thus, he finds himself increasingly disinclined to address certain peculiar and self-evident truths, the outcomes of which are glaringly apparent. It remains to be seen how many individuals possess the capability to manipulate the so-called circumstances within the grasp of others. This golden sacred dragon must be removed. Otherwise, it may indeed meet its demise here. The scent emanating from the corpse must have been pungent enough to offend the nostrils of anyone within several miles. Zhao Wuji swiftly beckoned a few students, whose arms resembled those of young calves, indicating their immense strength. He commanded them to transport the golden sacred dragon to the nearby medical facility, specifically a larger one designated for its treatment. Zhao Wuji was neither a villain nor a saint. He merely navigated the delicate balance between good and evil, embodying a peculiar yet clear presence. Murong Yunxue furrowed his brows as he turned to Yin Ling, pondering whether this individual harbored untold stories he was reluctant to share. With incredulity in his eyes, Murong Yunxue questioned, "Do you truly not care about the fate of the golden sacred dragon? Do you not perceive its sanctity? Would it not be better if it could provide us with some valuable assistance?" Even at this moment, Murong Yunshue's perspective still leaned toward pursuing the golden sacred dragon. If he could extract all the equipment from it, perhaps he would experience a significant enhancement in power, securing a prominent position within the academy and bringing honor to the Murong family. Perhaps the elder would recognize his commendable performance and offer encouragement and support. Murong Yunshue's selfish aspirations were indeed excessive, as he constantly sought to possess that which did not belong to him. However, the truth remained. What rightfully belonged to him was his, and anything else was simply off the table. The situation was abundantly clear. Further discussion would only lead to meaningless chatter. Yin Ling fundamentally disagreed with Murong Yunshue's viewpoint, firmly stating, "What does that have to do with me? I am not particularly interested in obtaining equipment. I am merely an ordinary person." Indeed, Yin Ling was not some so-called elite talent. He merely wished to tend to his own little patch of land. As for anything beyond that, he had no desire to engage. However, he soon realized that the unfolding events had made it evident that when circumstances were in the hands of others, he had little say in how to proceed. Faced with such a formidable dilemma, Yin Ling could only refuse to compromise, opting for a transparent rejection instead. Observing Mu Rongyun Shue's unwavering affection, Yanling could scarcely contain his laughter. He had not anticipated that this individual would persistently pursue him, uttering a series of nonsensical remarks. It was truly absurd. Consequently, the sight of Mu Rongyun Shue had become a source of great annoyance for him, to the point where he wished to refrain from further conversation. Yanling waved his hand dismissively and stated nonchalantly, "Enough. I currently feel quite vexed. Allow me a moment of solitude." If indeed a rift in time and space were to manifest, we would undoubtedly be subjected to considerable turmoil, a perilous existence, indeed. It is paramount for me to remain vigilant in the face of potential danger, as this is the circumstance I most desire. The outcome is already exceedingly clear and increasingly apparent. The golden sacred dragon has plummeted from another realm. Who knows what further chaos may arise? Thus, at this juncture, Yanling sought only to be alone, wishing to avoid any more of these trivial exchanges. Some matters were manageable, and he would address them. However, if they continued to squander each other's time, it would be of no benefit. It can only be said that these realities are no longer within their grasp, rendering them powerless to exert control. Given the circumstances, it is even more crucial to prevent outsiders from comprehending the reasons behind such so-called situations. There are always formidable individuals within the powerful, and every dynasty harbors its own unique fate and character flaws. It is no longer a matter that others can easily handle or resolve. Since the situation has reached this point, there is no need to instigate any change. Chapter 99. The Participants Chapter 100. The Mysterious Chapter 101. The Inner Drama Chapter 102. The Healing Were this to reside in the hearts of others. It would undoubtedly be regarded as exceedingly humorous. In such a light, it truly leaves others feeling as though their secrets have been laid bare, akin to committing a most embarrassing act in front of a large audience. Bibi Dong turned her head away and stated in a remarkably composed tone, "All right. The foremost priority is to address this golden holy dragon. Let the rest be set aside for the time being." At this moment, Bibi Dong harbored no thoughts other than resolving the matter of the golden holy dragon. As for everything else, she had no desire to dwell upon it, for those matters could no longer be managed according to her previous notions, especially if they could not manifest before her. Thus, everything is rendered moot, as the truth has already been inscribed within the depths of his own heart. One should refrain from creating so-called oddities, merely relying on others to dictate the course of action. Yet, one can never truly predict another's next move, nor possess the capability to determine the nature of their progress. This is precisely why Bibi Dong hopes that Zhao Wujie can maintain a sense of equilibrium. Although the golden sacred dragon is a revered artifact, it must be handled with utmost caution and stability. Should one falter, it could lead to irreparable regret, plunging them into an abyss from which escape is impossible. Zhao Wujie felt a sense of embarrassment in this predicament. Indeed, as a decision-maker, he now faced the choice of whether to heal or to destroy this golden sacred dragon. He had yet to reach a conclusion, instead becoming engrossed in discussions regarding Bibi Dong and Yanling, which seemed to deviate from the matter at hand. After a considerable pause, Zhao Wujie adopted a more seasoned tone and began to articulate his official stance. "I believe we should first tend to its injuries, and only then proceed with further biochemical analysis and dissection. If it survives, we shall transport it to another realm. If it does not survive, then all discussions are moot." Deep down, Zhao Wujie had a plan. If this entity could indeed sustain its life, then hope remained. In summary, everything is quite straightforward. However, it is not so easily articulated. All of this is beyond discussion, for the situation has become decidedly unremarkable. It is perhaps best not to pay any heed to what lies before us, as the outcome is already unmistakably clear, and since a decision cannot be made, it remains firmly in limbo. It may be prudent to relinquish a series of circumstances that seem to encompass everything, as it brings a greater sense of reassurance. Zhao Wujie chose to prioritize the rescue of the golden sacred dragon, preserving its life. The other matters are of lesser significance for the time being, particularly in regard to the subsequent biological decomposition process. Should it survive, the golden sacred dragon would indeed be fortunate, and thus it is imperative to allow it ample time to recuperate. Following its recovery, it shall be returned to its rightful realm. It is important to clarify that the aforementioned biological and decomposition processes do not involve the dismemberment of the entity. Rather, certain situations are not easily resolved. This technique is an independent spell belonging solely to Zhao Wujie, akin to the ancient scriptures of classical texts. Such remarkable skills, akin to the art of resurrection, remain inaccessible to the average person. However, those who attain them are assured of eternal life, which elucidates the phenomenon. Zhao Wuji, a mere mortal bound by the limitations of human lifespan, has remarkably ascended to such lofty ranks in a brief span. Upon hearing Zhao Wuji's perspective, Bibi Dong nodded thoughtfully in agreement. Indeed, if this matter were to be resolved according to Zhao Wuji's approach, therefore, it must be approached with this most exquisite method of integration. As for the rest, they are merely alternative and so-called unorthodox paths, along with any perspectives derived from tangential reasoning. All of this is presented here in a remarkably vivid manner, and it is only by skillfully unleashing what is in hand that one can truly excel. Everything is indeed easy to articulate. As for the rest, they should not even warrant a glance. To save a life is to construct a pagoda of 7 stories. Yet to witness that life perish in vain is an entirely different matter. It is certain that one cannot survive in this world. For some individuals ultimately comprehend that life is singular. However, to suggest that living beings should be subjected to disintegration is to treat human life with utter disregard. Most people lack such a cruel disposition and could never commit such acts. Yet, Bibi Dong harbors a belief that should Zhao Wujing truly be provoked, he is indeed capable of such deeds. Since he has chosen to pursue healing, let him make that decision. Very well, for the time being. I shall acquiesce to your perspective for the sake of integration. I shall refrain from further involvement, as this matter holds little interest for me. I sincerely hope no further absurdities, so-called eccentricities, arise. After concluding her remarks, Bibi Dong opted to depart, much like the earlier departure of Shrek. Currently, this territory falls entirely under Zhao Wujing's jurisdiction, and she remains merely an outsider, while Shrek holds the position of director, akin to a teacher. Bibi Dong is undeniably a foreign presence. To arrive at her domain and extend the courtesy of a host, she must first leave this place. Yet, Zhao Wujing does not even extend the invitation for tea. Bibi Dong felt that she should not stand here for others to observe and mock her. As she witnessed the departure of her choice, Zhao Wujie's expression remained utterly unperturbed. This was because he was inherently a rather cold and unfeeling individual, and the events unfolding before him seemed almost trivial. It is entirely unnecessary to compel him to comprehend the chaotic intricacies of the world. He is merely fulfilling his obligations, and it is wise to refrain from entangling him in matters beyond his purview. This world has never been devoid of capable individuals, and should these competent souls embark upon this so-called path of return, it would indeed be splendid. Bibi Dong does not inherently belong to this realm, and Zhao Wujie need not extend his hospitality. It is not a matter of being stingy by not offering Bibi Dong a cup of tea. Rather, it is due to the hierarchical distinction that existed while Shrek stood before them. Now, Bibi Dong's lingering presence merely indicates an inclination to overshadow others. Thus, although Zhao Wujie refrained from vocalizing his displeasure, he felt a profound discontent within. Meanwhile, Yin Ling and Murong Yunxue casually strolled back to the teaching building, their camaraderie evident. Following recent events, Yin Ling had become a figure of veneration, having garnered the respect of notable personalities such as Bibi Dong, Shrek, and Zhao Wujie, which elevated his status among his peers to that of a celebrated figure. Consequently, most students regarded him with a mix of amusement and curiosity, desiring to engage with him. Yet, Yin Ling's demeanor suggested he was not the most approachable individual, leading his classmates to gradually keep their distance despite their initial intentions of friendship. After all, no one wishes to demean themselves by fawning over someone of higher standing. As Yin Ling approached the teaching building, he noticed an individual strikingly similar to Li Yunfei. This resemblance perplexed him. Could it be that the Li family had placed numerous spies throughout the teaching building? As this thought crossed his mind, a chill of apprehension washed over him. He had not anticipated that Li Yunfei would be so persistent, having merely given him a beating, yet now orchestrating a network of surveillance against him. It was evident that this doppelganger must surely be a relative. Confused, Yin Ling turned to Murong Yunxue and inquired, "Who is that person? Why does he seem so familiar to me?" At this moment, Murong Yunxue was lost in thought, idly fiddling with her phone. The latest notifications were inundated with negative news surrounding their academy. In particular, the incident of the golden holy dragon plummeting from the sky had erupted into a sensational story, stirring quite a commotion in the vicinity. The keywords flooding the phone notifications were all related to this distant turmoil. Onlookers were left in a state of shock. their eyes wide with disbelief. Murong Yunxue found herself similarly entranced by her phone, unable to comprehend the overwhelming nature of the news concerning their academy. Following Yinling's words, she lifted her gaze and was startled to see a remarkably familiar figure standing before her. It took her by surprise, for the individual bore an uncanny resemblance to Li Yunfei. However, being worldly wise, Murong Yunxue understood that after being beaten, Li Yunfei would hardly make any public appearances. He likely had retreated to some temple, hiding away. Thus, she swiftly deduced that this fellow was merely an impudent intruder from who knows where. She nonchalantly remarked, "Oh, you mean him? He is a distant relative of Li Yunfei, but his temperament differs from Li Yunfei's and poses no threat to us." As Murong Yunxue pondered, a name surfaced in her mind, Li Feilong. While the name exuded a sense of grandeur, it belied a rather unimpressive individual. In fact, he belonged to a lower echelon of society, not being a direct descendant of the Li family, but rather a distant relative, cut off from the lineage for over 5 generations. One could only wonder how such a person aspired to make a name for himself amidst this reality. Could it be that the Li family truly wielded such unchallenged power within the entire academy? Reflecting on this, Yinling shook his head in exasperation. Damn! Yet another member of the Li family, how utterly amusing. He observed that Li Feilong's appearance was indeed peculiar, marred by a scar that seemed as if it had been etched into his skin. Upon closer inspection, one might mistake it for a tattoo, leaving one bewildered as to its origin. Yinling, perplexed, turned to Murong Yunxue and asked, "What is the story behind that scar on his face? It certainly gives him a rather terrifying appearance." According to Yinling's philosophy, the Li family should not possess such a lackluster appearance. It is inconceivable that they would resort to tattooing their faces, an act that would only serve to tarnish their visage. This suggests that the individual in question is likely only distantly related to the Li family, perhaps a collateral relative or an outsider. The audacity of such a person attempting to integrate their character is indeed laughable. Upon hearing Yinling's remarks, Murong Yunxue was taken aback. She had not anticipated that someone as vibrant as Yinling would judge others solely by their appearance. One might wonder if this individual truly emerged from some remote temple hidden in the mountains. As she pondered the memories in her mind, Murong Yunxue felt it necessary to elucidate this fact. Let us not discuss this matter. It is a sensitive topic for them, and one should not expose their shortcomings. If Murong Yunxue recalled correctly, Li Feilong had once engaged in a formidable battle in another realm, vying for power against various monstrous beasts, ultimately leading to his downfall. Had he succeeded, he would now be the closest to Tang San. Yet, having fallen from grace, he now lay shattered, a mere curiosity in the aftermath of his descent. The origins of this little-known messenger remain perplexing, leaving one to wonder about the circumstances surrounding him. Observing Murong Yunxue, who was typically quite serious, now indulging in cryptic remarks, Yinling found it amusing. He mused that if this fellow wished to speak, he should do so openly. If not, then there was no need for such obfuscation. If one were to follow this line of thought, one might truly believe that the employer, by disbursing wages, is akin to a biological parent to the employee. Money, in this context, is akin to a secret. One may choose to trade it or not, and if one opts against it, so be it. Let us not delve into trivialities that could lead to trouble. Thus, at this moment, Yinling began to speak rather impolitely. "Do enlighten me. What exactly is the reason? How did that scar on your face come to be? Is it truly so difficult to share a story? Why the unnecessary banter?" Yinling was genuinely exasperated. Murong Yunxue, this fellow, refrained from sharing what should have been said, and instead chose to keep the audience in suspense. What nonsense fills his mind? As if he were some so-called expert on supernatural phenomena or a mere internet streamer. In the end, he dangles the audience's curiosity as bait to sell his tale. Yinling despises this kind of half-hearted discourse, especially when one cannot manage their own affairs. To the amusement of onlookers, there were those who sought to present themselves with a facade of authority. Murong Yunxue found himself on the receiving end of Yinling's sharp retort, his expression marred, as if he had encountered an unyielding nail of truth. Thus, he could only manage a wry smile and say, "Well, the tale is quite simple. It involves a confrontation with the Titan ape, which left me with this significant scar after a fierce swipe to my face." Reflecting on the ancient scenes of yore, tears nearly welled up in Murong Yushue's eyes. If memory served him correctly, his father had come perilously close to losing his life in that very battle. Fortunately, a divine beast from another realm spared one soul, allowing his father to survive. Yet now, Murong Yunshue's father bore the heavy toll of accumulated labor and severe injuries. This was the reason the Murong family had consistently struggled against the formidable Li Yunfei. The paramount duty of the Murong clan was to elevate their circumstances. Yet they found themselves not only failing to rise but instead being suppressed, rendering their plight tragically comical to outsiders. Initially, Murong Yunshue hesitated to divulge this matter, seeing it as a painful reminder and a source of shame for the Murong family. However, with the narrative of Li Failong unfolding, there seemed to be no need for further concealment. Thus, Murong Yunshue refrained from recounting his father's tale and instead articulated his own situation to elucidate the facts. Yinling, upon hearing this, stared in disbelief, struggling to accept the reality that lay before him. The outcome was indeed astonishing, presenting a narrative that was perplexing in its implications. With widened eyes, he regarded Murong Yunshue, incredulous at the resilience of Li Failong's story. If this were the case, then the fall of the golden celestial dragon from the heavens seemed far from extraordinary. The colossal titan ape allows Li Failong to effortlessly approach its formidable form. Such a statement merely indicates that, at that moment, this individual had already attained the stature of a sage. Yet now, it raises the question of why such unwavering resolve is accompanied by an inexplicable sorrow. Yinling has distinctly sensed that although Li Failong is no longer the youthful boy he once was, he also does not embody the essence of a malevolent villain. If we are to consider this perspective, could it be that this person is, indeed, a hero? Quite remarkable. Yinling could not suppress his tremors, revealing all the thoughts that stirred within his heart. Indeed, he holds a profound admiration for those akin to heroes. And now, this figure, reminiscent of a hero, stands before him, akin to the sovereign of the realm. Just contemplate the ferocity of the Titan ape, a truly formidable divine beast. Even in a clash with the golden sacred dragon, the two would undoubtedly be evenly matched. However, at this moment, neither can bear the weight of the consequences, and they are utterly estranged from any semblance of existence. Yinling sincerely admires such a hero. Indeed, if this person possesses strength that surpasses his own capabilities, Yinling has decided that it would be more prudent to formally present these matters to the authorities. Murong Yunshue's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Yinling would indeed fabricate excuses for himself. To disdain others is one thing, but to conduct oneself in such a deplorable manner is quite another. Li Failong a hero? Absolutely not. Furthermore, it is crucial to note that Li Failong is merely a peer of Li Feihu. Despite their similar names, there exists no familial bond between them. Only a shared generational rank. Li Feihu is the second-generation head of the Li family, and once the elder passes away. As the second son of the Li family, Li Feihu stands poised to divide the family estate among his three sons, Li Dafei, Li Xiaofei, and Li Yunfei. The names of Li Feihu and Li Failong bear striking resemblance, yet their fates diverge dramatically. Li Feihu epitomizes the quintessential successful individual, while Li Failong languishes as a prisoner. Had he succeeded in vanquishing the Titan great ape in the past, he might have ascended to a lofty position, perhaps even administering a stern lesson to Li Feihu. Nevertheless, they are family, and there is little need for excessive discourse. Despite their insurmountable conflicts, they do not indulge in trivialities. Li Feihu possesses his own philosophy in life, as does Li Failong, who, at just over 20, finds himself in stark contrast to the middle-aged Li Feihu. They exist in disparate realms, sharing only a distant familial bond. Murong Yunshue observed the amusing expression on Yinling's face, nearly bursting into laughter. Enough, don't say any more. How could he possibly be a hero? His face is already scarred, and the Titan great ape remains alive, perhaps lying in hiding within our academy. Reflecting on past events, Yinling found himself both intrigued and pained. His father had narrowly escaped death in that battle, and yet now, Yinling often reopens that old wound. In truth, he does not perceive Yinling as the hero of his narrative, but rather as one who relishes in the misfortunes of others. The Titan great ape, once a formidable foe, is rumored to be concealed within the academy, while Li Failong, who failed to slay it, has seen his status plummet. Once the director of education, he now finds himself reduced to a mere janitor, relegated to menial tasks. Murong Yunshue harbors little interest in Li Failong's plight. Her curiosity lies in the extraordinary appearance of the Titan great ape in reality. This occurrence suggests fluctuations in the energies of the upper echelons, especially in conjunction with the arrival of the golden sacred dragon today. This situation is indeed perplexing. Yinling feels a headache. As he struggles to comprehend the true intentions of Morong Yunxue, he senses that she is gradually extracting words from him, and the reason is quite simple. Though he has uttered nothing, her gaze resembles that of a vengeful foe. However, this outcome is not as apparent as it seems. Everyone harbors their own stories within. At this moment, Morong Yunxue would never divulge the news of her father's prior failures to Yanling. With a puzzled expression, Yanling inquires of Morong Yunxue if the Titan giant ape can appear within the academy, and the golden sacred dragon can also manifest here. The fluctuations from this alternate realm truly baffle me. It is rather absurd. Chapter 105. Divergence of thoughts. Presently, Yanling finds himself doubting the veracity of Morong Yunshue's words. The world of reality does not typically accommodate such bizarre occurrences. Yet, since these events have indeed transpired, they complicate the understanding of their origins and outcomes. What astonishes Yanling the most is that the Titan giant ape remains concealed within the academy. If this is the case, he might very well lose his life at any moment. Faced with such a predicament, Yanling chooses to silently endure. Indeed, the only course of action is to patiently await the unfolding of events to seize the opportunity when it arises. After Morong Yunxue shares her thoughts, she notices that Yanling's eyes are growing increasingly luminous. If one were to say so, the matter indeed appears rather intriguing. Could it be that Yanling harbors his own intentions, desiring to unearth and vanquish the Titan ape? Should this be the case, Yanling would truly be a formidable individual. At present, Morong Yunxue gazes at Yanling, perplexed by his actions. She struggles to comprehend why he engages in so many passive endeavors. The fact that the Titan is concealed within the academy is known to most, as they understand the peril that lurks within its walls. Consequently, they dare not speak carelessly, fearing that the injured Titan might, upon recovering its physical form, emerge unexpectedly and eliminate them in their infancy, which would indeed be a sight most distressing. Morong Yunxue perceives that Yanling's abilities are merely at the nascent stage of possessing a dual martial soul. In terms of true might and valor, he is not particularly formidable. Thus, upon witnessing the fervent glimmer in Yanling's eyes, Morong Yunxue cannot help but smile. Why concern ourselves with matters beyond our purview? We are merely ordinary students, content to cultivate our own little plots within this academy. That is quite sufficient. As for other affairs, we should refrain from involvement. For the most crucial truth is that each life is singular and irreplaceable. Morong Yunxue adopts an attitude of detachment, choosing not to engage in matters that do not pertain to her. If it bears no relevance to her, there is no need to entangle herself excessively. Excessive involvement may lead others to perceive her as meddlesome. The Morong family has yet to reach a level where they can establish their authority through such meddling. Therefore, Morong Yunshue's demeanor towards Yanling is one of respectful distance. If he truly wishes to confront the Titan ape, let him pursue that endeavor alone. All she desires is to safeguard her own domain, nothing more. As Morong Yunxue retreats from the fray, Yanling finds himself smiling helplessly. He had not anticipated that brothers would turn against one another, or that fathers and sons would falter in this arena, where the implications have become glaringly evident. Yet, now this individual has begun to withdraw, raising questions as to why, during their initial alliance against Li Yunfei, such dilemmas had not arisen. The outcome is undeniably apparent. Morong Yunxue possesses the ability to strike others. However, should he confront monsters, it would only lead to his own decline. He embodies the quintessential coward, incapable of bearing any substantial responsibilities. Yanjing, recognizing this, has developed an aversion towards Morong Yunxue and believes that distancing himself from such a person is the wisest choice. Yanjing feels quite helpless, yet he dares not directly offend Morong Yunxue. Instead, he can only manage a resigned smile and say, "Indeed, you are correct. Each life is singular, and the outcome is already evident. Hence there is no need for further discussion. Since this fellow does not wish to engage, let us instead promote these matters on the formal battlefield. Why bother creating a commotion here? Individuals like this, who are overly fearful of death, may very well become a burden in the future." At this moment, Yanling has already come to the realization that maintaining a respectful distance is sufficient, and Morong Yunxue shares this sentiment. He, too, has resolved not to grow too close to anyone, for each person in this world walks a solitary path. You have your journey, I have mine. Our roads shall never intertwine in unity or separation. The truth is evident. You are not my father, nor am I your mother. We are merely two individuals waiting at a crossroads for the traffic lights to change, perhaps having forged a colleague or friend relationship over 3 to 5 years. Ultimately, when we part ways, there is no need for excessive entanglement. Such connections only breed discomfort. No one in this world is bound by loyalty except for one's biological parents and their own children. Indeed, many individuals are not as significant as they may believe. The underlying discord between Yanling and Murong Yunxue has begun to surface, creating a rift between them. However, should Li Yunfei return, they might find themselves aligned once more. For it is only when benefits and interests converge that adversaries can become allies again. Soon, their conversation fell into an awkward silence, each casting glances at the other. Unable to find words, it appeared they had both chosen to remain mute. Murong Yunxue sensed that this uncomfortable atmosphere required some alleviation to avoid becoming too unbearable. If there were any animosity between him and Yanling, resolving the matter would indeed be challenging, so he hastily forced a smile. With a strained effort, he offered a suggestion. How about we have some stir-fried noodles with vegetables and seaweed egg soup at the cafeteria this afternoon? It's quite delightful. Or perhaps we could indulge in seafood. In the world of Douluo, dishes like seaweed egg soup are exceedingly rare, as they belong solely to the human realm. Although the Douluo world bears resemblance to the human world, certain culinary delights possess a flavor reminiscent of anime, which are simply non-existent here. This explains Yanling's long-standing disinterest in the gastronomic offerings of this world. Today, he discovered that when Murong Yunxue mentioned seaweed egg soup, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Much like a famished wolf, such a notion seems utterly absurd in the human world. To have never tasted seaweed egg soup is laughable. Observing Murong Yunxue's rising interest, Yanling felt no need to dampen his spirits. He simply went along with his words, exclaiming, "Indeed, that sounds wonderful." Chapter 106. Uncommon at this moment, deep within Yanling's heart, a sense of vexation stirred. He perceived this merely as a simple seaweed and egg soup. What was so remarkable about it? Truly, Murong Yunxue seemed like a being from an entirely different realm. Such a trivial dish was exceedingly commonplace in the human world, often left untouched even by dogs. Yet, to his astonishment, in this Douluo world, it evoked a profound sense of intrigue. Very well, if you are so inclined to drink, then indulge yourself. After all, it is merely seaweed and egg soup, nothing of great consequence. Even if it were tomato and egg soup, zucchini and egg soup, or even loofah and egg soup, Yanling would remain utterly unfazed, devoid of any interest, for he has tasted these dishes before and found them far from delectable. However, should Yanling find himself in a state of hunger, he might perceive such a dish as a culinary delight. The bold may thrive while the timid perish. A satiated man knows not the pangs of hunger. This dynamic is particularly evident in the presence of Yanling and Murong Yunxue, the latter having been sheltered from the vicissitudes of the world. It is not that she lacks experience, but rather that certain delicacies, such as insects, are absent in her realm. In some places, they are deemed inedible, while in others, they are considered a delicacy. When seasoned with cumin and chili powder, they can be as delightful as roasted grasshoppers, crisp and fragrant. Silence hung between them until words shattered it, revealing a stark clash of ideals. Yanling's singular desire is to survive in this world, while Murong Yunxue aspires to elevate her illustrious family to greatness and prosperity. Observing Yanling's lack of enthusiasm, Murong Yunxue could not suppress her curiosity. She inquired, "Why does your expression suggest disinterest? Have you often consumed such fare elsewhere? By the way, where do you hail from? I cannot recall you ever mentioning whether from a certain province or city." In truth, there is no need for speculation. Murong Yunxue has pieced together much already. Yanling had previously stated that he does not belong to this world, and if he truly is not of this realm, where did he truly originate from? This question perplexed Murong Yunxue. What year and month did Yanling fall from? What connection does the decline of the golden holy dragon have with him? Is it a result of the fracture in time and space, revealing two shattered realities? Murong Yunshue's inquiry not only bewildered Yanling, but also caused a short circuit in his mind. Indeed, it appeared that Yanling lacked the memories he once possessed. Yet, he distinctly remembered that his previous society was a remarkably pragmatic one, filled with all manner of peculiar beings. But why, upon arriving in the Douluo world, did it seem as though those memories had been erased, albeit not entirely? Only a fragment remained, a remnant of memory that served as Yanling's sole hope for survival, nothing more. In Yanling's recollections, he had a father, a mother, a grandfather, a grandmother, and a multitude of aunts and uncles. Such a vast array of relatives, all bound by blood, allowed him to remember so vividly. This explains why Yanling harbors a lingering nostalgia for his former reality, unlike others who, upon sudden rebirth or transmigration, find themselves as orphans, bereft of both parents. His own circumstance was one of desperation, compelled to traverse into this new existence. Today, Yanling discerned that Murong Yunxue might indeed no longer share a path with him. Given that their dialogue had already turned so confrontational, one could only wonder what further discord lay ahead. Thus, Yanling resolved to no longer indulge Murong Yunxue with pleasantness. He bluntly remarked, "Why concern yourself with such trivialities? Which province, which city? These forms have diversified to such a degree that it is impossible to distinguish them." Yanling truly wished to cease entangling himself with Murong Yunxue, aware that she would undoubtedly remain skeptical of his words. There is no need to display anything further to him under various justifiable circumstances. Given this, what more is there to say? After all, I lead a blissful and fulfilling life, surrounded by numerous relatives and family wealth. My arrival in this world of Douluo may be a mere twist of fate, or perhaps a consequence of temporal chaos. However, one thing is certain. Yanling did not willingly traverse into this realm. His presence here is born of necessity. Such straightforward matters laid bare before others leave them perplexed. Murong Yunxue stood in stunned silence, for Yanling's words seemed utterly vacuous, akin to speaking without meaning. In an instant, her countenance soured, resembling one who had ingested a considerable amount of refuse, her face turning a ghastly shade. She had never anticipated such a reaction from Yanling. They had once stood as comrades on the same front, yet this once steadfast ally had failed to convey these truths, resulting in this bizarre and comical predicament. If I were to say this, it would indeed be quite disconcerting. What exactly is going on? Helplessly, Murong Yunxue could only divert the topic and reluctantly remarked, "All right. I shall not inquire further," as I sensed that probing deeper would yield nothing but empty words. As she spoke, she walked towards the cafeteria, waving her hand at Yanling, signaling quite clearly that it was time to decide whether to join her for a meal. It was indeed mealtime, and our stomachs were growling. We must eat. Yanling nodded earnestly, acknowledging Murong Yunxue's kindness. However, he initially had no desire to go, yet at this moment, he felt that skipping a meal would not be wise. In this world, 2 days have passed without a morsel of food or a drop of water. He felt a profound sense of helplessness, akin to a participant in an Ironman competition, and thus chose to compromise by heading to the cafeteria. However, as he made his way there, Yanling did not hesitate to issue a warning to Murong Yunxue, advising him not to take himself too seriously. He remarked, "Since you are aware of the futility of idle chatter, focus on preserving your own little domain. There is no need to involve yourself in matters beyond that, as it would only serve to squander your time." Chapter 107. Sought Ed Dragon meet in an instant. Murong Yunxue felt as though struck by a bolt from the blue. He had not anticipated that Yanling, usually so affable in his speech, would suddenly adopt such an unceremonious tone. If we were to put it this way, the situation indeed becomes rather intolerable. Given that the cards are already on the table, there is no need for further elaboration. Every individual possesses their own temperament. Yanling's disposition and character are fundamentally incompatible with Murong Yunxue's. One hails from a prominent family, while the other is a product of humble beginnings. However, the latter possesses formidable capabilities as the heir of an extraordinary dual martial soul, compelling Murong Yunxue to concede. Otherwise, he would resort to bullying others, much like Li Yunfei. In this world, the law of the jungle prevails. Might preys upon the weak oppress the weaker, and the weakest are subjected to the whims of those who cannot retaliate, akin to defenseless creatures. This exemplifies a deeply troubled group of individuals, and if this continues unchecked, the world will remain in a state of decay, with an increasing number of those afflicted by psychological ailments. Yet now, Yanling is indifferent to such matters. He is merely an unremarkable individual. Were he able to defy fate and alter his destiny, perhaps he might achieve something monumental. Yet, we are no longer in that era, and he is not of such exalted stature. He simply wishes to safeguard his modest domain. Their very existence is a blessing. There is no need for such abhorrent antics. The two companions made their way to the school cafeteria, but upon glancing down, Yanling was indeed taken aback. For all appearances, this world is that of Douluo. Yet the dishes prepared here are remarkably fresh. It is said that dragon meat from the heavens is akin to donkey meat from the earth. Why then does dragon meat appear in this realm? How could a golden holy dragon fall from the sky, barely clinging to life? If it were to perish, It might soon find itself transformed into pork on the cutting board, segmented into pieces and fashioned into meat buns or stir-fried dragon meat. Yin could hardly contain his applause, exclaiming in admiration, "Is this truly the cafeteria of the academy? The scale is indeed substantial, and lo and behold, there is even stir-fried dragon meat. How intriguing! The Douluo world may seem unimpressive, yet the occurrences here are refreshingly novel. In such circumstances, it becomes evident to others just how dire the situation is. How could they possibly comprehend the pitiful outcome?" Murong Yunxue couldn't help but smile. In this world, dragon meat is exceedingly common, akin to pork in our reality. Yet, to his astonishment, Yinling has never tasted dragon meat, which is laughably absurd. He can no longer discern what of Yinling's words is truth and what is fabrication. It is futile to discuss such realities when sincerity is lacking. Why engage in such frivolous banter? How amusing! Murong Yunxue gazed at Yinling with an expression of incredulity, questioning whether he was truly of this world. He harbored a lingering suspicion that Yinling was perhaps jesting, concocting absurdities for amusement. In the Douluo realm, there existed 3 tiers of existence, with dragon meat occupying the most elementary level, akin to the ubiquitous pork in reality. The populace had grown increasingly indifferent to dragon meat, while the so-called elite indulged in rare microorganisms from the cosmic stars, an echelon unattainable for someone like Yinling. Ascending further, one would encounter the consumption of soil or refuse, as the cycle of life is nourished by the decay of a great whale. In this world, such primitive ingredients as soil were exceedingly rare in the upper echelons. The Douluo realm was distinctly stratified into upper, middle, and lower tiers, where the elite feasted on earth, while the lower class subsisted on dragon meat. This stood in stark contrast to the human world as we know it, rendering the situation almost comical. Yinling felt a twinge of embarrassment. Murong Yunshue's implication was clear. His lack of experience was being called into question. The notion that he had never tasted dragon meat suggested an even more alarming reality, that he had never partaken in the simplest of sustenance. Consequently, Yinling's demeanor grew awkward. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to assert, "All right, let us not dwell on this topic. My consumption of dragon meat bears no relevance to you. Who would have guessed that dragon meat is such a commonplace affair?" Yinling found the entire situation amusing. After all, he was not even from this world. So why engage in such trivial discourse? The plethora of so-called deplorable situations is indeed amusing. Now that I have returned home and the circumstances are as they are, there is no need to conjure up any precarious scenarios. Given the present state of affairs, discussing it further would only evoke the sentiment of why meet again if we were once acquainted. What perplexes Yinling even more is the cruelty of this world, where even divine creatures like dragons can become mere sustenance for the inhabitants of Douluo world. This can only suggest that this realm is of a different caliber than the one previously known. After all, the Douluo world is delineated by levels, whereas the reality we inhabit is stratified by power. These two classifications have been distinctly severed, creating a clear boundary on the map. Such occurrences are not to be blamed on anyone. They stem from events that are ephemeral, akin to fleeting stars. Yinling now comprehends that this is not merely a matter of traversing dimensions, but perhaps a form of rebirth, and that Douluo continent is not merely a reflection of the former human world. In response to Yinling's remarks on cruelty, Murong Yunxue could only feebly attempt to clarify. "You misunderstand. The dragon meat consists solely of those that have perished from illness or old age, and are far from the so-called vibrant dragons that have been slaughtered. Such a notion is scarcely distinguishable from the slaughter of swine. Dragons are indeed sacred entities." It is true that Yinling remains oblivious to the truths of this world, yet Murong Yunxue possesses a profound understanding. After all, he is a native of this realm, and he recognizes that the reality has become exceedingly apparent. In truth, Murong Yunxue is disinclined to elaborate extensively, for he harbors the suspicion that Yinling is merely feigning ignorance. Chapter 108. Different worlds, different realms. Though he is a denizen of this world, he consistently pretends to be an outsider, perhaps in a bid to elicit Murong Yunshue's sympathy. However, there is no necessity for Yinling to don such pretenses. He is not originally of this world, but rather a being who has traversed time and space and found himself here. Yinling nodded gravely, and upon hearing Murong Yunshue's explanations, he began to comprehend. Since the situation is thus, it becomes much easier to elucidate. He remarked, "It seems that the people of your world possess a commendable conscience, refraining from taking life lightly, and instead consuming only the carcasses of those who have perished naturally or succumbed to illness. In that case, Will consuming it truly provide nourishment and prevent the onset of peculiar ailments? Yinling has finally come to realize a truth that the world is presently narrating. This is what is referred to as fairness. In the spirit of equity, dragon meat is not akin to pork, which can be effortlessly and thoroughly dissected and displayed for consumption. If we consider this, the matter becomes considerably more complex. Contemplate the implications of consuming dragon meat from those that have perished or are afflicted with disease. Should it be ingested, it would undoubtedly precipitate a cascade of panic and illness. Furthermore, if an epidemic were to ensue, the consequences would be catastrophic, leaving a desolate landscape strewn with the dead and wounded. Yet, despite the severity of such a situation, the inhabitants of the Douluo world still choose to consume this dragon meat. How utterly disappointing and insatiable they must be to engage in such outrageous behavior. At this very moment, consuming dragon meat could lead to illness or even death, or perhaps even poisoning. Do the people here not fear such consequences? Yinling's most pressing question now is how the flesh of a deceased dragon could possibly find its way into the human stomach. If we were to suggest that something could thrive within the confines of a human body, it would undoubtedly transcend the capabilities of the human realm. Even the most naive individual understands that the carcasses of animals that have succumbed to illness or any other circumstance are unfit for consumption. Yet, in the world of Douluo, some individuals seem to relish such delicacies, crunching down on pieces with apparent delight. Faced with such a query, Murong Yunxue found herself utterly speechless. After all, this realm is not a mere reflection of reality. What is there to fear? Let us not forget that within the Douluo world, every individual possesses absolute mastery over their magical abilities. The 5 elemental magics, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, are all present, encompassing not only harmful spells but also healing, defensive, and offensive techniques. Such formidable skills render the notion of illness among the inhabitants of Douluo rather implausible. He is undoubtedly capable of being healed, much like Bibi Dong, who embodies the essence of a grand pope. His skills encompass both healing and defensive capabilities, while his twin martial soul not only possesses offensive prowess, but also embodies defensive techniques. This duality allows him to function like a tank, adept in both striking and safeguarding, while also possessing the ability to conceal himself. This is precisely why the formidable nature of the twin martial soul left all present in utter astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. They longed to acquire this twin martial soul, yet ultimately remained mere ordinary soul ranks. Currently, the cafeteria is bustling with patrons, a multitude gathered in line for meals. Murong Yunxue had initially hesitated to delve into lengthy explanations with Yinling, but observing the throng of people and the ensuing delays, he felt compelled to elucidate the matter. Murong Yunxue proclaimed, "Do not forget that we inhabit the world of Douluo continent, where not only are there some unconventional arts, but also so-called righteous techniques. These can transform the decomposed flesh of deceased animals into nourishing sustenance. Have you forgotten?" Upon hearing this, Yinling nodded, realizing that this fantastical realm truly is astonishingly extraordinary. The situations and occurrences that others fail to achieve are vividly manifested in his presence. No wonder, the cultivators indeed reap the benefits of their practice. Even consuming substances that are otherwise highly toxic, one can indeed extract it, allowing all toxins within the body to dissipate. In the end, one emerges unscathed. It appears that even the realm of immortals holds its own advantages. As Yinling pondered this, he found himself somewhat envious of the celestial world, which seemed truly splendid. Even if one were to consume something as vile as toxic excrement, they could still detoxify. However, Yinling was not one to indulge in such grotesque tastes. His thoughts merely wandered to matters that were difficult to articulate. He was not genuinely ill, nor did he feel compelled to embark on further adventures. After all, he believed that the torment fell upon himself. If he were to consume such a haphazard array of substances, he could hardly bear the weight of those so-called truths. Yinling nodded quietly and remarked, "Oh, I see. So, even if it is wood, it can be transformed into something edible, correct? Consuming it wouldn't cause any distress?" Indeed, if what Murong Yunxue claimed were true, then everything in this world could be harmonized. Even if one were to consume something inherently toxic, it would inevitably transform into something harmless. However, prolonged exposure to such circumstances can evoke a profound sense of discomfort. Consequently, Yinling is now inclined to inquire of Murong Yunxue whether, should would be ingested, it would metamorphose into dragon meat. Is it not said that there exists a multitude of individuals in this world who possess magical abilities? Let us ponder whether it is possible to transform something inedible into something delectable. Morong Yunxue truly laughed. He never anticipated that such a base inquiry would emerge from Yin Ling's lips. If such absurdity were to be uttered, it indeed raises a sense of bewilderment regarding the underlying reasons. With a tone laced with cold sarcasm, Morong Yunxue remarked, "You possess an overabundance of imagination. Surely, we must have what one might call an antidote. Are you feigning madness, or have you traversed through time? How is it that someone so foreign to this world has become increasingly incomprehensible?" Morong Yunxue found Yin Ling's antics rather amusing, having exchanged a few words with him. He was surprised that Yin Ling had the audacity to overstep, forgetting his own standing. A typical scion of a prestigious family, yet here he was, confronted by another of the same ilk. Speaking amiably seemed futile, as Yin Ling continued to ramble on with nonsensical chatter. The so-called eccentricities truly made Morong Yunxue regard Yin Ling as a quintessential performer of great prowess. Suddenly, Yin Ling's countenance darkened considerably. He had not expected Morong Yunxue to show him such utter disregard. Chapter 109. No rice. How could so many people in the cafeteria dare to speak to him in such a manner? Truly disrespectful. Fortunately, Yin Ling maintained his composure and did not take it to heart. Instead, he casually suggested, "All right, let us hasten to get our meals. Lingering further would be unkind to anyone. Check if there are any fried rice noodles left, and please serve me a bowl." Upon lowering his gaze, Morong Yunxue realized that this place seemed devoid of any offerings. Before him lay only empty plates, clearly indicating that the earlier patrons had cleaned out the entire stock. With nothing remaining, Yin Ling's predicament became apparent. What to do when there is no food? Observing the lengthy queue before him, he noted that many behind him were also unable to secure a meal, prompting a resigned pout. He mused that the cafeteria's food was rather subpar, lacking even in quantity. And yet they felt compelled to engage in such trivial discourse. It appeared that the cafeteria was devoid of sustenance. What are we to do today? Will we eat or not? There is nothing left inside. Should I invite you to partake in takeout instead? As Morong Yunxue approached the serving counter in the cafeteria, she discovered that all the food had been completely devoured. It was uncertain which famished soul had indulged so voraciously, perhaps the foolish son of a local landlord, who was presently relishing a haphazard meal. In any case, the food vendor had run out. The cafeteria lady was shaking her head repeatedly, yet a smile lingered on her face. Today, she was finally able to conclude her morning shift. Morong Yunxue couldn't help but pout, reflecting on her disappointment, as she had hoped to savor a bowl of seaweed and egg soup. Yet, upon inspection, there was not even a scrap of seaweed to be had. While Morong Yunxue could overlook many things, she could not disregard Yin Ling's feelings. Thus, she quickly inquired about their current situation, suggesting whether they should order takeout. Indeed, in the world of Douluo, there was no fundamental difference from the human realm. Delivery personnel, ride-hailing services, security guards, and waitstaff existed here as well. The only distinction lay in their possession of certain magical abilities, particularly among the so-called delivery workers. They are quintessentially swift as the wind, while the security personnel resemble formidable guardians, diligently attending to tasks such as wiping plates and sweeping the floors. Such an overwhelming skill is undeniably evident in this context. Without it, efficiency would be utterly unattainable. In the entire realm of Douluo, it is inconceivable for individuals engaged in ordinary occupations to amass even a modest fortune, let alone substantial wealth. The Douluo world bears little distinction from the mundane world. Some may gradually strive to attain the title of a conferred Douluo, while others, despite a lifetime of effort, remain mere practitioners of exceptionally ordinary professions. The outcome is abundantly clear. Who among them can genuinely exhibit the self-awareness of their limitations? Yin Ling shook his head, expressing his disinterest. As for takeout, I would rather abstain. I have always believed it to be quite unhealthy. Previously, after consuming takeout, I nearly suffered from a perforated gastric ulcer. Do you think I could possibly indulge in takeout again? Whenever Yin Ling thinks of takeout, a wave of frustration washes over him. During his time in the human world, he often remained confined indoors, either ordering takeout or consuming instant noodles. Consequently, he has developed a profound aversion to takeout. He now harbors doubts about the low prices of such food, suspecting that it may be due to the questionable ingredients used. As a result, Yin Ling is unequivocally certain that if he were to order something appetizing, he would hesitate, fearing that the vendors might add something repulsive to the dish. The mere thought of this makes him feel nauseated. Moreover, Yin Ling has always had a sensitive stomach, frequently experiencing acid reflux. On one occasion, after consuming takeout, he nearly vomited blood. Fortunately, thanks to the medication he had, he was not severely harmed. Ever since that incident, he has resolutely avoided what is commonly referred to as takeout. He understands that such food should be consumed sparingly, as he cannot fathom the malicious intentions of some vendors. They might even slip in a shard of plastic or something equally hazardous, which would necessitate a stomach wash for anyone, no matter how resilient they might be. Despite his robust constitution, Yinling is unwilling to take such risks. His approach is one of caution. He prefers to avoid unnecessary troubles. Morong Yunxue is taken aback. She initially thought that Yinling would possess a hearty appetite. However, upon realizing that he refuses to eat even when ordering takeout, she comes to the conclusion that he may not be the type to seek out cheap thrills. Given this understanding, Morong Yunxue reflects on her own situation and decides she should be mindful of her choices as well. She resolves to visit the convenience store downstairs to procure a couple of packets of instant noodles and present them to Yinling. With enthusiasm, she exclaims, "All right. Since that is how you feel, I also believe it should be manageable. Let us head to the store, buy some instant noodles, and return to the dormitory to cook them." Currently, Morong Yunxue is subtly probing Yinling's intentions. It is evident that he finds Yinling to be exceedingly amusing, particularly because he chooses to forego a perfectly good takeout meal in favor of instant noodles, which suggests a penchant for junk food. However, since Yinling is inclined towards this choice, Morong Yunxue feels there is little left for him to say. If Yinling desires it, he shall partake as well. Presently, Morong Yunxue perceives Yinling as akin to an elder brother, yet he does not overtly display this sentiment, for he is inherently a person who values his pride. It would be unbecoming for a scion of a prestigious family to bow to someone of humble origins. Thus, despite Morong Yunxue's outward bravado, internally, he harbors a different perspective. He comprehends the nuances of their circumstances and recognizes his own worth. He is not one to make frivolous claims. Initially, Morong Yunxue looked down upon Yinling. Fully aware that this individual seemed to have emerged from obscurity, now audaciously seeking a share of his sphere. The mere fact that he could regard Yinling with some respect was already a concession, yet he is taken aback by Yinling's persistent audacity. Since Yinling has shown a lack of propriety, Morong Yunxue feels justified in his own lack of compassion. The situation is evidently understood by those around them. Yet it remains to be seen how many will grasp the intricacies involved. The complexities of life are not easily navigable. In response to Morong Yunxue's invitation, Yinling merely nodded. He recognizes the numbness of the present circumstances. To refuse Morong Yunxue's request would likely lead to his own hunger. In truth, Yinling is not one to covet trifles, yet he understands that he must rely on Morong Yunxue's limited capabilities in this context. Should any unfortunate events transpire, the repercussions could be dire, and he cannot afford to offend the Morong family. If such disarray were to unfold before others, it would indeed be laughable. Hence, since Morong Yunxue has expressed his viewpoint, Yinling is more than willing to indulge in this so-called instant noodles. Yinling responded with a calm demeanor, even feeling reluctant to speak further. He understood that any additional words might arouse suspicion in Morong Yunxue. He thought to himself, "I kindly brought you instant noodles, yet you show such disregard. If I hurt Morong Yunxue's feelings, that would indeed be unfortunate." However, as soon as these words left his lips, Morong Yunxue nearly burst into laughter, his mouth almost stretching to the back of his head. Indeed, Morong Yunxue had no intention of buying instant noodles for Yinling. As a typical scion of a prestigious family, he could hardly feel any gratitude toward Yinling. His words were merely a formality, yet to his surprise, Yinling took them seriously. Morong Yunxue was on the verge of laughter, almost losing his teeth in the process. He coldly remarked, "Do you think I'm joking with you? Is this amusing?" It is indeed quite comical. How could Morong Yunxue hold any gratitude for Yinling? He was a quintessential wastrel, suppressing his temper all these years solely due to the presence of his family elders and the numerous cousins around him, while he himself was merely a collateral descendant. To think that such a trivial matter could lead one to achieve significant results in the eyes of others was utterly laughable. He knew his worth all too well. Even in his most destitute state, he would never follow Yinling on any path of return. He held a deep-seated disdain for those of humble origins. Yet, it was undeniable that Yinling's capabilities surpassed those of Morong Yunxue, earning his respect. Otherwise, why would Yinling manage to stand up amidst the chaos created by Li Yunfei, while Murong Yunxue chose to retreat like a turtle. Yanling truly smiled, observing Murong Yunshue's half-jesting demeanor, and thought to himself, what a rascal. Every day he either deceives others or is on the path of deception. Surely, his mind is unhinged. Nevertheless, he felt there was no need to escalate the situation with Murong Yunxue. Instead, he offered a resigned smile and casually replied, I've always believed you were joking with me, and I too have been joking with you. Our understanding is merely a fact arising from this jest. Murong Yunxue paused, genuinely taken aback, for he could clearly sense a hint of irritation in Yanling's tone. Indeed, he had teased Yanling a bit today, prompted by the simple fact that when they were in the cafeteria, he had offered to treat him to takeout, which Yanling had declined, only to later seek him out for instant noodles. Is that truly possible? Such a notion is utterly unfounded. One who abstains from takeout cannot possibly crave instant noodles. How absurd. Murong Yunxue chuckled softly, shaking his head in resignation, for he recognized the obviousness of the outcome, unable to bear the weight of reality. Perhaps it would be wiser to simply let go. The winds howl, the waters of the River grow cold, a valiant warrior departs, never to return. In this world, there exists no genuine affection, only the machinations of self-interest at play. In bygone days, mere sustenance brought immense joy and contentment, leading to a plethora of peculiarities that rendered existence a precarious balancing act. Yet, Murong Yunxue felt detached from it all. His association with Yanling was solely born of mutual benefit, nothing more. Thus at this moment, he merely offered a cold laugh. Ha ha ha, very well then. Since the outcome has already been determined, there is no need to complicate matters unnecessarily. Let it be as it is. However, at that moment, the conversation between Yanling and Murong Yunxue reached the ears of the two individuals behind them. These two were none other than Poseidon, the god of the sea, and Hades, the god of the underworld. They had been observing Yanling and his companion intently for quite some time. Of course, at present, they were merely of a lower tier, not standing upon any exalted pedestal, for they were acutely aware of their own limitations. Additionally, in the realm of Douluo, their capabilities had been considerably diminished, aligning poorly with those of human society. In this world, the title Douluo reigned supreme, while beings like themselves, drawn from Greek mythology, had lost much of their potency, showing signs of decline, especially since this territory belonged to the Dragon Kingdom. In an era when the war god Sun Wukong had yet to appear, their presence was all too palpable. With such formidable divine powers, what need was there to suppress the so-called Poseidon or Hades? At that moment, Poseidon stood with a food tray, a troubled expression etched upon his face, watching the retreating figures of Yanling and Murong Yunxue. Although a confrontation had not ensued, the tension in their words had already escalated to a razor's edge. Should matters progress any further, the outcome would likely be dire. Poseidon had made his decision. Since there was no food in the cafeteria, perhaps they could resort to takeout or instant noodles. Anything to sate their hunger would suffice. They felt a profound sense of injustice, recalling the days in the Western world when catching fish was as easy as a flick of the wrist, and feasting on roasted meats was a daily affair, their bellies full of rich fare. Yet now, they found themselves utterly deprived, their heads feeling as if they had been uprooted. For Poseidon, not being able to enjoy a sumptuous meal felt akin to enduring the most severe tortures of the Qing dynasty. Hades, with a resigned smile, had not anticipated Poseidon's words to be so absurd. How could beings of their stature stoop to eating instant noodles or ordering takeout? Such notions were beyond their capabilities. With a wry smile, Hades remarked, "Let it be. I have a preference for seafood. I shall check if there is anything available at the seafood market." Meanwhile, having walked scarcely 2 miles, Yanling could no longer contain himself. He turned to Murong Yunxue, pressing him with the question, "What is your attitude exactly? Why do I sense a hint of hostility from you since Li Yunfei departed? Do you harbor some discontent towards me?" In the cafeteria moments ago, Murong Yunshue's intentions were exceedingly apparent. She aimed to render him quite embarrassed. As Yanling contemplated this matter, his irritation only grew. What did Murong Yunxue mean? Did she truly believe he was devoid of temper? He had spoken to her with goodwill, yet what he received in return were her obstructions and demands. Such absurdity is truly laughable. Murong Yunxue felt utterly bewildered, grappling with the implications of Yanling's words, increasingly perplexed by the situation at hand. Moments ago, in the bustling cafeteria, there had been no food. How could he be blamed for that? Thus, he found it rather confounding. He dismissed the matter nonchalantly, stating, "No." In the midst of such a crowd, The reason I did not show you any deference was simply to avoid making the situation overly embarrassing. Do you understand? Morong Yunxue was an individual who prioritized the greater good. He was acutely aware of his own standing, recognizing that Yin Ling's dignity had already been sufficiently undermined. He deemed it unnecessary to engage in particularly bizarre or disruptive behavior. After all, if one could not navigate such trivial matters, what could possibly be said of more significant concerns? Such antics would indeed be laughable. Individuals like Morong Yunxue constantly pondered how to wield their strategic prowess, exerting influence and pressure upon those around them. The rationale was straightforward. Those adept at manipulation understood the treacherous nature of human sentiment. It was crucial to present oneself as a figure of significance when dealing with lesser individuals. Otherwise, should those small figures rise to prominence, they would undoubtedly seek retribution. Yin Ling, with a resigned smile, replied, "All right, I grasp your meaning. You merely believe I possess something you desire, do you not? In truth, there is nothing here. Nothing at all. You need not expend further effort." At this moment, Yin Ling perceived Morong Yunshue's persistent proximity and overt attentiveness towards him, wondering if there lay some ulterior motive behind such behavior. If that were the case, then indeed, this fellow possessed quite the cunning. However, Yin Ling felt no obligation to succumb to his tactics. They simply did not belong to the same circle. Why engage in such frivolous chatter? They were merely waiting at the same starting line for a red light, only to part ways in the end, a conclusion that rendered further discussion unnecessary. It is akin to those who attend university on the same grounds. In the end, you entered your father's company, I entered my mother's, and he went to his father's firm to salvage scraps. We were never truly on the same path. What idle chatter is this? Morong Yunxue was momentarily taken aback, for he did not anticipate that his hidden cards would be so easily discerned by Yin Ling. Indeed, the reason Morong Yunxue sought to be close to Yin Ling was to ascertain what he could gain from him. He merely wished to evaluate whether Yin Ling possessed any utility. If so, Morong Yunxue would seize the opportunity to turn the tables and firmly take control of Yin Ling, subsequently suppressing him. No, you are mistaken, he replied. It is merely that we are not well acquainted with the circumstances here, which leads to my considerable headache. The entire academy knows of me, Morong Yunxue, yet they may not be aware of the animosity between you and Li Yunfei. Hence, I am protecting you. Are you not aware of this? Although turmoil brewed within, Morong Yunxue maintained a facade of calm, for he understood that should he reveal his true intentions, Yin Ling possessed the capability to shatter him utterly. What kind of temperament does Yin Ling possess? While others may remain oblivious, Morong Yunxue, having interacted with him for an extended period, was acutely aware. A single ill-chosen word could potentially result in a resounding slap across the face. Thus, in this moment, it was prudent for Morong Yunxue to avoid provoking Yin Ling. Should he do so, he would undoubtedly plunge into an abyss from which there would be no return, suffering irrevocable destruction. At this juncture, observing Morong Yunshue's demeanor, one could discern no hint of deceit. Yin Ling, finally recalling certain unfavorable circumstances, reflected for a moment before articulating. If that is the case, then initially, it was indeed you who saved my life. Otherwise, I would have surely drawn the ire of that fellow in the crowd and faced a thorough beating, wouldn't I? Yin Ling recollected that during his first encounter with Li Yunfei, he had narrowly escaped a severe thrashing, only thanks to Morong Yunshue's timely intervention. Perhaps, it was not oneself who struck Li Yunfei a couple of days ago, but rather Li Yunfei who inflicted harm upon oneself. If that is the case, Yin Ling feels he ought to express his gratitude to Morong Yunxue. Without him, it seems one could hardly elucidate such peculiar facts. It is good that you understand. As long as you comprehend, there remains the possibility for negotiation on our end, and continuing the conversation should be quite manageable. Chapter 113. Subtle Schemes and Great Wisdom. Morong Yunxue exhaled deeply, feeling that he had finally managed to conceal the matter. As long as nothing is revealed, everything is quite amenable, provided that Yin Ling does not harbor significant grievances against him, nor are there any inexplicable circumstances between them. Everything seems to be rather fortuitous, preventing matters from becoming excessively awkward. Yin Ling nodded, feeling that there was no need to regard Morong Yunxue with any significance. This individual undoubtedly had his own agenda, but since he insisted on maintaining a stubborn facade, there was no necessity to further humiliate him. Given the circumstances, engaging in idle chatter seemed rather absurd. Reflecting on this, Yin Ling continued, as it stands, I believe there exists a so-called Titan ape within the academy. after we finish our meal outside. I propose we investigate this matter. Otherwise, should a student fall victim to an attack by the Titan ape, it could result in dire consequences. At this moment, Yinling found himself utterly uninterested in everything except the Titan ape within the academy. He was acutely aware that if the golden sacred dragon represented a divine artifact, then the Titan ape was akin to a half-artifact. However, its intentions were nefarious, unlike the purity and sanctity embodied by the golden sacred dragon. The golden sacred dragon was once one of the 4 guardian deities of the church, while the Titan ape was merely a mutated wild monkey. The contrast between the two was as stark as heaven and earth. Murong Yunxue, feeling somewhat embarrassed, gazed at Yinling with incredulity and remarked, "I never imagined that at such a young age, you would already be so concerned for the country and its people. Truly, you are an exemplary model for us younger generations." In truth, Murong Yunxue found himself rather nauseated by these so-called compliments. He had no desire to feign kindness towards Yinling. Rather, he felt compelled to speak lest Yinling suspect him of ulterior motives, which, in reality, he indeed harbored. Yinling, taken aback, found it amusing that Murong Yunxue would speak of him in such a manner. He thought to himself, could it be that Murong Yunshue's ancestors served as traitors? Otherwise, how could he speak in such a rehearsed manner, as if he were a professional flatterer? With a slight sneer, Yinling replied, "What do you mean by being a role model? I am merely an ordinary person. Since I bear such a mission, it is my duty to uphold and amplify it, rather than shy away. Don't you agree?" Yinling candidly expresses that his purpose in this world is to thoroughly integrate and elevate the knowledge he possesses. He does not intend to disregard a series of points that ought not to be overlooked, for he is, after all, human. He harbors his own moral maxims. And recognizing that the Titan ape poses a threat to the lives of students within the academy, he feels compelled to eliminate this malevolent creature. He is determined to do everything in his power to prevent further harm to innocent lives. On the other hand, Murong Yunxue can hardly contain his laughter, perceiving Yinling's demeanor as increasingly hypocritical. He scoffs at the trivialities Yinling fixates upon, pondering what notions of justice he clings to, and mockingly questions whether he sees himself as some sort of savior, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Murong Yunxue refrains from articulating his thoughts aloud, instead choosing to mockingly acknowledge Yinling's so-called integrity. "Indeed, your lofty principles are beyond our comprehension. Thank you, truly, thank you." After a brief pause, he continues, "However, while gratitude is due, I must advise you, the Titan ape is not a foe to be trifled with. Once, Li Feilong, a being of divine prowess, was grievously injured by this very creature, rendering him a cripple. Do you not perceive the magnitude of its power?" His initial remarks are merely descriptive, yet his subsequent words serve as a cautionary reminder. The implication is clear. Yinling should recognize his limitations and refrain from inciting unnecessary chaos. Should calamity strike, the consequences would be dire, and what use is there in empty rhetoric if one loses their life? Yinling casts a disdainful glance at Murong Yunxue, thinking to himself how this individual had just elevated him to great heights, only to now bring him crashing down. What folly! With a sharp glare directed at Murong Yunxue, he retorts, "Why indulge in such idle chatter? Simply do as instructed. We may be unable to vanquish the golden saint dragon, a divine artifact, but the Titan ape is a malevolent entity. If we succeed in its defeat, the spoils may very well enhance my combat prowess. The golden sacred dragon is an artifact that cannot be vanquished, yet the Titan great ape is a different matter. This creature poses a grave threat to the safety of the Douluo Academy, and since it currently lurks within its confines, whether through invisibility, concealment, or even hidden beneath the ground, it can still be contained and subdued within a cage. To save a life is more virtuous than constructing a 7-tiered pagoda. Eliminating a menace may even extend one's lifespan and promote longevity." In truth, Yinling has conducted thorough research and discovered that the Titan great ape is not particularly formidable. In the past, its emergence in this world can be attributed to 2 factors. Unlike the legendary Sun Wukong, who was born of a similar mystical stone, this Titan great ape was stifled within, left to transform into a mere shell of its former self. Over time, it became akin to a stone, a peculiar entity trapped in an unchanging state. This is a reality that cannot be articulated, laid bare for others to witness. Under such immense circumstances, the situation cannot be reversed. Hence, after enduring countless trials and tribulations for millennia, the Titan great ape finally reared its head. Chapter 114, The Great Luo Golden Immortal. Chapter 115, Native and Non-Native. If that is the case, it becomes rather perplexing to ascertain how to resolve this matter. Are there any deities from our dragon nation? Yinling was astonished to discover that, within the entire realm of Douluo continent, there existed deities from other nations. If one were to entertain such a notion, could it be that the incursion of Western culture is accompanied by an attitude of isolation towards the entire continent? Contemplating this, Yinling finds it particularly amusing, as it seems that fate operates in mysterious ways. That which ought not to exist in this world has inexplicably manifested, leaving everyone perplexed about the circumstances surrounding it. Yinling believed that since deities from other nations had manifested here, the gods of his own country should not be confined within a cage. The cultural invasion had already spread extensively across the continent. Yinling felt compelled to thwart this encroachment, not for any other reason than to formally promote and exalt the essence of his homeland. This powerful concept reverberated ceaselessly within his mind. He aspired to become the sovereign of this world. Simultaneously, he sought to ensure that his nation's culture flourished globally. Otherwise, a chaotic and disordered reality would inevitably ensue. The outcome of such matters is indeed poorly handled. Upon reflection, it seems rather amusing, especially when considered years later. Each nation's culture has been magnificently promoted in a singular location, while certain inconsequential elements have yielded no beneficial results whatsoever. Wouldn't it be rather humorous to others if they were to perceive this? It is utterly ludicrous that everyone is incapable of grasping even a modicum of truth while engaging in a cultural invasion. Therefore, what occupies Yinling's thoughts most intently is whether there exist any deities from his homeland within this continent. Figures such as the so-called Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, Sha Sung, and Tang Sung are of interest, particularly the presence of a supreme deity like Tai Jinren. If such beings were to reside in this realm, it might indeed lead to extraordinary circumstances. Murong Yunxue finds himself completely at a loss in response to Yinling's inquiry, experiencing a profound headache at that moment. It seems as if a spark of enlightenment has ignited within his mind, for he is emblematic of those whose intellect has been colonized by Western cultural ideals. Although they consider themselves intellectuals, they deem their own native culture to be utterly worthless, far inferior to the advancements of Western civilization. This explains Murong Yunxue's utter lack of interest in Yinling's question. He seems almost ready to scoff at the very thought. Fully aware of the manner in which he has acquired knowledge, in his earlier years of studying abroad in the West, he developed a strong aversion to his homeland's deities, feeling repulsed by what he perceived as trivial matters. In essence, Murong Yunxue embodies the quintessential trait of sycophancy towards foreign cultures. Although his thoughts remain unvoiced, had Yinling discerned his true nature, he would undoubtedly refrain from forging a friendship with him and might even harbor considerable disdain and disgust towards him. The adage, "Those who do not share the same path cannot make plans together," holds eternal truth. The reason two individuals may become friends often lies in mutual benefit or shared ideologies, yet to find a true confidant is a rare and arduous endeavor. Currently, the dynamic between Murong Yunxue and Yinling is one of mutual exploitation. He seeks to leverage Yinling's influence and abilities. They are merely engaged in a series of exchanges marked by conflict, nothing more. However, once these avenues of utility vanish, the glaring issue they will confront is the absence of any means for benefit, leading inevitably to a dismal outcome. Yet, Murong Yunxue is reluctant to reveal the entirety of his inner thoughts. Instead, he begins to deceive Yinling, stating, "You are being a bit too suspicious. Our nation's deities have yet to manifest in this world, for our current realm is one inhabited by cultivators. Perhaps in the next moment, Tang Sen might be akin to the kitchen god." Murong Yunxue is merely speaking nonsense with her eyes wide open, taking advantage of Yinling's ignorance. However, it is not entirely accurate. Although it is said that there are no so-called native deities in this world, it does not imply that these so-called Douluos will ultimately ascend to divinity after their respective apotheoses. The notion that such celestial beings could be conjured from mere words would typically elicit skepticism from anyone. However, in that moment, Yinling found himself unwilling to refute it, and even felt a hint of amusement, for he recognized that Murong Yunxue possessed a remarkable eloquence. The Douluo not only had the potential to ascend to the rank of Douluo, but could also, after numerous enhancements, evolve into the so-called Douluo Jin Xian. If such claims were true, then the illustrious Tang San, renowned as the mightiest in the realm, might ultimately be relegated to the status of a mere local deity within the celestial hierarchy. With this thought, Yinling could not suppress his laughter, realizing that the world of Douluo could indeed intertwine with the realm of cultivation. If that is the case, I believe I have grasped the essence of the matter. In truth, Yinling possesses a profound ignorance of this world. His existence seems to have appeared out of thin air. Initially, it was presumed that the turmoil resulting from the conflicts among Douluo was the root cause of the numerous shattered realities. However, upon further reflection, it appears that the situation is far more complex than that. Fortunately, at this moment, Yinling may disregard everything else. Yet he cannot afford to neglect the safety of all those present, nor the lurking Titan great ape concealed within the academy, that so-called living scoundrel. If that fellow were to truly eliminate him, it is conceivable that an extraordinary force would be unleashed in the next moment. However, upon hearing Murong Yunxue's words, Yinling pondered whether this Titan great ape could indeed be the primal form of the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, destined to transform into the genuine Sun Wukong after millennia. The tale spun by Murong Yunxue was so compelling that Yinling found it hard to dismiss. Within the entirety of the Douluo world, no entity resembling such a formidable monkey lineage had yet emerged. Should the day arrive when the Douluo would worship and deify? If this Titan great ape were to truly be the progenitor of Sun Wukong, Yinling contemplated the gravity of extinguishing him while still imprisoned. It would indeed be a reckless act, leaving him bewildered as to how such circumstances could arise. Thus, at this juncture, Yinling felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Chapter 116. Alliance. The dilemma he faced was stark: to become an eternal villain or to foster a future prodigy. Should Yinling choose to eradicate this Titan great ape, or allow its development, potentially leading to the emergence of the so-called great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong? In truth, Yinling found himself in a precarious gamble, contemplating the rewards of victory should he prevail. The Titan gorilla shall inevitably meet its demise at his hands, and in the future, it will be perceived as a righteous act for the greater good. However, should he falter, the consequences would be irrevocable, leading to a most tragic end. Centuries hence, the name Yinling may echo in the halls of deification, where it will be recounted that he prematurely extinguished the local deity, the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, rendering him incapable of rising again. This would undoubtedly leave a profound stain upon the annals of history. The silence of Yinling perplexed Murong Yunxue, leaving her to ponder the thoughts swirling within his mind. She sensed that Yinling was an enigma, for he had spoken with such conviction moments ago. Yet now he concealed the truth and refrained from uttering another word. What could his intentions be? In truth, Murong Yunxue was overly influenced by external pressures beyond her family's sphere. The psychological games among these masters seemed overly intricate. Yet, Yinling's singular focus was merely on how to vanquish the Titan gorilla, nothing more. Nevertheless, Murong Yunxue couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps she had misspoken, inadvertently inciting displeasure in Yinling. His demeanor bore the hallmark of a sovereign, and to be in his presence felt akin to walking alongside a tiger. At this moment, Murong Yunxue found herself in distress, envisioning Yinling as a future emperor. She even began to question her own sanity. To break this impasse, she reluctantly managed to articulate a few words. How shall we extract this Titan gorilla from the academy? If calamity should arise, who will bear the consequences? I fear that if innocents are harmed, we may not be able to extricate ourselves from this predicament. Indeed, this is the truth. Murong Yunxue possesses a remarkable self-awareness. The Titan ape has yet to reveal itself within this academy, leaving one to ponder how to unearth it. Uncertainty looms, and yet Yinling has hastily reached a definitive conclusion. He aims for everything to be flawlessly orchestrated, even proclaiming the need to invoke the sea god Poseidon and the underworld king Hades, seeking allies to deliver a crushing blow to the Titan ape. However, the foremost prerequisite for all these endeavors is to first locate the Titan ape. Anything else is inconsequential and unnecessary. Faced with Murong Yunxue's probing inquiries, Yinling was momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, given that Murong Yunxue had posed a question, Yinling felt compelled to articulate a somewhat vague concept. He feared that Murong Yunxue might perceive him as a mere dilettante, unworthy of serious consideration. Therefore, he resolved to express something of substance. With righteous fervor, he declared, "Rest assured, those who eliminate threats to the people shall undoubtedly find themselves in a commendable position, earning the populace's understanding. It is evident that those who vanquish such dangers will bear the full weight of responsibility." Upon hearing these words, Murong Yunxue felt as if his head might explode. He had not anticipated that Yinling's few remarks would illuminate the moral high ground solely upon his shoulders. Was this not akin to the significance of the rallying cry during times of turmoil? Expel the Tartars and restore China? Murong Yunxue found himself increasingly perplexed by Yinling's intentions. Why did his words evoke such fervor, igniting a passionate response that seemed poised to erupt into chaotic enthusiasm? In truth, Yinling's impassioned rhetoric stemmed from his own lack of a definitive objective. The Titan ape remained concealed within the academy, able to elude even formidable figures like Li Feilong. Thus, Yinling believed it prudent to tread carefully, preemptively invoking stirring sentiments. He sought to temper Murong Yunshue's temperament, for should he ultimately rise to prominence, it was conceivable that his initial effort could yield far greater results than anticipated. As expected, Murong Yunxue was invigorated, akin to a monkey that had consumed an excess of poison, bouncing about with excitement. With palpable enthusiasm, he exclaimed, "Are your ideals and words not a bit too obscure? What exactly is your intention? Why do you constantly utter such uplifting sentiments?" Murong Yunxue could not fathom why Yinling would utter such grave words. What could possibly be running through his mind? Did he genuinely believe himself to be a formidable talent? If, in the future, Yinling were to ascend to a significant position, it may indeed be perplexing to comprehend the true nature of one's intentions in such a situation. Upon reflection, it should be evident to many. Since time immemorial, the emergence of remarkable individuals has been inextricably linked to profound trials. Perhaps, in the next moment, the torment of the spirit will grant him profound insights. At this juncture, Yinling has already taken the first step towards that elusive beacon of light. Murong Yunxue feels compelled to follow in his footsteps. Observing Murong Yunshue's adoring gaze, Yinling can only shake his head in resignation, pondering whether he truly possesses such remarkable qualities. After all, he merely uttered a few impassioned words. What is all this excitement about? Thus, in an effort to dissuade Murong Yunxue from her infatuation, Yinling spoke in a rather nonchalant manner. "It is because my heart is inclined towards the light that I harbor no fear. Do you understand?" Yinling's demeanor, however, belied the truth, as he remained uncertain about the Titan ape's temperament. If it were indeed manageable, matters would be far easier to navigate. Yet, there lingers a fear that the Titan ape may prove to be a formidable adversary. Chapter 117. The Cycle of Life. The myriad trivial matters that arose here were undeniably a source of immense frustration for him. At this juncture, Yinling found himself in a state of uncertainty. He could only strive to cultivate a sense of calm within, articulating fervent and impassioned sentiments, and engaging in actions that exuded positivity. That was the extent of his endeavors. He harbored no interest in anything beyond that. Murong Yunxue, having not received the answers he sought, could only shake his head in resignation. He echoed Yinling's sentiments, stating, "I believe I have grasped the essence of your words. Thus, I too can rely upon your radiant waves to orchestrate a series of rippling blossoms." In truth, Yinling's response to Murong Yunxue remains exceedingly ambiguous. It is so vague that even he himself cannot discern the underlying cause, while the outcome is strikingly evident. These facts laid bare before us render it difficult to ascertain the true reasons, should they be unveiled in the presence of others. It would undoubtedly evoke a sense of absurdity, for the essence of such realms is perpetually wielded with precision by others. Yet, even these peculiarities fail to convey a sense of coherent understanding. Murong Yunxue believed that it would be prudent to utter a few kind words to stabilize Yinling's spirit. After all, this individual possessed a relatively positive mindset. Should an unexpectedly disastrous outcome arise, the reasons would remain obscure. However, Murong Yunxue was far from idle. He promptly conveyed Yinling's intention to vanquish the Titan ape to Poseidon and Hades, urging them to prepare accordingly. The rationale behind this was undeniably robust. They are bound to agree, whether they wish to or not, as long as they unite in their refusal to confront the Titan ape. All of this will be suffocated within its confines. It is certain that this ordeal will bring Poseidon and Hades considerable distress, and at this moment, upon hearing the news, they are on the verge of tears. They never anticipated that Yinling, a figure akin to a dark overlord, would conceive any beneficial ideas for their cause. What? You say that Yinling has invited the two of us to eliminate the Titan ape hidden within the academy? How did this come to pass? Who informed you of this? Upon hearing Poseidon's words, Hades was truly overwhelmed with emotions. The legend of the Titan ape was so extraordinarily renowned throughout the academy. It was conceivable that at any moment, an unimaginable situation could arise. Death itself is not frightening. Rather, it is the emergence of the Titan ape that instills dread. Such an event would evoke a truly nauseating sense of foreboding throughout the academy. Poseidon, too, found himself at a loss for words. He had never envisioned such an outcome. The situation no longer aligned with his expectations and aspirations. He had intended to cultivate his small dominion to perfection, especially since they were still in their juvenile forms. Should they mature, they would not owe any gratitude to the Douluo Academy. A place for themselves in the mythos of the Western world was already prepared. Thus, Poseidon deemed it unnecessary to entangle himself further with Yinling. He had merely come to gild his status before making a graceful exit. However, he had not anticipated that Murong Yunxue would resort to threats and intimidation, firmly deciding not to align herself with Yinling in this battle. In the future, should Yinling harbor malevolent intentions, it is conceivable that he might embark on a relentless pursuit of the two. In truth, Poseidon is quite eager to inquire of Murong Yunxue why so many individuals within the academy opt for his side rather than others. Could it possibly be attributed to some perceived flaw in his own reasoning? Following Poseidon's remarks, Harris wore a grim expression, reminiscent of someone who had consumed an excessive quantity of bitter melon. Poseidon felt a growing headache, aware that Harris had never been particularly amiable. The reason he has been able to conceal his true capabilities within the academy is that he has yet to attain his rightful status. Thus, he has continuously suppressed his strength. Otherwise, his temper would have long since erupted, overturning the academy entirely, indifferent to the affairs of Douluo. As long as Tang Sen remains absent, the entire academy is thus governed entirely by the two so-called deities. Poseidon remained remarkably composed as he began to elucidate the circumstances to Hades. He remarked, "Who else could impart this information to me? Of course, it is that subordinate of his, Murong Yunxue, who has conveyed this to me. Once I have gathered all the details, I shall assist you in analyzing the situation. We must consider whether we shall heed his counsel or not. Shall we forge a friendship with him, or will we find ourselves at odds, ultimately incurring his wrath?" Upon reflecting on Murong Yunxue's earlier threats and intimidation, Poseidon felt a throbbing pain in his head. It was unavoidable, given the nature of Murong Yunxue's demeanor. Not only did he bring up the Murong family, but he also uttered some exceedingly harsh words. It was as if victory promised rewards, while defeat guaranteed a fate worse than death. This thought revolted Poseidon, as each day seemed to present a new ordeal. Originally, Poseidon aspired to elevate his academic and intellectual pursuits within the academy, aiming for a prestigious rank among the deities of the Western world. To put it more plainly, akin to a player striving for a high level in a game, Poseidon simply wished to attain a superior status. However, he found himself neither leveling up nor vanquishing any foes. There, he has already been urged to prepare for the slaying of the formidable boss. Thus, Poseidon harbors an innate reluctance towards this undertaking. Upon reflection, it is indeed reasonable. Poseidon has yet to mature, and he is being tasked with confronting the Titan gorilla, a creature reminiscent of a demon. Subsequently, the four of them unite to vanquish this beast, should they truly succeed in their endeavor. Well, that is a different matter. If it cannot be resolved, then it is undoubtedly a certainty that there will be no place for burial. In fact, at the outset, Poseidon harbored a rather noble wish deep within his heart. Chapter 118. There are always reasons for suffering. If one were to vanquish the Titan ape, the spoils of such a conquest would not merely suffice for an upgrade. Ascending to a higher echelon would be effortlessly attainable. However, the present circumstances are markedly different. Yinling's prowess is not particularly formidable, and his twin martial spirits have yet to reach an intermediate level, remaining merely at the rudimentary stage. The notion of defeating the Titan ape is fundamentally implausible, especially considering that his abilities, alongside those of Harris and Murong Yunxue, are not overwhelmingly strong. The situation has devolved into utter chaos, leaving everyone in disarray. Observing Poseidon's distressed countenance, Harris could hardly contain his anger. He no longer cared for Poseidon's feelings and began to shout at him vehemently. "Have you lost your senses? What do you know of the Titan ape's attributes? Are you completely oblivious? In the past, even the esteemed elders of the academy could not defeat him, and yet you remain ignorant of the circumstances that ensued?" While Poseidon clings to a semblance of hope, Harris possesses a stark awareness of his own limitations. He recognizes that he is merely at a nascent stage, and should he reach a truly elevated level, thus, there shall be no opportunity afforded to Poseidon, nor shall he ever find himself aligned with him. For one is the lord of the underworld, while the other reigns over the seas. They inhabit entirely disparate realms. In due course, Hades shall return to his own domain, reclaiming his celestial position among the stars, whereas Poseidon will inevitably retreat to the depths of the ocean. Their current companionship is but a fleeting alliance, a mere act of seeking warmth in transient company. Yet it remains painfully evident that Poseidon perceives their relationship as one of camaraderie on the same front. This notion perplexes Hades greatly. Is Poseidon truly a being of profound loyalty and sentiment? However, Hades cannot fathom where he has ever exhibited such traits himself. A pragmatist at heart, Hades is acutely aware of his purpose in this realm and fully cognizant of the dire circumstances that await, which are glaringly apparent. The cycle of outcomes remains obscure to others, and the complexities of resolution are anything but simple. Since they presently traverse the same path, it is clear that they shall inevitably part ways in the future. Hades' stance is unequivocal. He has no intention of joining Poseidon in vanquishing the so-called Titans. He believes it best to distance himself from such matters, as he seeks merely to gild his experience at the Douluo Academy. Once this gilding is complete, they shall take their leave, contributing nothing of value to the development of this world. After all, the Douluo Academy does not belong to their nation, and Hades has no desire to promote any learning or knowledge he acquires for the betterment of this land. He harbors no interest in the spoils that may come from slaying the Titans, and, in truth, finds the people and affairs of this land somewhat repugnant. Poseidon, struck speechless by Hades' retorts, appears as though he might bleed from the sheer intensity of his frustration. Initially, when Morong Yunxiue sought negotiations with him, Poseidon harbored no answers within his heart. However, the rewards for slaying the Titans were indeed substantial, and it seemed plausible that they might escape the Academy without further gilding. Yet, upon reflection, it appears that such prospects were illusory. Morong Yunxiue merely uttered a few words, and Poseidon took them at face value. This, then, elucidates why Hades consistently regards Poseidon with disdain, a sentiment that is clearly manifested. You need not elaborate further on these matters, for should you speak excessively, this situation is exceedingly vexatious for me. As long as you are aware of the gravity of the matter, that suffices. I must deliberate on this, for I cannot recklessly eliminate this entity. Furthermore, regarding the extraction of the Titan ape, was it you or I who orchestrated it? Lin Yin would certainly not jeopardize his own interests by opting to deploy this creature. Harris, with incisive clarity, laid bare the essence of the issue. At this moment, Poseidon found himself rendered speechless. Indeed, should the Titan ape be summoned, the implications would be profound. Who among us could utilize the Titan ape as bait, thereby allowing the leading individual to take the brunt of the danger? Following a group into battle is not inherently terrifying. Yet the fear lies in the fact that the one at the forefront is bound to perish first. It is only through the sacrifice of that initial individual that the rest may charge forward with fervor. Thus, it is precisely for this reason that Harris is reluctant to align himself with Lin Yin and his companions. He has no desire to assume the role of the so-called leader, the one who attracts the first bullet, certainly the first to meet demise. The gravity of the predicament you mentioned is indeed significant, yet what recourse do I have? It was Lin Yin and his team who approached me for negotiation. I merely intended for you to gradually comprehend the matter and devise an effective response strategy. I never suggested that you charge recklessly into danger. It appears you have misinterpreted my intentions. Poseidon finds the situation amusing, as he is acutely aware of why Lin Yin chose to have him engage Harris in explanation, rather than elucidating the core of the issue before them in a straightforward manner. This choice stems from the understanding that the problem is complex and fraught with difficulty. In the realm of schemes and counter-schemes, overt strategies are invariably more effective than covert ones. The essence of the issue is now laid bare. It remains to be seen how Poseidon will persuade Harris. Should the conversation lean favorably, there exists a chance for redemption. Conversely, if it falters, they may plunge into an abyss from which there is no return, perhaps even facing utter annihilation at any moment. Thus, we must observe whether Harris can muster his full strength to provide assistance. However, at present, he seems disinclined to do so. The crux of the matter lies in our united front. It has come to my attention that Yin Ling is no ordinary adversary. If he truly seeks to challenge us, I believe it is feasible to draw out the Titan ape. Would you not wish to test this hypothesis? Poseidon continues to advocate for his stance, convinced that he bears no fault in this scenario. Rather, it is Harris who is at fault for failing to grasp the importance of unity in the face of Yin Ling's potential threat. In an era where mutual trust is paramount, if one cannot comprehend such dynamics, what purpose does further discourse serve? Given Yinling's earnest explanations, Poseidon felt that having more friends would pave multiple paths, while having fewer enemies would reduce barriers. In light of such circumstances, Yinling sincerely became Poseidon's first true friend from outside in the academy. After all, individuals like Poseidon and his companions, hailing from the West, were not particularly esteemed within this institution. The disheartening reality weighed heavily on them, leaving them on the verge of tears, stemming from their monotonous existence day by day. They often found themselves plagued by headaches, struggling to comprehend the root of their discomfort. When it came to the notions of admiration for foreign cultures and xenophobia, Poseidon and his companions were notably sensitive. They had come to this so-called dragon nation for their education, only to discover that in the Douluo world, they received no warmth, but rather disdainful remarks and unkind actions from its inhabitants. This bewildering treatment was difficult for them to understand. Consequently, their sentiments towards this world grew increasingly resentful, and they yearned for fair treatment at every moment. However, the absence of such fairness was acutely felt, and they found it unbearable to witness the commonplace injustices before their eyes. Confronted with this issue, they felt frustrated yet powerless, ultimately resigning to accept these harsh truths. Today, as someone of notable standing in the academy, Yinling extended an olive branch to Poseidon. Poseidon realized he must exercise caution, accepting what was not rightfully his while maintaining a demeanor of humility, even in his efforts to appear neither servile nor arrogant. He understood the importance of not conveying an impression of unattainability to Yinling. Thus, Poseidon consistently urged Harris to remain composed and to acquiesce to Yinling's requests. Observing Poseidon's sincere devotion, Harris nodded in agreement, acknowledging the complexity of the situation. In reality, Poseidon's status was far from insignificant. He not only occupied a position of great authority, but also possessed the capability to navigate various circumstances adeptly. He was a remarkable individual, proficient in both high-level engagements and adept at honing his skills in lower tiers. This prowess was the reason Harris held Poseidon in such high regard. Viewing him as a leader, a sentiment that was clearly evident in his demeanor, Harris weighed the pros and cons, meticulously sorting through all that burdened his heart. He found the matter to be both manageable and perplexing, difficult to articulate precisely why it was so. Thus, Harris resolved to adopt a tentative approach. Addressing Poseidon with a calm demeanor, "Very well, since you have put it this way, I can only temporarily soothe my restless spirit, for I remain uncertain whether the Titan ape's prowess has indeed increased. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise for him, it is inevitable that all present would be utterly crushed." Harris is well aware of the tale surrounding the Titan ape. Upon his arrival at this academy, he meticulously uncovered its secrets. However, he did not anticipate that Yinling, as a mere youth, would dare to summon the venerable Titan ape for pursuit. Regardless of the outcome, Yinling's audacity is unparalleled by most. Harris's explanation was indeed thorough. He comprehended that these circumstances are far from easily resolvable, and now it merely hinges on who would be capable of coaxing the Titan ape out. It is akin to fishing. One requires bait, a rod, and a line to draw out the chaotic elements. Without credible evidence, attempting to subdue the Titan would be futile. Thus, contemplating this, Harris undertook a significant analysis of the situation, realizing how he ought to proceed. Primarily, he wished to maintain a low profile while supporting his companions in their battles, serving as an auxiliary rather than seeking the spotlight. The most pressing reason for this approach is that the Titan ape has concealed itself within the academy for many years. Should its strength increase, even the combined efforts of the four present may not suffice against it. At this juncture, as the embodiment of the underworld, Harris oversees the fates of many in the Western realm, holding life in high regard. He understands that if these matters cannot be adequately addressed, the consequences could be dire. It is indeed quite challenging to comprehend how one might clarify the facts. If we assume that the Titan ape has concealed itself for nearly millennia, should it be unearthed, it is unlikely that even the combined efforts of the four would suffice to vanquish such a creature. Furthermore, should any innocent within the academy be harmed in the process, the consequences would be dire. Thus, the four of them must bear the primary responsibility. Yinling and Murong Yunxue may opt to withdraw from the school due to certain disciplinary actions. However, Poseidon and Hades cannot afford such a luxury. Their presence in the academy is aimed at elevating their academic achievements, primarily for the sake of prestige. Regrettably, Their aspirations to gild themselves within this institution have not materialized, and now they find their futures precariously tethered here. If others were to witness this, it would indeed evoke tears of despair. As the god of the sea, Poseidon, and the lord of the underworld, Hades, each harbors their own grievances. Chapter 120. Merely an ordeal. The art of gilding is crucial upon returning to their realms. It becomes a matter of reputation. It is exceedingly public, yet to abandon this endeavor midway would invite ridicule, making it evident that one is utterly oblivious to the meaning of the phrase knowing one's limits. In the future, not only might they lose their titles as the god of the sea and the lord of the underworld, but their very reputations could be stripped away. Consequently, at this juncture, the typically cautious Hades can only hope to dissuade Poseidon from acting recklessly. It is imperative that he maintains his composure. For the Titan ape is a divine relic within the Douluo world. Although it has been shattered, its essence still lingers within the academy. Should they attempt to confront its spirit, success would be fortunate, but failure would render them sinners in this realm. Upon hearing Hades' explanation, Poseidon remained unfazed, exhibiting a sense of reckless determination. With a cold smile, he remarked, "Why concern ourselves with such matters? The Titan ape, should it perish before us, everything seems to present us with a remarkable opportunity. Do you not desire to witness the emergence of exquisite equipment from him, which would significantly enhance our abilities? This should be regarded as a tremendous honor." Poseidon smiled radiantly, his face almost beaming with joy. His meaning was quite evident. Once this equipment is revealed, everything will be exceedingly favorable, and perhaps in the next moment, a powerful soul ring will manifest, creating a profound impact throughout the entire Douluo world. Furthermore, it is possible that in that very instant, he will not only become the sea god Poseidon, but will also be bestowed with the prestigious title of a powerful title Douluo, an honor of the highest order. Poseidon believed that if he could attain such an exalted distinction, it is indeed a stroke of fortune, allowing him to reminisce and dream of smiles at every moment. Hera solemnly nodded, fully aware that Poseidon's spirit remained unyielding. It was evident that he harbored no intention of relinquishing anything. Given that these two deities from the Western realms had failed to forge any semblance of unity in this so-called Douluo world, resulting in no notable achievements, Hera surmised that if Poseidon was determined to act, then it was time to seize the moment. He too was willing to follow in his footsteps, embarking on a series of adept developments, not for any other reason, but to share both joy and adversity, navigating the challenges together. At this moment, Hera planted a seed in his heart, that they would rise or fall as one. If fortune favored them, then the two present would undoubtedly ascend to great heights in an instant. Conversely, should misfortune strike, they would be shattered to pieces just as swiftly. Initially, these deities of the Western world had not achieved anything of great power, yet they found themselves being led by the nose. Meanwhile, Yinling, who had started as a mere underling without any renown, now exhibited a might akin to cannon fire, impacting these two Western deities profoundly. From this, one can discern that in the future, Yinling's prestige and reputation will undoubtedly be formidable. Perhaps in the next moment, he will swiftly ascend to greatness, rendering characters like the so-called Murong Yunshui akin to mere underlings. Indeed, it is only a matter of time before they follow in Yinling's footsteps, embarking on a series of remarkable achievements. Since you are in agreement, I, too, am willing to undertake a thorough disassembly of this equipment. Do not forget, when the time comes to vanquish the Titan giant ape, to grant me my share. For I am eager to discern the true value of the gear that the Titan giant ape possesses. Harris chuckled, this time genuinely from the heart. He must ultimately come to terms with the fact that confronting reality can be quite harsh. Yet, the outcome is merely driven by two words, profit and trends. Why must the Titan giant ape be slain? The answer is simple. Only by defeating the Titan giant ape can they achieve upgrades in equipment and unleash a surge of energy. Harris is acutely aware that within the world of Douluo, if they can continue to develop in this direction, the possibilities are boundless. It remains comprehensible and manageable. However, the primary concern is the potential enhancement of the Titan ape's formidable power. It seems that none of those present will attain a favorable outcome, as the evidence of this result is manifestly clear. The might displayed by the Titan ape before us is not something that can be comprehended by just a handful of individuals. Observing Harris's swift acquiescence, Poseidon could only nod in resignation. He had not anticipated that this young man would indeed be so mercenary, having previously rejected the notion with fervor. Yet now, he has chosen to concede. Indeed, he possesses considerable prowess. However, what perplexes Poseidon further is his remark, "I knew your intentions were scheming. But weren't you just off to indulge in seafood? Why, then, do we suddenly have an array of these peculiarities? Is this some sort of jest?" Poseidon found it somewhat bewildering, as just moments ago, Harris had expressed his desire to dine, yet now he seems to have vanished from that pretense. Could it be that his earlier statements were merely a fade, a display of bravado? Although Poseidon is the god of the sea, Harris's earlier mention of seafood clearly indicated a challenge directed towards him. The exchange of words was a manifestation of intent, as he sought to instill a formidable sense of authority in Poseidon. However, Poseidon was no fool. He discerned the unspoken implications behind the dialogue. A smile graced Poseidon's lips, while Harris could only shake his head in resignation. Given the established facts, there was little more to discuss. Harris had no inclination to indulge in seafood, for the offerings had not been presented before him. He merely wished to grasp the undeniable truths momentarily before relinquishing them. Harris deftly shifted the conversation, stating, "Well, the outcome is laid bare before us. How do you intend to accept and address it?" Rather than pondering what we might achieve, he wholeheartedly concurred with this sentiment, for he had no choice but to acquiesce. Poseidon had laid bare all the realities that rendered dissent futile. Chapter 121. Diplomatic negotiation. Harris was left with no option but to compromise, as he was among the few in the academy who maintained a relatively amicable relationship with Poseidon. The others hardly regarded him with any respect, leaving him in a precarious position. Poseidon, recognizing the nature of the situation, swiftly conveyed the developments regarding Harris to Yinling. Upon hearing this news, Yinling was filled with both astonishment and delight. He had not anticipated such a swift agreement from Harris, the Lord of the Underworld, who wielded dominion over the ledger of life and death. How remarkable it was that he could elucidate these so-called facts so clearly and vividly in such a fleeting moment. What motivated this? Could it be a reflection of their shared camaraderie? What did you say? They actually consented? How splendid! I find their dynamics quite intriguing. Upon hearing the delightful news conveyed by Morong Yunshua, Yinling was nearly overwhelmed with joy. He had not anticipated that this reality would manifest so palpably before him. Initially, Yinling had not taken the notion of being acknowledged by Hades seriously, for the reason was simple. The power of the underworld king was extraordinarily formidable, nearly on par with that of Poseidon, the god of the sea. To his astonishment, he discovered that this individual could indeed heed his words and unveil these so-called truths. At first, Yinling's sense of triumph in regard to Hades and Poseidon was somewhat muted, as he understood the immense backgrounds and strengths of these two beings. Although they had yet to reveal their full might, he was acutely aware that Hades alone could potentially govern the lives and deaths of all mortals, while Poseidon wielded dominion over the oceans, capable of summoning tempests. In Yinling's eyes, they were akin to legendary celestial beings. Yet, one perplexing thought lingered. Why did these two formidable figures exist within the ranks of the Douluo Academy? Could it be that they shared some unspeakable connection with his master, Bibidong? Indeed, it was a bewildering reality. Bibidong's name bore a distinctly Western flavor, while Poseidon and Hades represented quintessential Western archetypes. In light of this, Yinling surmised that their willingness to heed his commands might very well be influenced by their regard for Bibidong. At present, Yinling sought to cast aside all distractions and focus solely on seizing these truths for his own advantage. He felt that their verbal agreement had already established a certain accord. Given the circumstances, Yinling understood how to adequately convey and manage the situation. He expressed his desire to engage in discussions at the round table. Morong Yunshua nodded in agreement. Recognizing that Yinling's thoughts were indeed quite considerate, he remarked, "Of course, I believe it would be prudent for us to deliberate together, as this matter is rather complex." Morong Yunshua chose to compromise, driven by the realization that Yinling's intentions were resolute. As long as Yinling took the lead in making decisions, Morong Yunshua felt it necessary to facilitate the process. He wished to avoid any unforeseen complications that could arise, leading to blame being cast upon him, rendering the situation incomprehensible. Yinling solemnly nodded and continued, "As long as you are aware of the situation, I too am cognizant of my own limitations. Otherwise, this may not conclude favorably." Having reached an agreement, Yinling was determined to see if they could collaborate seamlessly. As long as the outcome was not unfavorable, everything could be negotiated amicably. His greatest fear was a scenario where promises were made verbally but lacked formal documentation, resulting in a series of convoluted complications. leaving him unsure of how to resolve them. Reflecting on this, Yinling felt a wave of nausea, recalling how, in the real world, he had been stood up countless times due to such circumstances. In truth, he considered himself rather unfortunate. This was why, despite having received verbal assurances from Poseidon and Hades, he ultimately sought to engage in diplomatic negotiations at the same table. As long as they could establish a foundation for meeting, even the most challenging issues could be dismantled. The greatest dilemma they faced was the so-called Titan gorilla. If they could eradicate this old rascal in its infancy, everything would be considerably easier. Murong Yunqiwei retrieved a cigar from his bag, expertly snipping the end with scissors before igniting it with a lighter, exhaling a cloud of thick smoke. Upon witnessing this, Yinling furrowed his brow, pondering when this young man had taken up smoking. Previously, he had presented himself as an exemplary youth in his presence. Why then had this flaw emerged? What could possibly be the reason? In truth, Murong Yunqiwei felt that there was no need for him to continue pretending to be the so-called good person. He was acutely aware of his own circumstances and idiosyncrasies, and in the absence of understanding any underlying premises, he recognized this reality. If matters were to become excessively embarrassing, it would indeed be unreasonable for anyone to grasp and control the situation at hand. Given that, at present, Yinling had already reached a certain agreement with Poseidon Harris. Let us observe how Murong Yunqiwei expends her resources to establish this situation and subsequently proceed with the next step of development. In truth, Yinling has discerned that Murong Yunqiwei is indeed his financial benefactor. Primarily, Yinling finds himself devoid of funds. Thus, in the forthcoming endeavors, whether it be enjoying tea, engaging in conversation, or savoring a meal, he must rely entirely on Murong Yunqiwei's generosity. Otherwise, should any troublesome matters arise, it would prove quite disconcerting. What exactly is the situation? Chapter 122. The CAF. Yinling wasted no words. Since Murong Yunqiwei is a veritable purse, he should allow her to exert her remaining influence. Yinling candidly stated, "Let us arrange a time to meet at the CAF within the academy to see if we can locate them. I have heard they are Westerners, correct? I am quite curious to discover whether this group prefers tea or coffee." Yinling presented Murong Yunqiwei with two options, tea or coffee. Given the nature of negotiations, one must exhibit a genuine sentiment. The CAF within the school is exceptionally delightful, and it is rumored to offer exquisite teas, including the legendary Dahong Pao. That ancient tree boasts a history spanning nearly several millennia, with just a handful of its tea leaves fetching a remarkable price of 300,000. The leaves harvested above are exclusively reserved for the esteemed figures of the nation. Remarkably, such exceptional tea can indeed be found in the coffee shop on campus. Furthermore, this tea possesses longevity-enhancing properties. Given the quality of the tea, one can only imagine how exquisite the coffee must be, leading to the astonishing price of 500 yuan per cup. Yinling articulated this notion, encouraging Murong Yunqiwei to gauge the situation herself. He had already conveyed the essence of his thoughts. It was now up to her to interpret them. There was no intention of relying solely on himself for future development. Thus, why linger in uncertainty? Murong Yunqiwei paused, casting a disbelieving glance at Yinling. She pondered, wasn't he once a person of high integrity who shunned petty gains? Why was he now behaving like a fool? Did he genuinely wish for her to concoct some indescribable scenario? Yet, Yinling continued to observe her intently, his words implying that whether he revealed the answer or not, clarity was essential. Otherwise, the embarrassment of the situation would remain incomprehensible. In her mind, Murong Yunqiwei contemplated the preferences of Westerners regarding beverages. Surely, they favored coffee, believing that tea was unsuitable for their digestive systems. However, her assertion was entirely unfounded. She was aware that Westerners generally do not appreciate tea. The truth lies in their unfamiliarity with it from a young age, while their affinity for coffee stems from its abundance in their culture. In the ancient realm of Longhua, tea is known for its ability to soothe the intestines, whereas coffee serves as their equivalent of tea. If every nation were to isolate itself, the dynamics of such preferences would be entirely different. Thus, the coffee of the West shall never grace the land of the dragon, nor shall the exquisite teas of the dragon find their way to the West. This epitomizes a cultural dichotomy, a chasm where two civilizations remain unblended, which does not bode well for the principles of open policy. The world should embody a harmonious intermingling, a synthesis of influences, rather than a chaotic disarray. It is a fallacy to believe that one can cultivate self-sufficiency in isolation. fostering national prosperity without the intricate interdependencies that truly drive economic growth. In response to Murong Yunshue's elucidation, Yinling merely nodded in silent accord. He casually remarked, "It seems you possess considerable insight into them, do you? Very well, take the helm of this endeavor, and I shall remain here, observing your actions. That should suffice." When it comes to matters of expenditure, Yinling felt confident that Murong Yushue possessed his own unique capabilities. After all, this individual was a flamboyant heir of considerable wealth. Yet he had managed to obscure the realities of the situation from those around him. Amidst the plethora of eccentricities, Yinling perceived that Murong Yunshuo sought to exploit him, compelling him to demonstrate his intrinsic worth. Otherwise, the outcome would be utterly embarrassing, rendering any justification of the situation implausible. Murong Yunshue's expression quickly soured. However, he dared not express his fury in Yinling's presence. He was acutely aware that should he show any sign of anger, Yinling might swiftly retaliate with a couple of resounding slaps, effortlessly taking advantage of his influence and resources without offering any semblance of value in return. Such behavior would be reprehensible. Despite the reluctance etched on his face, Murong Yunshuo declared, "Rest assured, I shall ensure they negotiate with us effectively, maximizing our leverage." With that, he made his way to the CAF within the school. At that moment, he felt a pang of regret. He had anticipated that Yinling would embody the very essence of a miser, not only refusing to part with a single coin, but also articulating the situation with such clarity that it threatened to spawn a series of unwarranted oddities. It left him baffled as to how to navigate this intricate circumstance. At that juncture, the CAF was bustling during peak hours, with patrons flocking in for tea and coffee, resembling a vibrant market scene from the future. Vendors of tea and coffee, hailing from humble beginnings, were engaged in the commerce of their wares. The CAF owner, witnessing this chaos, felt on the verge of tears. He had anticipated that his modest establishment would be overshadowed by competitors so swiftly. Yet, he was unable to expel the unruly crowd and could only silently endure the situation. After all, his superior was Yinling, a figure of considerable future significance. Thus, for the sake of his family's interests, Murong Yunshuo had no choice but to swallow his grievances. Though he faced immediate setbacks, he believed that future rewards would ultimately be his, a reality that made Yinling acutely aware of the challenges at hand. Thus, it is best not to proceed. Since it has already been accomplished, one must not allow this wretched reality to render them unduly uncomfortable. Upon learning that Yinling wished to treat them to coffee, Poseidon and Hades were struck with astonishment. They had never anticipated that Yinling, whom they had perceived merely as a Navi youth, would extend such an invitation. Chapter 123. Overcrowded with a firm hand, they found themselves thrust into this situation, and now, surprisingly, he kindly offered to treat them to coffee. For two individuals hailing from the West, the mere thought of it was nearly enough to make them salivate. Indeed, during their prolonged stay at the Douluo Academy, they had not savored their native coffee. The reminiscence of their homeland's specialties brought them to the brink of tears. Coffee is a product of their nation, and the desire to indulge in it was palpable. However, when they reached into their pockets, they realized they possessed not even a single coin, compelling them to suppress their heartfelt wishes. Isn't it amusing? Reflecting on it, one cannot help but find it rather comical, even to an extreme degree. Two individuals, yearning for home, found themselves embarrassed due to their empty pockets, contemplating the absurdity of waiting for someone else to treat them to coffee. Ironically, the very person extending this invitation was Yinling, who intended to utilize their abilities to his advantage, all while adeptly managing their skills. Unexpectedly, Yinling proved to be a person of dignity. He genuinely wished to treat them to coffee, as if he had a firm grasp on the nuances of taste. Poseidon was on the verge of drooling, for he was the god of the sea, and fondly recalled his days beneath the waves. It was as if one could simply open wide and consume the entire expanse of the ocean to quench their thirst. Yet, times have changed, and now even the act of drinking a glass of clean water has become an arduous task. Therefore, upon hearing that someone wished to treat them to coffee, a local specialty, Poseidon felt as though he might empty his stomach of its very essence. The thought of imbibing over 300 pounds of coffee and letting it bubble and digest within him was overwhelming. Harris, too, nodded emphatically. Not only was Poseidon eager, but he himself shared the same impatience. The reality he faced was that this was genuine black coffee, and should it find its way into his stomach, it might very well allow him to savor the flavors of home. Harris epitomized the Western tradition, where consuming coffee beans and brewing coffee has been a long-standing custom. However, since arriving at the Dragon Kingdom's Douluo Academy, he had not indulged in this cherished beverage, which had given rise to a plethora of peculiarities, leaving him feeling quite nauseated. The mere thought of it made his mouth water, and he exclaimed with great enthusiasm, "We must seize the moment and go forth. If we linger any longer, it would be ill-fated for all involved. Can't you see? This place is undoubtedly a banquet fraught with peril. Should chaos ensue, none of us present would emerge unscathed." Harris could hardly contain his excitement. He felt an urge to hasten his steps, racing towards the school safe to secure every drop of coffee available. It was indeed a pitiable sight. Two beings, destined for divine power, reduced to such peculiar behavior simply due to a lack of coffee. It was a spectacle that evoked astonishment from all who bore witness. If only wealth could flourish within the halls of Douluo Academy. Individuals like Harris simply cannot resist seizing even the slightest opportunities. They possess a keen awareness of their own worth and a profound understanding of reality. When they command the attention of others, the notion of having any so-called authority becomes utterly inconsequential. Presently, Yinling has emerged as a leader, elevated to a relatively superior position. In light of this grave circumstance, Harris contemplates that bowing his head may not be a matter of shame. The delightful aroma of coffee has already awakened his taste buds, even though he has yet to savor it. Nevertheless, in every fleeting moment, he seems to catch a whiff of the coffee from his homeland. Reflecting on this, Harris cannot help but smile, anticipating the taste of the dark coffee from the Western world of his origins. Similarly, Poseidon shares this sentiment. Unable to restrain his eagerness for coffee, with an anxious expression, Poseidon exclaims, all right, since you have already agreed. I too believe it would be wise to meet with Yinling, especially as we are soon to join forces. Should any perplexing circumstances arise, it would undoubtedly become quite a source of frustration. Poseidon currently harbors a sense of trepidation, fearing that Yinling might indeed reconsider his stance. The situation at their venue was undoubtedly untenable, and the reason was quite simple. Yinling had kindly invited them for coffee, and although he had not consented, that was inconsequential. Instead, he found himself wasting time alongside Harris, which was rather pitiful upon reflection. Consequently, Poseidon swiftly took hold of Harris, as if spurred on by an unseen steed, and they rushed towards the coffee shop. At that moment, the CAF was bustling with patrons, every corner filled with people buying and enjoying their drinks. Upon arriving, Murong Yunxue was overwhelmed, sensing an impending outburst from Yinling. It was evident that Yinling was a staunch materialist, harboring a vision of perfection in his mind. He believed that if something was difficult to grasp, it was better to abandon all pretenses and cast aside any guiding principles. Ultimately, it was best to relinquish control to others and sever ties with those encumbrances. To put it plainly, Yinling was profoundly dissatisfied with the current circumstances. The four of them should have chosen a quieter locale for their discussion. Yet here they were in such chaos. Was it reasonable to expect him to kindly engage in strategic negotiations under such conditions? Absolutely not. Yinling furrowed his brow as he glanced at Murong Yunxue, contemplating how this individual aspired to be his deputy when he couldn't even manage such a trivial matter. What was he good for? However, upon checking his watch, Yinling realized that time was of the essence. If there were classes in the afternoon, their negotiation window was limited to a mere 2 hours, and they needed to finalize matters promptly. Chapter 124. Assembling the team. The Titan Ape had to be eliminated, otherwise, it would wreak havoc throughout the academy. At this moment, Yinling disregarded any notions of progress or regression, good or bad. Given the circumstances, there was little left to discuss. He found a recently vacated table and cleared it, promptly seating himself to await the arrival of Poseidon and Harris. Observing Yinling's irritable demeanor, Murong Yunxue felt a headache coming on, realizing that his performance had been dismal. It was truly a comical misadventure, a farcical embarrassment. At this moment, Yinling and Murong Yunxue finally discerned the arrival of Poseidon, the god of the sea, and Hades, the god of the underworld. Yinling found these two figures to be quite comical. He couldn't help but notice that Poseidon sported striking blue hair, while Hades bore a face as red as crimson. It was as if the legendary colors of blue and red, representing water and fire, were vividly displayed before them. Yinling was on the verge of laughter, pondering whether the deities of the West truly possessed such eccentric appearances. Was it a result of excessive indulgence or mere madness? If their peculiarities were so overt, what intentions and conflicts were they trying to convey? What bizarre actions could Poseidon, with his blue hair, possibly be contemplating. As he gazed at Hades, whose complexion resembled that of freshly applied paint, Yinling understood that these foreign deities were distinctly different from the gods of their own dragon kingdom. The expressions on their faces seemed to reflect a tumultuous inner turmoil, as if they were attempting to navigate through a chaotic array of eccentricities. Yinling, however, did not exhibit any semblance of shyness. Instead, he boldly exclaimed, "You must be Poseidon and Hades, correct? It is a privilege to finally meet you. Your names resonate like thunder." In truth, Yinling's words were merely a playful facade, for he was fully aware that Poseidon and Hades were renowned figures within the academy. Known to all, his flattery was a strategic maneuver aimed at formally establishing a rapport with them. Thus, he did not regard them with any genuine reverence. His actions were motivated by a desire to present the situation favorably, hoping to grant them a sense of dignity. He aimed to portray himself as a person of integrity and loyalty, for it would be unbecoming for a leader to disdainfully look down upon others. Should one strive to present such matters with utmost clarity and precision, it would undoubtedly evoke a sense of incredulity among onlookers. Faced with such formidable realities, Yinling recognized that he had no choice but to conform to the prevailing circumstances. His decision to bow to Hera and Poseidon stemmed from an unavoidable necessity. Having embarked on this path, the outcome was predictably forthright. Failing to convey this concept with comprehensive understanding would render one the object of ridicule. Poseidon, the god of the sea, sat in his chair, gazing at the several empty cups before him. It was at this moment he realized that the cups contained nothing at all, not a hint of coffee, let alone any dregs. The absence of any discernible substance was strikingly evident. The notion of attempting to present some so-called peculiarities would, if revealed, surely provoke disdain. It was utterly ludicrous. And thus Poseidon's brow furrowed in irritation, feeling an overwhelming sense of vexation. He had not anticipated that this individual could be such a source of amusement. Did you truly believe you could confront the Titan ape? We are still unaware of its whereabouts. How could you act so recklessly? This behavior is simply unwarranted. Poseidon straightforwardly laid bare all the issues, indicating that he was clearly seeking accountability. The rationale behind this choice was simple. He aimed to ascertain whether Yinling possessed even a modicum of integrity during this process of scrutiny. However, the current circumstances suggest otherwise. This individual not only lacks any semblance of honesty, but his actions, when they do manifest, are far from manageable. These unspoken yet palpable situations intertwine, allowing one to comprehend that the so-called realities are indeed being unraveled, revealing a complexity that is far from daunting. The reasons for Poseidon's apparent disregard for Yinling are strikingly evident. After journeying across great distances to this ancient eastern land without receiving the respect he deserved, he is confronted with a disheartening reality. Poseidon, a deity of the Western realm, finds himself in a scenario that resembles a farcical spectacle. Should they come to grasp the discernible truths, it would indeed be a laughable affair. At this juncture, Poseidon's ire serves to convey a message to Yinling, despite his silence. It does not imply that no actions have been taken on Yinling's part. You ought to fulfill your obligations. Why do you exhibit such ignorance? He might ponder. Wasn't it stated that coffee was to be served? Yet here they are, deprived even of that, with only nonsensical chatter to contend with, which is utterly infuriating. Harris, glancing down at the dining table, realized that there was not even a single coffee bean present, let alone a cup of tea. At that moment, Harris wore a grim expression, acutely aware that their craving for coffee had overshadowed all else, even familial ties. Faced with such troubling circumstances, Harris understood that Poseidon's discontent stemmed entirely from the absence of any worthwhile sustenance. Chapter 125. In opportune moments, given the lack of quality provisions, it becomes even more absurd to dwell on peculiarities and the ensuing realities. To caution others in such a context would be a decision of the utmost ridiculousness. Indeed, we should not act recklessly. Rather, we ought to pursue victory through steadiness. Otherwise, should we encounter absurd situations, it would be far beyond our capacity to endure. The tension between Harris and Poseidon is palpably evident, particularly on Harris's side. Witnessing the absence of even a single drop of tea before him, he feels as though he might vomit blood. His willingness to come here, under the guise of cordiality, is merely a result of Poseidon persuading him to attend. The implication is clear. Yinling is undoubtedly a favored individual close to Bai Bai Dong. If such a plethora of absurdities were to arise, it would be quite the spectacle. The conclusion is indeed unsatisfactory, yet the outcome is glaringly evident. laid before us in stark clarity. Should one fail to adeptly manage this situation, it would undoubtedly lead to perceptions of utter absurdity. Harris, gritting his teeth, felt as though he might shatter them in his frustration. He could not refrain from clenching his jaw, as he acutely sensed an unmistakable turbulence enveloping him. The consequences were all too apparent. Amidst the complexities of understanding, a profound revelation emerged. Harris had no desire to be present. It was Poseidon who insisted upon his attendance. Upon arrival, he found no rewards awaiting him, only the burdens of unspoken grievances. In this instance, Poseidon emerged as a timeless transgressor. While Harris felt himself reluctantly compelled to attend, leaving him bereft of any tangible benefits, igniting his ire. The intensity of his gaze upon Poseidon was almost lethal. He perceived Poseidon as an utterly incompetent fool, oblivious to the folly of their predicament. Despite his reluctance to engage with Poseidon, the latter insisted upon making this a matter of consequence. It was well known that Yenling was a formidable adversary. Yet Poseidon chose to incite a series of disastrous complications upon their arrival. The outcome was indeed dismal, leading Harris to believe that Poseidon epitomized the art of abandoning commitments with remarkable finesse. He pondered whether Yenling and Poseidon had conspired together, for their alignment seemed inexplicable. After all, Poseidon represented the Western deities, while Yenling was merely an emerging twin-soul entity. Their paths should not have converged. The only explanation for their collusion lay in clandestine cooperation. This realization only fueled Harris's anger further. Meanwhile, Poseidon's expression grew increasingly grim, as he could sense the murderous intent emanating from Harris. In response, Harris quickly averted his gaze in shame. After all, Poseidon had orchestrated this gathering, and Harris had not anticipated that Yenling would renege on his promises, especially when the assembly bore no refreshments, neither coffee nor water. What, then, could be the substance of their negotiations? At this moment, Morong Yunxue could hardly suppress a laugh, for he discerned two prominent characters emblazoned across the faces of Poseidon and Hades: embarrassment. The situation had escalated to an almost farcical degree. Yet Morong Yunxue was not the protagonist in this scenario. He could only cast a knowing glance at Yenling, which clearly conveyed his thoughts. You summoned these two gentlemen without even offering a glass of water. They had come with the intention of enjoying coffee, yet now found themselves in this rather awkward predicament, devoid of funds. How exactly do you plan to resolve this? Thus, Morong Yunxue found himself in the position of an amused spectator, eager to witness how Yenling would navigate the unfolding drama. In truth, he had already surmised that Yenling was entirely bereft of money, which would inevitably compel Morong Yunxue to intervene and untangle the situation. The atmosphere had grown decidedly peculiar, with a throng of people surrounding them, generating a cacophony of noise. There were those purchasing coffee, others selling it, vendors of steamed buns, and purveyors of tea, all contributing to an overwhelming din that drowned out the surrounding sounds. At that moment, if Yenling and his companions had spoken just a touch more softly, the cacophony of noise in the arena was not overwhelmingly loud, which led to an exceedingly unfavorable situation for the point table. The four individuals exchanged glances, their eyes wide with uncertainty, unsure of how to articulate their thoughts. This space was originally intended for negotiations, yet after just a few exchanged words, Yenling found himself in a most embarrassing predicament, as both parties were poised to cast blame upon him. Despite his iron resolve, even Yenling could not escape the tumult within his heart. After all, he was not a true automaton. Morong Yunxue nearly burst into laughter at Yenling's predicament, while Harris's gaze toward Poseidon was one of barely contained fury. Morong Yunshue's amusement stemmed from the fact that Yenling had failed to fulfill the promises made to those two individuals. On the other hand, Harris's desire for vengeance was equally straightforward. Poseidon had summoned him, only for him to encounter such a ludicrous situation. It was, indeed, an absurd decision. Yenling quickly cleared his throat, expelling the phlegm that had accumulated. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities and resolved to present these two individuals with a compelling reality. Should he fail to provide such a resolution, the outcome could become utterly chaotic. This situation was orchestrated by him, and the Titan ape was his intended target. Having summoned them, it was imperative to dismantle their collective presence and offer them a satisfactory explanation, thereby absolving himself of any moral quandary regarding his actions. Thus, the matter was rendered clear and unequivocal, prompting Yenling to articulate the facts with utmost clarity. Chapter 126, Bureaucratic Deities. He stated, Rest assured. The reason I summoned both of you is to ensure that you approach matters with greater prudence. Yinling was acutely aware that Poseidon and Hades epitomized the quintessential bureaucratic deities. They would undoubtedly refrain from recklessly charging into danger, instead calculating their moves with meticulous precision. Their objective was straightforward: to eliminate the Titan giant ape effortlessly, thereby acquiring the coveted equipment and subsequently orchestrating a distribution of minor benefits for Yinling's side. In essence, they sought the substantial rewards while Yinling would be left with trivial gains. The cunning machinations of these two were glaringly apparent to Yinling, which is precisely why he initially hesitated to ally with Murong Yunxue and these two figures in the endeavor to vanquish the Titan giant ape. However, the Titan giant ape, being a minor overlord in its own right, posed a significant threat. Should it be provoked, neither he nor Murong Yunxue would stand a chance against it. Thus, faced with such a predicament, Yinling was compelled to align himself with Poseidon and Hades in confronting the Titan giant ape. The primary concern among the four was determining who would serve as bait to lure the Titan giant ape out, for only by drawing it forth could they alter the course of the encounter. This situation mirrored the dynamics of gaming, where one must form a party to confront a formidable foe, regardless of the potential loot. As long as they could disrupt the creature's actions, they would have the means to conquer it, dissecting its defenses and securing the equipment needed for further upgrades and battles, ultimately striving for a level akin to that of Tang San, the Cosmic Supreme. Admittedly, this intricate process was quite daunting, a feat beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Observing Yinling's exposition, Murong Yunxue resolved to amplify the narrative, extolling Yinling's virtues with great enthusiasm. With a loud voice, she raised her thumb in admiration, proclaiming, "Indeed, this is our esteemed leader, Yinling. He will undoubtedly provide us with significant assistance in our lives. Mark my words, he is destined for greatness." In truth, Murong Yunxue could hardly contain her laughter, especially since Yinling had yet to even order a cup of tea, all the while expecting Poseidon and Hades to serve him diligently. If it were truly possible to sell one's life, such dire circumstances would not exist. The reason lies in the fact that the outcome is not as evidently clear. Upon contemplating this, Murong Yunxue couldn't help but chuckle, for the reality he faced was exceedingly apparent. The situation laid before him was far from favorable, evoking a sense of vested interest. At present, Murong Yunxue was akin to a supporting actor in a comedic skit, desiring to elevate Yinling to a higher standing. It was rather simple. Only by promoting Yinling could he himself flourish alongside him, just as if Yinling were to partake in a feast. Murong Yunxue would also savor the broth, and perhaps on occasion, indulge in a morsel of meat. However, upon hearing Murong Yunxue's words, neither Hades nor Poseidon displayed the slightest flicker of emotion. Not even a shift in their gaze occurred, for their intentions were far more resolute. Their objective was merely to master the situation in their hands. They had no desire to orchestrate any so-called twists and turns concerning Yinling. They understood that if they could grasp the nuances of the situation with clarity, they could undoubtedly conjure extraordinary outcomes from the mundane. Given the circumstances, they felt it essential to present coffee and tea as a gesture of goodwill. As deities of the West, their nostalgia for the local coffee had reached unprecedented heights. Yet, they were unprepared for the complexities that reality presented, leaving them with no choice but to accept their fate. Yinling observed Murong Yunxue finish speaking. Yet Poseidon and Hades remained utterly unmoved. It was as if they were impervious to the discourse, leaving Yinling momentarily stunned. He hadn't anticipated that they could be so utterly nonsensical. This realization left him with a headache, pondering the mindset of these Western deities. Why conjure such absurdities? Were they deranged or simply lacking in reason? If they were unwell, they ought to seek medical attention. Modern medicine is remarkably advanced, capable of treating various ailments, including cancer, through laser therapy, electrotherapy, and chemotherapy. As Yinling gazed at him in silence, Poseidon found himself engulfed in a wave of awkwardness. He had initially believed that Yinling was a person well-versed in the art of hospitality. However, the fact that he was not even offered a sip of water was infuriating. Thus, Poseidon decided to address the matter directly. "Very well, since you have stated it so, let us continue with our tea." He refrained from revealing his true thoughts because he understood that if he were to demand coffee outright, Yinling would surely regard him as a person of little merit. To avoid making the situation excessively uncomfortable, Poseidon chose to mention tea first before delving into anything else. He had no interest in the peculiarities of the situation. As the outcome was already abundantly clear, he had no desire to treat these oddities with any seriousness. Yet, upon facing the reality, he realized that the expression of interest was far from what he anticipated. Chapter 127. Let us drink coffee, given the circumstances. Poseidon thought it best to articulate his intention to drink tea. Otherwise, how could others perceive him if he were to approach the situation in such a peculiar manner? However, at that moment, Harris was somewhat unwilling, for he found Poseidon's words utterly intolerable. Was this not merely absurd? What did it mean to drink tea? What kind of nonsensical drivel was this? Did Poseidon truly think himself invulnerable to ridicule? Harris was on the verge of losing his temper. It seemed he could hardly contain himself as he struggled to comprehend Poseidon's thoughts. Just moments before, he had insisted on coffee. Now, upon arrival, Poseidon was asking for tea. Not even water. Harris felt tears welling up. He could scarcely hold them back, astonished by the sheer foolishness on display. Was Poseidon not the god of the sea? When had he transformed into a land-dwelling fool? If that were the case, he should never have bothered to come here. Each day brought its own absurdities, and he could hardly fathom the nonsensical thoughts that occupied Poseidon's mind. In an almost tearful tone, Harris exclaimed, "Tea? Did we not just agree? We were to be treated to coffee. In the entire Douluo world, coffee is an exceptionally rare commodity." Hades harbored no intention of showing any semblance of respect towards Yenling. While Poseidon feared him, Hades remained unperturbed. This was due to Hades possessing his own principles and a clear understanding of the circumstances at hand, which were evidently apparent. Upon his arrival in this world, Hades was equipped to navigate through its tumultuous waters with finesse. Initially, had it not been for Poseidon's attempts at persuasion, he would not have engaged with Yenling at all. They were fundamentally not of the same ilk. Their paths converged only because the outcomes were not easily manageable. Thus, a plethora of bizarre and shattered entities emerged. Even if Hades were endowed with 100-fold courage, he would never entertain any favorable thoughts towards Poseidon, as they were never meant to traverse the same road. Their companionship was merely one of shared misfortune, particularly as they ascended the ranks of divinity in the Western realm. To put it bluntly, they were not kindred spirits at all. Their presence on this shared path was merely a means of seeking warmth in numbers. However, unexpectedly, Poseidon had repeatedly failed to meet him, leaving Hades with an abiding resentment, particularly after today's debacle involving coffee. The audacity to suggest tea, only to end up with not a drop of water, compounded his indifference towards Yenling. This incident severely tarnished his already tepid impression of Yenling. Poseidon, in response to Hades, could scarcely contain his laughter, for the very words Hades had not spoken were all too readily articulated by him. If we are to speak in such a manner, this matter indeed appears quite disconcerting. Yes, indeed, one must indulge in coffee. It is essential to partake in coffee. Poseidon could only endeavor to align his tone with that of Harris, ensuring not to provoke any displeasure in this individual. Everything is easily said, for he understands Harris's temperament and disposition. That is something that ordinary individuals can scarcely possess. It is entirely contingent upon whether he were to become truly enraged. Thus, the opponent undoubtedly possesses the capability to swiftly bring him down, an inevitability he is prepared to face. At this moment, Yenling discerned the predicament of Poseidon, the god of the sea. Consequently, he hastily summoned a nearby attendant, urging him to bring forth the coffee without delay. The rationale was quite straightforward. Failure to serve the coffee would likely incite rebellion among these individuals. The outcome was glaringly apparent. The implications of their discourse were not conducive to proper expression. And should others witness it, it would undoubtedly lead to a farcical situation, as the truth lay starkly before them. Yenling merely needed to elucidate these circumstances, dismissing them as trivial, thereby facilitating an eloquent conveyance of the matter. However, presented with the reality before him, it was impossible for him to grasp that the situation was not as it appeared. The absurdity was palpable, with the evidence laid bare. It was clear that not everyone could navigate such a predicament, especially given the current state of affairs. Yenling believed he ought to comprehend the nuances of measurement. Thus he hastily ordered several cups of exceptionally strong coffee, that is so bitter that it is utterly undrinkable. Yenling is now eager to see whether Poseidon, the god of the sea, can manage to consume it, as well as Hades, the god of the underworld, who initially insisted on drinking the coffee. If this coffee is indeed served at the table, he better not dare to take even a single sip if he cannot handle it. As for oneself, one must certainly make him aware of what it means to possess the wisdom of a sage. With good intentions, one endeavored to consume the coffee on your behalf. Little did one anticipate that not only would you fail to show yourself any grace, but you would also contrive such an embarrassing situation. If we were to put it this way, the matter indeed becomes rather difficult to manage. One must simply proceed with action. In an instant, the fierce glare of Harris, brimming with fury, diminished. He was as joyous as a flower in full bloom. Indeed, he had no choice but to feel elated. For the glimmers of opportunity presented before him were but a handful of options. Thus, it is so vividly portrayed that individuals find themselves at a loss for words, unable to articulate their sentiments. This indicates that the truth cannot be fully expressed by one person alone. Meanwhile, Poseidon, the god of the sea, finally exhales a sigh of relief. He has come to an understanding. It appears that Yinling is not as inconspicuous as one might have thought. Given this revelation, he does not feel that he has betrayed Harris's resolve. In the face of such overwhelming interests, Poseidon feels a profound sense of ease. For he comprehends that if Harris were to put him in an overly embarrassing position, such disheartening realities are truly perplexing, leaving one to ponder the origins of such boundaries. The four individuals, cradling their cups of coffee, began to savor the brew, their mouths exhaling fragrant aromas. Yet driven by greed. Chapter 128, A Test of Resolve. Bubbles effervesced in their mouths. And the reason was quite simple. They yearned to articulate the thoughts festering within their hearts. Clearly, these sentiments were not easily expressed. Nevertheless, once articulated, they found themselves utterly bewildered by the course of events that followed. The taste of the coffee was undeniably bitter, yet the torment it inflicted upon their souls was far from pleasant. The act of expression was not a straightforward declaration. Thus, they resigned themselves to the situation, deeming it acceptable. Yinling, after just 2 sips of the coffee, felt a wave of nausea wash over him, attributing it primarily to the excessive bitterness. He even harbored doubts about whether some foul substance had tainted the brew. On the other hand, Morong Yunxue refrained from even a single sip, as he hailed from the esteemed Morong family. Should he find a way to convey his thoughts formally, it would only underscore the complexity of the matters at hand, which were difficult to manifest before his very eyes. This can only indicate that the coffee may have been unsatisfactory from the very beginning. However, the deities Poseidon and Hades across the way displayed such unrestrained enjoyment, as if they had never tasted coffee in their lives. They indulged in cup after cup, yet fortunately, this coffee possessed a remarkably brilliant quality. This indeed allows for complimentary refills. Otherwise, the situation would be exceedingly awkward, as it is undeniably challenging to conclude matters here. Yinling cast a disdainful glance at Poseidon and Harris, perceiving them as famished souls, as if they had not tasted food in 8 lifetimes. The absence of a meal was one matter, but their reckless consumption of coffee, akin to pouring water into their bellies, was utterly perplexing. Such absurd behavior led to this chaotic affair, evoking laughter to the utmost degree. Thus, upon arriving here, Yinling discerned that these 2 scoundrels were the type who might very well perish if they did not seize every opportunity. Morong Yunxue was nearly in stitches. He had not anticipated that these 2 individuals would be so unabashedly genuine. After finishing 1 cup, they proceeded to refill it as if their stomachs were vast oceans, indiscriminately flooding their lungs only to expel the contents afterward. In the end, the back and forth of their digestive processes was nothing short of comical, rendering them exceedingly unsightly in Yinling's eyes. However, out of respect for Poseidon and Harris's assistants, Yinling refrained from voicing his thoughts. Likewise, Harris appeared to share a similar sentiment, as he clearly sensed that Poseidon was not as easily manageable as he initially seemed. If the conversation were to continue, it would inevitably delve into the peculiar circumstances that are not conducive to effective expression. Should these 2 individuals become irate, the outcome would not only be uncertain, but likely result in a fragmented reality. The meeting proceeded remarkably smoothly, aided by the coffee. As Morong Yunxue and Yinling observed that Poseidon and Harris had indulged to the point of satiety, he sensed that even if this endeavor did not culminate in success, it would still yield something of merit. After all, negotiations thrive on the fulfillment of mutual benefits, rendering discussions far more agreeable. Indeed, Poseidon and Harris readily acquiesced, almost eliciting laughter from those present. Although they bore no animosity towards the Titan ape, a surge of ripples and tremors had arisen within them, leading them to question their own existence. Had they truly encountered this so-called benefactor, Yinling? The coffee served that day was extraordinarily delightful, and before long, it had filled their stomachs to the brim, leaving them to ponder whether the previous fare they had consumed was merely a collection of unspeakable scraps. Observing the agreement from both parties, Yinling felt that there was little left to articulate, especially now that the two most formidable adversaries had aligned themselves with him on the same front. In light of such circumstances, Yinling has resolved to take action. The question now remains as to who among them can unearth the elusive Titan ape. This Titan ape is exceedingly formidable, seemingly floating through the entire academy like a wisp of air, its whereabouts concealed in some hidden corner. The mere contemplation of this predicament brings Yinling to the brink of tears. He had no desire to be entangled with this group of individuals. Yet, he finds himself compelled to confront this reality, for failing to eliminate the Titan ape would undoubtedly hinder his progress. Thus, Yinling must reveal these truths. He can only rely on the powers of Harris and Poseidon to effectuate a stylistic transformation, and nothing more. Finally, Poseidon has found some joy, having forged a strategic agreement with Yinling, contingent upon ensuring that Yinling has access to coffee at all times. Such circumstances are indeed quite manageable. The notion of having a firearm in hand and following me is paramount. As long as one can accompany Yinling and experience a continuous sense of psychological and physiological fulfillment, it is truly gratifying. The situation on his end is indeed quite intriguing, and the outcome is inevitable. Meanwhile, Li Yunfei has been absent from school these past few days, the primary reason being his previous defeats against Yinling, which left him utterly humiliated. At this juncture, he has chosen to retreat and engage in self-cultivation during this pivotal moment. This explains why Li Yunfei has not made an appearance lately. He has been thoroughly chastised by his father, Li Feihu. Li Dafei is in a similar predicament. One has stirred trouble within the campus, leading to an unfortunate conclusion, while the other, Li Dafei, has become a disgrace within his family due to his failure to complete the trials. In comparison, Li Xiaofei finds himself in a somewhat better position, as he is still involved in academic exchanges at the academy and has not yet achieved anything of significant note. During his previous intellectual duels with Yinling, Li Xiaofei did not exert much effort. Chapter 129. The frightened Li Yunfei, he merely acted within the bounds expected of an elder brother, leading to a rather straightforward outcome. He has not taken these circumstances seriously, as he regards Li Yunfei merely as an arrogant and obnoxious figure. It seems he can only associate with someone like Li Dafei, a fellow who embodies a similar lack of ambition. Otherwise, Li Xiaofei would hardly acknowledge him. Li Yunfei has been quite well informed, having heard rumors of Yinling's alliance with Poseidon, Morong Yunxue, and Harris, who are intent on relentlessly hunting down the Titan ape within the academy. This news has greatly incensed Li Yunfei, as he prides himself on maintaining a respectable facade. However, recent events have left him feeling utterly defeated. The Titan ape is the bane of the academy, and everyone is eager to pursue it. The rewards for its capture are enticing, and even the most nonsensical rumors have been articulated with surprising clarity. The motivation behind this pursuit is exceptionally strong, as most female students tend to be attracted to formidable individuals. This explains why Li Yunfei has been so eager to showcase his prowess, having developed a particular admiration for a classmate over the years. Thus, he has sown the seeds of a rather ambiguous affection in his heart, wishing to flatter the young woman, though he has yet to act on this. Unfortunately, his plans may be thwarted if Yinling succeeds in defeating the Titan ape. In the future, he will undoubtedly be the one capable of articulating the true facts. However, recent events have left Li Yunfei feeling exceedingly troubled. It is quite simple. Not only has he lost face, which has cost him his prospects in the realm of romantic pursuits within the campus, but more crucially, he finds himself entangled in circumstances that are decidedly unfavorable. Ultimately, the situation he has pieced together bears little resemblance to reality, leaving him in a state of lamentation. It seems as though his cries for assistance go unheard, and he has been stripped of even the most fundamental rights to choose a partner. Within the circles of the elite, his embarrassment is magnified, especially when observing other science, such as Morong Yunxue, who effortlessly aligns herself with the powerful Yinling, soaring to great heights. Not only does she enjoy immunity from bullying within the academy, but she is also regarded as someone of significance, a stark contrast to Li Yunfei's plight. Although Morong Yunxue may not fully commit to her current position, the image she projects is far from disgraceful. In stark contrast, Li Yunfei appears perplexed, stubbornly insisting on confronting Yinling head-on, leading to a dismal outcome. The absurdity of the situation he faces has stripped him of even the slightest semblance of dignity. He finds himself in a position as ludicrous as picking up a discarded face mask and applying it to his visage, resulting in an utterly unattractive appearance. The news that the mighty Titan ape is on the verge of being vanquished by Yin Ling and his entourage has spread like wildfire throughout the academy, marking a sensational turn of events. In this moment, Yin Ling basks in the limelight, while Li Yunfei feels as though he might vomit blood from the sheer pressure. His eyes widen in disbelief, as if flames of frustration are about to erupt from his nostrils. Li Yunfei is not known for his magnanimity. His mind is perpetually occupied with schemes to gain advantage. Yet, as he confronts the reality before him, he struggles to comprehend the bizarre occurrences unfolding around him. In the end, he realizes that all Yin Ling needs to do is raise his hand ever so slightly, and he surpasses Li Yunfei by a staggering margin. What? Did you say that Yin Ling and Murong Yunxue have allied themselves with Poseidon and Hades? When Li Yunfei's subordinate conveyed this news to him, it was already the afternoon of the following day. Meanwhile, Yin Ling had gathered 3 others, preparing to embark on a relentless pursuit of the Titan ape within the academy. It was straightforward. Having exhausted the sensationalism surrounding the matter, it was imperative to articulate the situation with utmost clarity. Otherwise, others might perceive him as boastful. Faced with such circumstances, Yin Ling chose to reverse his approach, bringing this matter to the forefront of attention. He understood that words, once spoken, were akin to water spilled. Much like a daughter married off, once belonging to another family, retrieval was not a simple task. Thus, Yin Ling resolved to disregard all else, determined to unearth the Titan ape. Most importantly, he was unconcerned about others' opinions. Even if they criticized him vehemently, he would pursue his convictions with unwavering resolve. His ambition was grand, for the Titan ape had once rendered Li Failong, his mother's acquaintance, into a mere shadow of his former self. Li Failong and Li Feihu belonged to the same lineage, though the former's familial circumstances were less than favorable, while the latter was a notorious playboy. This playboy had 3 sons, Li Yunfei's 3 brothers. However, Li Failong currently languished as a mere janitor within the academy, despite his formidable prowess. He was ill-equipped to shoulder significant responsibilities. He resembled Duan Yu from demigods and semi-devils, possessing legendary martial skills akin to Lingbo Weibo. Yet when it came to offense or maximizing his potential, he was woefully inadequate. Not only had the situation deteriorated on his side, but he had also failed to make a single move before suffering a violent and debilitating fate. In essence, the Titan ape had inflicted indelible damage upon his body, leading to extensive decay. To elucidate further, the Titan ape had left Li Failong with formidable aftereffects. Otherwise, given his capabilities, he could have ascended to a supreme position. Had he reached such heights, neither Tang San nor the current Bibi Dong would stand a chance against him. The facts were stark and undeniable. Li Failong's current anonymity and survival within the academy stemmed solely from his lack of alternatives. Li Yunfei was aware of Li Failong's saga, yet he regarded him merely as his father's cousin, an outsider, and felt little interest. However, witnessing Yin Ling's fervor in pursuing the so-called Titan ape stirred something within Li Yunfei. Even with a heart of stone, he could not remain indifferent, for he too yearned for the accolades of victory. He was a person of flesh and blood, not merely a beast. This yearning explained why he had remained precariously positioned for so many years, hesitating to clarify the truths before him, aspiring instead to a higher status that commanded respect. Yet, for years, Li Yunfei had been perceived as the foolish son of a landlord. Without his father, Li Feihu, steadfastly supporting him, he would be utterly inconsequential. Upon hearing Li Yunfei's intentions to confront the situation, his secretary was thoroughly alarmed. Initially, when he relayed his subordinate's message to Li Yunfei, he had hoped to avoid explaining the situation. It was simple enough. He knew Li Yunfei to be a person of petty grievances. If he were to hear good news, he would grasp the entirety of the matter. However, if he were to be faced with bad news, it could very well put him in a foul mood. He will undoubtedly seize anything around him, regardless of its nature or any misunderstandings, and will surely lash out at those closest to him. To put it more bluntly, this Li Yunfei embodies the quintessential foolish scion of a wealthy family. Typically, he oscillates between fits of rage and the anticipation of further indignation, reacting explosively to the slightest inconvenience. At any moment, he might eliminate everyone around him completely. This is what is referred to as the privilege of imperial power. If someone like Li Yunfei were to ascend to a significantly elevated position, it would truly be alarming. In such moments, one might even withhold their very cranium from others. For those who remain, once they become aware of the tumultuous events that transpire, the consequences are profound. Such beings ought not to exist in this world. Their very presence evokes a profound sense of disgust. At this moment, the secretary was filled with trepidation, for just moments ago, his subordinate had fled in panic after delivering the unsettling news. The subordinate was acutely aware of Li Yunfei's temperament. However, as the individual closest to Li Yunfei, the secretary felt compelled to relay this information once more, hoping to assuage his wrath. Consequently, his words emerged in a slow and deliberate manner, as if he were on the verge of succumbing to despair. He remarked, "Indeed, I have only just learned of this news. If those four were to unite, would they pose a significant threat to our side?" The secretary, having been nurtured by the Li family, possessed considerable capabilities, responsibilities, and resilience. His ability to withstand pressure was formidable, for he understood that Li Yunfei was a quintessential scion of privilege. If one were to treat him kindly, gratitude was not guaranteed. Yet, should one fail to meet his expectations, the consequences could be dire. He undoubtedly possesses the ability to adeptly manage everything at his disposal. This is quite simple, as he demonstrates two distinct choices in his reality. Firstly, Li Yunfei, emboldened by his privileged family background, harbors a profound sense of superiority, treating his subordinates much like slaves. However, should one dare to provoke him, he will not only withhold gratitude, but will relentlessly pursue retaliation. Consequently, Li Yunfei has already replaced countless male and female secretaries, numbering in the thousands. Yet, his father, Li Feihu, persistently indulges this so-called third son, convinced that within him lies a glimmer of his own past brilliance. It is evident that Li Feihu is a doting father, nurturing his son as one would a fragile infant, cradled tenderly lest he be harmed, treated as a precious gem. The new secretary before Li Yunfei has been by his side for many years, having chosen to accommodate Li Yunfei's whims largely because the latter seldom returns home from his studies at Douluo Academy. Thus, the secretary has found himself in high demand during these days, often spending his time at home strategizing with the elder master. This explains why the secretary has endured so many years without dismissal. Otherwise, given Li Yunfei's temperament, it would be unthinkable for anyone, even a mere underling, to stay in his service for too long. Thus, he would inevitably grow weary, even repulsed, ultimately leading to the expulsion of this subordinate. For within him lies a profound sense of superiority that ordinary individuals could scarcely comprehend. Upon receiving this news, Li Yunfei felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. He was utterly unprepared for the revelation of Yanling's formidable capabilities. Not only had he managed to rally the likes of Poseidon, the god of the sea, and Hades, the god of the underworld, but he had also drawn the talented Murong Yunxue, a scion of the prestigious Murong family, to his side. Could it be that he intended to encircle and confront his adversaries? If that were the case, Li Yunfei could not help but feel a sense of trepidation. Indeed, fear was warranted. With so many individuals relying on him for their livelihoods, should he inadvertently conjure some chaotic misfortune, the consequences would be dire. He undoubtedly cannot withstand this so-called ability. In truth, what makes Li Yunfei truly terrifying is his realization that life is rather intriguing. Thus, he possesses a profound appreciation for his own existence and a desire to survive. Chapter 131. Now it is too late to fear. He lives quite comfortably, yet unexpectedly. By merely provoking Yanling, a tangled situation has arisen. All the masters have launched fierce assaults against him, and even if Li Yunfei were naive, he would still comprehend that his enmity with Yanling does not reach the level of a vendetta over familial slaughter or the theft of a beloved. However, the actions of Yanling have left Li Yunfei utterly perplexed, unable to fathom why so many unfortunate events have transpired, culminating in such a chaotic predicament without any favorable resolution. What is the underlying cause? Where did the error lie? Li Yunfei has pondered this conundrum endlessly, yet he remains unable to navigate through it. To speak more candidly, individuals like Li Yunfei, who rely on the affluence of their families, possess no genuine prowess. His petty tricks are utterly insignificant in the eyes of others. To put it plainly, he is akin to a traditional wastrel. Should he be tasked with carrying the weight of the world, he would undoubtedly fail. For instance, entrusting the entirety of a company's shares to Li Yunfei would not only result in mismanagement, but could very well lead to a market crash. The implication is clear. Among the affluent second generation, very few can truly rise to prominence. Most are the offspring of exceptionally capable first-generation individuals, while the second generation proves to be utterly inept. This is primarily because the first generation never contemplated passing the mantle on to the second, ultimately leading to the adage that wealth seldom survives beyond 3 generations. This phenomenon is vividly illustrated here, which is precisely why the elder Li has consistently favored Li Xiaofei. From Li Xiaofei, he perceives the qualities of a true businessman, even though Li Xiaofei can also be rather reckless. However, his principle of if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them has always been his shining trait. In stark contrast, Li Yunfei and Li Dafei are different. If one does not bully him, he tends to provoke those who believe themselves to be easy prey. Yet, he will never grasp the meaning of the phrase a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. As exemplified by Yin Ling, one should never provoke an individual like Yin Ling, for should he be angered and bear a grudge, the consequences could be dire. Such a revelation would undoubtedly plunge the other party into an abyss of irretrievable despair. The undeniable reality, when laid bare, strikes like a formidable shockwave. What unfolds before us serves as a profound catalyst for articulating moral dichotomies. Yinling, after all, is a solitary figure, enduring considerable suffering in this world. Furthermore, bereft of parental support, he emerges from a background of adversity, akin to a wildflower thriving in untamed soil. While individuals like Li Yunfei persist in their relentless intellectual and strategic confrontations with him, surely it would not lead to a favorable outcome. Had Yin Ling not possessed the dual martial souls from the outset, and had he chosen to confront Li Yunfei head-on, exchanging life for life, Li Yunfei would not have dared to engage in such a perilous confrontation. The disparity between them was stark. One was immensely wealthy, while the other possessed not a single coin. This scenario is reminiscent of the struggle between a pauper and a millionaire, where the affluent invariably opt to bow down, for their wealth remains unspent. Conversely, the impoverished are often beset by the direst of circumstances, with even the most basic sustenance becoming a challenge, leading to harrowing memories of suffering. Thus, the conflict between the rich and the poor is no longer overtly evident. It is riddled with deep-seated fractures. Cold sweat trickled down Li Yunfei's forehead as he realized, to his astonishment, that he had felt no fear until this moment, which had arrived with alarming swiftness. He had never anticipated that Yin Ling's animosity towards him had reached such profound depths. Now, he found himself questioning whether Yin Ling's pursuit of this so-called Titan giant ape was merely a guise, with the true intent being revenge against him. At that moment, Li Yunfei's speech faltered. I never imagined that merely teasing Yin Ling would lead him to ally with so many formidable experts to thwart me. Surely, he does not wish for my life. Li Yunfei turned to his secretary, hoping for a satisfactory explanation. However, the secretary appeared equally distressed, uncertain of why Li Yunfei had felt compelled to provoke someone like Yin Ling. After all, Yin Ling was a quintessential hothead, emerging from a rough background, while Li Yunfei was the epitome of a privileged heir. They were not of the same ilk. Why entangle oneself with an orphan who had known neither father nor mother? Did he not comprehend that for Yin Ling, merely surviving another day was a formidable struggle? Given his own advantageous circumstances, why would he choose to antagonize someone in such dire straits? As the secretary grappled with confusion, Li Yunfei found himself enveloped in fear. Both being individuals blissfully unaware of the unfolding circumstances, though it appeared that they were entirely unrelated, an array of peculiarities emerged before the public eye, leaving many in utter bewilderment. Indeed, the outcome was glaringly apparent. The secretary, being a staff member, understood the nuances of human emotions and how reality ought to be presented. However, Li Yunfei remained oblivious. His father, Li Feihu, had never bothered to guide his youngest son in matters of right and wrong, nor had he imparted the essential rules for navigating the world. Consequently, Li Yunfei's companions consisted solely of sycophantic friends and allies, having expelled those who dared to speak harshly against him. In such a context, he continued to display arrogance within the academy, primarily due to Li Feihu's concern that his youngest son might be bullied. To safeguard him, he had arranged for Li Yunfei to be in proximity to his elder brothers, Li Dafei and Li Xiaofei, thus ensuring he received their protection. During mealtimes, he was served, and when he desired water, the cup was readily presented to him, embodying the quintessential pampered child. Ultimately, Li Yunfei emerged as someone utterly inept, indulging in unabashed arrogance within the academy, devoid of even the most basic self-awareness regarding his circumstances. Such a person's existence in this world instilled an undeniable sense of dread, for Li Yunfei was, in truth, a harbinger of campus violence. On the other hand, Yanling was the one subjected to this bullying, though his formidable strength allowed him to withstand the turmoil. Chapter 132. Why provoke trouble when one can simply refrain from being foolish? This situation, too, was a spectacle in its own right. But should he truly carve out his own domain, it would be a different narrative altogether. He certainly would not engage in any trivial matters, for he understands his own worth and is keenly aware of his capabilities. If one were to claim that there were no eccentricities at hand, it could only be deemed as foolishness, yet anyone has the potential to be deemed a fool. However, Yanling cannot possibly be considered trivial. After all, he is the protagonist, endowed with the identity of the chosen one. In contrast, Li Yunfei is merely a fleeting character. Yet this fellow dares to prance about before Yanling. Little does he know that his antics hold no significance in Yanling's eyes. A mere lift of Yanling's hand would suffice to suppress him. If he so desired, he could eliminate Li Yunfei in the confines of his prison. Nevertheless, Yanling refrains from such drastic measures, for he recognizes that with his current strength, he cannot simply eliminate Li Yunfei of the Li family. His enemies are numerous, and those he must confront in the future are even more so. Therefore, having an additional ally opens more paths, while losing a friend only erects another wall. Under such circumstances, Yanling must confront the reality before him, swallowing his pride and concealing his thoughts deep within. Yet, he forgets one crucial aspect. Should the Titan ape truly rise to prominence, the equipment it could unleash would elevate him to great heights in an instant. If he willed it, he could undoubtedly achieve it. The secretary was momentarily rendered speechless by the inquiry, as he clearly perceived a fervent expression on Li Yunfei's face, coupled with beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. It seemed that Li Yunfei was exceedingly nervous, and the secretary found this situation rather amusing. Instead of pursuing a stable life and education at the academy, he chose to provoke the reckless Yanling, while others struggle merely to survive. The absurdities he conjured up were nothing short of laughable. In the end, Yanling gathered a peculiar group of individuals intending to hunt Li Yunfei. Yet it was Li Yunfei who felt fear. He dared to act, but lacked the courage to face the consequences. As the secretary reflected on this, he dismissed the circumstances at hand with disdainful eyes, deeming Li Yunfei incapable of achieving greatness. His life would likely be spent amidst these so-called minor characters, never evolving into a significant figure. Nevertheless, despite his contempt for Li Yunfei, the secretary endeavored to maintain a semblance of professionalism, striving to keep his work organized. Thus, he spoke in a slow, conciliatory tone, suggesting, "I believe this may not be the case. Logically, there must be other circumstances at play. Wouldn't you agree?" In truth, when the secretary uttered these words, a smile was almost escaping her lips, for it was evident. Having laid these established facts before him, he found himself at a crossroads, faced with two distinct paths yet to be traversed. Thus, Li Yunfei faces a pivotal choice, either to submit to Yanling, acknowledging the presence of these so-called oddities and dismissing them as insignificant, thereby allowing him to pursue his solitary path, while Yanling walks his own bright avenue, leading to a complete cessation of any further contact. Alternatively, he may opt for direct confrontation with Yanling, severing all ties with these elements. In such a scenario, even the most formidable of forces could be divided into two factions, leaving one to ponder the breadth of Yanling's connections within the academy. However, the secretary believes that Li Yunfei's network is already quite extensive. A mere rogue like Yanling, relying solely on reckless bravado, is unlikely to dismantle the influential web that the Li family has meticulously woven. Observing the secretary's silence, which offered no satisfactory rationale, Li Yunfei felt a surge of despair. He never anticipated that he would find himself in such perilous waters. Yanling appears intent on leveraging the might of the Titan giant ape to sever all existing ties. If such is the case, this matter truly becomes quite unbearable, ensnared in such complexity. Li Yunfei finds himself increasingly gripped by dread, to the point of questioning the very essence of his existence. He is haunted by his most painful memories, pondering why he must endure life in this world, why he must strive for survival. Over the years, he has wandered through life in a haze, having relied on the support of his elder brothers during his school days. At home, he was sheltered by his parents and grandparents. However, once thrust into society, no one would indulge him. He was merely a novice. His first encounter resulted in a brutal slap, from Yin Ling, leaving him battered and bruised. Upon returning home, rather than advising him to adopt a more humble demeanor, Li Feihu sought to instill in him a resolute desire for revenge. This situation exemplifies a profoundly inept father, nurturing a foolish scion amidst the blunders of a band of simpletons, all while waiting to see if Yin Ling could topple the formidable Li family. Should such a feat be accomplished, it would undoubtedly stir significant upheaval across the entire Douluo continent. If the Li family were to be destroyed, the Murong clan, along with Murong Shui, would undoubtedly rise to prominence. The reality is stark. There is not enough of the proverbial pie to go around. Yet no one dares to ignite the flames of war. However, at this juncture, an audacious Yin Ling emerges from the fringes, lacking both background and strength, yet possessing the audacity and courage to overturn the status quo. This can only suggest that the Murong family is covertly backing Yin Ling in this bold endeavor. Once the Li family's stronghold crumbles, the Murong clan will undoubtedly exert their full might to assimilate all of Li's assets, thereby establishing a closed-loop system, maximizing their share of the pie while solidifying their territory and formally ousting the Li family. Perhaps feeling a surge of trepidation, Li Yunfei recalls his elder brother Li Dafei and his second brother Li Xiaofei. Just days prior, his second brother attempted to stand up for him. But not only did he fail, he nearly lost his life at the hands of Yin Ling. Fortunately, Li Xiaofei is quite astute, possessing a certain cunning. Chapter 133. Seeking the Elder Brother. Chapter 134. No Victories. Chapter 135. Continuing the struggle, let us observe what unfolds next. As I harbor my own contemplations regarding the resolution of this saga, Murong Yinshue's stance is remarkably resolute, indicating his determination to persevere to the end. However, the circumstances on his side remain unclear to Yin Ling, as the latter has yet to express his position. Among the 4 individuals in this faction, 2 possess absolute decision-making authority. Yet, without Yin Ling's declaration, even if Murong Yunshue holds steadfast resolve, he can only silently regard these matters as inconsequential. To articulate it plainly, these facts ought to be presented in a manner that is comprehensible. Nevertheless, bridges must be crossed when reached. Murong Yunshue has aligned himself with Yin Ling, sharing the same front as grasshoppers. Yet how can such fragile creatures survive in this world? Logically, they should not. Thus, at this juncture, Murong Yunshue seeks to ignite Yin Ling's fighting spirit and leverage his capabilities, hoping to effortlessly unleash their potential. This way, he would gain substantial advantages, while Yin Ling would need not express anything further. Simply eliminating someone like Li Yunfei would suffice to bring him immense satisfaction. Observing Murong Yunshue's bluster, Yin Ling is on the verge of laughter, for he did not anticipate that this fellow operates devoid of rational thought. Perhaps he is unwell or possesses a peculiar mindset. Conjuring such perplexing notions, Yin Ling struggles to fathom the workings of his mind. Since Li Yunfei insists on a relentless confrontation, there is no need for them to harbor fear. However, engaging in battle is equally unnecessary, for what lies before them is not merely a trivial fact. The outcome is already manifest, making it abundantly clear that only one scenario can unfold. Thus, one must ponder whether Li Yunfei can select the map, or if there exists a possibility for oneself to reach a certain situation. Subsequently, a series of divisions will ensue. This is fundamentally an intertwining of interests, akin to the stock market. If one party is willing to concede, the matter may become quite manageable. However, it remains to be seen how both sides will react. Should they exhibit significant obstinacy, the outcome will no longer be so apparent. Meanwhile, Yin Ling feels perplexed, for he perceives that there is no profound animosity between himself and Li Yunfei. The Titan giant ape he wishes to eliminate has no connection to Li Yunfei's gathering of personnel. It is akin to 2 individuals waiting at a traffic light. One turns left, another goes straight, while a third turns right. They are essentially strangers. Why then must there be unnecessary entanglements? At this moment, Yin Ling is utterly bewildered, questioning the intentions of this individual. Reflecting upon it, he struggles to comprehend whether the disparity between himself and Li Yunfei is truly as vast as it appears. As a privileged scion of a wealthy family, he finds himself disinterested in Li Yunfei's background, yet he is taken aback by the relentless pursuit aimed at him. Should this situation escalate, Yin Ling senses it may not unfold favorably, as there exists a significant misunderstanding between both parties. Li Yunfei believes Yin Ling's assembly of forces is a prelude to a series of attacks against him, while Yinling views his own gathering merely as a means to hunt the Titan giant ape. Conversely, Li Yunfei's allies seem intent on obstructing him and probing for information. This is evidently a campaign aimed at obliterating his character. Under such circumstances, even the most stoic individual would harbor their own thoughts. Therefore, until this misunderstanding is resolved, Yinling is reluctant to elaborate further. For his mind is not preoccupied with Li Yunfei, nor does he harbor any interest in him. It would be prudent to maintain distance from this individual, lest he inadvertently provoke further trouble, given the immense influence of the Li family. In comparison to the Murong clan, these two families exist as formidable entities, akin to roaring lions. Yinling desires minimal involvement and wishes for these people to keep their distance. Observing Murong Yunqiue, he contemplates utilizing his own stature, fully aware of her intentions. Thus, he does not acquiesce to her demeanor, instead articulating his cold thoughts. Are you suggesting that you intend to personally seek out Li Yunfei for negotiations? I think not. That individual is currently in a state of anger. Should you suggest further negotiations with him, it would only serve to make him feel that we are insulting him. Indeed, it is not merely an insult, but rather an affront to his dignity, which is quite intolerable. Yinling would never lower himself to negotiate with Murong Yunqiue regarding Li Yunfei. It is quite simple. Yinling possesses his own principles and cannot harbor any interest in this person. He is fully aware of the situation. The facts have been articulated with utmost clarity, especially since the bonds of camaraderie have been utterly severed in the past few days. Then why must it be made so unappealing today? Thus, Yinling expressed all of his thoughts candidly. Li Yunfei, even if he intended to humble himself, would never be granted forgiveness. He had resolved to sever all ties and wished for him to maintain a greater distance. Yet, to his astonishment, the other party continued to push boundaries time and again. Thus, if that were the case, even someone who no longer regarded him with any significance could still articulate the lingering resentment harbored within, allowing others to comprehend the true nature of the situation. Upon hearing Yinling's account, Murong Yunqiue's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated that this individual would persist in adopting a saintly faade. If such was the case, the matter indeed grew increasingly intriguing. As this thought crossed his mind, a genuine, albeit bitter smile emerged from Murong Yunqiue's heart. He could not help but smile bitterly, for he distinctly sensed that Yinling had begun to harbor reservations, intending to draw a clear line between them. A chill ran down Murong Yunqiue's spine. Could it be that Yinling had uncovered his hidden intentions, suspecting him of wanting to exploit their relationship? Chapter 136, a desire to use another's blade to strike. If one were to utter such words, it would indeed render the matter as nothing more than a fleeting cloud of smoke. Murong Yunqiue felt as though he might vomit blood as he gazed at Yinling, fervently hoping that he would once again clarify his stance with utmost clarity. At that moment, Murong Yunqiue spoke with a tone of grave seriousness. So tell me, what ought to be done in this situation? His continuous interference was utterly repugnant. One cannot possibly allow the likes of Poseidon and Hades to extinguish Li Yunfei's life. Such an outcome would be profoundly distasteful. Murong Yunqiue made his thoughts abundantly clear, his intentions unmistakable. That is to observe whether Yinling can arrive at a relatively perfect decision, particularly if he chooses not to take action against Yinling. Let us then observe who can produce these so-called peculiar outcomes. It has become exceedingly evident that if one fails to present these comprehensible circumstances, it raises questions about their capabilities. This merely indicates that Yinling is an individual who struggles to safeguard his own existence, yet aspires to flourish in the lives of others. Such ambition is undeniably irksome to onlookers. Murong Yunqiue's words convey a clear intent to scrutinize whether Yinling can truly manifest the reality he portrays with utmost clarity. Should the outcome be favorable, this entire situation presents a remarkable opportunity, yet if one were to view it negatively, it would merely amount to trivialities amidst meaningless chatter. Poseidon and Hades are unequivocally deities, both formidable in their own right. Would they truly resort to wielding their divine powers over a mere mortal? The answer is, in fact, no. Should these two gods choose to exercise their powers, it would only indicate their own inability to comprehend the intricacies of the circumstances at hand. The emergence of such peculiarities suggests a blatant disregard for the lives of mortals. Upon hearing Murong Yunqiue's words, Yinling found himself momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that the seemingly inconspicuous Murong Yunqiue could possess such cunning. When provoked, he could indeed prove to be a formidable adversary against ordinary individuals. With this realization, Yinling regarded Murong Yunqiue as one would a mere jester, coming to understand that her approach towards him was merely a strategy to eliminate the threat posed by Li Yunfei. The conflicts among their esteemed families had unwittingly ensnared him in their web. As this thought crossed his mind, Yinling felt an increasing sense of unease. What relevance do the interests of your high-ranking circles hold for me? It is akin to the power struggles between the emperor and his ministers. While you engage in your intellectual duels, I am left as nothing more than a spectator in this farce, yet you still feel compelled to pursue and corner me. Such circumstances undeniably evoke a sense of disdain, rendering one reluctant to regard them as significant, yet you have audaciously pressed further. Observing Murong Yunshue's clenched teeth and seething expression, Yinling could hardly suppress a laugh. He had no intention of conforming to the scant notions swirling in Murong Yunshue's mind. Instead, he spoke coldly to her. Though Li Yunfei is indeed detestable, his transgressions do not warrant death. After all, his existence holds considerable weight within the Li family. Should we provoke him, it is likely that all present would face dire consequences. Thus, when confronted with this paramount issue, our approach must be one of cautious strategy. Otherwise, if we create a spectacle of absurdity, it would plunge us into an incomprehensible predicament. Indeed, Yinling believed that while Li Yunfei deserved punishment, it was not justifiable to summon the likes of Poseidon and Hades to eradicate him. Such an act would become a notorious jest throughout the Douluo continent, particularly if news spread that deities from the Western realms descended upon this academy for scholarly exchange, only to have a student slain before the discussions concluded. Hence, in the face of such extraordinary capabilities, it is clear that not everyone can possess such brilliance. Yinling's stance remained resolute, to seek victory through stability, avoiding any unnecessary strife or entanglements. Should idle gossip arise, it would only serve to complicate matters further. It is indeed a situation that evokes laughter, a peculiar amalgamation that seems almost absurd. In the midst of such disparate capabilities and opportunities, Yinling comprehends how reality ought to unfold. He cannot possibly act in accordance with the notions held by Murong Yunshui regarding these so-called matters. However, he is certainly capable of cultivating his modest piece of land to its utmost potential, for it is often said that comparison breeds discontent and value is determined by discernment. Only by surpassing others can one truly excel. The real concern lies with those who remain oblivious to the pursuit of progress. The situation over there is utterly chaotic, leaving one bewildered as to how it came to be. It is nothing short of a fleeting illusion, a fragmented oddity. Yinling articulates his perspective, asserting that everything could be resolved through the principles of negotiation. Violence must be eschewed, for it is invariably accompanied by a gruesome aftermath. Should such brutality be displayed in all its gruesomeness, it would surely provoke a reaction of disdain towards a series of bizarre occurrences. This elucidates why Yinling could adopt a more decisive and thorough approach. Nevertheless, he chooses to pursue victory through caution, for it is only through measured success that one may truly comprehend and assimilate matters that ought not to be regarded as trivial. Otherwise, one risks becoming ensnared by the self-serving interests of others amidst their peculiarities. If others were to witness this, they would undoubtedly perceive it as the comical antics of a true eccentric in tumultuous times. Upon hearing these words, Murong Yunshue's eyes widened in disbelief as he cast a look of incredulity towards Yinling. He realized that this fellow had transformed into a complete stranger, appearing as someone entirely unfamiliar. Was he still the elder brother he once followed? Why had he become so timid, oscillating between fear of wolves and tigers? What was the underlying reason? What was he truly afraid of? Li Yunfei was merely the third grandson of the Li family, which boasted numerous sons and grandsons. Slaying him was hardly a monumental feat. Why linger over such trivial matters? Why the entanglement? Surely not. Why do you regard me with such a gaze? Is there something amiss in your mind? Chapter 137. Orders to negotiate. I merely expressed a viewpoint. What does your gaze signify? Do you believe this predicament is my fault? I too am caught in a web of fear, torn between wolves and tigers, feeling quite helpless. If I could stand upon a moral high ground to condemn Li Yunfei and prevent his egregious actions, could I truly achieve that? Please, do not put me in such a difficult position. Yinling, observing Murong Shue's gaze, felt as though he were being scrutinized like a bizarre creature, nearly brought to tears. He had never anticipated that Murong Yunshui was a quintessential opportunist. If he were to express the situation in a manner that aligned with Murong's expectations, he could grasp the essence of it all. However, should he deviate from Murong's anticipated narrative, he would evoke an inexplicable torment, manifesting in rolling eyes and a desire to strike back at him. Such behavior rendered the situation rather laughable. No, no, no. Your gaze suggests that you are quite the peculiar individual. Yet, I did not foresee that your circumstances would not align with such vested interests. Instead, they appear somewhat cogent. Thus, I find you to be an exceedingly amusing character. Do you understand? Morong Yunxue now speaks with eyes wide open, uttering sheer nonsense. He has lost all sense of the vastness of the heavens and the earth. At this moment, he gazes at Yin Ling as though staring at a pestilential deity, one whose enigma eludes his comprehension. Initially, he believed he could deftly grasp the nuances of the situation, yet it has increasingly perplexed him. Even before the facts have revealed themselves, he finds himself stifled in the cradle of understanding. Thus, it is no wonder that Yin Ling remains utterly bewildered, unable to fathom the circumstances at hand. This predicament proves to be rather challenging to navigate, prompting Morong Yunxue to articulate his perspective. He earnestly hopes that Yin Ling will not lay blame upon him, especially should any peculiarities arise. Thus, he found it quite difficult to accept the established reality. Initially, Morong Yunxue had envisioned a scenario that was overly idealistic. He believed that Yin Ling could never be reduced to a cowardly turtle. However, to his astonishment, Yin Ling not only adopted the role of a timid turtle, but also positioned himself on a moral pedestal that seemed even more bizarre. To claim that this was his fault, under such circumstances, was to ignore the fact that they no longer stood on the same battlefield. Morong Yunxue ultimately relinquished any hope he had for Yin Ling, concluding that since the situation had become so evidently clear, it was best to regard it as it was and not conflate these facts into a singular issue. As Morong Yunxue continued to speak absurdities, Yin Ling found little to understand in his words. He recognized that this individual seemed to be concocting schemes within his mind, potentially aiming to exploit him or his connections. However, Yin Ling firmly believed that he would not be a pawn for anyone. As two adults standing on the same path, there was no need to fabricate such peculiarities. What was the purpose of it all? Did he truly think he was easily manipulated? Contemplating this, Yin Ling made his perspective abundantly clear. He pointed at Morong Yunxue and stated, "That matter is yours to handle. After all, you are part of a prominent family. You and Li Yunfei share a common language, so you should discuss it thoroughly. For now, we shall set aside these so-called circumstances, nothing more. If you find this acceptable, then let us tentatively agree on it." After delivering these remarks, Yin Ling observed Morong Yunxue's response, curious about his attitude. Should his demeanor be favorable, Yin Ling would entrust him with this daunting task. If not, the situation would remain unchanged. Yin Ling decided to temporarily refrain from utilizing Morong Yunxue to entangle with Li Yunfei. At present, Li Yunfei was still in a fit of anger towards him. Should he provoke him further? It would be intriguing to observe who could adeptly navigate the ensuing chaos. The intricacies of familial disputes over interests eluded Yin Ling's comprehension. Yet he was acutely aware of a particular tale. Thus, the Morong family and the Li family share a certain historical connection dating back to ancient times. However, as the Li family gradually expanded its influence, it cast aside the Morong lineage, which is hardly surprising. One may wonder why Morong Yunxue faced Li Yunfei with such unwavering resolve. Could it be that they bear the weight of both new grievances and old animosities from that bygone era? If this were indeed the case, the situation would be rather intriguing, silently weaving itself into these unspoken circumstances that are all too evident. It is almost comical, as one cannot help but perceive the unfolding events as a farcical spectacle. Morong Yunxue's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Yin Ling would dare to speak so boldly. With just a few utterances, he placed himself upon the pedestal of moral scrutiny, compelling Morong Yunxue to shoulder the burden of it all. What does he think of himself? Does he truly believe himself to be a reincarnation of some celestial figure, dictating his own profession and role at whim? It is rather absurd. As these thoughts crossed Morong Yunxue's mind, he felt a peculiar sense of helplessness. He never imagined that Yin Ling would treat him as anything but a stranger, so effortlessly rendering him into such an awkward position with merely a few words. If some so-called bizarre statements were indeed to emerge, who would bear the responsibility for the reasoning and the outcomes? It is rather amusing that such perilous truths are laid bare before us, yet there is still an expectation for someone to piece together these so-called circumstances. However, since Yin Ling has entrusted him with significant responsibilities, Morong Yunxue can only swallow his grievances, realizing his own limitations. He understands that if truly precarious and difficult to manifest realities were to arise, it would not be an easy task to navigate. Thus, he resolved to elucidate this matter further. And it is certainly not too late. Clearly, this concept has the potential to advance in the context of contemporary development. This merely signifies that the era of fearing both the wolf in front and the tiger behind is now a thing of the past. What lies ahead must undoubtedly possess the illuminating spark of justice, thriving and evolving together. Although Morong Yunxue was reluctant, her lips effortlessly uttered, "All right, since you have entrusted me with this formidable task." Chapter 138, A Visit. There is no need for me to become overly entangled in this matter. For those with sharp minds certainly would not become mired in trivialities as Li Yunfei has. Ultimately, should any embarrassing situations arise, it would be unwise to dredge up inconsequential matters that would only leave one feeling precariously situated. Having expressed these thoughts, Morong Yunxue made his way towards the Li residence. Intending to pay a personal visit, he planned to bring some gifts in order to engage in a serious negotiation with Li Yunfei, hoping to persuade him to spare Yanling from the chaos. It was imperative to refrain from conjuring up a myriad of absurdities, as Yanling's intent was to rally a considerable force against the Titan giant ape, rather than to target Li Yunfei himself. It is my sincere hope that Li Yunfei does not take this to heart, nor should he leverage the connections and influence of his elder brother. It would be utterly disconcerting if the situation spiraled into such confusion that one could not discern north from south. If matters were to become so ludicrously embarrassing, it would evoke a sense of fearsome absurdity among all involved. Those who grasp the reality of the situation should refrain from fabricating these so-called tales. What did you say? Morong Yunxue has taken the initiative to come to my home, intending to negotiate certain matters with me? Are you certain you have not misrepresented the situation? I cannot help but feel you have perhaps indulged a bit too much, Li Yunfei exclaimed, nearly moved to tears upon receiving this news. He had not anticipated that Morong Yunxue would actually come to his home. Could it be that he would face repercussions from his father's sister? As he observed the secretary delivering this news, he began to doubt whether the secretary might have exaggerated the circumstances. Over the years, the secretary had been diligent in his service to the Li family, and Li Yunfei rarely returned home from school. However, due to the recent tumultuous events at school, which had been quite embarrassing, the secretary had no choice but to accompany him at all times. Now, Li Yunfei found himself deeply suspicious. Was there some peculiar circumstance involving the secretary? If this were the case, the secretary would indeed be deserving of severe reproach. Yet, at that moment, the secretary felt quite wronged, for he was merely the bearer of news and not a purveyor of falsehoods. He simply conveyed the facts as they were, without the need for embellishments or absurdities. Do you truly believe I have lost my senses, young master? You accuse me of being irrational. Yet I wonder if perhaps it is you who has lost your wits. Why not venture outside to see for yourself? Morong Yunxue is indeed standing at the front gate with something in hand. How can you still doubt my words? Do I not make myself clear? I have elucidated the facts to you, and you must comprehend that these circumstances are indeed exceedingly intricate. What can I possibly do? I am merely a fugitive. I can relay information, but to shoulder the weight of the world is beyond my capabilities. For heaven's sake, just let me be. Upon uttering these words, the secretary immediately exhibited an eagerness to pack his belongings and depart. It was evident from the brilliance emanating from him that this was not merely a specific situation to navigate through. The secretary felt that, in good faith, he had come to you, Li Yunfei, to convey this message, only to find that you were unwilling to listen. To add insult to injury, it appeared as though he were deceiving you, which is precisely why the secretary felt profoundly aggrieved. He even contemplated turning on his heel and leaving. For what was the point of lingering here? After all, being a secretary could be done elsewhere. Furthermore, he was a distinguished graduate from a reputable institution. Why must he endure this convoluted ordeal? All right, you handle him for now. I shall consult with my elder brother on what steps to take. I did not anticipate that Morong Yunxue would dare to pay a personal visit. Initially, I wished to avoid any interaction with him, as you are aware of the considerable animosity I bear towards their faction. In truth, I lack the courage to confront them directly, wielding blades in a one-on-one battle. However, I never expected that he would resort to subterfuge, feigning cordiality while harboring ill intentions, akin to Jing Ke's assassination of King Qin, delivering a fatal blow under the guise of a gift. I am determined to keep this matter concealed, as I do not possess the bravery to face it openly. Observing the secretary's steadfast demeanor, Li Yunfei recognized that it was unnecessary to further antagonize him. After all, He too was merely an employee performing his duties, and provoking him could lead to undesirable consequences. Perhaps in the next moment, I too shall not escape an unfavorable outcome. Thus, at this juncture, Li Yunfei resolved to consult his elder brother. Currently, his brother was recuperating in the eastern chamber and could not emerge. He hoped to glean from him one or two extraordinary techniques that might aid him in overcoming this formidable challenge. Li Yunfei surmised that Murong Yunshua's visit was not without purpose. She likely had ulterior motives that could lead to troublesome consequences. Very well, third young master, he conceded. Since you have stated it thus, I shall refrain from further objections. I shall ensure he is well taken care of, with ample food and hospitality, and nothing more. Now, we shall see if you can perform under pressure. Of course, should we face a series of life-threatening circumstances, I shall strive to eliminate them with all my might. The secretary issued the final directive to confront the enemy, intending to delay Murong Yunshua. However, should she intend to unleash any particularly devastating attacks, he remained vigilant. Thus, he resolved that the best course of action was to retreat strategically. It was quite simple. The secretary believed that his life was not at the mercy of others but firmly within his own grasp. Under such circumstances, the secretary revealed his ultimate function, to stabilize the dream of Yunshua. He would wait to see if Li Yunfei possessed a remarkable strategy to deliver a decisive impact. Observing the secretary's departing figure, Li Yunfei felt an overwhelming urge to weep. He had never anticipated that, despite his meticulous calculations, Murong Yunshua would dare to visit him in person. If that is indeed the case, the situation is far from easily resolvable. The unfavorable outcome has already manifested itself before us. Let us see how many individuals are capable of undertaking genuinely meaningful actions. Chapter 139. Startled awake in the depths of illness thus, without hesitation, Li Yunfei dashed towards the chamber where his elder brother resided, moving with the swiftness of oil on water. At that moment, Li Dafei lay upon his sickbed like a beleaguered beast, lamenting in a state of near expiration. Meanwhile, Li Dafei's mother, who was also Li Yunfei's mother, gazed at him with a furrowed brow, observing her son in a state of despair, unable to eat or drink. Persistently sighing, it seemed that Li Feihu had indeed dealt a heavy blow. It was akin to a whip dipped in cold water, mercilessly inflicting upon Li Dafei a myriad of bloodied wounds, leaving him in a state of utter agony. I exclaimed, "Dear brother, why do you linger here, lamenting your fate? Murong Yunshua has come to seek you. What shall we do about it? Surely, you cannot expect me to face her alone, can you? Offer me some guidance." Li Yunfei, on the other hand, felt as though he were a helpless creature awaiting slaughter. He was bewildered, unable to comprehend why his words were so disjointed. Yet, he was acutely aware that if he were to speak coherently today, in such circumstances it is certain that one will not attain a favorable outcome. Given that the situation is laid bare before us, let us observe whether the elder brother can harness all his intellect to amplify the residual heat of opportunity. At present, I find myself akin to a clay idol crossing a river, struggling for self-preservation. Even if you were to pressure me, it would be futile. Do you not perceive that I possess no remarkable qualities that shine brightly? At this moment, Li Dafei lies upon his sickbed, his face etched with worry. Fully aware that he has yet to reach a point where his aspirations can be realized, having not even undergone the most basic trials, how can he, in this world, truly thrive and flourish? Thus, he finds himself perplexed, uncertain of how to confront Li Yunfei's request given his current predicament. He feels an overwhelming sense of despair. For he is, after all, a human being and not a mere beast. Every moment, he contemplates how to elevate himself throughout the trials he faces. Yet, to his dismay, these circumstances remain elusive, leaving him in a state of utter confusion and distress. Yin Ling, despite being an exceptionally formidable individual, initiated the encounter with a dual martial soul. Little did he expect that Li Yunfei would be a trouble seeker, stirring the pot even further. Previously, some, like Li Dafei, were indifferent to these matters. He had never even heard of Yin Ling before. However, the recent gossip illuminated the reality that these situations are not easily managed or resolved. After uttering these words, Li Dafei fell onto his bed, lamenting his misfortunes. Meanwhile, Li Dafei's mother, who was also Li Yunfei's mother, wore a visage of sorrow. Her eyes were vacant, revealing a truth that she was not a person of genuine aspirations. Observing her third son, she felt a profound sense of helplessness. As he appeared to be a perpetually immature child, she sensed that he was an enigma, a riddle that eluded her grasp. his words reflecting an eccentricity that defied comprehension. It became evident that she harbored doubts about her 3 sons, despite having given birth to them all. The 2, apart from her second son Li Xiaofei, seemed like the foolish offspring of a landlord. Li Feihu's education, or lack thereof, had evidently not borne fruit, leaving her in a state of disarray. She pondered how to navigate this convoluted situation, as years had passed without any remarkable qualities emerging from these peculiar individuals. At that moment, witnessing her eldest son, battered and bruised, and then turning to Li Xiaofei, who appeared to be half-hearted in his endeavors, she was further taken aback by the arrival of Li Yunfei, who stood there like a complete buffoon. Such signs are indicative of a person whose head could be shattered in mere moments. To keep such individuals close is not only to forfeit the chance of becoming a true significant figure, but also to alienate those around them, rendering them incapable of becoming what might be deemed as great talents. In light of these convoluted transformations, Li's mother truly feels as if she has committed some grave sin in a past life to have given birth to these 3 wastrels. Especially today, upon witnessing Li Yunfei kneeling before her, she was nearly overwhelmed with frustration. Thus, in that moment, she hurriedly approached Li Yunfei, offering him counsel, saying, "My dear 3rd son, do not burden your elder brother any further. Just look at the state he is in. His body is marred with wounds, battered beyond recognition. Given such circumstances, why must you insist on imposing demands upon him?" As Li's mother spoke, her tears threatened to spill forth. Indeed, the bond between mother and son is profound. After all, her eldest son is still her son, and the youngest son is also her son. Both are her beloved children. She gazed upon her eldest son, whose body was battered and bruised, bloodied from the savage beating inflicted by his own father. As a mother, it is impossible for her not to feel heartache. And witnessing Li Dafei in such a grievous state during these past few days has compelled her to remain by his side. The reason is simple. Her presence provides him with a sense of solace and security, which is why Li's mother has resolved to maintain a certain distance and boundaries with this man. She has also decided to release her pent-up emotions with ease. Otherwise, if a situation were to arise that could be described as bizarre, it would undoubtedly be a source of amusement for all. In truth, Li's mother has endured a tragic life. Her union with Li Feihu was not born of noble lineage. She hails from humble beginnings, having been raised in a poverty-stricken household, devoid of both parents from a young age. However, she was not an orphan in the strictest sense. Her parents merely regarded her as a mere girl and did not bestow upon her the attention she deserved, resulting in her suffering from malnutrition throughout her childhood. Years have passed, and she has lived a life of mediocrity until she encountered the scoundrel Li Feihu. Initially, she believed they were mutually enamored, only to discover that he had forcefully claimed her for himself. Ultimately, she found herself becoming the mother of Li Xiaofei and Li Dafei. The reality is that she is merely a pawn in the frivolous games of Li Feihu, who has other wives as well. However, since the other wives have borne only daughters, this elevates Li's mother's status. Her high standing stems from the support of her 3 sons. Especially after the birth of Li Yunfei, her status surged from obscurity to one where she could hold her head high within the Li family, proudly proclaiming that she had raised 3 commendable sons. The elderly held her in high regard, recognizing her as the family's foremost benefactor, ensuring the continuation of the Li lineage. Yet today, as she observes her youngest son Li Yunfei insisting that his half-disabled elder brother support him in navigating this complex situation, Li's mother earnestly advises him to refrain from further mischief. The Li family, being substantial and prosperous, does not lack for trifles. She hopes to avoid any unfortunate spectacles in the end. If we were to speak in this manner, the situation becomes incomprehensible, leaving one to ponder how it may ultimately conclude. Thus, at this juncture, Li's mother has firmly embraced the most exquisite reality, choosing not to clarify these circumstances for the sake of understanding. This can only indicate that the conclusion has reached an exceptionally desolate state. Witnessing his mother and elder brother turn their backs on him, Li Yunfei felt on the brink of tears. He could not help but cry. He had never anticipated that his brother, merely suffering from a slight superficial injury, would not stand by him. Now, with Morong Yunxue already at their doorstep, it was disheartening that his elder brother acted like a coward. Even more distressing was the fact that his mother, Li Mu, did not support him either. At this moment, Li Yunfei felt utterly bereft, longing for the emotional solace he believed a mother should provide. Instead, she uttered harsh words towards him, rendering the situation even more humiliating. What circumstances could lead to such a bizarre occurrence? In that moment, Li Yunfei gritted his teeth and shouted hoarsely at his mother and elder brother. So you, my elder brother, and you, my mother, refuse to stand by me? I am truly disappointed in you both. I had hoped that no matter what, you would support me today, yet here you are, acting so outrageously. Fine, from now on, I shall no longer seek your assistance in any matter. With that, Li Yunfei dashed towards the area behind his elder brother, for he knew that his brother possessed a remarkably powerful treasure known as the Binding Immortal Rope. Once this artifact was in hand, no matter how formidable the opponent, even a great celestial being, could be subdued. Thus, one remains confined within the confines of a cage. Hence, at this juncture, the gentleman's capabilities come into play. It is rather evident that as long as the binding rope of immortals is firmly in one's grasp, everything becomes remarkably comprehensible. The intricate nature of these matters has already unfolded before us. We shall see if Yin Ling can endure.